Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if mystical Lord Harry Potter was Dark Lord of Azkaban? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, away from the prying eyes of the non-magical folks Muggles, is a very old castle. Nestled between mountains, this castle is bet. We'n nowhere, and the only population is a quaint little village near the castle which is known as Hogsmeade and has the distinction of being the only all-magical settlement in Wizarding Britain. Yes, you did read it. Magic is actually real and witches and wizards do exist. Yes, they can do almost impossible type things with it, but they are so low in numbers that they have to hide from us. This cast is known as the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and is home to thousands of wizards who study in the school and receive magical education there. And what a splendid castle it is. It is a wonderful 7-storied structure, having been made with stones which had been quarried and carried from afar for building something that would last for ages. The walls of the castle were enchanted and built with magic imbued in the foundation. The sprawling structure also boasts of greenhouses on one side of the castle and a magnificent lake on the other, which is infested by water creatures like the Grindylows, the Kappa, the Red Caps, Merpeople, etc. Surrounding the castle and the grounds on one side is the Forbidden Forest, which is a forest so vast, so large and so dense that no one in living memory can claim to have seen it all or having deciphered all of its secrets. The forest is inhabited by all sorts of beasts like the chimera, centaurs, unicorns, porlock, ogre, trolls, werewolves, hippogriffs, even a demiguise or two. The castle also boasts of dungeons, which are so many that most have not been opened for years and are only full of junk or maybe some items which are of antique value. The students, and there are hundreds of them, live in the castle throughout the year from September to June and go to home at year-end in July. The students are sorted in either of 4 houses according to dominant traits of their personality by a crooked magical hat which has been enchanted with powers of the founders of the school. Legends have it that this castle was founded about 1,000 years ago during the medieval era in the 10th century, when the persecution of the magical community started, with the Muggles capturing and killing magicals by burning them on stakes, beheading them, or mauling them or forcing them to fight beasts. The magical community went into hiding, since they could not practice magic openly due to the fear of being captured or killed. 4 witches and wizards, who were most brilliant wizards of their age, pooled their resources in together, and with a lot of help as in finances etc. from the crown knew and approved, or segregating the two communities to avoid clashes among them and a lot of rich houses in the magical community, they founded the castle. The castle, which started as a place to teach little wizards and witches to teach magic on CE, became a bastion of magical learning in the world. The first among the 4 wizards was Godric Gryffindor of Godric's Hollow, who was a fair man and believed that any child who displayed magical abilities before their 11th birthday should be able to attend Hogwarts. He valued courage and bravery and was the original owner of the crooked, ancient sorting hat which he and other founders enchanted to sort people in their houses on the basis of the traits of their personality. He was also best friends with another Hogwarts founder known as Salazar Slytherin, until Salazar decided to leave Hogwarts for reasons that are still not known. His another fond possession is the Sword of Gryffindor, which had been crafted by the goblins for him with the indestructible goblin silver, and the sword is to present itself to the true Gryffindor in his most dire moment of need. The second among founders was Rowena Ravenclaw from Glens of Scotland, who valued high intelligence in her students and made her best efforts to make Hogwarts the best wizarding school on earth. She had a diadem which was infused with her powers and was said to grant wisdom to the wearer, however it seems to have been lost to sands of time. The third founder of Hogwarts was Helga Hufflepuff, who was a kind and loyal woman from Wales and best friend with Rowena Ravenclaw. She believed that any child with magical ability should be given a chance to study at Hogwarts, and selected those students who showed the qualities that she herself possessed. It is also believed she was one who brought house elves to Hogwarts as a means to give them a place of employment. She was said to possess a cup which was said to contain some of her powers stored in it by means of an enchantment. However, the claims were never verified because the whereabouts of the cup remain unknown. The fourth founder of the quartet was Salazar Slytherin, who came from a pureblood, both magical parents, family in either Ireland or Britain. He was very ruthless and cunning wizard, and believed that only those who were of pure blood descent should be given admittance in Hogwarts, and the type of students sorted into his house reflected it likewise. He as said to be best friends with Godric until his belief created a rift so deep between them that he allegedly had to leave the school. However, he created his own chamber of secrets in the castle which no one could find, and left a monster there who, in his belief, who helped his heir purge the castle of those not worthy or magic or untainted blood. His family had the unique gift that they could speak to snakes and were called Parselmouth. Years later, his last descendant Tom Marvolo Riddle, better known as Voldemort, opened the chamber and leashed the monster on the school, which resulted in killing of a student named Warren Myrtle. Tom left the school having put the monster back to sleep after he was afraid that the Transfiguration teacher Albus Dumbledore suspected him to the perpetrator of the whole scheme. Years later, Tom, although unknowingly, opened the chamber again and leashed the basilisk. Yes, it was the monster on the school which was killed by a second-year student named Harry Potter with the Sword of Gryffindor. One of the premier institutions of magic in the world, Hogwarts is run by a board of governors who appoint the headmaster of the school. The current headmaster is an old wizard who goes by the name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who is also the chief warlock of the British Wizengamot legislative and administrative body and the supreme mugwump of T. He International Confederation of Wizards ICW. Albus Dumbledore is one of the most widely renowned wizards in the world because he had fought the longest magical duel in history, which went on for out 3 hours, and it was fought between him and a Dark Lord named Gellert Grindelwald, who had once terrorized the whole world. The duel, known as Battle of Bavaria, was fought about the same time when the Muggle non-magical people Second World War was coming to its conclusion. When Dumbledore became the victor of Bavaria, the leadership of the wizarding world was apprehensive of him because he had unlimited power and adoration of thousands of wizards. There was nothing that he could not get if he wanted. To their relief, Albus chose a quieter life and returned to Hogwarts to teach Transfiguration. To keep him content and to shunt him to a position where he would not harm anyone, they threw everything at him that could keep him happy and would not harm them. The British Ministry of Magic conferred an Order of Merlin, First Class, on him, which is the highest award that can be given to someone. The ICW made him the supreme mugwump, and he took that mantle too without any complaints. Later, he bred him to the post of the chief warlock of the British Wizengamot when the current minister felt threatened for his position due to Dumbledore's popularity and the clamoring of the wizarding RLD for him to become the Minister of Magic. Albus understood all this and lived his life very quietly. He loved what he was doing, and every effort of his was to change the world and make it a better world for the Muggle-borns and to rid the world of all the bias that existed in wizarding world. He was also called the champion of the non-magical folk, half-bloods and Muggle-borns. He was in fact a proponent of equality and had a rather bothersome habit of seeing good in everyone, even those who were inherently evil. His senses were generally correct, but at times, he chose to take action tear when acting at the moment would have been far more beneficial. That is all thought of hindsight, though, and hindsight is a wonderful thing. He later rose to challenge when another Dark Lord, perhaps the most dangerous Dark Lord in history, arose in wizarding Britain and started extinguishing families as a whole. This Dark Lord called himself Voldemort and touted himself as the champion of the Your Bloods, and openly talked about furthering the cause of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. Voldemort gained prominence and an army behind him made up of fanatics and blood supremacy proponents. Most of the major pureblood houses of wizarding Britain supported him, and hundreds of Muggle-borns, half-bloods and purebloods were killed trying to resist him. Albus raised a secret fork, known as the Order of Phoenix, which started resisting Voldemort and his forces. The members of his order saved a lot of people from death even at the cost of their own lives. The war with Voldemort reigned for more than 10 years, and by the year 1980, no one was certain of anything. On one such evening, Albus went to the local inn in Hogsmeade to interview a candidate who was applying for the post of divination professor. Though it was against Albus's better judgment, but he chose to humor the witch because she was descended from a very celebrated seer named Cassandra Trelawney, and it was possible that she had inherited the gift of sight from her ancestor. 30 minutes into the interview, Dumbledore had decided to leave when the applicant Sybil Trelawney fell into a trance and uttered a prophecy which was connected with Voldemort and a child to be born who had the power to vanquish him. This prophecy changed the course of war and altered the destinies of 2 children who were yet to be born. Unfortunately, some of the prophecy was overheard by a budding Death Eater, follower of Voldemort, who relayed it to his lord, and based on what he had been told, Voldemort started to hunt down parents to be of such a child who would fit that description. He had conclusively determined that the prophecy referred to unborn child of one James Fleemont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. The spy got cold feet when he heard that the Dark Lord wanted to hunt the only woman he had ever loved and begged him to spare the woman. The Dark Lord did not relent, and the spy went to Albus Dumbledore with his tail tucked between his legs and begged him to save them. The Potters went into hiding and chose the most extensive protection available to them. They chose to live in a little cottage in T. village of Godric's Hollow, and they had put the cottage under a Fidelius charm. Albus had asked the Potters to let him become the secret keeper of the Fidelius, but James Potter chose his best friend, Sirius Black, to be the secret keeper. What Albus didn't know was that this mistake would eventually cost the Potters their lives. The Potter's son, a little boy named Harry, was born on the 31st of July 1980, and they lived in hiding. James was in the order and still fought for them, but the solitary life had started to grate on his nerves. He would sometimes become reckless and go on scouting missions, or rescue missions as were authorized by Dumbledore. On the fateful day of Halloween, the 31st of October 1981, Voldemort found their hiding place and killed the Potters. When he turned his wand on the little boy, he could not kill him, but his power was broken, his body was destroyed, and somehow his soul remained alive and fled the scene. Sirius Black, the secret keeper of the Potters, was sent to the wizarding prison Azkaban after he was caught having murdered a wizard named Peter Pettigrew, who used to be a friend of the Potters and Sirius, and 13 muggles on a busy London street. Dumbledore, who learned about the unfortunate demise of Potters almost instantly, sent one of his men, a towering hulking figure of a man named Hagrid, to rescue little Harry, who brought the boy from the wreckage to his aunt's place in Little Hangleton on 4 Privet Drive. Dumbledore used the sacrifice of the mother to raise some protections around that place so that no one could harm him there until he called that place home. 10 years later, Harry Potter came to Hogwarts as a student, and not quite in the condition that Dumbledore expected, but he was alive, and that was all that Dumbledore could do about it. Going after the Muggles when he needed them to provide a safe place for Harry was not something that he could afford. Blood was powerful than any enchantment that he could devise for the protection of the boy. Harry Potter's 2 years at Hogwarts so far had been eventful. In first year, he had fought Lord Voldemort and kept him at bay from getting his hands on the Sorcerer's Stone. In the second year, he battled a 1,000-years-old basilisk which had been awakened after a slumber of 50 years by the shade of a certain Tom Riddle using a girl through a diary. This year, the dreaded criminal, the betrayer of the Potters, the scourge of the wizarding world, the mass murderer Sirius Black, had escaped Azkaban, and there was no doubt that he would come after Harry Potter, to finish what his master could not. They had put safeguards around Harry. He was not allowed to leave the castle, and in general he was very miserable, also due to the presence of Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, who were posted to catch Sirius Black. They fed on people's emotions and their miseries. Harry, who had been through too much in his short life, was always an easy prey for them. He had already fallen off his broom once when he was in their presence. He felt weak before them and had turned to his new defense professor to help teach him a very complicated charm, known as the Patronus charm, which was the only thing that could repel a Dementor. 1993, Hogwarts. Harry Potter was troubled. The latest attack of the mass murderer Sirius Black in the Gryffindor Tower was worrying. The fact that the famed mass murderer D gained access to the tower was amazing, even though it was Neville's fault that he knew all the passwords which the chubby Gryffindor had written down on a slip of parchment in order to remember them. Because the temporary guardian of the tower, Sir Cadogan, the Mad Knight, had the habit of changing them ever so often, and all of his passwords were complicated. The only good that had come out of the sordid episode was that Ronald Weasley, his best friend, had got some fame of his own. The redhead was enjoying and lapping up all the attention that he could get from others. What was amusing was T. Hat. His variation of the story changed every time that someone asked him about what had happened at that night when Sirius Black barged into the dormitory of third year. Another good that it had done was that his two best friends, Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley, were talking to each other again. About time too. Their bickering had started to grate on his nerves lately, and he was dangerously close to snapping up on them to start behaving. It was pretty childish for them to fight over something as trivial as a cat and a rat. Hermione had bought a cat at the Wizarding District, Diagon Alley O. Veer the Summer, as a pet named Crookshanks. The cat was part Kneazle and had it in him for Ronald's pet rat named Scabbers. Scabbers was a garden rat who had been the Weasley famrs now, a long life for such a creature, but no one ever thought about it. Recently, Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers, and that had started the war between Harry's best friends. Without their fighting among themselves, Harry had a lot to think about on his own. He was worst impacted by Dementors, and the new defense professor, Remus John Lupin, was teaching him a charm that he could use to fend off the Dementors. The charm W, as very advanced and was not meant for a 13-year, but the alternative was unthinkable. If Harry couldn't master the charm, he would not be able to play Quidditch for his house team, and that was an offense in itself. Also, he had to learn that to protect himself. Also, there was the upcoming match against the Slytherins and the Ravenclaws, and the appeal of the hippogriff named Buckbeak. Buckbeak K was a proud yet gentle creature who had been insulted by Draco Malfoy, Harry's archenemy in the Slytherin house. Malfoy leaned on his father, Lucius Malfoy, who used some of his contacts and had the beast tried before the Committee for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and was set to be executed after an appeal was heard by the committee. The letter. "There is nothing in the books which can lean in Hagrid's favor," said Hermione Granger, blowing air through her nose in frustration. They had been combing the library for hours looking into books to find if there was something in law that could help Hagrid, but they had failed to find anything that would matter. For Harry, it was personal. Malfoy never liked the teacher and had even insulted him out of his hearing, and Harry was incensed. Add to that, Malfoy's attempts to get the hippogriff executed had him up in arms, and he was very desperately looking for a way to save the hippogriff from execution. "But Hermione, we can't let them kill Buckbeak," Harry protested. "You know that he is very gentle beast. And getting it killed would kill Hagrid. You know how sensitive he is towards his creatures." "Looks like Hagrid is on his own this time, mate," said Ron. "I mean, we have got nothing in the books so far, and we have looked into almost every book." Harry stood from his seat. "I will go have a look again, Hermione. Maybe there are some books that we have not yet found." It was a small attempt at humor though, because it was certain that Hermione Granger had already went through all the books and he would find nothing new. As he walked towards the shelves, a Slytherin girl who he was sure was in his year and was loitering near the shelves listening to them, said in an undertone, "If you want to save the hippogriff, then use your brains, Potter. You were the boy who lived. If you write to the minister asking him to spare the creature, there is no way that anyone can kill it." "I don't like to use my fame," Harry saw it curtly, but the girl had already turned her back on him and was walking towards another girl who was seating at table with a Ravenclaw. He had to wonder why the girl had given him that idea. Like his best friend Ronald, he had a bias against those who were silver and green, and he never viewed them with favor. It was a mutual feeling, however, for the Slytherins were known to hate and ridicule him on principle, at times being egged on by their head of house, Professor Snape. Professor Snape was a hook-nosed, lean man who taught potions at Hogwarts, though everyone knew he wanted to teach defense against the dark arts. He was generally an unpleasant man, but he seemed to have it extra for Harry and anyone Harry consorted with. He would dock points off Harry for silliest things like dropping a potion ingredient or making a passable potion. After looking for a good bit and not finding anything, he returned to his friends. "There are no more books in the library on the subject. I am afraid, he said resignedly to his friends. They knew it was futile anyway. Inwardly, he was thinking about what the girl had said to him. Yes, the Minister of Magic viewed Harry with favor and had even let go of his stance of doing magic out of Hogwarts when he had inflated his Aunt Marge. The minister regarded him as if Harry were his favored nephew, so maybe what the girl said was true. There was no harm in trying, though. That night, when everyone was asleep, Harry started to write a letter. Dear Minister, I am writing to you hoping that you are fine. I wish to make a request to you to spare A.H. Hippogriff that has been set for presenting before the committee to decide if he is dangerous. What are you doing this late at night, Harry? Someone asked, and Harry jumped out of skin. It was, however, only Neville Longbottom, who looked kind of edgy, but that was always the story with Neville. What are you doing this late, Neville? Harry asked him. I saw your bed empty when I returned and thought you were breaking curfew again, so I was coming to find you. What are you doing? Neville asked him again. It is nothing, Neville. I am writing a letter to Fudge to spare the hippogriff which had attacked Malfoy. I thought that maybe Fudge would spare him, Harry confided in his friend. Neville nodded. Good idea, Harry. If you want, I can help you in writing that letter. Harry showed the letter to him and Neville shook his head. Harry, if you write this way, it will not get you anywhere. What do you mean, Harry? Your father was a pureblood and your family, like mine, is an old one. It is expected of you that behave like the elite members of the society. You mean like Malfoy? Harry asked, wrinkling his nose in disgust at the thought. No, said Neville, Malfoy may pretend, but he is not elite. The Longbottoms, the Blacks, the Potters, the Macmillans, the Bones, the Greengrass, etc. are considered to be elite. Why? Harry asked. It is a long tale and will take time, explained Neville. Let's be done with that letter and get to sleep, because tomorrow we have Transfiguration the first thing in morning. With Neville prompting and correcting him when needed, Harry finally hammered out a letter which was much better than the last one. Dear Mr. Fudge, I hope this letter finds you in the bloom of health and having a pleasant time, considering the onerous burden of expectations that you carry. I admire your grit and determination in taking our society to a better tomorrow and for working to improve our society. It has come to my notice that the Committee for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has decided to execute a hippogriff pending appeal, and it grieves me to learn so, because the beast in question is a very gentle creature and is one that I have become very fond of in a very short time. I also think it is opportune to bring it to your notice that no proper procedure was followed in the investigation and no witnesses were questioned before the committee decided to execute it, and such a blatant violation of laws makes me feel sad for our society, and I pin my hopes on you to correct this wrong. I know you for a person who loves justice, and I belie that you will not let this injustice stand and get the hippogriff executed, of which I have become rather fond of. It truly is a beast worthy of adoration, and to imagine that it would deliberately harm anyone until it has been insulted is wrong in my opinion. Hoping to hear from you soon and wishing good health to you again. Harry Potter, heir of House Potter. Heir of House Potter. Harry asked Neville, what does that mean? There is a lot that you need to know, Harry, said Neville. However, it will take time and we have classes tomorrow. Send the letter to Fudge tomorrow and I will bet all the galleons in my vault that the appeal will not take place at all. Next morning, Harry went up to the Ollery early in the morning. The Ollery was on the top floor of the castle and contained hundreds of owls. There was a wide variety of owls, including snow owls, eagle owls, tawny owls, screech owls, bald owls, barn owls and little scoop owls, which would fit in your palm. All the owls of the students were to be kept in the Ollery, and there were also many owls which belonged to the school. The school owls could be used by Sweet Any Owls and could use them to send letters home. Harry's owl was named Hedwig, a beautiful snowy owl which had beautiful eyes and loved being adored by her stupid two-legged pet who kept throwing himself into harm's way. She was perched on the highest shelf of the Ollery, hiding her head in her chest and sleeping. Hedwig, Harry called her. Hedwig, wake up. The owl opened an eye, saw her master and pretended to sleep. He had ignored her for a month and he deserved to be punished. Harry tried every way to wake up the owl, coax it to open its eyes, but everything was futile. Finally he said in frustration, if you are not feeling up to it, he Dwig, then I will get one of the school owls to take this letter. Having heard it, the snowy owl swooped down, swatting him on the back of the head and grinning to himself. Harry tied the letter to her feet and watched her take off. The response to his letter to Fudge never came. However, 2 days after Harry had written the letter, Professor McGonagall found the trio on the Gryffindor table during breakfast on a Sunday. Potter, Weasley, Granger, the headmaster want to see you all three in his office after breakfast. The password is, cockroach clusters. After she was gone, Ron asked, "What do you think Dumbledore want from us?" Harry shrugged. "We will know when we get there, won't we? There can be a lot of reasons for this. We can be in trouble, or maybe the Ministry found something about Sirius Black," said Hermione. After they had finished their lunch, they walked to the headmaster's office, which was situated on the second floor where Harry had been to previously. The headmaster's office, in Harry's opinion, was truly a wonderful place. It was a circular chamber which contained shelves which were sagging with heavy tomes which contained spells, arcane rituals, and many tiny instruments which no one except the headmaster could understand. There was a spindly-legged table near the window which overlooked the grounds, and the table was littered with a lot of whirring and puffing instruments. Near the table of the headmaster, which was huge, was a perch on which sat a bird with gold and orange plumes. It was the most beautiful bird in the world, and like everything magical, it was magical. The bird was named Fox the Phoenix, and it was truly a phoenix. During its time with Dumbledore, it had been through many a burning days, and its trill could soothe frayed nerves and relieve ache. The office could be reached through an ascending staircase which was hidden behind a wall guarded by a gargoyle. To gain entrance, one had to speak the password to the gargoyle. When they reached the place where his office was supposed to be, Harry spoke to the gargoyle in the corridor, "Cockroach clusters." The wall behind the gargoyle parted and they entered in it to climb the ascending staircase. When they reached the headmaster's office, the door was opened before they could knock. Harry beamed the Minister of Magic as an uncle would when he sees his favorite nephew. Harry awkwardly smiled. "How are you, Minister?" The minister shook his hand and dragged him into the office. "Harry, meet Amos Diggory, the head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." The man Fudge had called Amos Diggory was a man in his late 40s, wore glasses and had an expression as if he was not very happy with Harry, though Harry had no idea what he had done to offend this man. In his memory, they had never met before. "Harry," said Dumbledore, "the minister and Mr. Diggory are here to take your and your friend's statements about what happened in He Care of Magical Creatures class when Mr. Malfoy was attacked by a hippogriff named Buckbeak." "Young Harry," said the minister, "I was moved when I learned of the wrongdoing that was being committed, and I asked Amos to look into it. Tell us what had happened that day." Hagrid was teaching us about hippogriff. He taught us that we should bow to the beast before we approach it, and that not doing so is an insult and is offending it. Malfoy generally does not pay attention in class, and he tried to insult the hippogriff and the hippogriff just punished him. Malfoy wasn't even injured that much, but he is just faking it. Harry retold whatever he remembered of that day. His father in his complaint to the committee has said that his son received some very extensive injuries to his arm. And that he had to wear bandages for a month, said Amos. Was he faking it? You will find, Amos, that children often exaggerate things, especially situations like these where they can be benefited from it, said Dumbledore. Young Mr. Malfoy also used his alleged injuries to skip out of homework and milked it for what it was worth, including postponing a Quidditch match during which Hufflepuff beat Gryffindor, which I am sure young Cedric has told you about. The name flashed an image in Harry's mind. Cedric Diggory was a 6th-year student and was a popular student in the school. In the previous term, Harry's team had lost of Cedric's in Quidditch when he had fallen off his broom in the influence of Dementors. Cedric had offered to replay the match, but Oliver Wood had refused. Apparently, Cedric was Amos's son. I understand what you are saying, Albus. I think the statement of these three and a statement of Poppy Pomfrey would be sufficient to dismiss the complaint filed by Lucius Malfoy, said Amos. Minister, let's close this matter here. The hippogriff will be pardoned because we know Mr. Malfoy acted against the instructions given by the teacher. As much as we would hold the hippogriff liable, Mr. Malfoy is responsible for his injuries, for he provoked it into attacking him. I will see you again, young Harry, said Fudge, standing from his chair. Albus, I will be taking your leave now. There are a lot of requests to entertain and a lot of things to arrange for the coming year. Albus genially showed the minister to the flow as Amos went to the infirmary after having recorded Hermione and Ron's statement, which were the same as Harry had recounted. Well done, Harry, said the headmaster. That was a masterstroke, writing a letter to the minister hinting that you wanted the hippogriff to be spared. Fudge loves his position and likes to be seen supporting people who matter in our little society. If the boy who lived wants a hippogriff's life to be spared, he is not going to refuse. I don't like my fame, said Harry. If I had any other way, I would not have written to him. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling a little. Harry, having influence is not a bad thing. Only you must know when to use this influence and how to use it. Use it sparingly and it will be very useful to you. Albus Dumbledore was a very powerful wizard, and as such, his powers somewhat manifested into such gesture like the twinkling of his eyes. He knew it and he often used to it his own ends. One up on the ferret. When Harry went to Creature's class that morning, he found Malfoy lurking at the end of the class while Hagrid showed them Salamander. The fire-breathing lizards always liked to remain near the fire and lazed around. Not wanting to waste the moment to gloat, Harry said in Malfoy's drawl, "Guess who got his nose bloodied today? Crabbe." Crabbe was a hulking brute of a boy but had no brains. He could not decide what to respond before Malfoy sneered, "What do you mean, Potter?" Harry answered the sneer with one his own. "Papa Malfoy got his nose bloodied today. The hippogriff will live, Malfoy. It isn't going to die." "You are a liar, Potter," Draco almost shouted. "My father will." Ron interrupted him. "What he will do about it, Malfoy? He will hear and what? Fight with the Minister of Magic." Draco could only sneer as Hagrid called them to pay attention to the class. The match. Ravenclaw had flattened Hufflepuff in its match, which had taken place when the inter-house tournament resumed. This had kept Gryffindor in the running of the cup, though they needed to score big wins in the next two matches to have a decent shot at the cup. They had the best team in the Saint Seeker, who was also the best. He owned the best broom that was out there. A Firebolt, which was the newest sensation in the market, and not everyone could afford it. Rumors were that Ireland had ordered brooms for their entire national broom. Harry used to own Nimbus 2000 before the Hufflepuff match but had to change it. When Harry had fallen off his broom during the match, his broom had flown to the Whomping Willow, which was a tree which would beat anyone to death who came within its range. The tree had smashed his broom to bits. On Christmas, Harry had been sent the Firebolt as a gift. It was the best broom in the world, but Hermione had it confiscated by Professor McGonagall for inspection when they could not find who had sent it. That had deepened their quarrel with her. Things had worsened when Hermione's cat had eaten Ron's rat, and things remained that way until Hagrid told them that he had lost the case. Hermione had vigorously helped him prepare his defense despite taking so many classes at once that it was not physically possible for her. They had 2 classes at 9 a.m. and she had never missed any yet. They had tried to find how she managed it but had come up short. At times, they had found her passed out due to exhaustion and told her to ease her burden, but it never happened. Their relationship had mended, but things had not been well until Ron was attacked by Sirius Black. Since then, they had restored their friendship. "Potter, are you ready for the match?" asked Oliver Woods, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Yes, Oliver, and I know we have to defeat Ravenclaw by a big margin to remain the run for the cup," Harry answered him warily. Harry loved Quidditch, but Woods was a maniac when it came to that game. He had never won the inter-house tournament before, and this year, he was determined to win it at any cost because it was his last year in the school. "And have you done something about the Dementor problem?" asked Woods. "Yes," Harry answered him, remembering his last session where he had studied the Patronus charm, "but I don't think that they will come into the grounds now that Headmaster had forbidden them from entering the grounds." Oliver stood and shouted to his team in the common room, "Now everybody, get to bed early and rise up quickly. We have an important match tomorrow." With that, the Quidditch team stood and retired to bed early. Harry, however, kept dreaming of the match the next day and of things that could happen. The Dementors being one of those chances. Chapter 2. Office of the Minister of Magic. "How could you do such a thing, Minister?" Lucius Malfoy was thundering. you know that hippogriff is dangerous and almost killed my son. Why did you save it from execution? Lucius, Harry Potter had written me a letter asking to spare the hippogriff, and when Amos investigated the matter, it was found that your son was in the wrong in the first place, that he disregarded teachers' instructions. But, no Lucius, I have done a lot of favors to you. Do me a favor this time and let this matter rest. Lucius knew it was futile to press the matter further. Cornelius Fudge was useful to him in a lot of ways, so there was nothing to be gained by making him angry. A hippogriff wasn't worth souring. His relations with the Minister of Magic. The match. Welcome to the match of Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor, Lee was announcing. It promises to be a highly charged match between two extremely competent teams who are smelling blood in this match. As Lee continued his commentary, Wood was giving pep talk to his team in the locker. This is a very important match for me, for all of us. We win today and we remain in fight. Slytherin has flattened Hufflepuff even though barely, and we remain in the run for the House Cup. Remember that we have to take as big lead as possible. One defeat and we are out. It is on all of you, especially you, Harry. Harry was getting ready for the match. He slipped his wand inside the t-shirt that he was going to wear under his robes just in case the Dementors again came during the match. As he listened to Wood's rant, he got dressed for the match. He knew the match was important and he was determined to win today. Before Oliver could continue, Fred interrupted. Oliver, we know what we have to do. We have heard this prep talk so many times that we can recite it in sleep. Stop fretting. All of us are going to do our best. All right, let's mount and fly out. Place. As you have been doing in practice, and we will do fine, said Oliver with as much enthusiasm as he could manage. Welcome the Lions who are flying behind their captain. I give you Oliver Wood, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell and Harry Potter. The team looks fairly balanced and they are hungry for a win. Their last match was disturbed due to Dementors. We are sure we would have seen an interesting match. Let's hope nothing like that happens again. As he introduced the Lions, he continued, welcome the Eagles who are following their captain. I give you Roger Davies, Randolph Burrow, Jeremy Stretton, Jason Samuels, Duncan Ingleby, Grant Page and Cho Chong. As Madam Hooch arrived, the teams descended to start the match. Roger Davies and Oliver Wood shook hands as Madam Hooch was saying, I want a fair match from both the teams. Anyone who deliberately breaks the rules will be out of the match before they can descend to the ground. Is that clear? And they are off. Lee said excitedly. Madam Hooch tosses the quaffle and it has been grabbed by Davies of Ravenclaw, who is flying straight towards the other end of the pitch, dodging the Gryffindor players, and ouch. That's got to hurt. Davies got hit by a bludger from his own player and drops the quaffle. Angelina had grabbed the quaffle as Davies dropped and started flying towards the other end with Katie and Alicia on either side of her in the arrowhead formation. Angelina flies straight towards the other end and the beaters are keeping everyone out of the way of the chasers by sending the bludgers towards the Ravenclaw chasers. Angelina throws the quaffle towards the goal post and it is going up and amazing. The quaffle has started to come down and it passes through the left hoop. It's 10-0 for Gryffindor. Half of the stadium erupted in cheers. Madam Hooch tosses the quaffle again and they are off. Katie lunges for the quaffle and barely escapes from colliding with Burrow. Katie drops the quaffle, which is picked up Stretton, who is flying towards the other end, and ouch. That bludger nearly threw him off, but he has not dropped the quaffle and is still flying and throws the ball through the left hoop, which is undefended. Oliver Wood arrives out of nowhere to save the goal. The match continued and Harry kept watching for the golden snitch. He also had to dive to save himself from bludgers which would come after him and shake off Cho Chong, who it looked like had taken to follow him instead of the snitch. His firebolt and her clean sweep were of no match, but at the moment he was not pushing it. He was looking for snitch and kept an eye on the score as it kept moving. Burrow is flying straight towards the other end, being tailed by his fellow chaser Stretton. Katie Bell is flying towards Burrow, who has performed a reverse pass to Stretton, and the quaffle is seized by Angelia, who has performed the perfect checking pass and snatched the quaff. Leand have thrown it to Alicia on the other end of the pitch and the red ball is heading for right hoop straight in hands of amazing. That's a knuckle ball and it is spiraling towards the center hoop and it's a goal. 20-0 for Gryffindor. As the stadium erupted in cheers again, the quaffle was retrieved and tossed and caught by Davies, who performed a quick reverse pass and threw it to Stretton. Stretton is flying towards Wood and a bludger comes out of nowhere pelted at him by Fred Weasley. Stretton is twirling and the bludger passes him and smacks the other Weasley twin who was caught in the wrong place. He throws a fast shot at the right hoop and wove. That's 20-10 for Ravenclaw. The supporters of the Lions groaned while the other half cheered. Alicia has picked the ball up. ND Gryffindor is performing the power play, having blocked the Claws from getting near Alicia, who is performing perfect Dionysus dive, and that's 30-10 for Gryffindor. The Ravenclaw chasers have the quaffle and they are flying to the other end dodging bludgers, and Weasley's performing the Wollongong shimmy and passing the quaffle among themselves. Davies to Burrow to Stretton to Davies to St. Redden to Burrow. Oliver Wood moves out to tackle the Ravenclaw chasers and makes Davies drop the ball. That's perfect Transylvanian tackle, and Angelina has the quaffle, who is flying towards the other end, flaked on either side by her, the twins. The Weasley twins have just swatted 2 bludgers away from the Gryffindor chaser and she has dropped the quaffle. It is the perfect Porskoff ploy and the quaffle is picked by Katie, who performs the Finborough flick. I don't think Paige can. Holy Merlin. Paige is performing the perfect double 8 loop and it's a save. The play kept going that way for some time and the scoreboard kept moving. It was 90-40 when Harry spotted the snitch and took off towards it. Harry Potter has seen the snitch and is flying after it. Cho has seen him and is flying towards him at her full speed, and I don't think Merlin's baggy fronts. Jordan, snapped Professor McGonagall. Jordan was gaping speechlessly at what was happening on the field. Cho was flying towards Harry at full speed, but suddenly she yelped and turned tail. Harry was curious for a second about why she turned away when he suddenly noticed what had caused the reaction. A Dementor was flying straight towards him. Remembering his lessons, he pulled out his wand out of his robes and cast the Patronus charm, Expecto Patronum. Surprisingly, Harry didn't feel the effects which he had come to relate to a Dementor. The temperature didn't drop, his head was surprisingly clear, and he decided to plow ahead. He kept flying towards the snitch and didn't even wait to see what had happened to the Dementor. Performing a perfect no-hands move, he grabbed the snitch out of air and the stadium erupted in cheers. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins the match. It's 240-40 for Gryffindor, and they remain in the run for the Quidditch Cup. Lee was announcing, doing a little jig of his own on the announcer's podium. That was quite some Patronus, said Professor Lupin in his ear, and Ari looked up to see the professor smiling. Professor, I didn't feel the usual effects that Dementors have on me, he told his defense professor. Remus actually grinned, because that is not a Dementor. What do you mean? Harry asked him. Come and see, said Lupin, leading him towards a side. Ron and Hermione joined them by then. Harry, it was amazing. They followed him to where a crowd had gathered. In the middle of the crowd stood McGonagall, scowling at Malfoy, Flint and Crabbe. They were entangled in what appeared to be robes a size too big to contain all 3 of them. Crabbe sat on a broom and Flint of his shoulder, with Malfoy being on the top, and his head was stuck in the robe. Professor McGonagall was shaking with anger, her nostrils were flared, and she was saying furiously, never in all my years at this school any student have ever done something like this. You were lucky that you received no injuries at all. Professor Dumbledore will hear about this and you will be punished. Here he comes. They raised their heads to see Professor Dumbledore coming towards them, who looked very grim, and there was anger in his eyes, for such an act jeopardizing the life of a fellow student. You should be expelled from the school, but considering that you are children, I take 100 points off Slytherin and a week's worth of detention to all of you with Rubius Hagrid. Harry went off, with his friends laughing his head off at what had transpired. They had won and Malfoy got detention for trying to prank Harry. The day could not get better than that. I found a rat. A couple of days after the match, when it was another Hogsmeade weekend, when Harry was found by the twins on the stairs to the astronomy tower. Harrikins, as you know, today is the Hogsmeade weekend. We thought we might give you another gift. What is it? He asked apprehensively. They produced the Marauders map and presented it to him. Giving such a beauty to a teacher is not the right thing, Harrikins. This Audie deserves to be in the hands of purveyors of mischief such as us. We knew what had happened and that Professor Lupin had taken it from you. Well, We couldn't stand the thought that you would not get to go to Hogsmeade while everyone did. So, we pranked him and whisked it from his desk drawer. Use it well and never let him or anyone else know that you have it." He nodded. "I will keep it safe, but I am not going to use it again. He was right, you know. My parents gave their lives to save me, and I am wrong to keep risking my life for things like candies or going to Hogsmeade." "Fred, or was it George?" asked Harry. "Don't you think that the defense teacher knows awful lot about your father? I mean, most of the teachers taught your parents and even our parents, but they don't know such details as he does." Harry nodded. "I have been thinking the same thing. I mean, in all 3 years what I knew about my father was that he had saved Snape's life once, but that was it. I knew nothing else about them, but Professor Lupin told me that he knew my parents in school." "Your father saved the Dungeon Bat's life?" Fred asked curiously. "Dungeon Bat?" Harry asked. "It is what we have named our dear Professor Snape," the twins said as a way of clarification. "Now answer the question." "Dumbledore told me that once my father saved Snape's life, and Snape can't stand to remain in debt to him for it." "Interesting. If making your life unpleasant, humiliating you is his way of paying a debt, then I don't want him to hold a grudge against me. Anyway, Harry, take care and don't let the map fall into someone else's hands now," said they, and departed to plan their next mischief. Harry opened the map absent-mindedly and started peering over it, noticing everyone's position on it. There was Madame Pants in the library. Filch as usual was prowling the corridors. There was Professor Lupin in his office. There was Hagrid on the grounds with Peter Pettigrew. He suddenly did a double take and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was reading correctly. The map still said Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly the cogs in his mind started whirring. Wasn't Peter Pettigrew supposed to have died at the hands of Sirius Black? Sirius Black had been charged of his murder all those years ago. Was the map malfunctioning? Could it be that it was wrong? He suddenly also noticed Remus Lupin in his office and remembered something. Before today, he had never seen Remus Lupin on the map. This was the first time that he could see the defense professor on it. There was something afoot and he needed to find what it was. He had to see someone about it. He started revisiting his options about who he could trust in this situation. Dumbledore. He noticed that the headmaster was not in his office where he was supposed to be. McGonagall. She was in her office, but she would hardly believe him, and what would he tell her about the map? How would he explain about it? And it would get the twins in trouble who had GIV. And it out of the goodness of their hearts. Snape. No chance that he would trust the Dungeon Bat with anything like this. Snape would find ways to torment him. He realized his only chance was Professor Lupin. Shoving the map in his pocket, he ran all the way to Lupin's office and pushed the door open violently. Lupin jumped up in his chair. "Harry. What happened? Are you all right, Professor?" "There is something that you need to know," he said without preamble and spread the map on his table. "Professor, I was looking at this map and I saw someone on it who was supposed to be dead," he exclaimed. Lupin momentarily forward-catted the map and asked him, "Who are you talking about?" Harry showed him. "Professor, wasn't Peter Pettigrew killed at the hands of Sirius Black? How is he being shown on the map? Is the map not working?" Remus looked at where Harry was pointing and there was pin-drop silence for a moment. The professor suddenly looked mutinous, angry, and Harry was scared. Lupin was paying him no mind and was growling to himself, of course. That is what he would do. "Professor." Remus's mind was elsewhere as he picked up the flow powder and threw a pinch in the fireplace. "Minerva, a word please." Minerva McGonagall arrived in his office within seconds. "What happened, Professor Lupin?" "Minerva, I need your help in apprehending someone who is supposed to be dead," he said in all seriousness. "Who?" she asked. "Peter Pettigrew," he growled. "No," she shouted, "it can't be possible. He is supposed to be dead. Trust me, Minerva, he is not dead. Follow me and help me apprehend him," said Remus. "This is the only chance that we would know the truth." She had her wand out in a minute. "Tell me what I am to do." "Professor, what is happening? What has freaked you both? Is something serious?" Harry asked, visibly confused with the state of his teachers. "Potter, go to your common room and don't come out until I send for you," said McGonagall. "But," he tried to protest. "Do as she says." Remus growled at him. At that moment, Remus looked like a primal being and his brown kind eyes were spattered with flecks of amber, looking like abyss and devoid of any feelings. For the first time, Harry was scared of him and ran to his common room. He knew there was no room for his objections. In the meanwhile, Remus and Minerva had descended to the ground floor and were walking towards Hagrid's hut where Hagrid was working in the patch. When she saw Remus consulting a piece of parchment, she asked him, "What are you looking at?" "A device of my own invention. This is telling me the exact location of Peter at this moment," said Remus. "How do you think he can hide in plain sight?" Minerva asked him. "He is an animagus," Remus said plainly. "What?" Minerva McGonagall shouted. "Please tell me you are joking." "I am not," he said gravely. "He is an animagus and takes the form of a rat." "But he was a talentless, hopeless boy. How he could accomplish it?" she asked him. "It is a very long tale, Minerva," he said, "but suffice to say that he had talented friends like James and Sirius to help him." Before she could ask him more, he said, "We have arrived." She realized that they had arrived at Hagrid's hut. Hagrid saw them coming and was about to stand and come towards them, but Minerva motioned for him to stay back. Remus was asking her, why? "Oh, you please seal the behind door of Hagrid's hut and put an imperturbable charm on it." She did as he requested and he turned to her. "Now we are going to try to trap him. We should have brought some CATs because they would have been able to catch him easily." Remus could swear that he saw her smirking. "Well, that can be arranged. Tell me what needs to be done." They entered Hagrid's hut and closed the door behind them, sealing it. Minerva changed into a cat and Remus said to no one in particular, "Come out, Peter. This has gone on long. Your secret is out. Come on out." A jug of milk kept on a shish. Elf crashed to the floor and a rat fell out of it, making it straight towards the doors. He could see that Moony won't be able to get a clear shot on him before he would make his escape. He ran toward the door as fast as his tiny legs could carry. There, the door was in sight. Just a couple meters and he will be away. Meowww. The sound of a cat meowing sent him into shudders and before he could decide his next course of action, McGonagall's jaws were firmly clasped around his neck. He tried to squirm and escape any way he could, but that was not to be. She kept suffocating him until he passed out and then spit him out. Remus stunned the rat and calmly picking him up, stuffed him in the pocket of his robes. Now we will know what had happened. She had changed in her human form. We shall do it before the headmaster and the Minister of Magic. Let's go to his office and flow them. On a second thought, let's invite Amelia Bones too. He nodded. Let's go. A story unfolds. In Dumbledore's office, Remus had the rat bound in Jinx's while Minerva placed flow calls. The first was to Dumbledore, Hogshead Inn, Hogsmeade. The head of the barman appeared in the flames. "What do you want, Minerva?" "As the headmaster there, tell him to come to his office right now. There is an emergency about Harry Potter." Before he could ask more, she had ended the flow call. Barely a minute had said before the flow roared and Albus Dumbledore stepped out of emerald flames. "What has happened, Minerva?" "Take a seat, Albus. There are a few more people who should know about it." As he took a seat, she flow called again. "Madam Bones, office, Ministry of Magic." A few seconds later, Madam Bones was on the other side. "What has happened, Professor McGonagall?" "Madam Bones, an emergency has occurred and I think it involves your department and the escape of Sirius Black. Can you come over?" "I am coming, be there right away," she said and Minerva ended the connection. Then she turned to Albus Dumbledore. "Please send someone to call for Harry Potter here. It is important that he is here for this." Dumbledore turned to a portrait. "Please visit your portrait in the Gryffindor Common Room. And ask head boy Percy Weasley to send Mr. Potter to my office right now." When he was done, she addressed him again. "Now make a call to the minister and tell him that it is a matter of extreme importance and he should arrive as soon as he can. I assure you that this is worth it." As they were talking, Madam Bones stepped out of the flow with 3 witches and wizards behind her. Minerva turned to them. "Please take a seat and be comfortable. It'll take some time." As Albus was talking to the minister on the flow network, Harry arrived in the office and was intimidated with all the people who were present. The minister who had arrived by then greeted him jovially and they waited for Minerva to speak. She started speaking. Professor Lupin came to me with some startling discovery about Sirius Black and I will let him explain. Quote, with that they turned their attention to Professor Lupin, who looked uneasy but began speaking. That night when Sirius Black was arrested, he was said to have murdered Peter Pettigrew and 13 muggles. What we found of Peter Pettigrew was only a finger which we boxed up and sent to his mother with an order of Merlin. What nobody knows is that Peter Pettigrew is an animagus, an unregistered one. He could transform into a rat. That night, he transformed into a rat and escaped from the scene. How? I don't know. Recently, I was trying to make a device to act Sirius Black and when I tried to test it, it showed me Peter Pettigrew. He raised the rat which he had in his hand and Harry gasped, Scabbers. Professor, that is Ron's rat. Remus shook his head, no Harry. He is not a rat. He is an animagus. But how? That is not possible. That is just a garden rat, he tried to say. Yes, Harry, a garden rat who has lived for 12 years, pretty long life for an ordinary garden rat. Don't you think? Remus asked him, effectively shutting him up. Cornelius asked for the first time, how can we be sure of that? There is a little spell which can force him out of his animagus form, Cornelius. If he is not an animagus then the spell will not harm him at all, said Dumbledore and turned to Madame Bones. With your permission, Madame Bones. She nodded and Albus turned to Minerva. Minerva, would you do the honors? Minerva waved her wand in a complex motion and incanted inaudibly. The spell zapped Scabbers, who was in Lupin's hand, and Scabbers started to change. It was dizzying with the speed that he changed into a human, like a plant growing at a fast speed. When it stopped, the person who stood in place of Scabbers was a short man, who was bald and watery eyes and his nose was twitching like a rat. Everyone looked on in shock at the man while Harry had no idea what had happened. Professor, who is this man? Why are you all so shocked? He asked. Professor Lupin was standing nearest to him, over the unconscious body of the man who was Scabbers. Harry, this is Peter Pettigrew. He was supposed to have been killed by Sirius Black, as you may know. What is shocking is that he remained alive all this time and no one knew about it, said Remus. No one knows why he remained in hiding. Amelia had already bound the man and was talking to the minister. Minister, we need to act fast. I need to know why he remained in hiding if he had nothing to hide. Do I have your permission to investigate him under Veritaserum? Fudge realized she was talking to her and said absent-mindedly, this will brew a storm of trouble in our world. Cornelius, this will mean no trouble for you. You were not the minister then, assured Dumbledore. If anything, you will become the hero if you did the right thing now. Let Madame Bones investigate him under Veritaserum now and we will know the truth. You will be praised as the minister who did justice. Amelia could see that Dumbledore was playing to Fudge's weakness. For a politician, votes matter. If he acted right, he would become more popular. If he didn't, then he would be scorned upon by everyone. Amelia, please proceed, he said after a few minutes. Amelia turned to Dumbledore. Professor, can I impose on you to ask your resident potion master to fetch me some Veritaserum? Veritaserum or true potion was a potion which would force the drinker to tell the truth. There was nothing that could stop its effects and there has been no known antidote which would make one resistant to it. It was extremely complex to brew. Its use was heavily regulated by the ministry because overusage of it could result in poisoning. Veritaserum was very rarely allowed to be used for exactly these reasons. Dumbledore walked to the fireplace, threw in a pinch of flow powder and said, Severus Snape. A minute later, Severus's head was visible sitting in the fire. What do you want, headmaster? Severus, please fetch me the strongest Veritaserum in your stores, he said and ended the connection. A minute later, Severus stepped out of the fireplace, saw Peter and exclaimed, Peter Pettigrew. But he is supposed to be dead. Amelia, who was waiting for the potion, said tersely, apparently he is not dead. Now the Veritaserum. As he handed the potion to her, she turned to one of the men who had accompanied her. Gawain. Put magic restraining shackles on him. The man called Gawain was a senior Auror at the ministry and a very competent wizard. As Amelia ordered, he pulled out a pair of handcuffs and slapped them on Peter's wrists. These bracelets were called magic restraining shackles and would stop a person from using magic while he was wearing it. The Ministry of Magic regularly placed such shackles on people arrested for crimes. After she had secured the prisoner, she poured 3 drops of it in his mouth and pointed her wand at him. Enervate. Peter came to conscious a minute later and was scared seeing everyone before him. "What is your name?" asked Amelia. "Peter Pettigrew. You were supposed to be dead. How did you escape alive?" she asked. That night, Sirius had been tracking me and cornered me on a busy street full of muggles. As he confronted me, I started shouting that he had betrayed Lily and James and sold them to the Dark Lord. I kept my wand behind myself and cast a bombarda. The explosion killed those muggles while I severed a finger of mine and escaped in the sewers. Remus looked like he was ready to kill someone. McGonagall looked like she was about to whip her wand out and start hexing Peter Pettigrew. Snape looked nonchalant. Harry was transfixed on the questions which were being asked. "Who betrayed the Potters?" asked Dumbledore. "I did," he replied. "You were not their secret keeper. How could you betray them?" Dumbledore asked. "Sirius and James had decided that they will fool everyone at once. They told everyone that Sirius was the secret keeper, but in reality I was the secret keeper." "Are you a Death Eater?" Madame Bones asked him. His will was already under the influence of the potion and there was no way that he could resist her questions. "Yes, I am a Death Eater," he replied. Professor Lupin was growling in his throat and even Severus Snape looked murderous. Harry had seen Snape at his worst, but this was worse than that. He looked like a beast ready to charge a prey and tear it to shreds. "When did you join him?" "It was after leaving Hogwarts. We were losing the war and the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters were winning. I was worried for myself and sought him out. He offered me a place among his inner circle and branded me with the Dark Mark. I told him that I was the member of the Order of Nix and I gave him its secrets, including the secret of the cottage where James and Lily were hiding. We trusted you. We treated you as equal. We loved you like a brother. James trusted you more than a brother. How could you betray him?" asked Professor Lupin, who looked feral now, and Harry looked scared of the man. "Calm down, Mr. Lupin," said Amelia. "I have a lot of questions to ask of him." Quote, "What secrets you told you know who about the Order of the Phoenix?" "I used to supply him information about the Order activities, its members, their hiding places, how they defended themselves. Using the information supplied by me, the Dark Lord killed many members of the Order of Phoenix." "Like who?" Amelia asked. "The Potters, the McKinnons, Edgar Bones and his family, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick, the Pruitt twins and many more," he replied. To Harry, it certainly looked like everyone in the room except the minister wanted to kill Peter Pettigrew. "Is Sirius Black innocent? Was he a Death Eater?" asked Amelia. "No, Sirius was never a Death Eater. They had tried to fool everyone and made me the secret keeper. I was a talentless thing and no one would have suspected that I can be the secret keeper to them. Even then, Sirius had hid me at a place where no one could find me. I called the Dark Lord to that place through the mark and he rescued me from there. I gave him their address and followed him later." "What happened that Halloween?" Amelia asked him. No one in living memory knew what had happened at that night. Of the entire incident there was only one witness, a 13-year-old wizard named Harry Potter who was a toddler then. Like others, Amelia also wanted to know exactly what had happened at that Halloween. Now was a chance to understand the events of that night. "I followed the Dark Lord at a distance as he apparated to Godric's Hollow. I saw him entering the cottage but I could not dare to enter. I heard him casting the killing curse at James before he taunted him for lack of a wand. I could not go inside because I could not see my friend's dead body. I saw the green lights through the windows of the upper levels of the house once and I think it was time when he killed Lily. I could hear her pleading to him to spare Harry and kill her. Soon, I heard an explosion and the roof was blasted apart. Fearing for the Dark Lord, I rushed in the house on the upper floors where I found no one but Harry Potter who was in his crib, crying near the dead body of his mother, a scar on his head. There was no sign of the Dark Lord in that room. I only found his wand in the room and I picked it up for safekeeping," he said in the same monotone, and everyone was spellbound hearing whatever he had to say. "Where is this wand?" Amelia asked him. "It is hidden under an apple tree in the orchard of the Weasley family," he explained. "What the Weasleys have to do with it?" she asked. "After I escaped from Sirius, I kept roaming here and there until I reached Otter Street. Catchpole, where I knew the Weasleys lived. Molly Weasley was the brother of the Pruitt twins and I knew her through them. I knew they had 6 children Hogwarts. I latched myself to them to keep an eye on the wizarding world and to find out what happened to my master. I also knew that Harry Potter will one day come to study at Hogwarts and I will be in perfect position to deliver him to the Dark Lord. If he had survived that explosion, but apparently the Dark Lord was perished in it. What you can tell us about the Death Eaters? She asked. There were many of them. We used to pillage, rape and murder in his service. He had created an army of inferi which he had hidden somewhere to be used later on his conquest upon the ministry. None of us really knew who were his followers except for a select few who belonged to his inner circle. Who were the members of the inner circle? No one except the Dark Lord knew. He kept our identities secret from each of us and he will keep information distributed between the members of his inner circle just to have them at each other's throats and vying for his approval and favor. A few of them who were known to be the part of his inner circle were Bellatrix Lestrange, Rudolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, Mulciber, Walden McNair, Jugson, Antonin Dolohov, Corbin Yaxley among others. In the time that I was part of his forces, I knew only them. It had been 2 hours since the interrogation had begun and when it ended, there were a lot more questions than answers. What do you think we should do, Dumbledore? Cornelius asked of Albus. Minister, if you ask my opinion, then the first thing that you should do is to send the Dementors back to Azkaban. Since we have just heard that Sirius Black is innocent, we don't need to keep them around the school. Then launch a search party for Sirius Black and when is found, give him a retrial. Exonerate him, apologize to him on behalf of the ministry and the previous minister. You will end up as the hero in this situation. Quote, Cornelius could visualize himself standing beside Sirius Black, grinning and posing for a photo. That would bring him some much-needed publicity. Yes, he would do as exactly Albus asked of him. Amelia, do as Dumbledore just said. I will see you later at the ministry, he said to Amelia Bones before taking leave of Harry and leaving. Amelia, who was left behind, was saying to Dumbledore, if I can smother him up the way you just did, it will solve half of the ministry's problems. Dumbledore could only grin in response. Not everyone knew how to appeal to people's egos or to manipulate them the way he could. One of the many gifts of being a century-old man who had seen too much, perhaps. When she finally left after having called for orders from the ministry to help her transport the prisoner, Albus turned to Harry. I suppose you have questions for us, Harry. Harry had a lot of questions and he didn't know where to start asking them. Yes, Professor, but most of my questions are to Professor Lupin, he said. Dumbledore nodded. Very well then. You both are free to go and Professor Lupin will explain everything to you in the best possible way. Before Lupin left, however, he said to Dumbledore, Headmaster, there is something that you must know. Sirius Black is an animagus and he becomes a big black dog. Big black dog? Harry asked him. Yes, why? Because I have seen such a dog thrice now and every time I had some close calls. I thought that it was the Grim. Remus actually chuckled. That sounds like Sirius all right. Dumbledore was saying, I will alert Madame Bones and she will want to ask more questions of you later, Remus. With that, Harry and Professor Lupin left the office of the headmaster to return to Remus's office. Here he spread the map on the table and said to him, before you ask any questions, let me tell you that I know the Weasley twins had nicked it from my office. They thought they were being very clever trying to prank me. Now ask your questions. He turned to Remus. How did you know that Peter Pettigrew was an animagus? Remus said uneasily, Harry, Peter was one of my best friends. When he arrived at the school, we i.e. James, Sirius, and I took him under our wing and helped him every way he could. He is a coward who always sought the protection of the strongest player in the field. He kept atching to us and leached off our talents. James and Sirius were animagi and they helped him become one. Harry shouted, What? My father was your best friend? Yes, Harry, James was my best friend. Harry started shouting, Then where were you all these years? Why you didn't come to take me away from the Dursleys while I was there and suffered at their hands? All these years I kept praying that someone one day would come and take me away from them, but no one did. Even now, You didn't let me know that you knew my father and would not have told me if we hadn't caught Peter today. Why? Answer me, Harry. There is something that I can't tell you right now. But I have some problems due to which I cannot be trusted to take care of anyone, especially a child. Your father and Sirius were very key. ND that they offered me their friendship, but the society despises people like me. I never have had a stable job due to this ailment that I have, and I had no means to raise you. Even this year, I was supposed to join so that I could catch Sirius Black, who I thought was going to come after you. We never knew of Peter's duplicity. You will understand my concern when you will know more. Now ask your next question. Was my father also an animagus? Yes, Harry, he was also an animagus. What did he become? Harry asked eagerly. Your Patronus form. Did you not see it when you conjured it during the match? He shook his head. I was paying attention to the snitch. Then conjure it now. Remus appreciated him. Harry whipped out his wand and firmly intoned, Expecto Patronum. A majestic creature burst forth out of his wand. It was about 6 feet in height, antlers which were about 10 pointers, and it shone with such brightness that it was hard to keep looking at it for long. Remus whispered, Prongs, and his throat constricted with emotion. As Harry watched, the defense professor wiped his eyes with his handkerchief. Harry was concerned for the man. Professor, what happened? Why are you crying? And who is Prongs? I never thought that I would see this Patronus again. Your father had the same Patronus and he named it after his animagus form. Whenever you will cast this Patronus, you, father, will walk in its form, protecting you in the face of danger, said Remus with eyes moist. Do you mean Prongs as in the map? Harry asked him. Yes, you father, Sirius, I and Peter made this map in our 6th year. It was confiscated from us in 7th year by Filch, who could not understand what it was but knew it was dangerous, Remus explained, when Snape asked you that day if the found ers of the map would have lured you out of the castle, then yes, we would have found it amusing, Remus explained. What was my father like? Harry asked him. James was a very kind man, Harry. He was a brilliant man and had a knack for transfiguration. He loved people around him, would have died for those he loved, and he never suspected anyone. In fact, when we had heard that there were spies in our midst, then he refused to believe that anyone among us will betray the rest of us. One more question, Professor. Why I was not able to see Peter Pettigrew on the map before? In fact, I could not see you either. Harry asked the defense professor. Remus smiled. When we were making the map, we put in a fail-safe in it so that we could not be seen on the map. If any of us had the map and wanted to find the others, we just had to perform a spell and it would reveal our locations. When I got the map back, I had performed the spell to try and find Sirius Black. It was still active when those twins nicked it off my office by setting a firecracker in a nearby classroom. They are pretty pedestrian in comparison to us. Harry stood up. Professor, I will take your leave now. I have to go see my friends. They would have returned from Hogsmeade by now, and I want to tell them everything before they hear it from others. When Ron and the village that day, Harry was waiting in the common room. Hermione, Ron, I have loads to tell you both about, he said excitedly. What do you mean, mate? Ron asked him. Not here. Let's find an empty classroom and we will talk there, he said. They found an empty classroom on the 6th floor, and after having been seated comfortably, he started, Ron, Scabbers is alive. What do you mean, Harry? Crookshanks ate him, Ron said. No, Ron, he didn't. Scabbers was not an ordinary rat, but he was an animagus, Harry explained. Harry, Hermione said, that is not possible. I have seen the animagus register. There have been only 5 animagi in the last century. Hermione, I appreciate that you put in so much effort in your work, but he is an illegal animagus who was never registered, Harry explained. It was a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, Ron exclaimed. But Harry, he was killed by Sirius Black. No, Ron, he had cast the curse that killed the Muggles and he escaped in the sewer, severing one of his fingers. Professor, Lupin caught him with the help of the map today, and McGonagall forced him to change his form before the headmaster and the minister and some witch from the ministry. So, did you find anything else? Hermione asked him. There is a lot that I have found out, Hermione, but you will have to wait for it, Harry said. I suppose that the morning paper should be interesting. Chapter 3. The next morn. Ing Daily Prophet was indeed interesting, as Harry had claimed. There on the front page was the most sensational story of the decade. Sirius Black innocent, in what can be assumed to be biggest breaking news in this decade. The alleged mass murderer Sirius Black was found to be innocent. Yes, dear reader, we were as shocked as you are with this news. It has come to light that Sirius Black was innocent of his perceived crimes for which he was unceremoniously sent to Azkaban. What's more is that it has also come to light that Sirius Black was never given a trial by the Ministry back when he was incarcerated. He had been straight away shipped to Azkaban on the orders of the then chief of the DMLE, Bartimus Crouch Sr., who was known to have tough stance against Death Eaters. According to the statement released by the Ministry of Magic last evening, Madam Bones, the chief of DMLE, and Minister Cornelius Fudge were called to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry by the Deputy Headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. She was approached by the defense professor, Remus Lupin, who told her that Peter Pettigrew, the wizard thought to have been killed by Sirius Black about 12 years ago, is alive. Professor McGonagall and Madam Bones apprehended the fugitive on the grounds of the school and informed the DMLE and the minister. She also found out that Peter Pettigrew is an illegal animagus and takes the form of a rat. He has been in hiding masquerading as a student's pet for all those years, and it is believed that he intended to cause harm to Harry Potter, who was also known as the boy who lived. Madam Bones, when contacted, told that Peter made statements during the investigation under Veritaserum which followed and made some very startling revelations, which include that he was a Death Eater and had been branded shortly after he graduated from Hogwarts. It also came to light that he was behind getting many of the honorable witches and wizards being killed, which include the likes of the Potters, Edgar Bones and his family, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick, the Pruitt twins, and so on. It also came to light that, opposed to what has been believed yet, Sirius Black was no the secret keeper to the Potters, but Peter Pettigrew was, and he gave the secret to you-know-who. The ministry has declared Sirius Black innocent and invites him to present himself to Madam Bones so that formalities can be completed and his acquittal be made formal. There was another news in the lower half of the newspaper which attracted Harry's attention. It read, Sirius Black, a pureblood Lord thrown in Azkaban without due process. It has come to light that Sirius Black was thrown in Azkaban without the courtesy of a trial at the end of the war, which is a violation of his rights as a wizard first and a lord later. Being the last male heir of Black remaining descending from the main family line, he was supposed to become the lord of the ancient and most noble house of Black. This act of throwing him to Azkaban, violating his rights and without any trial, is a grave miscarriage of justice which would hound the ministry in the long run. The ancient and most noble house of Black has been known to carry grudges for perceived insults to their honor and dignity, and some backlash from the same can be expected. The ministry, it is hoped, will recompense him for violating his rights, and some even go to the extent to opine that Sirius Black, when exonerated, will take his seat on the Wizengamot. Whatever may happen, we can expect some tumultuous days ahead in the political arena. Ari sighed as he finished reading the news. They can't end things without a bit of controversy, can they? Hermione, who was sitting beside him, said, It is shocking to know that someone was thrown in Azkaban without a trial. How did he even survive there? Did the Dementors not affect him? Harry said, You heard the minister that day in the Three Broomsticks, Hermione. He told Flitwick, McGonagall, and Rosemerta that Sirius Black seemed to be same as ever. Harry, will you meet him once he is free? Hermione asked him. Why? Harry asked her, apprehensively. Harry, he is your godfather, she reminded him. I don't even know what that means, he told her. I have not known anyone as family except the Dursleys, and they make it pretty clear that I am not family for them. Harry, I don't know about the Muggle world, but here, godfather is a position of honor, said Neville, who was sitting beside him. What do you mean, Neville? Asked Hermione. Godfather in this world means that the one who is appointed so has a duty cast upon him. It is his duty to take care of the child for whom he is named godfather, and he cannot shrink away from those duties. It is only offered to those who are very close to the family and who can be relied upon if something were to happen to the parents. And if a godfather does not have children of his own, then his godchildren stand to inherit from him, Neville explained. How do you know so much about it? Hermione asked him. I may not look like it, but I am a pureblood heir, Hermione, Neville said smiling. The Longbottom family is ancient as the Potter, the Greengrass. The Blacks, the Potters. Harry asked him, what do you know about my family? Neville asked him incredulously, you don't know. You know nothing about your family. I mean, I know you live with you Muggle relatives, but I thought they would have told you. The Muggles know nothing about my family, Neville, said Harry. They hate magic and everything related with it. I am sorry, Harry, he said. I didn't knew it was so bad. Is that why you don't have your heir ring? Heir ring? Harry asked. What is that? Harry, mate, every child who is supposed to inherit it from the head of the family gets a ring to wear. That child who becomes the head of the house later is called the heir, Ron explained. How do you know about it? Hermione asked him. Hermione, I am a pureblood. I may not show it, but we were made to learn these things because some of my great-aunt and uncle insist on all the traditions that are followed in the pureblood families, Ron explained to her. My father may not hold a seat on the Wizengamot, but he is still the head of house and Bill is the heir. He wears the heir ring which bears the Weasley coat of arms. How do you get this heir ring? Harry asked. Generally the head of the house gives the heir ring to the heir when they come to 11 years of age. Since there is no head of house of your family, you will have to go to Gringotts and ask them to give it to you. I had thought that you knew about it and chose not to wear it. Said anything Ron, Harry explained to him tersely. Mate, you need to ask someone who is your guardian about why you were not told these things, said Ron, and you should see the goblins in the summer and ask them to give your heir ring to you. I guess they will also tell you about your vaults. Vaults, as in more than one. But all I have is the vault that I use for my education, Harry said. Neville snorted. Your family is old, Harry, and with the amount of money that they had I would wager that you have more than one vault. The vault which you use to withdraw money from is a trust vault which is opened for the heirs and used by them to fund their education. It is supposed to be refilled every year. You mean all the time that I thought that I had only that much money as was in the vault is refilled every year? Harry asked him. Yes, Harry, explained Neville. That vault is refilled from the main vault, I guess. Your family was very secretive, but our families were friends in the past and I know they had many businesses which bring in money for your family regularly. Can you tell me more? Harry asked him. I don't know much, Harry, but I think my Gran would know. I will ask her, Neville assured him. Hogsmeade, the woman on the bar in Three Broomsticks had just opened the day when she saw the newspaper and it got her thinking. She had known James Potter and Sirius Black through their time at Hogwarts and knew they were thick as thieves. She never would have thought that Sirius Black would betray James Potter, but that was what she had been made to believe. In fact, she was ashamed of even harboring the thought. If she could meet Sirius right now, she would apologize to him in a moment. Suddenly she heard whimpering and saw the great black dog walking in the inn. This was a stray who had taken likeliness to Rosmerta in the last few months. She didn't know where it had come from, but she had only noticed it in the village on one fine morning months ago. Since then the dog had remained around the village and at times came in the inn. She had seen how emaciated the dog looked, and whenever it would come, she would give it some food to eat. In fact, the dog had started to love her and came around more often. She could swear at times that the dog perfectly understood her and what she was saying. Hello there, where you have been the last few days? She asked of the dog, knowing it would not reply back. It's been a few days that you have been in. I thought you had left the area. The dog obviously did not speak but waited for the kind woman on the bar to feed her. She put a plate of food in front of him and the dog devoured it within minutes. After he was done, Rosmerta put her arms around it and showed the paper to him. See what has come in the newspaper. Sirius Black is innocent. Looks like Peter Pettigrew fooled everyone. He didn't even get a trial when he was arrested. I can bet if you could speak you would have exclaimed loudly over it. Unknown to her, the dog was intently staring at the paper and seemed to be reading the news. As it kept reading, it got more and more agitated. Suddenly it stood and bolted for the door. Rosmerta called after it, but it appeared that the dog was not hanging around to listen. The dog was running towards Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, intent on reaching the school and see his godson. The boy who had stolen his heart the moment he was born. That boy that looked distinctly like his best friend. The boy who was the reason that made Sirius Black break out from Azkaban. The boy who was his pride and joy. He had to see his pup. The Dementor attack. Harry Potter was walking in the grounds and knew that the Dementors weren't yet moved from the castle. What they were waiting for, he had no idea. Since there was no threat to his life, they should have left for Azkaban. Maybe the minister hadn't yet got around to get those infernal creatures back to the island prison. He didn't know, but he was nearing the Whomping Willow when he felt the air beginning to chill. This was April and the air was supposed to be warm instead of chill like early coming of winter unless. A thought jolted his mind. Unless the Dementors were attacking someone. Sirius Black. They are attacking Sirius Black, he thought as he looked up and saw the Dementors gilding towards the lake. He ran in that direction, having pulled out his wand. There was no definite plan in his mind but that he had to save Sirius somehow. They were going to kill the only person who was somehow linked to him and his parents. He could see the Dementors swooping in and surrounding a man who looked emaciated, worn robes which were torn. A big forked beard which was matted, his eyes looked haunted and the man couldn't even resist the fiends. He had fallen down on the ground and a Dementor was sweeping to administer the kiss. No, Harry shouted mentally, that cannot be. They can't kill him. Before the Dementors could administer the kiss, Harry had pulled out his wand and shouted, Expecto. His concentrati on wavered as some of the Dementors flew towards him, trying to kiss him too. With determination in his voice, he roared, Expecto Patronum. Prongs burst forth out of his wand and head-butted the oming Dementor so hard that it went sprawling. There, Harry shouted as if expecting his Patronus to follow his commands, and the Patronus understood. It ran in the direction that the Dementors were ushing the man who had fallen on the ground barely moving. The Patronus started chasing the Dementors away from them as Harry walked forward majestically towards the fallen man, intending to save his godfather from the fiends. Harry could feel that his power was ebbing, but he was determined to hold on the power and chase away the fiends as long as he could. The Dementors were incensed. The young Ing had tried to interfere between them, and what they saw was their food. They were unforgiving, ruthless creatures who didn't know mercy. They knew that the youngling could not keep up the charm which was keeping them at bay. They remained on the edges waiting for him to faint from exhaustion, which was going to happen soon. They could already feel the charm dimming, and as the youngling sat on the ground, exhausted, they swooped in for the kill. Headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore had 3 jobs in the wizarding world which required his full commitment, and he tried to do justice to each of his roles as best as he could. At this moment, he was in his office and pondering over Sirius Black and what his being free would mean. Sirius Black had always been loose cannon, to be honest. Even when he was a student at Hogwarts, it was him who led his group of friends in any mischief that they planned. He was brash, abrasive, and he was very good with a wand. He was an excellent wizard who knew out so many things that others his age didn't. Albus knew it was probably Sirius's idea that James and Lily should make Peter the secret keeper, and that way they would be able to fool others. However, that idea had ended badly for him and his friends. 5 lives had been devastated with his single decision. James and Lily were dead. Sirius had to spend 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Remus Lupin became an outcast who could not hold on to a job despite being a very talented wizard. Lastly, Harry Potter became an orphan who had to grow with a family that didn't love him. If Sirius had stopped to think for a moment before he went after Peter Pettigrew and brought the boy himself to Dumbledore, told him that he was not the secret keeper, then things would have been different. He would have let Sirius raise the child because Sirius was resourceful and powerful enough to deal with Tom's followers. He also would have been helped by Remus Lupin in the task, as James, Sirius and Remus were practically inseparable. But he had gone after Pettigrew to kill him and extract justice for James and Lily. Now that Sirius Black was free, he of course would come to Dumbledore and ask him for the custody of his godson. He will hand over Harry's custody to him whatsoever, but he would have to explain to Sirius about the conditions that existed and why Harry have to be kept with the Muggles for at least 2 weeks a year. Maybe he could also ask Sirius to stay with the boy during that time, and the Muggles would get a taste of the medicine they had been feeding Harry since childhood. Yes, that would be some justice. However, he was digressing. First they would need to find Sirius Black and see what condition was he in before they could make any decisions about him. Sirius could also help him with something that needed to done, because unless it was done, Harry Potter's life would not be safe. "Headmaster," cried Sir Nick, who had just come gliding in, "Harry Potter's life is in danger." Albus was up in a moment, his wand in his hand. "What has happened?" "The Dementors are attacking him and another man at the Black Lake," reported the ghost. "Harry Potter will not be able to keep them at bay for long." Albus was shaking with rage and Fawkes took off from his perch. As he disappeared with Dumbledore in a flash of light, the next moment they were near the Black Lake. It was the moment that the Dementors were about to administer the kiss to Harry and the man who laid near him. Wasting no time, Albus raised his wand and roared, "Expecto Patrum." A massive phoenix bee burst out of his wand and glided towards the Dementors, chasing them away. Soon the phoenix was joined by a wolf conjured by Remus Lupin and a tabby cat conjured by Professor McGonagall. Within a few minutes, all the Dementors were fleeing away from the grounds, flying in the direction of Azkaban. Bashing the minister, Cornelius, they nearly kissed them. Madam Bones was thundering, "Why you couldn't she order them to retreat when you found Sirius Black was innocent? What if the boy who lived had died? Can you imagine the uproar it would have caused?" Cornelius was cowering in his chair. He was the Minister of Magic, but he knew he was no match for Amelia Bones. The simple reason for the fact was that Amelia Bones was a warrior. She had fought in the war and she had a no-nonsense approach towards things. She also held a vote in the Wizengamot and had friendly relations with many other members. She by herself was a power reckoned to be. He knew it was just the start of the barrage of humiliation that he had started to face. Before Amelia came to blow his brains out, Dumbledore had chewed him out. He had taken Dumbledore to be an old senile fool who liked muggle candies and was too trusting of everyone. He forgot that Dumbledore was a warrior in spirit, and the reason that Dumbledore was shunted to Hogwarts was to keep him away from places where he could make drastic changes. Dumbledore had laid into him thoroughly for being ignorant and having forgotten to call the Dementors back from the school. In Cornelius's defense, things had happened so suddenly that he was still trying to comprehend things and what they would mean to him. "Amelia, it was an oversight. I had the orders ready and signed, but they were not dispatched owing to oversight on part of Dolores in the outer office," he explained to her. She seethed. "I don't understand why you keep that pest around, Cornelius. She is a menace, a liability, and her greed and ambition knows no bounds. You should have gotten rid of her ages ago. She would even crush you if you came in the way of her ambitions. Such a talentless woman in the office of the Minister of Magic is a disaster. Dolores had proven herself to be dependable to me at times, Amelia. I will ensure that nothing like this will happen again," he said. "See to it that it doesn't, Cornelius. If the boy who lived was harmed, that would have meant that you aid half of the Wizengamot, your enemy, and the public would have been ready to flay you alive," said Amelia. "You are a very able minister and you tend to things very efficiently, and I don't want incidents like this to harm your reputation." Quote, though Amelia expressed confidence in him, yet the last line was a total lie. She knew that Fudge was an incompetent blithering idiot, but he was the minster unfortunately. When Millicent Bagnold retired in 1990, she and her allies had placed him in that chair for he was susceptible to their manipulation. He was made the minister not for his efficiency but because he was a fool. Fool but useful tool. Their other choice was Bartimus Crouch Sr., but that man had fallen from grace after his son had turned out to be a Death Eater and had been shipped to Azkaban by his own father after being found guilty of torturing the Longbottoms to insanity. Right now, she was heading to Hogwarts where she had work to do. She still had to take statement of Sirius Black about what had happened that night. Peter Pettigrew had already told everything, but she was nothing if not thorough. The investigation in this debacle was about to come to an end. The ministry would be forced to issue an apology to him for the entire fiasco, but that could not be avoided. Cornelius would do anything to avoid facing the wrath of the members of Wizengamot, most of whom were NSED at one of theirs being imprisoned without a trial. She also had to see why the orders were not sent to Azkaban yet. It should have been done the same day, and Cornelius was not one to make such mistakes. Perhaps it had something to do with his senior undersecretary. An unpleasant abhorrent witch known by the name of Dolores Jane Umbridge. Whenever Amelia met Dolores, it soured her mood. Umbridge was a short, pudgy woman who barely reached to Amelia's shoulder, and she looked like a toad. Though she would be utterly sweet when talking to Amelia, but to her, she looked like a serpent ready to strike. Her words grated on Amelia's nerves, and she had been looking for reasons to get rid of her. She was an embarrassment to the ministry, and Amelia had vowed to get rid of her any way she could. The thing is that she had no sort of leverage on the distasteful witch yet, and the idiot Fudge seemed to favor her for reasons unknown. This was a great opportunity for her, provided she could get some of her old allies to agree with her. While her brother held the seat for the family in the Wizengamot, yet she had certain sway over some of the members, and if they decided to raise hell, then Fudge would make Umbridge the scapegoat. "Hello, Harry." Harry Potter woke up and blearily looked around him. He had no idea where he was or why he was feeling so tired. Suddenly there were flashes in his mind. Dementors. He was fighting the Dementors and had passed out. He sat bolt upright. "Easy, Harry," said someone from his right. Harry looked towards the voice but could not recognize it. The world around him looked blurred and hazy to him. He tried to find his glasses and someone handed them to him. This someone had hands which were very rough, like sandpaper, and calloused. As he put on the glasses, the world seemed to come in focus to him, and he realized that he was in the hospital wing, right in the bed where he had been put whenever he visited earlier. Madame Pomfrey was not in hospital wing, and by the altitude of the sun. It was almost noon. The someone who had handed him his glasses was sitting to his right, and Harry recognized him. The matted hair, which was sleek and shiny in the picture that Harry had of him. The hollow, dead-looking eyes were full of life in the photographs that he had of his parents' wedding. He looked full of strength, vitality, and vigor in those photographs, and here he looked emaciated, gaunt, and weak. It looked like a few curses would do him in. That someone was the person that Harry had feared for many months now. Someone who had been inside the Gryffindor Tower once and had slashed the portrait of the fat lady when she won't give him entry inside the tower. It was the person who was even called the scourge of the wizarding world, his godfather Sirius Black. "Hello, Harry," said Sirius. Even his voice was sort of scratchy, like he was not used to speaking too much or had not talked to people in a long time. "Hello," Harry said cautiously. "Harry, I don't know if you remember me or if anyone your godfather. Your father was my best friend and we studied for 7 years at Hogwarts together. In fact, Lord Potter used to consider me as good as a son," Sirius was telling him. "I know that you are my godfather. No one told me, but I sort of overheard it from Professor McGonagall," Harry told him. "You were spying on old Minnie?" Sirius asked. As if he was amused, and barked in laughter. "How did she react to it?" "She never found out," Harry told him. "Even better, Harry. It would not have been easy to get her under control if she found out," Sirius told him, and then leaning towards him said conspiratorially, "Let me tell you a secret. The tough exterior that she shows to everyone is just for show. She is a real softie inside." "Is that so, Mr. Black? Would you like to test this theory?" asked McGonagall curtly as she entered the infirmary behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore was smiling at the thought that someone had managed to provoke Minerva to get such a reaction out of her. Sirius, however, yelped, Minnie, I mean Professor McGonagall, I was just trying to make some rapport with Harry." Harry was talking to Dumbledore. "Professor, why did the Dementors attack Sirius? I mean, he was acquitted yesterday, wasn't he?" Dumbledore sighed. "I don't know what happened, but I have had some very terse words with the minister and I gave him a piece of my mind. I expect the storm of troubles that it will create for him will be punishment enough for him." "How is that a punishment?" Harry asked him. "Harry, he is the Minister of Magic and a politician. For a politician, scandal or bad press is tantamount to political suicide. He will be buried in avalanche of troubles when the members of the Wizengamot will confront him regarding this." "Professor, I have heard these things frequently in the past few days, but I don't know what it means. I heard that I will have a seat on this Wizengamot thing and that my family is old," Harry said to him. It was Sirius who answered, "It is for me to teach you, Harry. When you return for the holidays, I will teach you everything. Would you like to stay with me?" Harry excitedly asked him. "Is that possible?" Dumbledore replied, "It is certainly possible, Harry." Sirius here is not just your godfather, but he is also your magical guardian. Any decisions about your future and well-being can be made only by him. While he was in Azkaban, I filled in these roles for him. But now that he is free, it is for him to decide. Sirius turned to him. We have a lot to talk about, Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, my boy. We have a lot of talk about. What will happen now, Professor? Harry asked the old headmaster. Now, Sirius will have to go to St. Mungo's after Madame Bones have talked with him. She wanted to take his formal statement, but I told her to wait till he is conscious. After she is done, Sirius will have to go to St. Mungo's for his recuperation, I am afraid, because is an infirmary meant only for Hogwarts students, said Dumbledore before he turned to Sirius. Sirius, there is a lot that I have to know and understand. There are certain things that have trouble me since then, and I wish to share them with you, hoping you can help me find a way through it, said Dumbledore. As such, I hope you will be willing to hear me out before you make any decision. Sirius croaked. If Prongs and I had listened to you then, things would have been different. I will definitely see you once all the formalities are dispensed with. Someone coughed at the entrance of Infirmary, and they turned to see a woman who was about middle-aged, stern-looking, and had a monocle in one of her eyes. She had the look of someone who was very observant of her surroundings, and she looked taut as a bowstring. Albus smiled. Madame Bones, please come in. The woman come in, and Albus introduced her to him. Harry, this is Madame Amelia Bones, the chief of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hello, ma'am, Harry muttered and then kept quiet. Hello, Mr. Potter, she replied. I am here to conduct investigation into the Dementor attack, and I have heard that they had attacked you too. Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am. I was trying to save Sirius with my Patronus when they started swarming me, trying to administer the kiss to me. I kept them away until I passed out from the effort. Her eyes were the size of galleons. You can cast a corporeal Patronus. Corpo? What? Harry asked her. Do you mean you Patronus had a distinct size and shape? She asked. It was not like mist of undefined shape. He proudly replied. No, it takes the form of a stag, same as my father's animagus form. She choked on her breath. Your father's animagus form? It was Sirius who answered. Yes, Madame Bones. His father and my best friend James could become a stag in his animagus form. Me, James and Peter became animagus in our 5th year without anyone knowing. Harry could see that Minerva's eyes were filled with fury, and it reflected in her tone. It could have gone horribly wrong. You could have done something disastrous. You could have been stuck between forms. Why you didn't ask me to assist you? Sirius gave her a cheeky grin. Now where was the fun in that, Minnie? Amelia could sense the tension in the room, and with an intention to dispel it, she asked, Can you tell me if you, Mr. Potter or Pettigrew, ever registered your form? Sirius said warily, No. We thought about it, but by then, Voldemort's Death Eaters were everywhere. We thought to get it done when we were out of school, but by then the war was getting intense and we were resisting Death Eaters at every turn where we could. It was the only advantage that we had, and we were not about to give it up. Before she could say anything, he said dryly, Besides, what more you can do to me? The punishment for being an unregistered animagus is 12 years in Azkaban prison, which I have already gone through. As not about to suggest putting you in Azkaban, Mr. Black. I have come to take your statement about what happened that night, about the Potter's murder by you-know-who, and what happened when the Muggles died. James and Lily went into hiding for some reasons that they refused to share with me or any of our friends. They just said that the secret was worth more than their lives and concerned Harry. I guess they knew that Voldemort was going to hunt them personally, and they decided to hide. Since you-know-who had even ward masters in his employ, no form of protection short of Fidelius was deemed sufficient for James, Lily and Harry. That was one of the reasons that they had to leave Potter Manor and come to stay in that little cottage in Godric's Hollow. Nobody could guess that they would hide there. Their best bet was the Fidelius charm, and it was Lily who cast it. Dumbledore had offered to become the secret keeper, but I and James had hatched a plan where we were going to fool the entire world. We told everyone that I will become the secret keeper, and they believed it. I was as good as James at dueling and other magical arts, so everyone believed that I am their secret keeper. No, Boddy could have guessed that we would switch and make Peter the secret keeper instead. He was a talentless thing and was of no use at all except for his animagus form. In retrospect, we should have usted Remus and made him the secret keeper. He would have died than giving us up. She prodded. What happened that night? We had told everyone that I was going in hiding soon like the Potters and their secret will be safe with me. I had also told people that I will take Peter with me into hiding and that is what I did. I had put Peter in a secret location. That night, I went to check on Peter before I would go into hiding myself. I found that Peter had disappeared and there were no signs of struggle. Fearing the worst, I raced to the cottage on my motorcycle. When I reached there, everything had finished. Harry could see that the older man had started sobbing, his breath was hitched and tears streaked his once handsome face. It took him a while to collect himself before he started speaking again ajar. The roof was blown away. My knees threatened to give way and I swayed on my feet but I trudged forward to confirm what I feared. Just inside the door, James was sprawled on the floor. I tried to gather what little courage I had left and walked upwards to Harry's nursery. Lily was lying on the floor near the crib and Harry was sitting in his crib and crying. He looked unharmed except for the zigzag scar on his forehead. I tried to heal the injury with a basic healing spell. It worked but the scar didn't disappear at that time. As I came down to take Harry to safety and then go after Pettigrew to find and murder him, Hagrid had arrived. I gave Harry to him to take him to Dumbledore and went after Pettigrew. What about that night when the Muggles were killed? She asked him. That night I had been chasing Peter for 3 days. Knowing him, his habits, his patterns and his scent, I finally found him in Muggle London in a street full of Muggles. As soon as he saw me, he started shouting that I had betrayed James and Lily, for the benefit of the Muggles. I was incensed and tried to take him captive. All this meanwhile, he had his wand behind his back and before I could make my move he used a bombarda. I guess it hit the gas lines which passed through that area and the explosion's intensity magnified. I was saved as I had been able to raise a shield in time to save myself. In all the confusion, Peter severed his finger, shed off his robes and ran into the sewers. She nodded. It has solved a lot of questions which I had in my mind, Mr. Black. Now I am supposed to escort you to St. Mungo's where you will be evaluated by healers and be in their care until they see it fit to release you. After that is done, the Wizengamot shall convene to decide the fate of the rat. He nodded. Let's get going then. Before he left however, he turned to Harry. I do wish for you to come and live with me, Harry. We can live anywhere you want. We will talk again as soon as I get discharged from the hospital. As Sirius left, Harry was basking in the feeling that he would not have to go to the Muggles again. Chapter 4. Ottery Street, Catchpole, Devon, England. The house W.H. Ick was situated on the outskirts of the little village of Ottery Street. Catchpole was different from others. The house looked like it had been built haphazardly. In fact, the land on which this house as built used to be a pigsty before the patriarch. When Arthur Weasley felt the need to construct a house for his wife, a plump red-headed woman named Molly Weasley née Pruitt. The Weasleys were pure bloods through the generations and were rumored to have been descended from Godric Gryffindor himself, albeit distantly. They were also poor and seen with disdain in certain echelons of the society. The house was initially built with only the ground floor but eventually the family grew and the Weasleys kept adding floors to it haphazardly one on top of another. It looked like it might topple off at any moment and was held together with magic, which was true. The Weasleys had 7 children, 6 boys and 1 girl. Mr. Weasley worked at the Ministry of Magic in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department. It was not a very lucrative position in the ministry but Mr. Weasley loved everything to do with Muggles and their inventions. He was amazed by the technology which the Muggles had developed as an alternative to magic and how effortlessly they went by without magic. Just outside was a hen house and an old shed. No one really knew what was in the shed but it contained things like spark plugs, batteries etc. Mr. Weasley liked to collect these things so he could figure out how they worked. This morning, Mr. Weasley was getting ready to go to work when there was a knock on the door. He opened the door to peek out a little and saw the head of DMLE Madame Bones on the door. Surprised with what Madame Bones wanted to do with him, he opened the door wide and said, "Amelia, what a pleasant surprise. Please come in. Have some breakfast." She waved off the offer. "Thank you for the offer, Arthur, but I am on duty right now." He snapped to attention. "How can I help you? Would you be kind to step out?" she asked him. He came out and noticed there were 4 oars near the orchard and they seemed to be restraining someone between them. "What's going on, Amelia?" "Arthur, I have. No doubt that you have read about the Sirius Black fiasco by now," she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. What does it have to do with me?" he asked cautiously. "We apprehended Peter Pettigrew in Hogwarts after Minerva had called us. Pettigrew has been in hiding in his animagus form and his form is a rat," she explained, waiting to get some reaction out of her. "A rat, you say?" he asked apprehensively, paling at the implications. "You mean to say that the rat which my sons kept as a pet was a wizard in disguise?" She nodded. "I am afraid so. Peter told in detail about where he has been through the years, and he told us that he picked up you-know-whose wand that night when he disappeared." "You mean you-know-whose wand is in our house?" he asked, horrified at the mere thought of it. "Not so much in the house as under one of your apple trees," she told him. "We have brought him to find the wand and take it under our possession." He nodded. "By all means, please find it and take it away." With Pettigrew between them, they walked in the orchard. Peter led them to a tree which had withered and looked like it had been sapped of its life and vitality over the years. "Is it here?" barked Madam Bones. Peter squeaked. Yes. There is a hollow near the roots where I stowed the wand and often checked on it monthly basis." She nodded to one of the men with her. "Find it, Kingsley." Kingsley Shacklebolt, a dark tall man, with rippling muscles, deep baritone voice and a ring in one of his ears, was an Auror. Aurors were what police would be in the Muggle world, and they were extremely talented with magic. There were a lot of exams that they had to go through and further studies for 3 years before they could be selected as an Auror. Kingsley carefully inspected the tree and found the hollow. It was a bit difficult for them to find because it had camouflaged well with the bark. After he found the hollow, Kingsley levitated the wand out of it, not even willing to touch the foul thing. It was 13½ an inch long, crafted from yew, and affixed with phoenix wand core. The handle was made of ivory and others shuddered at the sight of it. This wand had wreaked so much havoc on their world, killed hundreds of witches, wizards and muggles. This wand had done so many terrible deeds that the enormity of them was incomprehensible for the ordinary wizards and witches to process. T.'s wand was the weapon of the most feared Dark Lord and was the lament of many a people. This was the wand that made Harry Potter an orphan and the wand that had failed to kill the boy who lived. Amelie produced a box which was marked with engravings, and the wand was put in that box and sealed. It will be produced during Pettigrew's trial and will leave no room for suspicion that Pettigrew was one of you-know-whose servants. After the trial, the wand would be put on display in the Ministry of Magic as the minister had so desired. Amelia wanted nothing more than to snap the wand and be done with it. Arthur, who had been quiet, said, "Now I understand why this tree withered and died. It was one of the best trees of this orchard and produced the most number of fruits, but with that thing in there, I suppose it died due to the dark residue in it. I will take your leave now, Arthur," Madam Bones said before she and the Aurors disappeared into thin air on the spot. Potter got a letter. Oliver Wood was getting his team work through a practice session which made them groan. Wood, Quidditch maniac that he was, had them wake up in the dead of the morning and practice their moves for the upcoming match against Slytherin. This match would decide the fate of the inter-house Quidditch tournament. Last week, Ravenclaw had been flattened Slytherin by a very narrow margin. Slytherins had been thoroughly defeated by Hufflepuff, which put the Badgers in the first position for the inter-house Quidditch competition. To catch up to them, the Lions needed to win the match by minimum of 100 points, and if they were to win, they had to win by at least a margin of more than 100 points. Wood had told them about it for so long that they could recite it in their sleep if they needed to. It was getting on everyone's nerves, but they all tried to show a brave front. Harry was practicing earnestly and knew that the hope of the team was riding on his shoulders. Even Wood was relying on him to seal a Gryffindor win. It also didn't help that their next match was with Slytherin, and the rivalry between the two houses was nothing short of legendary. "Intruder alert," said George as he could see some students coming their way. "What are the snakes doing here?" said Fred as they could see that the students were those who belonged to the House of the Serpent. Ignore them and let's practice some ordinary moves, said Oliver Wood. Let's not give them any idea about what we can do. Hey Wood, we have been practicing for 3 hours now, said Angelina, maybe we should get back to the tower. Others so protested and reluctantly Oliver agreed, all right everyone. Let's go back to the tower. At breakfast, Harry was there at the house table with his friends, however his attention was on something else. His thoughts were on his godfather. He finally had the chance to live with someone who would consider him family and he would get to leave the Dursleys. They may not have hit him but the violence Hay otherwise did on him was unforgivable. However Harry didn't wish any bad on them. They had not been given a choice in regards to raising him, so it kind of made sense that they would not like him. However, it was simply unimaginable that his Aunt Petunia, the sister of his mother, had no love in her for him. He would leave them behind and that will be that. There will be no contact between him and them. Harry, the owl is waiting for you, Hermione said from his right. He was snapped from his musings and found a barn owl looking at him as if it were giving him a look. Harry could not help but chuckle. You know you are not very formidable before my Hedwig. He untied the letter and the owl took off immediately. Harry didn't know the owl and he had no idea who would send him a letter. E. Dursleys would not take the trouble to write him, and definitely not through owl post. That would go against everything being normal. If Mrs. Weasley would write him, she could simply send the letter through Errol, and Harry knew that owl. Shrugging, he turned the envelope and found that there was no name of any sender. It was simply written, Heir Harry James Potter, Gryffindor Table, Great Hall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry still had no idea about the heir business, though Sirius had told him that he would explain. He opened the letter and it was written in a very elegant handwriting. Heir Harry James Potter, I am writing this letter to you because I cannot talk to you directly. It is not that we are enemies or there is any animosity between us. It is simply that I feel shy to talk to you directly. I am in your class and in a different house. For the past 3 years, I have been watching you from afar and I love what I have come to know about you. I am big fan of you. No, not the boy who lived but the boy Harry. I like the boy who walks in baggy clothes, who is painfully shy, who does not talk to anyone unless he is being talked to, boy who has done things that none his age can really do. I want to know the boy who eats treacle tart as if it's going to be banned tomorrow. I want to know the boy who flies on a broom like he is walking on the land. I wish I can know you more in the future. I cannot tell you my name right now, but with time, I will definitely tell you. To help you a little, I am not in your house. I will really appreciate if you will not show this letter to anyone or talk about me later. Who has written to you, Harry? Ron asked from across him. A friend, Harry said as if he himself was not sure. Why are you confused then? Hermione asked him. I am not confused, Hermione, he said, just don't want to talk about it. He had no idea why, but he wanted to keep it a secret. Maybe later, he will tell them, but not for now. Hermione was looking at him with a look which said that she was trying to look into and find out what was really happening. However, she chose not to say anything because the bell rung at that moment and they all got up to go to classes. The first lesson was herbology, which they shared with the Hufflepuffs. As they walked towards the greenhouses, Harry and Ron were talking about the upcoming match and Hermione trailed behind them. Suddenly they turned and Hermione was not there. Harry, Ron exclaimed, where is Hermione? Harry was also surprised. She was just behind us. Do you reckon something happened to her? I don't know. Maybe she went back to the Great Hall to get something she had forgotten, Ron said before they walked towards the greenhouses. They knew that Hermione would too. RN up sooner or later and they could not afford to be late for classes. Harry also realized that it had been happening regularly. Hermione would be walking with them and suddenly she would be gone. When they would ask her, she would make some excuses that sounded ridiculous in hindsight. In fact, one day she had even missed Charm's class and she had been right behind them. When they had returned to the common room, they found her surrounded by books and snoring on a table. She had been in right state for missing such a crucial class. When they entered the greenhouses, all the tables had been taken, but there were a few where they could join. What it meant, however, was that they would not be able to be in this lesson together. Ron joined Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley while Harry looked around and realized he had no option than to join two Hufflepuff girls whom he recognized as Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. As he joined them, Hannah said to him cheerfully, "Hi Harry." "Hi Hannah." He returned her greeting before Professor Sprout hushed them. "Today we are going to study nettles. Who can tell me about them?" As predicted, Hermione's hand was already up. "Yes, Ms. Granger. Nettle, or also known as stinging nettle, is a plant known for stinging hairs that grows on its leaves. It is mostly used in potion making such as the Boil Cure potion and is the main ingredients in beverages like nettle tea or nettle wine. It is also rumored to improve the glossiness of one's hair. Take 5 points for Gryffindor, said Professor Sprout before she directed them to study the plants in front of them. Harry hadn't seen Hermione coming in the greenhouse. He and Ron shared a look which was not unseen, and Hannah asked him, "What happened, Harry? When did Hermione come in?" he asked of the dark-haired girl. "She was here before anyone," Hannah told her. "It is a bit surprising because I swear I had seen her with you and Weasley in the Great Hall before we came to the class." Harry was also suspicious of it. He knew there were no secret ways between the Great Hall and the greenhouses which would be a shortcut. Besides, Hermione had been with them until she mysteriously disappeared. Susan Bones, who had been quiet, asked him, "Harry, did you really cast a Patronus?" "Who told you?" he asked her. As far as he knew, he had not told anyone about the incident at the lake. His involvement with the Dementors was a secret which was not known to anyone except the headmaster, the minister, and Madame. Of course, Susan was somehow related to Madame Bones. "My auntie sent me a letter telling me that you can cast a corporeal Patronus," she told him. He said to her in an undertone, "Yes, I can cast a Patronus, but will you please tell no one?" She nodded. "Have you finished the essay on red caps that Professor Lupin had set for us?" He shook his head. "No. I was thinking about starting on it today," Susan said shyly. "If YN join us in the library today and we will work on the essay today." Harry had no idea why did she ask that or why did he agree to it, but it won't hurt to at least make friends with people in other houses. The library session actually went very well. Susan Bones was a very studious student and she kept their attention in the book while they worked on their homework. Hannah Abbott, a black-haired girl with hazel eyes, kept trying to make small talk with him. It wasn't until Susan snapped at her that she started paying mind to her work. It was a nice change for him to work with someone other than Ron and Hermione. Hermione, as was becoming the norm, as busy somewhere and he couldn't find her. Ron was busy demolishing opponents at chess in the Gryffindor common room. "You want some Bulbadox powder?" That evening, Agelina Johnson came into the common room, limping. The twins who were in the common room saw it and rushed to her. "What happened?" "Some snake sent a tripping charm at me and I missed a step, spraining my leg. I went to Madame Pomfrey, and she told me I will be all right tomorrow." "Why would they attack you?" asked Gred. "Maybe because of the match," she replied. "If they take out even one player, they have a decent shot at the cup." Oliver Wood, who was listening to everything with impassive face, said, "All right. None of you will go alone anywhere till the match now. Everywhere you go, take someone with you." Everyone was nodding, while the twins leaned in towards Harry. "We need the map, Harry." "What do you need the map for?" Harry asked them. "We have some Slytherins to prank," they said casually. Harry handed the map to them. "Be careful with it. Professor Lupin knows about the map and everything. He was one of the 4 who helped write it." The twins, who had turned their back towards him, stopped cold and asked, "What did you just say?" "What?" Harry asked. "Did you say that Professor Lupin made this map?" they asked, just to confirm what they had heard. "Yes, my father, Professor Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew made this map." They looked at each other incredulously. "That is how he knows all the passages in the castle." Harry couldn't ask what they meant because they were not sharing. The next morning, it was chaos. Scratch it. It was mayhem. Draco Malfoy was sitting with his lackeys at breakfast when the owl post began to arrive. A tawny owl landed in front of him, extending its leg to him. On the envelope, it was only his name written. He opened the letter carelessly, and as the wax seal broke, some sort of mechanism activated, spraying him and others beside him with powder. He seethed in rage at whoever had sent this letter to him, but he had no idea. As his rage went on, suddenly he and other students around started to scratch their skins due to a persistent itch. Snape, who had seen Rom the head table about what was happening, was already hovering over them and cast some cooling charms on them while he drawled, "Someone has sprayed you all with Bulbadox powder. Run along to the infirmary and tell the matron. I will take this up with Professor Dumbledore." On the other end of the table, Cassius Warrington had just bit into his breakfast when he suddenly started twitching. A moment later, he was braying like a donkey. Snape hit him with a silencing charms while the Great Hall broke down in laughter. He approached Dumbledore. "Headmaster, someone has attacked my students." Dumbledore asked, "It appears so. Severus, do you have any idea who it can be?" "No, Headmaster," he said sourly. He had an idea that it could be Harry, though he had no means to prove it. He could not name the boy as such because Remus was sitting right there. "Come to me if you find anything, Severus," said Dumbledore. Later that day, Harry was stopped by Snape. "Potter, if I hear you doing it again, then I will have you expelled." "What are you talking about, Professor?" Harry asked him. "I know you sent the letter to Draco which had Bulbadox powder," he sneered. As Harry vehemently refused, Snape looked at him as if trying to pry the answer out of his mind. When he realized that Snape was telling the truth, he had no option than to let go. Later that night, Marcus Flint was found in A.C. Orador by Argus Filch with his tongue engorged and out of his mouth and the boy rolling on the floor. The tongue looked like it weighed a ton and Flint had no idea who had done this to him. What he remembered was eating a toffee which had caused this to him. Malfoy was released from the hospital wing within an hour because there was no damage caused to him which would merit keeping him overnight in the hospital. He was also looking for whoever had done this to him. His father will teach them a lesson if he ever found who had done it to him. Oh, another letter. It had been a few days since the incident. The Lions had taken to going anywhere together. They would remain in groups and most of the house had taken to protect Harry from the Slytherins. On Wood's request, they would find ways to walk with him between classes. Would accompany him wherever he would go. Harry was getting bored of this but knew there was no other way for him than to agree. It was for his good after all. In fact, many Slytherins had looked for chance to cause harm to him, but whenever they would find him, he was surrounded by groups of people. This had prevented many attacks on him by discouraging the Slytherins. On the morning of the match, the team had arrived leading their house with their brooms on their shoulders. Having placed the firebolt in a place of honor, they sat down to eat. People from other houses would come and wish them luck. A few even jokingly said that they would be on the ground with a net to catch Harry should he fall. As it was time for Owl Post, a scoop owl landed BEF. Or Harry, and it contained another letter. Harry opened the letter cautiously, as he had seen what had happened to Malfoy. Turns out, it was another letter from his friend. It was addressed to him the same way as the last one. Harry James Potter, Gryffindor Table, Great Hall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry James Potter, I wanted to wish you best of luck for today's match. I know you will win. Malfoy cannot catch the snitch even if it is hovering right beneath his nose. Good luck, Harry. Please don't do any dangerous stunts. I will tell you about me, maybe in the next letter. For now, I have black straight hair. Later, Harry was surprised to say the least. The girl was playing games on him. He had an idea that the girl was not in his house at least. But then she could be a Slytherin. He had no idea what he would do. It was true. It also got him thinking. Why a Slytherin would be writing to him? Didn't they all hate him on principle? No, it made sense that the girl would be a Ravenclaw or a Hufflepuff. But then there were 6 girls in those houses who had straight black hair. He tried to count their names on his fingers: Hannah Abbott, Megan Jones, Padma Patil, Lisa Turpin, and he drew a blank there. There were at least 2 girls he didn't know. One was a very shy Ravenclaw he had sometimes seen talking with Padma, but he didn't know her name. Another was a quiet Asian girl whose name eluded him for the moment. Harry, Oliver Wood called him out of his musings. Let's go. We are ready. The Gryffindor team marched towards the stadium with their brooms on their shoulders and half of the school cheering them on. Rest were either Hufflepuff who were in the first place, or they were Slytherins who were interested in seeing the Lions bite the dust. As the team disappeared in the lockers, the students made their way towards the stands, walking lazily and enjoying the weather which promised a very fine Quidditch match ahead today. Welcome to the final match of the season which will decide who will win the Quidditch Cup today, Lee was announcing. This match is going to be more exciting than ever. Slytherins have a win under their belt. Harvey Ing defeated Ravenclaws and the Lions have won the last match defeating Ravenclaw. May the Lions win. Inside the DS giving a final prep talk to his team. Alright, here is the last chance. My last chance. We need to make sure that we win or I will never have won the Quidditch Cup here. It rests on all of you, especially you Harry. You have to keep them away from the snitch. We are at least 100 points up from them. Angelina snapped. We know all this, Oliver. Let's not stress over this but play our best game today. With that, the team walked out and mounted their brooms. Outside Lee was continuing. Here comes the referee Madam Hooch. She will read the riot act. Jordan, snapped Professor McGonagall. Sorry Professor. Madam Hooch will revise the rules for the benefit of the players. Here come the teams followed by their players. This time, there is no fanfare or show up by either of the teams. The Serpents follow their captain Marcus Flint, Graham Montague, Cassius Warrington, Lucian Bowl, Peregrine Derrick, Miles Belchley and Draco Malfoy. Now here come the Lions from the house of the brave Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Oliver Wood and Harry Potter. All right, I want a fair game up there. If I see those bats used on anything other than a bludger, you will be out before you can say unfair. Madam Hooch was warning the captains. Captains shake hands. Oliver and Flint shook hands as if trying to crush each other's hands. She blew the whistle and 14 brooms rose in the air. And they are off, Lee said excitedly. Quote, Angelina grabs the quaffle and flies straight towards the Slytherin end and that's deliberate. He shouted. Flint collided with Angelina deliberately. Here is Madam Hooch and that's the whistle. Hey, Nalty de Gryffindor and Angelia takes it. Lee was commenting. She feints towards the right hoop and Bletchley falls for it. That's 10-0 for Gryffindor. The quaffle was retrieved as 3/4 of the stadium erupted in joy. The fans were celebrating the lead but it was still too early. Flint grabs the quaffle and flying straight towards the Gryffindor hoops and ouch. That's got to hurt. Fred and George did the doppelbeater defense and almost unseated Flint who was now trying to keep his hold on the broom. The crowd roared in approval as the game continued. Alicia has the quaffle and she is flying towards the other end and that's a foul, Lee was howling. Cassius Warrington had collided with Alicia forcing her to drop the quaffle. Madam Hooch awards penalty to Gryffindor for cobbing. And Angelina takes it in. It has passed widely clear of all the hoops, he groaned in disappointment. Angelina was shaking like a leaf in anger and had missed the shot entirely. Warrington in posse. Estienne and he flies towards the Gryffindor end. Angelina moves in to take the quaffle from him and he does a reverse pass to Graham Montague who has the quaffle and he has thrown it straight towards the hoops. Come on Wood, save it. Oliver Wood came out of nowhere and batted the quaffle aside and it was retrieved and snatched by Katie Bell. Katie flies in Hawkshead formation flanked by Weasley's W. Ho had just swatted away 2 bludgers from the Gryffindor chaser who has thrown the ball and it's a fast ball. Bletchley had no idea what happened. It's 20-0 for Gryffindor. Flint in possession and flying straight towards the other end. Oliver Wood is there to meet it and that's a foul. Lee was howling in anger. Madam Hooch was arguing with the captains and Lee said in disappointment, there will be no penalty on that one. Flint in possession and he throws a curve ball. Wood sees it coming and saves it by the tips of his fingers. Katie in possession and Warrington and Flint have closed on either side of her. She drops the quaffle which is picked up by Montague who throws it straight at the hoops. Oh! Wood fails to save it. It's 20-10. Lee groaned. The Slytherin erupted in cheers. Angelina in possession and that's Flint flying straight at her. Montague and Warrington was coming from both sides going to trap her in Parkin's pincer, Lee continued. Harry had been looking for the golden ball and trying to keep it from Malfoy when he saw what was happening. He drove in and thrust his broom forward like a javelin forcing the Slytherins to disperse. Harry Potter arrives out of nowhere scattering them. Lee was continuing. Montague in possession and ouch. Fred Weasley does a bludger backbeat and it hits him smack in the middle of his back. Montague has dropped the quaffle and picked up by Angelina. The Slytherin chasers try to close in on her and Harry Potter arrives again, giving her time to escape with a nosedive. They are flying straight at Harry and they are going to call. Amazing. Harry Potter turned his broom upwards and flew straight out of the trap and the chasers have collided. Take that, you. Jordan. Professor McGonagall snapped. If you can't commentate in unbiased way, maybe you should leave. Quote, sorry Professor. Lee said and continued commentary. Fred Weasley sends a bludger at the Slytherin captain who swerves out of the way to be caught by the second bludger sent by George Weasley. The game went on like that for a long time and the score kept climbing. As emotions ran raw and tensions rose, Harry kept an eye on the scoreboard. With the game getting more dangerous and violent, it was important to finish it as soon as they got the lead they needed to win the cup. It's 100-40 for Gryffindor, and if the Lions catch the snitch now, they sta. ND2. Harry Potter is rushing to one side and he has seen the snitch. Draco Malfoy was tailing the Gryffindor seeker and pushing his broom for what it was worth, but it was no match for the firebolt. Harry was elated and kept pushing his broom to its top speed and he felt his broom slowing. No, this can't be happening. How was his broom slowing down? He turned and saw that Malfoy had caught the end of his broom and was hanging on it, slowing him. Harry tried to kick Malfoy in the smug, ugly face, but the boy let it go at that moment. His work was done and the snitch had disappeared. The backstabbing thief. The traitorous villain. Lee was howling at the Slytherin seeker. Professor McGonagall herself was standing and looking at the Slytherin seeker, shaking in fury. In between all this, the snitch again disappeared. Madam Hooch awards penalty to Gryffindor and Angelina takes it. It's fast ball and Bletchley could not stop it. That is 110-40 for Gryffindor. Harry suddenly saw Anneth attempt at the Gryffindor chasers and ran into them again to disperse and suddenly had a very sick feeling in his stomach. Malfoy was flying towards the snitch. Go, go, go. Harry urged his broom, laying flat to the handle of the broomstick and pushing it to its strength. Suddenly they were neck to neck in the quest for the snitch, each trying to take it. There it was just within hand's grasp. Harry swatted Malfoy's hand out of the way and closed his fist around the golden ball, catching it. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Take that, you cheating Slytherins. Professor McGonagall for once was not reprimanding him. She was clutching a big Gryffindor flag and wiping her eyes with it. Percy Weasley was jumping up and down in joy, tears streaking his face, all dignity forgotten. The team mobbed Harry in the air and they met for a group hug in the air. As the team landed together, Oilverwood hugged him tightly. That's my boy. That's my boy. There were Ron and Hermione running towards him, hugging him and congratulating him. They too were crying like other students. The team then hoisted him on their shoulders and walked towards the podium where Dumbledore waited with the House Cup. As Dumbledore gave him the House Cup, Harry felt that he could produce world's strongest Patronus at the moment if there was a Dementor around. Street. Mungo's. Healer Isle. N was performing some tests on the former Azkaban inmate. You are in good health all things considering, Mr. Black. You have severe malnourishment issue but that can be cured by some nutrient potions. What you need is a vacation and it will help you become better. Need to be in the hospital any more than you really want to. Sirius Black nodded. Many thanks. I have a lot to do and a lot to catch up on. Will you be kind to get me some of those nutrient potions that you just mentioned? She nodded. Sure, I will get them to you as you are leaving. Madam Bones has told me that you are to inform her of your whereabouts until your trial. Quote. He nodded. I will do that, Healer Eileen. Thank you. As soon as he was let go, Sirius Black apparated to Hogsmeade. He wanted a place to stay for the time until Harry was in school. There were a lot of things to do but they could not be done without Remus being there. The other man would be great help to him. Albus Dumbledore had told him how Remus had find Peter Pettigrew and captured the rat. In Hogsmeade, he apparated directly outside the inn, Hogshead, and went inside. A few patrons who were inside the inn stiffened at his sight and he said gruffly to the barkeep. A room for one for a few days, barkeep. The barman nodded. The first room on the right on the first floor. Chapter 5. A Plan. Sirius Black had been sleeping like a stone for tea. He last 5 hours when an insistent knock woke him up. It took him more than a minute to get his bearings. His first thought was, those ruddy creatures can glide inside. Why do they need to knock? As then that he noticed the surroundings and recalled that he was in the Hog's Head and not in Azkaban. He rubbed his face with his hands, feeling the stubble on his face, and the knock came again. Coming. Don't break down the damn door, he said, getting up from his bed. Opening the door, he found the barman on the other side. What is it? Albus sent word that he want to talk to you at Hogwarts, the barkeep informed him. Sirius nodded. All right. About an hour later, Sirius Black was dressed in some very fine clothes as befitted a person of his stature. Yes, the clothes weren't the finest out there, but they were still expensive, and their touch to the skin was soft as opposed to the scratchy, hard-woven fabric that the prison robe was. His hair, which had been matted just until a few days back, was sleek, shiny and combed to perfection and cut up to his shoulder length. His mustache was trimmed and curled at the ends and gave him somewhat regal look. If not for the haunted look in his eyes and the prison tattoos which showed out of the collar of his robes, he could have been every inch the lord that he was supposed to be. He had since decided that he was not going to venture out into the magical world and be seen in public till his trial had been completed. To that end, he had used the Flow Network and flowed from Hog's Head to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Flow Network is a network of connected fireplaces connecting wizarding homes with each other. It is one of the reasons that the fireplaces in wizarding homes are bigger than normal. This network is generally monitored by the Department for Magical Transportation at the Ministry of Magic, and to use it, one has to throw a pinch of emerald-colored glittery powder called flow powder and call the address where they want to go. In a whoosh of flames, they can reach from a place to another within seconds. This is useful for elderly wizards and for children who cannot yet apparate, disappearing into thin air, also when you are visiting someone else. When he arrived in the office of the headmaster, the old wizard was looking at a book which he put in a drawer as Sirius stepped in the room. Sirius, my boy. It is very pleasant to see you free from Azkaban. It still grieves me that you and James changed the plan without telling me. If you had kept me in the know, I would have put all my might to keep you away from Azkaban. Sirius said absent-mindedly, it is no use crying over spilt milk, headmaster. You sent for me. He nodded. Yes, I had sent for you. There are things that we need to discuss before the school lets out. Let's get to it then. Albus, Sirius said, I can't wait to have Harry come and live with me. Dumbledore smiled, and that will be best thing for you and Harry. However, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start with that night. Sirius looked at him warily. I have already told everyone what happened that night, headmaster. I am not going to ask you about what happened that night after Voldemort disappeared with his power broken, not to mention failing to kill Harry Potter with the killing curse. People believed he died. You mean to say? Sirius asked him apprehensively. We will come back to it later, Dumbledore said. When Voldemort fell, people were scared even if he was gone. His best followers were still at large and people were still being attacked. The Longbottoms being the example of this. What happened to the Longbottoms? Sirius could not stop himself from asking. A couple of days after Voldemort disappeared, they were apprehended by Bellatrix Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange, Rudolphus Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. They were tortured into insanity and are now permanent residents of St. Mungo's, said Dumbledore somberly. Now, as I was saying, with his followers still at large, I was in a fix. I could give Harry to any wizarding family and they would have loved to raise him as their own, but doing so would have put all of them in peril. The best bet for Harry surviving was to be kept at a place where Death Eaters could not get to him. Using Lily's sacrifice, I raised some blood wards around Petunia Dursley's home because it was the only place that the Death Eaters could not get to him or harm him as long as he called that place home. Since you were incarcerated and Remus Lupin being ineligible in the eyes of Ministry, it was the only option available to me. Quote, and the Ministry was fine with you using blood magic? Sirius asked, amused. The thing with those adhering to authority and rules is that nobody would suspect them of foul play. Dumbledore said with a wink. Sirius snorted. All right, what has it got to do with me? Little Harry has never told anyone, but his home life isn't very good. The Dursleys do not beat him, but they treat him worse than a house elf. It is not an ideal place for a young child, and when he arrived at Hogwarts, I realized that my decision was very wrong. In his first year, he developed very close friendships with Mr. Ronald Weasley and Ms. Hermione Granger, and I tried to find if some arrangement could be made for him to stay with them during the summer holidays. But something happened that changed my decision, said Dumbledore, looking as if his age had caught up with him and the burden of the world was on his shoulders. What made you change your decision? Sirius asked him. You see, I am afraid that Voldemort is not dead. It was only a theory for me until 2 years ago when he showed up in this castle, Dumbledore said, all traces of joviality gone. What? How did this happen? Why no one knows about it? Sirius asked. Please don't ask any questions while I am speaking. You might remember that I am friends with Nicholas and Pernell Flamel, he asked the younger man and continued. One of the biggest accomplishments of Nicholas Flamel was the Sorcerer's Stone. When Voldemort's power was broken and he was forced to flee on that night, his body was destroyed. He survived in a wraith form all these years, and it took him quite a long time to recover from the effects of the killing curse rebounding on him. He came to know of the Sorcerer's Stone somehow and found where the Flamels lived. He also had knowledge that the stone can bring anyone back from certain death with the elixir of life. He coveted the elixir and tried to steal the stone. The Flamels panicked and sent the stone to me for safekeeping. I kept the stone at first in Gringotts and had it removed shortly before Voldemort tracked it down to the bank and tried to rob it. Left with no option, I kept it here in this school and placed certain defenses on it. Owing to the nature of the castle and the wards, I could not keep very extensive protections around it, but they'd reach him in event that he found where the stone was. Defying all expectations, little Harry crossed all my protections and reached the stone just when Voldemort, who was possessing a professor at that time, had reached the last defense and could not get through to it. A very clever piece of enchantment which he could not break nor understand, and it would have kept him there indefinitely. Little Harry however went past that protection and got the stone. He dueled with Voldemort and was able to defeat him with the protection of his mother that flows in his veins. Voldemort cannot even touch Harry without causing great pain to himself. It was Lily's sacrifice which gave this power to Harry. Knowing what I had suspected all along, I had no option but to make him return to the Dursleys. How did he remain alive? Sirius asked him. I had an idea, mostly guesswork, but it was confirmed when young Harry brought some irrefutable proof to me, Dumbledore said. What proof? Sirius asked him. Dumbledore took out the book which was in the drawer and laid it on the table between them. Sirius could see that it was a diary which looked water-stained and burnt. It also had a hole in the middle of it, which meant that someone had punched a hole through it with a sharp instrument. What is it? Sirius asked him. It is a very dark magic, explained Dumbledore, which allows someone to take their soul into pieces and then store those pieces into containers. This way, a person's body can be destroyed but they will remain alive no matter what happens. How do you tear your soul? Sirius asked him in fascination. Through the darkest and vilest act. Killing someone in cold blood without any remorse can cause you to tear your soul into pieces, Dumbledore explained. Voldemort made these Horcruxes and it is what kept him alive. How did Harry destroy this Horcrux? Sirius asked, flabbergasted. In Harry's second year, someone opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed He monster within the chambers on the school. The monster's gaze was enough to kill anyone who looked directly into its eyes. Mercifully we had no deaths this time, but many students were petrified. This time too, little Harry with his friends was able to find out the Chamber of Secrets, killed the monster and destroyed this Horcrux that Voldemort was trying to use to return to a body by leeching the life force of a child. What was the monster? Sirius asked. It was a basilisk, said Dumbledore simply. What? There was a basilisk in the school. How it is that no one could see it? Sirius shouted. How long was it? How did he kill it? No one can slay a basilisk. Harry had help. Fawkes blinded the great snake before Harry killed it with the sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore explained. The snake was able to bury one of its fangs in his arm, but he was healed with phoenix tears. I am also tempted to say that there is nothing that little Harry cannot do. So with this Horcrux destroyed, does it mean that he can be killed now? No, I fear he has made more of these. I meant to go and make some inquiries and find them last summer, but you escaped from Azkaban and I had to stay at the castle lest you tried to harm Harry. This year, I can't go to find them because there are certain events which beg my attention and I have to remain at the school so that no one will suspect anything. This is where you come in. How? Sirius asked. I will do anything for Harry's safety. Dumbledore smiled. I know, my boy. First let me know if you still want to take Harry's custody. Yes, it should have been me who raised him. If I had not gone after Pettigrew, I would have taken him with me and raised him. He nodded. The ministry will be happy to hand over Harry Potter's custody to you after your trial, though I beg of you to consider a request of mine. What is it, Headmaster? Sirius asked him. Since Voldemort is not dead yet, we may still need the protections that Lily's sacrifice gave Harry, and as such, we will also need the wards to stand around the Dursleys' home. The wards are of such a nature that they won't fall if Harry stays there for 2 weeks a year. I rex you to let him stay there for 2 weeks. What? You just told me that they are horrible and you want Harry to stay with them. Alone, without anyone to defend him. Are you getting senile in your old age? Sirius asked hotly. No, my boy, I was willing to ask if you would like to live with Harry at the Dursleys for 2 weeks during the summer while you try to find a place to stay, or maybe you would like to clean up the home where you grew up in. There is no one alive in your family anymore, and if I were to hazard a guess, it is all yours. I intend to take my lordship and a seat on the Wizengamot. They have become complacent without a black there to stir things up, said Sirius. I intend to make some waves. A fine plan. The school will let out in a month. You can do things that are needed to be done in the meanwhile. A third letter. Harry got the third letter the day after the match. It was delivered by another owl, which probably was a school owl, so he had no idea who the sender was. He, however, had started to recognize the red-colored parchment and he had been anticipating another letter. Heir Harry Potter, it was a great match. I enjoyed seeing you fly, but you fly too dangerously. Can't you fly a little carefully? I still don't know if I am ready to tell you about myself. For now, I am about your height and I share classes with you. Later, the girl, whoever she was leaving trails very carefully. She left no clues about her identity, but Harry was confirmed by now that it was a Hufflepuff or a Ravenclaw. There was no one else who would do something like this. A NY Gryffindor girl would have told him directly. He also noticed that Hermione had disappeared sometime during lunch. He asked Ron, when did Hermione leave? Ron shrugged. I don't know. I swear she was sitting here just a minute ago. It's like she disappeared in thin air. No one can disappear in thin air, Ron, Harry said. You must know it. Hermione has told us only 50 times by now. Both boys chuckled before Harry sobered up. There is something very wrong with Hermione, Ron. I mean, I have never seen her behave this way. And then she is always having her book bag full of books of every subject, and many of those classes are held at the same time. I know that she had dropped divination, but then it leaves her with Dada, charms, transfiguration, herbology, potions, astronomy, arithmancy, ancient runes, Muggle studies and history of magic. How does she manage it all? I don't think she can manage it at all. Haven't you seen her looking stressed every time? Ron asked him. We will have to find it, said Harry. It is important that we do. 2 old friends. Remus Lupin was finishing the course schedule for the next class. This year had been very productive for him. He was able to teach at Hogwarts, something that he had wanted to do since he was a child. In his mind, it was the only career that suited him and that he wanted to take up. The response of the students to his class S's had been outstanding, and he sorely wished that Dumbledore will give him an extension, though he knew that only the next staff meeting would decide his fate. If all the teachers unanimously decided in his favor, then there was no one who could stop him from remaining in this position. This way, he will also be able to teach Harry and keep an eye over him. Suddenly there was a knock on the window of his office, and without looking up, he opened the window with a flick of his wand. Scoop. Owl flew inside and landed on his table. The envelope was stamped with the Marauder crest that he and his friends had made. Notably, the rat's emblem from it was missing though. Dear Moony, there are things that I need to clear with you. Be there in Rosmerta's inn this evening and we will see if I can still charm her out of her wits. Padfoot. Quote. The letter amused him. It was written in typical Sirius style with whatever he wanted to say and nothing more. Though be prosaic, there were things however that he needed to know that only his former friend could tell him. A plan. Madame Rosmerta was stalking the bar and so lost in it that she could not hear the newcomer come in. A stag, a wolf and a dog walked in a bar. Said someone behind her and she dropped the glass that she had been holding which shattered in a million pieces. She turned around abruptly and saw Sirius Black sitting at the bar and giving one of his roguish smiles. One which had put him as the foremost of troublemakers. Rosmerta knew that he and James Potter used to hit on her even when they were children and visited Hogsmeade. Snucking out of the school and she quite enjoyed their antics. When Sirius was hauled to Azkaban, she had never thought that she would see him alive or see him at all. Yet here he was, standing at the other side of the bar and expecting her to finish his sentence. It was another matter altogether that she didn't know what she was supposed to say in the next line. She lunged for the younger man, catching him in a fierce hug. Sirius Black, I am glad to see you alive and well. Sirius grinned. If all I had to do was go to Azkaban to get a hug from you, Rosie, you should have told me sooner. She swatted him on the arm. Don't even dare joke about it, Pratt. I am just glad to see you free at last. After she had seen him to her heart's content, she asked him, now how can I help you? If it is no trouble to you, Rosie, then I'd need a private room upstairs. Moony is coming to meet me in a few minutes and I would rather not be seen in public just yet. Of course, she said, wiping her cheeks, go on up. The second room on right is yours. Moony arrived about 10 minutes later and he was ever the courteous man. Rosmerta sent him up where Sirius was already. When Remus entered the room, he was tackled in a hug by his best friend who was brother to him in all but blood. Both marauders spent minutes weeping, consoling each other and telling each other to not to cry. When it all finally subsided, Remus started speaking. I will not speak of the ordeal of that night nor ask you about it, Padfoot. What I want to know is why you didn't tell me that you were not the secret keeper, Moony, at that time. The rat even made us believe that you had sided with Voldemort and that you were seen fraternizing with Greyback and his ilk. You may remember that we used to send him to gather info. Our mission first because he could get anywhere. He told us that he had seen you mixing with Greyback and his men and that you were working for Voldemort. Since the times were dark and bleak, our brothers in arms were dying every day. We could not take chances. And then there were those missions that you told us nothing about. You would disappear for days and we would not know if something had happened to you. What if we told you and the enemy captured you? They could have broken you and found that I was not the secret keeper. James was brash, but it was about Harry's safety and he was not ready to take any chances. Remus nodded. I had thought that it would be the reason. Moony, who is alive in House of Black? Is my hag of a mother still alive? No one is alive in your family, Sirius. Lord Black died in 1991. Your mother died a few years before that. Lucretia Pruitt died in 1992. Sirius grinned. Well, I won't have to keep up with those distasteful people then. Remus smirked. Narcissa and her family are still free. Sirius winced. I will kick them out then. I will bring Andromeda back. Is that all that you want to do now that you are free? Remus asked him. It is just the start, Moony. There is something that I want to do and you will be helping me with it. What is it? Remus asked with apprehension. First I need to put my house in order. I need to clean the townhouse in London. Then I need to find a place to live. I will keep the London house but I am not going to live with Harry there. Then I need you to live in the townhouse and act as my steward Beck. Oz, I have many things to do, Sirius said. Padfoot, I have a job at Hogwarts, Remus said. I am asking you to stay with me just for the summer. There is something that I have to do and it will have me leave Britain for most of the summer. And I also need to live with the Dursleys for 2 weeks, Sirius said. Why do you need to live with Harry's relatives? Remus asked him. There are some wards around the place that protect Harry from Death Eaters and Voldemort. Dumbledore told me today that Voldemort is not yet dead but alive. To keep those wards at full power and to keep Harry safe, it is necessary that Harry spends a part of his holidays at that place. Dumbledore said that I can live with him during those 2 weeks, Sirius said with a grin. Remus shuddered, imagining what was in the store for the Muggles. For all the grief that they had given Harry, they were about to be repaid in full. Is that all? He asked. No, Moony. I have to go to Africa in search of something that Dumbledore wants done to ensure Harry's safety. Is there something you are not telling me, Padfoot? Remus asked his friend. Sirius sighed. There is something that I have heard from Dumbledore and I'll have trouble wrapping my mind around it. I will tell you once I can understand it myself. Remus shrugged. He knew Sirius will tell him in his own time. He just hoped that this time it won't be 12 years before he would tell him. Remus, when Hogwarts breaks for the summer, I want you to go find some very good property for me. Somewhere preferably in a rural area which is distant from everywhere. I intend to teach Harry and I don't want him to get in trouble with the ministry over it. Look for someplace which is near to some woods so that it will be easier for you. You mean, you still will. Remus could even find the right words. I had become Padfoot to help you with your little furry problem. Remus, Sirius said, Padfoot will always ride with Moony. After that, they talked about a lot of things that they had missed. They had 12 years worth of gossip to catch up on. The office of the head of DMLE, the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is situated in the middle of London below the ground. The ministry could not be located in a place like Hogsmeade where there was not sufficient place available, not even with expansion charms at work. There was also nowhere in London they had that kind of land for establishing the ministry. The only way for them was to establish it below ground in the middle of London. The ministry was located underground and could be accessed by flow travel, apparition, or by telephone booths which showed out-of-order telephones and acted as sort of portals to commute people hence and forth. The ministry comfortably existed in that place. It had been threatened only once when the London Underground was being made and tunneling for the same was being done. They had to use a lot of spells, obliviations etc. to deal with the fallout, which had occurred, but since then their security hadn't been threatened anyway. It was in the atrium that everyone would appear whether they were flowing or apparating. Visitors had to get their wands registered by a wizard who sat on a desk and registered everyone's wands by weighing them. In the middle of the atrium was a fountain, in the middle of which was a statue which showed a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin and a house elf. This fountain was known as the Magical Brethren. From the atrium, one could take a lift to his destination. In the ministry, there were offices on different levels of the ministry which could be reached through lifts. There were 10 floors and the office of the Minister of Magic was on the first floor while the office of the head of DMLE and the Auror offices were situated on the second floor. It was in her office that Amelia Bones spent most of her time. She had no family to speak of, i.e. she had no spouse and her parents had passed away before the First War. She had 2 brothers of whom one was killed in the First War along with his family. His wife and their by the Death Eaters. Her other brother was Edmund Bones, who had a daughter named Susan who was studying in her 3rd year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Madam Bones, Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore is here to see you, reported Amelia's secretary. This was a surprise visit because she had not been expecting him. And then there could be multitude of reasons for Albus Dumbledore to visit her. She had a suspicion that it was in relation to Sirius Black and his escape from Azkaban. Send him in, Ellie, said Amelia and waited for him to enter. Dumbledore entered the office a minute later and sat from across her. Madam Bones, it is good to see you, she said curtly. It will be nice if you can come straight to the point, Headmaster. I know you are not here to make small talk. Dumbledore smiled, still honest to the point of rude. Madam Bones. All right, I have come to know about your progress with Sirius Black's case. And what is your interest in this? She asked him. I remember that Peter Pettigrew, when caught, told about Voldemort's wand being hidden in the Weasley family's orchard. Since then, I have come to know that you had retrieved the wand from the orchard. I want to know, what do you intend to do with it? As much as I would like to snap it and burn down the pieces, I have to do what Cornelius asked of me. The wand will be put in a display at the Ministry of Magic. But the wand can be looted from there by anyone. Doesn't he realize how much of a threat it would pose if we just put it in display on plain sight? She sighed. I understand the risk involved, but he has got it in his head to have it put up for display. I will. I'll then help you put some very strong enchantments around it that no one would be able to break and steal the wand from it, he said. I would rather that the ministry destroyed the wand at Sirius's TR. IAL, but I am not willing to get Cornelius on my bad side for now. The trial. It had been a few days since the meeting in the Three Broomsticks, and the day had arrived for Sirius's trial. Sirius had reported to Amelia Bones at her office in the morning and was currently sitting in her office. Fudge has decided to call for the whole Wizengamot. He is trying to grandstand the entire thing in his TR. Ying to keep as much distance between himself and the entire debacle as he can. We will be meeting in the old courtroom down on 9th floor. What about the Dementor attack? Will he take responsibility? He asked. Yes, about that, she said, shifting uneasily. That is something that you should avoid mentioning until they clear you. It is not on agenda, and Cornelius will fight tooth and nail against your exoneration if he found about it. I have a plan, and let me handle it my way. But someone will pay for this, right? He asked agitatedly. Yes, someone will pay, but you will play no direct role in it, she said. What is the plan? He asked of her. She started telling him of her plan, which went on for about 10 minutes. It was a very simple, which would keep Sirius projected in the positive. Elite for long and in close proximity with the minister. He nodded. All right, so when do we go down? I have called Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, two of my Aurors, to take Peter down there. You will wait outside the courtroom until you are called for, she informed him. About 10 minutes later, the courtroom was full to bursting. Cornelius Fudge was presiding at the trial, and on his side sat a pudgy woman, whose face was in shadows, and everyone seemed to distance themselves from her. No one was even sure what she was doing down there. It was not her place. After everyone had assumed their positions, Fudge rapped his gavel. This trial has been commenced here to exonerate Sirius Black, who was previously accused for betraying of Potters and murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Madam Bones, the head of DMLE, will lead the prosecution and assist us in finding the truth. Madam Bones, the floor is yours. Madam Bones stood. It was the opinion of everyone in the Wizardy world that Sirius Black had betrayed the Potters and killed Pettigrew with those Muggles. In light of facts discovered in wake of Mr. Black's escape from Azkaban. Fake coughed someone. Rom the Upper rose and rudely interrupted her. The chair recognizes Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary to the minister, intoned Fudge. The woman, who was sitting in the shadows, leaned forward. And she looked like a large ugly toad with a horrible pink bow in her hair. Amelia wanted to viciously snatch that ridiculous-looking bow and tear it to pieces, but she gritted her teeth and said, Yes, madam. Umbridge. Madam Bones. She simpered. Will the ministry let him go scot-free for breaking out of Azkaban? Amelia snapped. He was illegally confined there for 12 years without a trial, so it was not an offense at all. Of course, it is something that a quill pusher like you would not know. Umbridge retreated in the shadows, biting back an insult while several in the crowd snickered. Amelia continued. Some new facts came into light, including the fact that Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban after the war without a proper trial, which is due to even the most common of criminals. The head of DMLE, Mr. Crouch, signed orders for him to be directly sent to Azkaban, and no one heard from him since. I personally interrogated Mr. Crouch about this oversight, and he produced a memo signed by the former Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold, who told him that she was convinced by irrefutable evidence that Sirius was guilty, and she shipped him to Azkaban under her sign. Since Minister Bagnold is not alive anymore, we simply cannot ascertain the veracity of his statement. However, we are digressing from the point here. Recently, Peter Pettigrew was captured at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and was interrogated by me under the authority of the minister who was present at that interrogation. It was determined that Mr. Black is innocent of all his perceived crimes. Fudge turned to the chamber in general. As Mr. Black here, Amelia motioned for an Auror, who went outside, and a few minutes later, Sirius walked inside the courtroom. After he was given a chair to sit on, Fudge turned to him. Mr. Black, we apologize to you for the mistakes of the previous administration and your illegal incarceration in Azkaban prison. While there can be no recompense for the time That you have lost in the prison, yet we can try to do what we can. The ministry in bona fide faith is giving you 1.2 million galleons for the time that you spent in Azkaban. Minister, I recognize is bona fide act of the ministry and its zeal to do justice to me by correcting the wrongs which were done to me by the previous administration. I am sincerely thankful to you and the entire ministry. Sirius said sincerely while not really meaning it. Dumbledore had coached him that he would need to pose a charade of a sincere citizen who was making a fresh start and one who could strike a rapport with the minister. Fudge was a useful tool and it was time that they owned him. Fudge rapped his gavel, under the seal of the Minister of Magic, Mr. Sirius Orion Black is hereby acquitted for all charges, and the ministry shall publish a string of articles presenting him in a good light for a month hereafter. After Sirius was exonerated, he took a seat in the spectator stands which were vacant. Fudge continued, now that we have acquitted Sirius Black of the crime of betraying the Potters and killing the 13 Muggles, it is time that we tried the one who is actually responsible for the crime. Bring the accused in. The doors opened again and two Aurors named Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks entered, dragging Peter between them, who looked like he was ready to pass out. After he as deposited in the accused chair and tied down, Cornelius continued, Madam Bones, please administer Veritaserum to him. After the potion was administered to him, Amelia began her questions. What is your name? Peter Pettigrew. Are you a Death Eater? Yes. When did you become a Deefter? Leaving Hogwarts, I joined the vigilante group known as the Order of the Phoenix, which was fighting against the Dark Lord and his followers. One day, I was scouting for the Order on some known Death Eaters when I was caught by the Dark Lord. He wanted to kill me, but I convinced him that I was useful to him. He spared my life and marked me as his follower. What crimes did you commit in his service? I spied on Order members. I passed their information to him. I helped him take down many of the Order members. I even dismantled protections on some of the members of this order. I was there when the Death Eaters killed Benjoy Finwick. I had disarmed him before they got to him. What happened at night when you know who was defeated? The Dark Lord had gone to kill the Potters after I gave their secret to him. I was right behind him and heard him kill James and Lily without any trouble whatsoever. He, however, could not kill Harry Potter as his curse rebounded and destroyed him. I don't know how or why that happened. I picked up his wand which was there and ran away with it. At this point, Amelia had the wand brought out and presented it to the court. This is the wand which belonged to the dark wizard known as Voldemort. The chamber shuddered collectively except for Sirius. Fudge ordered, this wand shall be put at a display in the atrium of the ministry for everyone after this trial is over. Amelia continued, what happened after you ran away from the Potter's cottage on that Halloween? When I ran from Godric's Hollow, I tried to run away, but I knew that the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix would be searching for me. I thought Sirius would have told but I soon realized that Sirius would have wanted to hunt me down by himself. I knew his ways and how he would try to find me, and I evaded capture for 2 days before he cornered me on a busy street in Muggle London. I knew I was cornered and there was no way that I could fight him. I had no prowess with a wand when it came to dueling. As Sirius threatened me and kept his wand on me, I started shouting for the benefit of the Muggles that he had betrayed James and Lily. When Sirius was ready to strike me down, I kept my wand behind my back and fired a bombarda which destroyed the asphalt and hit a gas line below the ground. The Muggles were too close and were caught in the explosion. I severed one of my fingers, changed form and ran down to the sewers. How did you change form? I am an animagus, an illegal unregistered animagus, and I take the form of a rat when I change. It was easy for me to run to the sewers in my form, and I knew before anybody would get the wiser or would interrogate Sirius, I would be away from them. To my surprise, I was lauded as a hero and Sirius never said a word about me being an animagus. I guess he would have told them if he had been given a trial. It was an embarrassing subject for the ministry that Sirius Black had not been tried before being sent to Azkaban. It was such an oversight that it would continue to taint the ministry and point fingers towards it in case there were rumors of any wrongdoing again. Fudge turned to the court, all in favor of convicting him of treason for passing information on respectable members of society to you-know-who and getting them killed. Everyone raised their wands anonymously. Doing otherwise would not have been wise in the current climate. He repeated again, all in favor of convicting him foe. Are betraying James and Lily Potter and of murder of 13 muggles. Every one raised their wands again and he and Amelia huddled together discussing his punishment. After an intense discussion, which lasted for a few minutes, Amelia retreated with a satisfying smile on her face. Amelia then signaled for another of her Aurors to administer the antidose of Veritaserum to Peter. After it was done, Fudge turned to Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, the Wizengamot has heard of your crimes in detail and we have arrived at the conclusion that you deserve the harshest of sentences which we can give to someone. You are hereby sentenced to be kissed by a Dementor about a week from now at the Azkaban fortress. Aurors, take him away. Pettigrew began thrashing like a caged animals, but the chains held firm. He kept trying to escape them, but there was no way that it could happen. When his thrashings did not stop, Fudge growled, somebody stun him for Merlin's sake. The Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt stunned him and then they dragged him away, his body limp in their arms. Sirius kept watching them taking him away with a vicious smile on his face. After Peter Pettigrew was dragged away by the 2 Aurors, Sirius stood and Fudge said, the chair recognizes Sirius Black, the heir of House Black. Minister, when Lord James Potter died he left behind an infant. I was named the godfather to that see. Hilden, due to my unfortunate incarceration in Azkaban, I have been unable to tend to my duties as a godfather to him. It is my understanding that he has been living with his Muggle relatives all these years. I request this body to give his custody to me so that I can do my duties as a godfather to him. Fudge rapped his gavel, so ordered. The custody of Harry James Potter is given to Sirius Orion Black from his moment. With that, Fudge rapped his gavel, this concludes the proceedings of. He was stopped mid-sentence by Edmund Bones, the Lord of House Bones. Not it doesn't. Fudge looked at him, pardon. We still have to deal with the issue of Dementors attacking Sirius Black after his name was cleared and for trying to kiss the boy who lived, Harry Potter. We demand to know what has been done into the investigation. Fudge spluttered, it was an oversight, Lord Bones. The orders were dispatched but were not received at the prison in time and we could not identify anyone responsible for it. Sirius stood trying to look concerned. Really, that is a non-issue. No permanent harm was done to me or Harry Potter. I am sure that the minister has looked into it. Edmund sneered at him. It is not about you, Black. It is about the ministry owning up to its mistake. A member of the ancient and most noble houses is attacked by Dementors and the minister is trying to push it under the rug. I am affronted and I demand that the ministry be held accountable. Augusta Longbottom stood in her place. I second this proposal. The minister must brief this chamber about what had been done in this direction. Sirius tried to speak again but his voice was drowned in protests and everyone kept demanding Fudge to be accountable. When he could not take it any more, he rapped his gavel rather loudly. I asked Madam Bones to investigate into the matter and she is still investigating into the matter. Since this is a matter of ongoing investigation, therefore, I chose not to say anything about it for that would be in contravention of the laws. Amelia snorted to herself. Cornelius was trying to throw her beneath the wagon to save himself but contrary to what he hoped, she was ready. Lord MacDougall, an elderly wizard, was speaking. We demand that Madam Bones be put to the stand and give her report to us. Amelia stood in her place. It will be my pleasure, Lord MacDougall. I have completed my investigations in the matter and I was about to submit this report to the minister after this trial. Cornelius was gaping at her while Elder MacDougall said, we will hear that report now. She started speaking. I interviewed the minister and his office staff and also tried to track all the communications that were received at the prison. To my surprise, no communications from the office of the Minister of Magic were sent to the prison from the day that Peter Pettigrew was found and apprehended by us to the day when I made these inquiries. Eventually I found those orders sent by the minister in the office of his undersecretary where they were found with the annotation on them, cancelled by Dolores Jane Umbridge, undersecretary to the minister, and to my shock, they were buried under a mountain of paperwork which was labeled, quote, Dolores Umbridge, who was sitting just beside the minister, shrieked, you are lying. Amelia snapped, don't interrupt me until you are asked, Quill Pusher. I should put you under Veritaserum and then you will tell everything that I need to know. Mr. Ainsworth, one of the ministry appointees, stood at his place. I demand that we put her to trial right now. What she did is an offense which cannot be condoned. Cornelius stood. I believe it was an oversight for which we can't put her to trial. He was interrupted harshly by Sebastian Greengrass, the Lord of House Greengrass. Stop trying to defend her, Minister. Her act led to jeopardizing the lives of 2 members of our society. Cornelius tried to speak again when he was harshly shut down by Dowager Longbottom. If you try to interrupt us, Minister, then we will have you removed from the office for obstruction of justice. Sirius stood on his place. I ask pardon of the member for speaking without my turn, but I don't believe that our esteemed minister has had any role to play in this entire incident. I pray that this honorable body let the matter rest. Lord Macmillan said, You are not yet a member of this body, Sirius Black. You get no say in the matter. Sit down and let this matter proceed. Amelia, who was standing near Fudge, said wisely to him in whispers, It would be better if you don't get involved with this, Cornelius. She is not worth being removed from office. It looked like the majority agreed with her, and it was clear that Cornelius was finding himself to be in hot waters. He couldn't kept relying on Umbridge, and in fact trying to save her would be a political suicide. If he stood with them now, many will stand with him when he would need them too. He gestured to Amelia. Take the accused in custody, Madam Bones. Umbridge stood in her place, ready to spit venom. I have done no wrong. No one can touch me. Amelia motioned for one of her Aurors. Aurors, take her into custody. Nymphadora Tonks whipped out her wand and fired a stunning spell. Umbridge collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Chapter 6. Sirius Black exonerated. Yesterday, the Wizengamot in a special trial convened on the behalf of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, exonerated Sirius Black of the charges of betrayal of the Potters on October 31, 1981. It was affirmed for the Wizengamot by means of a Veritaserum-induced trial of Peter Pettigrew, who was supposed to be dead all these years. For more on Sirius Black, cp. 8. It also came to light that Sirius Black K was sent to Azkaban without any trial on the recommendation of the former Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, and the then head of the DMLE, Barty Crouch Sr. For more on Millicent Bagnold and Barty Crouch Sr. cp. 9. It has come to light that Peter Pettigrew was supposed to be a member of the Order of the Phoenix, the secret society which fought you-know-who during the war. Peter Pettigrew W. as sentenced to the Dementor's kiss a week from the date of conviction at the Azkaban prison. For more on the Order of the Phoenix, cp. 10. Minister Fudge, after the session, had the following to say. This was indeed an unfortunate occurrence that someone had to stay in Azkaban for 12 years without having committed a crime, and I feel aggrieved when I realize that I was one of the first on the spot that night and found Mr. Black laughing. I realized that I failed to follow up the matter with the authorities about his trial, and like others I thought that he had received a fair trial. However, today we have done justice to him the best way that we can. Rest of the story continues on page 5. Such was the headline that screamed from the top of the paper for the information of the wizarding public the morning after the trial. Also there was a picture on the front page of Cornelius Fudge with Sirius Black, which had been taken after the trial, and Fudge looked like he had won a major victory. In a corner on the front page was another news story published, which was so small that others would not have been able to see it at first unless they knew what they were looking for. Under say, Creteri to Minister sentenced to Azkaban for life. After the trial of Sirius Black was concluded, the Wizengamot took up the issue of the boy who lived in Sirius Black being attacked by the Dementors. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Lord Bones asked the Ministry to be answerable to the demands made by the Chamber, and the Houses bullied the Minister to force him to answer the questions of the Chamber. It came to light that the orders to recall the Dementors back to Azkaban were never sent to the island, but the former Under-Secretary to the Minister, Dolores Umbridge, kept them back maliciously. For more on Dolores Umbridge, please cp. 10. She was sentenced to Azkaban for life in a maximum security wing by the Wizengamot. Exams. Oh groan. The end exams had approached finally, and the students were excited. Especially for defense against the dark arts. The teacher, Remus Lupin, was the best that they had in years for now. His way of working with the students had given all of them a new sense of purpose, and they all had enjoyed his classes. In fact, many of the students were hoping that he would stay for another year. Remus himself harbored the expectation in his heart of being given another year at Hogwarts. Not that he was in dire need of employment now. His best friend Sirius Orion Black had a job for him which would pay well enough for him to make some semblance of a normal life. He knew that through Sirius, he would get to stay close to Harry too, because Sirius, in no way, was going to live without his godson. There was something that he would have to tell to Harry though. Something which would change his perception towards Remus, but that could wait until school broke for summer vacations. The exams went well for everyone, however Harry enjoyed them the most, for there was no one threatening him for once at the end of the year. In his first 2 years at Hogwarts, he had been busy fighting Voldemort at the end of the school year. This year, all he had to care for was passing his exams, and that was going to be easy. The first exam was Charms, where he thought he had done rather well. Professor Flitwick had tested them on cheering Charms as he had hinted he would. Harry thought he had done reasonably well in Care of Magical Creatures. Transfiguration was hard as always, but he was confident that he had managed to scrape an E in his final exams, and his practical exam was not as bad as he had initially feared. Ron shared his enthusiasm in the exams and had done fairly well considering his work ethic, which was the same as Harry. His Transfiguration was not as neat as he had thought it would be, but that was all to it that he could do. Hermione, however, was stressed out with so many subjects that she had taken and was always on the edge of her seat. Others were always cautious around her on joking about anything or even saying a word that would make her snap. Their best exam had been Defense Against the Dark Arts, where they had to go through a sort of obstacle course that Professor Lupin had set for them. They would have to fight a Grindylow, a Dugbog, and then climb into a trunk where they would face a Boggart. Whoever emerged from the trunk at last would directly score an outstanding. Harry was the one who had emerged as the winner at the end when he had made his Boggart trip on the hem of its robes when it changed into a Dementor. When he emerged out of the trunk, Lupin clapped him on the shoulder, beaming, "Well done, Harry. Full marks." Ron had been led astray by a Dugbog and sank calf deep into a marsh. Hermione did well until the end when she emerged from the trunk bawling. Remus asked him with concern, "Hermione, what happened?" Professor McGonagall SS said IFF failed everything, she wailed. Harry had to force himself to not to laugh at whatever Hermione's Boggart had turned into. It almost seemed like Ron had a prophetic vision that Hermione's Boggart would be that she failed to score an outstanding in her tests. The proof their divination test, and Harry woke up feeling uneasy. He knew there was something that bothered him, but he could not put a finger to it. He absent-mindedly dressed to go for BREAK fast and was in the common room when he noticed Hermione standing in a corner and fiddling with a chain on her neck. Now this was something that Harry had not seen before. Now that he came to think of it, he had never seen Hermione wearing any jewelry ever. Then why she had suddenly taken to wear a chain around her neck, and why she was fiddling with it. Before he could stop her, Hermione had disappeared. He kept staring at the place, trying to figure out what had happened when someone from behind him said, "What are you looking at, Harry?" Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. Standing behind him were Ron and Hermione, though he was not sure where Hermione had come from. He had just seen her disappear. "Where were you?" Harry asked her. "What do you mean?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "I just saw you there disappearing in air," said Harry. Hermione laughed nervously. "No one can disapparate out of thin air at Hogwarts, Harry." Was it Harry's perception, or somehow she was acting nervous and fingering the chain around her neck? He was more than sure now that Hermione was hiding something from her best friends. "Never mind," he said. "Let's go to breakfast or we will be late for exams." Today was the last exam, and then Harry wondered where he would go now. He had read in the newspaper that Sirius had taken his guardianship, but since then Sirius hadn't showed up or contacted him anyway. Was it possible that Sirius too didn't want Harry? The thought made him sad, however that was the story of his life. As he was leaving his exam of divination, where he knew his performance has been bad, he started walking away. He was halfway out of the room when he heard something fall behind him. He turned around and saw that a crystal ball had fallen from the table where it was kept, and it was rolling towards him. Already fed up of divination and peering into the glass ball for the last hour, he wanted nothing more than to throw the ball through the trap door, but decided to return it to her. Trelawney was finishing up after the exams and collecting cups etc. which she had distributed to the students, and Harry walked up to her. "Professor," this was rolling away. She took the ball from him, then. Suddenly, she froze and started shivering. Harry panicked with her state. He didn't want someone to blame him for whatever was happening to Trelawney. However, before he could do something, the shivers had stopped and her eyes were wide open. Her voice was deep and rumbling as if someone else was speaking through her. "The servant of the Dark Lord will return to him, return before the moon turns. Return to his master who lives in misery, the servant will help him rise." Harry was freaked out, to be honest. He could not make head or tails of whatever she was saying, but from what he understood, she meant that Voldemort's servant will return to him. He knew of only one servant of Voldemort, Peter Pettigrew, but he was in the Ministry and today, he was going to be kissed by Dementors as night came. Surely the Ministry would have taken care to ensure that Peter could not escape from Azkaban before he was punished for his mistake. As he watched, Trelawney returned to normal, or whatever was normal for her. "My dear boy, surely you are done with your exam. Why are you still here? What did you mean by Dark Lord returning?" he said. To say Trelawney was shocked would be underestimating it. She let out a loud yelp, clasped the front of her robes and cried in dismay, "When did I say so? I certainly would not say anything like that. The Dark Lord returning. You know how much panic that would create." Harry decided to take his leave, though he kept thinking of whatever had happened to her. Maybe she was making a real prophecy, or maybe she was just again pretending. Gee, so people would think she was knowledgeable. Moony. That evening, the staff had their last meeting for the year. In the last meeting of the year, the teachers would sit together and determine the plan of action for next year. Discuss if new recruitment was to be done and other such decisions. "This has been a tumultuous year for all of us," said Dumbledore to his fellow teachers who were gathered in the staff room, with the exception of Remus Lupin, who was somewhere else. "Yes, this has been one very stressful year," said Minerva McGonagall, "considering all the hardships that the students had to go through. Now it is time for us to make some decisions for the next year," said Dumbledore, and everyone leaned forward in his seat to hear what he had to say. "We had a very good year and students loved their defense against the dark arts classes, so I am going to offer Remus Lupin another year at Hogwarts unless someone has any objections," he asked of his staff members. "Headmaster, as I understand, Remus Lupin was hired by the school for a specific purpose, and it would not be wise to retain him another year considering the threat that he poses for the students," said Severus Snape in his slow drawl. "Is that your reason, or it is because you don't want him here, Severus?" asked Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore raised his hand in placating gesture. "Minerva, Severus, please don't fight among yourselves. I have already decided to offer him a contract for next year and discussed this idea with the Board of Governors. He has done very well as a teacher, and it is my fond wish that he would find a new purpose working here." Everyone noticed Severus's lips curling at the ends in distaste and realized that Snape would not change, no matter what. Some things never change despite whatever you may do. As there were no other matters which concerned the staff, they all left shortly. Severus was last one to leave, and just as he was leaving, he found Pansy Parkinson at the door of the staff room. "What do you want?" "Ms. Parkinson." "Professor, I wanted to talk to Professor Lupin about a question," she said. "Can you tell me where he is?" Severus, lips curled up in a cruel smile. He is indisposed at the moment due to the full moon tonight." Her eyebrows shot up. "Indisposed?" Severus asked her with feigned surprise. "You don't know he is a werewolf?" "I should have thought that a clever girl like you would have worked it out by now." Moony the werewolf. Remus Lupin aka Moony was in a dilapidated building known as Shrieking Shack just off the grounds of Hogwarts WH. It could be accessed by a tunnel built under a whomping willow. Whomping willow was a very dangerous plant which was planted at the school at the year when Remus Lupin arrived at Hogwarts. The tree as planted so no one enter the tunnel beneath the tree. In the shack, Remus Lupin was sitting and waiting for the moon to rise. As a werewolf, it was the darkest hour of his life whenever a full moon arose. It always had been so until he arrived at Hogwarts and his friends found out his furry little problem. He was scared that they would shun him, but they embraced him and even became animagus so he could run with him whenever the moon was full. The stag and the dog could keep the wolf subdued, and changing while being with his friends made his transformations very easy. The years after James's death, however, were very hard for him. Every full moon brought out the pain that he felt in his heart, and he would howl at the moon for entire night, howling in pain and agony. That night too, he was ready to undergo through one such night. Luckily, since he started at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had been kind enough to provide him Wolfsbane potion, which would allow him to keep his sanity during his transformations. He would be sedated with the potion and the wolf would come out but would not be aggressive. As he watched the moon rise from the windows of the shack, his pulse began to race. His heart started thudding faster as he could feel his muscles tense, his bones breaking and elongating and joining, and he could feel a bloodlust. This was not supposed to happen. How this could not have such effects. As he waited, the wolf gained more and more dominance until Remus Lupin kind of felt detached watching his body being driven by the wolf. He knew something was not right. This was not how Wolfsbane was supposed to work. Suddenly, he felt the primal instincts of the wolf begin to awake. The instinct to hunt, to kill and to mark his territory. He was a werewolf. Every creature should fear him. Remus watched helplessly as the wolf started slashing at the meager furniture in the room, howling, causing such ruckus that he had not made since he started taking the Wolfsbane. Remus was helpless and wished someone would come and help him. Suddenly there was a scraping sound and a bark echoed in the tunnel. The bark was so strong and so full of emotion that it allowed Remus to reassert his control over the wolf. He may be wolf for a day, but his mind will be his own. A large shaggy dog bounded in the room and leapt at the wolf, playfully butting against the wolf. The wolf was elated and started cavorting with the dog. They both fought with each other, testing their strength, causing ruckus and in general having fun time as they used to before the rat destroyed everything between them. If only a stag could join them, they would be as good as they were before. That night, the dog saved the wolf. Many times, the wolf wanted to run out and about, but it was the dog who prevented that with exertion of his will. It was him who kept the wolf in line. When morning came, Remus knew someone was going to pay for the mischief done to his potion. Yes, the potion brought his primal urges out, but it had happened for a short time. Even if the dog had not come, Remus would have gained control after some time, but who knows what would have happened. What if he had bitten someone? What if he had killed someone? How could he live with that knowledge? Turning time, Harry had finally decided to tackle one issue that he had been dealing with. Hermione's behavior throughout the year had been very different. She acted very suspiciously and he had no idea why she was doing it. At times, she even missed classes that he and Ron both attended, but she seemed to know what they had learnt in that class. Till she studied divination, she had regularly skipped ancient runes, but he had heard from someone that she had not skipped a single class of ancient runes of arithmancy, while they both call IDED with divination and care of magical creatures. He had tried to think of an explanation about the same, but he had no idea. He could not think of a way that someone could be in two places at a time, which was ridiculous. No person could split his manifestations into two. However, he seemed to remember hearing about a movie in his Muggle school about time travel where the actor kept going back into time to change things in the past. What if Hermione was doing the same? Was that possible though? He had no idea, but he supposed that anything could be possible. After all, there were very few things that they could not do with magic. As he and Ron came down to the common room, he cornered Hermione. "Are you going to tell us?" Ron asked him, "What are you talking about, mate?" Harry kept looking at Hermione. "Tell us now," she said in a small voice. "Not here." They walked out of the common room to an empty classroom on the 6th floor. After she had closed the door behind them, she asked, "How did you know?" "I still don't know, but I think there is something that you have not been telling us. All those times that you missed the classes, you were taking other classes and somehow you varied those that you missed at the same time. How?" She was wringing her hands. "I promise that I will not tell." Harry glared at her. "I have seen the chain around your neck, Hermione. It is somehow you attend the classes, don't you?" All tension seemed to ebb out of her. She brought out the chain that she was wearing around her neck and faced them. "This is a time turner. Professor McGonagall got it for me from the ministry. It is how I have been taking classes all the year." "Blimey. And you didn't tell us?" exclaimed Ron. I wanted to. she said quickly, but Professor McGonagall forbid me. But we are you friends, said Ron, you can trust us. She said it is ministry secret and the perils of playing with time if it falls into wrong hands are dangerous. She told me that the Ministry does not want anyone else to know about it. What are you going to do with it now? Harry asked. I have decided to return it. I can't take another year like this. I will drop Muggle studies too and then I can manage my schedule. She said, I wanted to tell you both. I really did, but with everything happening and Professor McGonagall having forbid me, I could not. Great Hall. The third Letter arrived for him when he was at breakfast the day after the full moon. This time the letter was brought by a big tawny owl and it waited while Harry read the letter. Harry Potter, I hope you are fine and I congratulate you on finding your godfather. Are you going to live with him? Have you met him yet? Is he as dangerous as the newspapers claim? My father told me that his family was full of dark wizards and they have always sat in dark faction of the ministry. I hope he does not take after his family but turns out to be well. I lately have realized that you would be very confused about me. And I am sure you want to ask me questions. This owl will wait for your reply and take it to me. Waiting to hear from you. Third clue, I am a member of one of the ancient and most noble houses. Later, Harry scrambled for some quill and parchment and hastily scrawled a letter to his secret admirer and sent it. He waited for the owl to go to the secret girl in the Great Hall, but the owl took off and flew out of the Great Hall. Harry groaned for the missed opportunity of knowing the identity of the girl. As soon as the owl took off, another owl landed before him. This was shocking. Harry was no sure if he had ever received 2 letters in a day. He could guess the identity of the sender at once because it was in the same colored envelope. He took the letter from the owl and opened it. Harry Potter, I have heard the rumor going in the rumor mill that Remus Lupin is werewolf. Pansy Parkinson has been going around telling people that Professor Snape told it to her. Do you know anything about it? Word is that you are really close to him and he was also best friends with your father. Did you know this? Waiting for your reply. Later, Harry looked up at the staff table, hoping to see Remus Lupin up there, but he was not. However, he could see Dumbledore's eye on him, who was smiling that all-knowing smile. Harry had no idea what to do in this situation. He simply could not ask anyone. And Remus himself was not there to confirm or deny anything. Dumbledore gave him barest of nods and Harry understood and walked out of the Great Hall with his friends following him. When he was outside, Dumbledore met him. You will meet him in the hospital wing. Saying that, Dumbledore left immediately, leaving Harry to answer his friend's questions. What was that about? Who was he talking about? Is it about Sirius? Guys, I have received some news and I want to confirm something. Come with me. They both knew Harry never would hide anything from them, so they followed him to the infirmary. Remus Lupin was peacefully sleeping on one of the beds, looking very tired and having some new scars on his body. It looked like he had a very rough night, but other than those scars and fatigue, there was nothing that would tell them that something was wrong with him. Sitting on Remus's bedside was a man who wore an expensive robe, had soldier-length hairs and wore dragon-hide boots. It was hard to see the transformation that Sirius Black had gone through in the short time that he had been free. Yes, he was still looking gaunt and had that haunted look in his eyes, but otherwise he was smiling and looked like he had been eating rather very well. Sirius, said Harry. Sirius was up in a moment and crossed the distance between them in a trio. Harry, what you are doing here? I heard some rumors that Professor Lupin is. He left it unsaid. A werewolf? Sirius asked. Yes, he is a werewolf. Ron could barely control his scream. What? He is dangerous. Sirius shook his head. No, he is not. Most of the time, he is normal like us. It is only on the night of full moon that he is dangerous. Harry suddenly said, Oh, that's why you call him Moony, don't you? Sirius chuckled. Yes. Ron interrupted. But I have heard that werewolves worked for you know who. That they turned children or murdered wizards. They are creatures of dark. Sirius shook his head. I can understand where you are coming from. You were raised in some pureblood family, I guess. Well, Remus here was the one werewolf who was on our side, and he was turned because his father had insulted Greyback. Who is Greyback? The most savage werewolf of our times. said Sirius. His aim is to convert as many witches and wizards as he can in order to increase their numbers so that he can rule on the wizarding world. Harry then noticed that Hermione had not said a word all this while, but he also had seen that the revelation had no effect upon her at all. Hermione, did you know that he is a werewolf? She nodded. Since Professor Snape gave us that essay to do on werewolves. Snape would be proud, said Remus, who had woke up. He gave the lesson in the hopes that someone will find it. As I always said, you were cleverest witch of your age, Hermione. But how could he teach at Hogwarts? Said Ron. We have been told from childhood that werewolves are dark and dangerous and followed you know who. Sirius turned to him. You should not always believe everything that you hear from others. Reality can always surprise you. He then turned to Harry. Would you like to introduce us to your friends, Harry? Harry blushed. I forgot. They are my best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Did anyone knew that you were a werewolf? Ron asked. Remus smiled. Something for later, Mr. Weasley. Now what brought you here? Harry fidgeted. I heard a rumor that you were a werewolf and that Snape had told a student about it. Remus winced. I should have known that Snape won't take it kindly. Before Harry could ask anything more, Dumbledore entered the infirmary. Harry, please go about your day and leave me alone with you Godfather and Mr. Lupin. I have business to discuss with them. The train ride back. Harry had not been able to see Remus again before they had to leave for the Hogwarts Express. He however had been told that Sirius will be waiting for him at platform 9 3/4 from where he would be going with Sirius. This year had been a good one for Harry. It was perhaps the best one so far and he was very hopeful for the coming year. During the train ride, he found an owl knocking on the train window and he opened it for the owl to enter. It was a barn owl same as others at Hogwarts and it bore another letter for him. Herr Potter, it was not very gentleman of you to leave the Grey at Hall without sending an answer to my last letter. In some circles it can be even seen as personal affront. However, I am willing to be your friend and I understand you are not yet intimate with the nuances of the upper echelons of our society. I was able to confirm the rumor that Professor Remus Lupin is indeed a werewolf and I am aghast at how Dumbledore could willingly risk the lives of so many of us by allowing him to teach at Hogwarts. The old headmaster is going senile and making decisions which no one in their right mind would. Wishing to hear from you soon. No clues this time. Later, Harry read the letter and looked to see his friends looking at him like, well, Sirius's letter. He told me that he will wait for me at the station, Harry said confidently. He noticed that Ron looked skeptical and Hermione looked suspicious, but they accepted what he had told them. Before the train ride was over though, they got a customary visit from Malfoy and his lackeys. Potter, you are going to pay for humiliating me, Harry causally said. You do that without any help from me, Malfoy. Go away. As Malfoy raised his wand, Harry, Ron and Hermione's wands were out already. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Talentallegra, Furunculus. A myriad of spells shot the three and they fell to the floor of the train with heavy thuds. Let's drag them to a side, said Fred. What do you say, George? They are not adding to the decor, said George. I knew they were up to no good when I saw them sneaking past us. Harry was examining the result of the handiwork of the three. Crabbe had green skin and looked like he was about to erupt in boils. Goyle was simply stunned. Malfoy looked like he had grown a tail and there were red angry patches on his skin. They dragged them out of the compartment and indulged in exploding snaps. When they arrived at the station, Harry dragged his trunk off the train and started looking for Sirius around. As he waited for Sirius, he met Mrs. Weasley, a kind woman who loved him like a son and greeted her. As the Weasleys were leaving, Ron hollered to him, "Don't forget to join us for the final of the Quidditch World Cup. Dad's got tickets." Finally, when Harry could see that Sirius was not on platform 9 3/4, he dragged his trunk to the Muggle's side. Chapter 7. Office of the Minister of Magic. The office of the Minister of Magic was a grand place. The room was decorated with paintings. The walls were lined with bookshelves, the floor was covered with expensive rugs and there was a table in the center of the room made of oak. Behind the table sat the Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge and he was talking to his guest for the day, Sirius Black, who had come to meet him for the first time since he had been exonerated. "What can I do for you, Sirius?" asked the minister. "Minister," Sirius started before he was interrupted by the minister. "Call me Cornelius. All my friends call me by my name," he replied. Cornelius then. "Cornelius, I wanted a favor from you." "What is it?" "You see, Harry Potter is my ward and I wanted to take him to my place which I have recently bought. But he insists on staying with his aunt and uncle for 2 weeks for some reason that I don't understand. What is the harm in it?" "The lad certainly loves them," said the minister. "The problem is that he wants me to live with him during the time that he is living with his muggle relatives and is a wizard I cannot get by without using magic." Sirius left the rest unsaid. Cornelius laughed jovially. "Of course I understand now. Since the area is muggle, you are concerned about using magic in there. Don't worry. Since little Harry's relatives know about magic, you can use it in their house. But the ministry would think that Harry used the magic, and they will try to expel him," said Sirius with enough anxiousness in his voice. "Oh, I get it. I will let Mafalda in the Office of Underage Use of Magic know about it and C will know that it is you using the magic," said the minister. "Minister, Mr. Malfoy has sent a letter that he wants an audience with you and will arrive here in 10 minutes, said his secretary poking her head in the door. Sirius immediately stood. "I will see you later, Cornelius." Sirius left the office of the minister thinking about ways to take Fudge away from Malfoy. They needed the minister in their own grasp. King's Cross. When Harry reached the Muggle side of the station, he was surprised to see Sirius standing with his uncle and aunt. He was wearing a t-shirt and jeans with sunglasses and looked like one of the 100 Muggles going on about. As soon as he saw Harry, he grinned from ear to ear, surprise. "Harry, we are here to take you home." Harry could only watch in shock. He had no idea that how Sirius had managed to make his uncle and aunt agree to it. However, by the looks of it, Vernon and Petunia looked like they had been caught on the wrong foot and had no idea this was going to happen to them. Sirius was hugging Vernon with one arm and Petunia with another, grinning from ear to ear and said to Petunia, "Petunia dear, home after a year. Won't you greet him?" She opened her arms wide, awkwardly. "Harry, you are looking great." Vernon however was at end of his patience and growled, "Boy." Sirius looked at Vernon with cold eyes, language Vernon. Vernon Dursley whimpered, "Sorry, Mr. Black." "Harry, son, we are getting late." Harry decided he had enough of bazaar for a day. He pulled his trunk behind him which was taken by Petunia. "Let me take it, Harry. You would be tired." "Hogwarts. You did what?" asked McGonagall in shock. The headmaster smiled that smile which never fooled her. "I sent Sirius to live with Harry at Harry's relatives." "But why?" she asked dumbly. "Because Sirius wanted to live with his godson as soon as he reached London. I suggested that he could persuade the Dursleys to let him live with Harry for 2 weeks and then take Harry with him." "You are truly an evil man, you old goat," said McGonagall. "Those Muggles don't know what they are in for." Privet Drive. When they reached Privet Drive, Sirius had Harry walk into the house with him leaving the Dursleys behind. Vernon, who was left with Petunia, said, "You go on in and see to it that they don't scare Dutters. I am coming after you." "Vernon, he is a wizard. How can I manage him?" she asked him, worriedly. "Please understand, Petunia," he beseeched, and she walked inside, shrugging. Vernon dragged the trunk behind him and brought it in. As always, he shoved it in the cupboard under the stairs and joined the others in the sitting room where Sirius was looking at the photos on the walls. After Vernon sat, he asked, "Why are there no photos of Harry in the house?" Vernon opened his mouth to say something and then thought better of it. He could sense the fury in Sirius's voice and knew no excuse would be enough. Petunia however had the courage to answer, "Because he is not my son." Sirius turned his fury on her. "Is he your blood or not? Is he Lily's son or not? Did you never love your sister?" Before she could say something, Sirius spoke again. "Anyway, since I am going to live here for the next 2 weeks, there are few rules which are going to be followed." "Now you listen to me," interrupted Vernon. "You are under my roof, and you will abide by my rules." Sirius looked incredulously at the Muggle. "You dare interrupt me? Muggle, I don't care what you think, but I am not going to let you walk over us," Vernon was almost shouting. Sirius pulled out his wand from his sleeve, twirling it between his fingers. "You were saying, Muggle." The sight of the wand put Vernon off immediately and he retreated to a corner of the sofa. Petunia however snapped, "Don't threaten my husband." Sirius laughed, "Or what? You will shout at me. Have you not learned what wizards can do with a few words? Lily never told you anything." Before any of the Dursleys could respond, Sirius silenced both of them with a silencing charm. "Anyway, I am done with you both. Now listen here and listen well. Till the time I am here, you both will do everything possible to be pleasant hosts to us. I prefer breakfast in my bed, and you will bring it to me. You will do all the chores around the house, and when I leave, I will pay you enough in Muggle money that would be equal to a month's salary." The thought of money was captivating. To be repaid for feeding Sirius didn't feel like a bad deal to them. They could keep up with it just for 2 weeks. Then Sirius turned to Harry. "Now Harry, where is your cousin?" Suddenly there was a whimper and they saw Dudley hiding behind a curtain in the sitting room. How long the boy had been there was anybody's guess, but it amused Harry that he could keep silent for so long. "Come out, boy," said Sirius. "I am not going to harm you." Reluctantly Dudley walked out, and Sirius looked at him in surprise. "Round, aren't you? Take after your father, I guess. Now what is your name?" Dudley, said the boy, and Sirius noticed that the boy had his hands on his backside as if preventing from something. "Nice to meet you, Dudley," said Sirius to the boy and then turned to Petunia. "Now Petunia, be a dear and cook dinner for everyone. If you tried to tell about me to anyone, it will be a bad idea." It was best day for Harry in Privet Drive. Petunia had made some tasty food for them and there was even treacle tart. Vernon kept eating silently and didn't speak a word. Harry realized that the man was still silenced. After dinner, Sirius turned to him. "Now Harry, take me to your room." Harry looked sideways and Sirius immediately realized there was something wrong. "Harry, what's wrong? Where is your room?" "It's nothing, Sirius. My room is upstairs. Come, I will show you." When they reached the room, Sirius roared in fury, "Why are there so many locks on your bedroom door? And why there is a cat flap on the bottom of your door?" Harry didn't reply. Sirius understood something and came thundering down the stairs. "Dursley, where are you?" The look on Vernon Dursley's face would have made Harry laugh if he were not worried about Sirius's anger. Sirius had his wand out and had undone his silencing spell and was saying in a very menacing tone, "Dursley, let me be straight with you. I am an extremely dangerous man and a mad wizard. I can do things that you can't think about. Things are about to turn worse if you don't start speaking about why there are so many locks on Harry's room and a cat flap on the bottom of the door." Vernon Dursley cowered in terror and his heart was thumping so hard that it looked like it would burst. His face was red with embarrassment and shame and his voice came in whimpers. It took about 10 minutes for Sirius to get the story that the locks had been put on the door to imprison Harry in his room and the cat flap was used to give him his food. Sirius looked murderous. "You have done what no sane man would do to a child. You are a waste of space, Vernon Dursley, and a horrible man. I want to kill you here, but I don't want to go back to prison." Finally, he seemed to think of something as his face contorted in a wicked grin. "Oh, I know what to do with you." He waved his wand once and Vernon Dursley was replaced with a big fat hideous cat. In a second, Sirius Black was replaced with a big black dog and the cat took off in fright. Sirius kept chasing him until the cat ran to the room upstairs and into the room through the cat flap. Sirius then returned downstairs. "Go and join your husband in that room, Petunia. If he does not run away tonight, I will change him tomorrow. And take your son with you. I will need your bed tonight." Of course, Petunia Dursley wasn't going to object. Sirius walked with Harry to Vernon's bedroom where they crashed into bed at once, with Harry hugging the older wizard. "Ah, it's you." The next morning, Harry woke up early and got out of bed when Sirius asked, "Where are you going, Harry?" "To cook breakfast," Harry replied. Sirius sat up instantly. "What do you mean?" So, Harry told him how Petunia had him prepare breakfast since he was about 5 years old, and she would punish him if he made a mistake. It eventually got to other things that they had done over the years and by the end of it, Sirius was ready to murder the Dursleys. "Boy," called Petunia Fr. "Own the hull," as Sirius still comprehended what the Muggles had been doing to Harry. "Come and prepare breakfast." Harry started to get up when Sirius caught his hand. "You are not going. Let me see what she wants." Sirius walked out. In his robes which were open from the front and beneath he was just in his undergarments. "What you making a racket for, Petunia?" Petunia yelped and averted her eyes. "Nothing." Sirius casually sat at the table. "Let me make it truly clear, Petunia. If I hear once more that you are trying to get Harry to do some chores around the house, then I will turn you into a hen and feed you to a dog. Is that clear?" She whimpered in panic. "Now be a good dear and make a full English breakfast. Also bring your worthless husband and I will change him back." Vernon, the cat, was hiding behind a wall and walked out. With a casual flick, the cat was R.S. Lay, who looked like he had not slept a bit in the night. "Sit down, Vernon," said Sirius. As Vernon sat down, Sirius turned to him. "You know I had heard a lot about you from James. He told me all about the meeting where Lily had introduced him to you and Petunia. Lily really loved her sister, and if something had happened to you, she would have taken your son in and raised him like her own. But you are a waste of space, and you offend me. I am being kind and allowing you to sit with me while you are not worthy of picking up my shoes. You are proud of this tiny box that you call house, and I own manners that would put you to shame. I have so much money that you can't even imagine. This boy that you insult, continuously, is a sign of hope to the wizarding world. Besides that, he is heir to a fortune so vast that he could keep you as a servant. From what I remember, he has at least 4 houses in this country itself, and that is not counting what he will inherit from me. If you had tended to him with love and care, I would have given you so much that you could not count now. However, it is only out of necessity that we reside here. Once our necessity is over, we won't ever darken your doorstep again. Also remember that the boy has kept you safe all these years because it is due to him that this who say has a magical protection which cannot be breached. You disgust me, Vernon Dursley. Now be gone before my patience runs away." As Vernon retreated, Sirius turned to Petunia. "I am appalled at you, Petunia. Your sister loved you, and this is what you do to her son. When you were not talking to her, she was very worried and wanted you to talk to her. When she was in hiding during the war, she was distraught that you would not reply to her letters. She told me that with your parents dead, you were the only family left to her outside of James and Harry, yet you never tried to contact her. She told me that in case she died and Harry was to be raised by you, she believed that her sister would raise her son with love. If she could see you now, she would be disgusted by you. After your parents died, she reached out to you, but you never reciprocated to her. Shame on you, Petunia Dursley. If I had my way, I would have taken Harry away from you, but I am bound by some rules. We are going to be living here for just 2 weeks every year for the next few years, and I would appreciate if you would try to be cordial to him." She said to him curtly, "We were 11 when I heard that she was a witch. She got the best of everything. She was the pretty one, she was a witch, and she was the favorite daughter. I was not as good as to my parents who fawned over her. She got to go to that school, and she married that Potter. She always got the best of everything, and did she ever show that she cared? I called her and that Potter to dinner with me and Vernon, and what did he do? He made fun of Vernon." Sirius started laughing. "Did you think that was it?" James was genuinely curious about it. He talked to him about Wizarding World because he thought that your husband knew about it. He was trying to engage him in a conversation. But I see now that your husband thought otherwise. Now leave me in peace to have some breakfast with my godson." About a minute later, Harry joined Sirius at the table. "Now Harry, today I would like to see the room which we could not see yesterday. Then we are going out to have some fun. Will you like it?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I like it." As they gathered for breakfast, Petunia gave Harry a generous helping and Dudley whined, "Mum, I am hungry. Give me more. There is all that is there, Dudders." She tried to coddle him. "I promise there will be more next time." "Take it from the freak," whined Dudley. "I want it now." Sirius froze in his tracks, fury etched on his face as he turned to Dudley. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "He said nothing," said Vernon, trying to save his son. Dudley, however, was having none of it. "I said take it from the freak. You all are freaks. Why do you bother us normal people?" Harry gulped at the anger that he could see on Sirius's face and realized that there was only a little time before things would turn bad for the Dursleys, but he could do nothing. The only thing that he could do was watch helplessly as the Dursleys dug their own graves. Freak, is that what you think we are? You want to know what a freak like me can do to you? Sirius looked deceptively calm, but the air around them was heavy. Sirius had pointed his wand at the boy, and it looked like he was going to curse him when the bell rang. Harry sighed in relief and Vernon barked orders to Dudley, "Go and open the door, Dudders." Dudley was grateful to get a chance to tuck tail and run. After a minute, he called from the front door, "Mrs. Figg is here." Mrs. Figg was an old woman who lived further down the lane and kept cats. She looked after Harry whenever the Dursleys went on a vacation, etc. She was of medium height, wore carpet slippers and her evening gown. Walking behind her was one of her cats, Mr. Buttercup. The woman was always kind to Harry and tried to help him in little ways, and that was why Harry liked her. Sirius saw the old woman and arose from his seat in surprise. "Arabella. What are you doing here?" The woman smiled. "Doing my duty, what else?" Petunia asked her. Do you two know each other?" Arabella smiled. "Yes, I know Sirius Orion Black here. I was a member of the Order of Phoenix during the First War in Lat. I came to live here to keep an eye on Harry on Dumbledore's orders." Harry was shocked to say the least. "Dumbledore's orders? What do you mean? Are you a witch?" She shook her head ruefully. "No, I am a squib. I cannot do any magic. But I was extremely useful to Dumbledore in the war, and after the war was over, he sent me here to keep an eye on you discreetly." "And you never told Dumbledore about how they were treating me?" Harry asked her. "Dumbledore knew. I had once very terse words with him about it, but he told me that there was no other option." "It was done for your safety, Harry," she explained. "It was for this reason that I was chosen to stay near you." "Petunia, be a dear and get some tea for the guest," said Sirius to Petunia. Petunia stood from the table reluctantly, and Sirius had already turned to Vernon. "Where are your manners, Vernon? Is this your hospitality that you didn't ask about her health?" Mrs. Figg looked on amused. She had known Sirius Black during the W.A.R. and knew he had the reputation of a prankster. A brilliant and powerful wizard, but a prankster, nonetheless. Sirius had turned to Dudley. "Where are your manners, Mr. Dudley? Has your mother never taught you to greet a lady?" Harry didn't know how he was supposed to feel. On one hand, Sirius being there was a great deal for him. On the other hand, he was treating the Dursleys like they were wart. HLESS. Suddenly it hit him out of nowhere. Sirius was making them feel as they used to do to him. He was teaching them what it meant to be humiliated, scorned upon. "Are you giving them a demanding time, Sirius?" Arabella asked. Sirius turned to her. "I am appalled that you will think so, Arabella. I am just giving them the care that they have given to Harry over the years." She nodded. "That I see and understand, but Dumbledore has told me to tell that you are not supposed to go overboard in your enthusiasm." As Sirius and Arabella talked among themselves, Harry was paying attention to his break-AF. Asked when an owl tapped on the window of the back door. "What in the blazes?" roared Vernon. "Boy, I will not have ruddy owls tapping on the door, bringing your freakiness in the house." Sirius looked towards Vernon, showing his wand casually. "Language, Vernon. There are children around." Vernon gulped at the sight of the wand. Sirius flicked his wand, and the owl flew in, landing before Harry. RRY recognized the letter and took it from the owl. The owl kept waiting patiently, and Sirius asked him, "Are you not going to open the letter, Harry?" Harry reluctantly opened the letter. Potter, how are the holidays going on for you?" "I am waiting for the Quidditch World Cup. My father has got us tickets and prime seats for the final." "Are you coming to watch the final?" "Another clue for you if you are going to the World Cup." "I will try to meet you." "Where are you living, by the way? Send me your response by this owl." Later, Harry turned to Vernon. "Uncle Vernon, where is my trunk?" "You are not going to use those things in my house, boy," growled Vernon. Sirius, however, had raised his wand already. Accio Harry's trunk. There was a crash, and the door of the cupboard under the stairs flew off its hinges as the trunk crashed through the doors and came flying into the room. Vernon, who was standing in the doorway, had to throw himself to the ground to prevent himself from getting run over by it. Sirius meanwhile was talking to Harry. Take out what you need, Harry. And then take your trunk to your room. Where is your wand? Harry showed him his wand which he had stowed in his trunk. Keep it on you at all times. Harry, said Sirius, I am not allowing you to practice magic all the time, but if the need arises, you are free to use it. Look here now, interrupted Vernon when Sirius turned his wand on him. You want to say something, Vernon? Vernon Dursley cowered at the sight of the wand. No. I mean it's all right, Mr. Lord Black, Sirius corrected him. Call me Lord Black. Harry wrote an answer for the first time to his mysterious friend. Dear, I don't know who you are, and I have not been able to work out anything from the clues. What I know is that you are either a Ravenclaw or a Hufflepuff. No Slytherin would take an interest in me. I am fine and living with my Muggle relatives. I tried to write to you before, but Hedwig wouldn't know where to take the letter. I have no plans for the World Cup yet, but I heard Ron telling me that his father was going to get the tickets. Later, Harry Potter. As Harry was finishing the letter, Mrs. Fig left telling them to visit her when they had the time. Harry, if you are done with the breakfast then let's get you settled in your room, Sirius was saying, we have a long day ahead. Harry dutifully stood in. Dee started to drag his trunk behind him when Sirius chided him, are you a wizard or not? But Sirius, I am not allowed to use magic at home, Harry protested. Nonsense Harry, Sirius said, you will not get in trouble if I permit you to use magic here. But I was given warning when Dobby used magic here 2 years ago, Harry said. Who is Dobby? Asked Sirius. A house elf, Harry replied. A house elf in a Muggle house. Sirius exclaimed, what a house elf was doing here. I will tell you later, said Harry. No, we will talk now. Let's go to your room, said Sirius pointing his wand at the trunk and shot a spell at it. Locomotor trunk. The trunk started levitating in air and came behind them as they walked up towards the second-floor bedroom. As they entered the room, Sirius howled, Dursley, get your worthless hide up here or I will turn you into a rodent and run you under the tires of my motorcycle. Vernon Dursley had never run in his life, but at that moment, he came running up to the room. Out of breath and panting, Sirius turned to glare at him, and Vernon seemed to shrink in size. I have barely controlled my fury, Vernon, but you are pushing me to the extreme. Do you want me to curse you so bad that your life will be a living nightmare? Vernon said nothing, but his puce red face told everything that was to be said. You did not even have had the decency to give him a proper room. Was that so hard for you? Does blood matter nothing to you? Be gone with you. I will deal with you later, now. As Vernon Dursley retreated, Sirius was eyeing the bed which was in the room. He waved his wand in a complex motion and the bed was replaced with king-size 4-poster bed like those in the Gryffindor dorms. Another wave of the wand and the locks on the door had vanished. Another flourish of the wand and the room looked changed. Finally, Sirius transformed the table in the room into a big heavy table complete with drawers and a chair. Just then there was a knock on the door and Petunia was there. Harry, I have asked Vernon to buy a closet for this room. It will arrive here today. Having said that, she abruptly turned and left the room. Harry could see that her eyes were moist, and her voice was hitched as if she had been crying, but he had no idea how that could be. Harry turned to Sirius. What was that about? Sirius shrugged. I may have guilt-tripped into doing something for you. Now, let's arrange your books, shall we? Harry opened the trunk to retrieve his books when Sirius waved his wand, and the books flew out of the trunk and started to arrange themselves into the bookshelf. After that was done, Sirius had him sit and then asked him, now there are a lot of things that I want to talk to you about. First tell me who is Dobby and how did a house elf came to be in a Muggle house? Quote, Dobby was a Malfoy house elf. He worked for them and in the holidays of my first year, he came to Privet Drive to convince me not to return to the school. I had no idea why he wanted that. And I was determined to return to school. He tried make the ministry act against me and to make the Dursleys stop me from going back. He made a pudding fall on the heads of some guests of the Dursleys. Enraged, Uncle Vernon put bars on my window and locks on the door. I was rescued by the Weasleys who came in a flying car to get me out of here. Later, at school, Dobby tried to make me return by trying to injure me. He closed the portal on the station, and we took a flying car to school which we crashed in the Whomping Willow. Later, he enchanted a bludger to come after me during a match and it broke my wrist. Our Dada professor vanished those bones trying to mend the hand. Later that year, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and the basilisk was set free. After I killed the basilisk, I freed him from the Malfoys by tricking them into giving him clothes. Sirius had a look of horror on his face. And where is this Dobby now? Is he bonded to someone? No, he wanted to be free. He is not serving anyone now. Harry, do you have any idea what you have done? Sirius asked him in horror. What happened? Harry, I know you were brought among Muggles. Oh, you wouldn't know, but house elves need our magic to survive. They bond with wizards because it is our magic which keeps them alive. It is mostly symbiotic relationship. You mean I killed him by setting him free? Harry asked him in panic. Call him, Sirius said. Dobby, Harry called, and a moment later there was loud crack, and the house elf appeared. The great Harry Potter calls for Dobby. Sirius had his wand trained at the elf. Who do you serve, elf? Dobby looked at him and replied, I serve no one. Dobby is free elf. Elves cannot live without a magical bond. Sirius said, how are you alive? I am bonded to no one because no one wants to pay a house elf, replied the diminutive elf. Will you work for me? Sirius asked him. I will give you 2 days off a month and 2 galleons a week. Dobby nodded eagerly. I will, master. Sirius took his hand and said, I Sirius Orion Black, Lord of House Black, take Dobby, the house elf as my house elf from this moment. So, I say so mote it be. Sirius pulled out handful of coins and gave them to Dobby. This is your first month's salary. You are to use the rest to buy yourself some decent clothes and then come to see me about your duties. As the elf vanished, Sirius turned to him. Now get ready, Harry. We are going shopping. Harry nodded, and as he pulled out clothes from the trunk, Sirius asked him, why are your clothes so big? They are not mine but cast-off clothes of Dudley, Harry said quickly. Harry, reply to me slowly and clearly, he said soothingly. These are not mine but Dudley's cast-offs, he said quietly. Sirius' eyes rolled for a moment before he sighed. If I had taken a moment to think things through, it would have saved you all these troubles. If I had stopped to think and did not go after Peter. All those years we are going to shop for clothes. But Sirius, I don't have that much money, said Harry. Sirius glared at him. Harry, let me take care of that. And, you have so much money that even 2 or 3 trunks full of clothes won't make a dent in your finances. Besides being your godfather, it is my responsibility. Chapter 8. When they went to Diagon Alley for shopping, Harry had to really stop Sirius from doing things for him. Harry had to careful what he looked at in any of the shops because even if he gave passing glance to something, Sirius would buy it for him. Sirius had buy so much clothes that Harry was sure that he could wear a new one each day. Then there was Gringotts. Sirius had entered the bank and went up to a teller. I need to see Gornick. Do you have an appointment? Asked the teller behind the counter. He is my account manager and I need to see him, said Sirius. If you don't have an appointment, you cannot see him, wizard, said the teller. Sirius said to him ever politely, please can you see if he will take some time out of schedule? The goblin snarled, can't you understand, wizard? He cannot be bothered without an appointment. Sirius's face steeled into determination. In that case get me the forms for closure of accounts. I am going to close my accounts and take them to where I will be valued as a customer. Harry could see that the goblin was momentarily stunned. I am sure that is not necessary. We are only following the rules. Sirius barked, your pesky rules don't apply to House of Black. Either fetch me Gornick or get me the account closure forms. I will check if Gornick is available for a meeting, said the goblin jumping down from his seat. Please wait for a few minutes. As the goblin left, Sirius turned to Harry, a lesson for you, pup. Never get haughty with a goblin at first, but if push comes to the shove then don't be afraid to remind them who is the in charge. About 5 minutes later, the goblin returned. Gornick is available for a meeting now. Sirius stood and led Harry through a maze of tunnels to a side where there were offices lined in a corridor. Sirius stopped outside a door and rapped hard on the door. The door opened instantly and in the room sat an old wizened goblin behind a huge desk. When they entered, He asked. State your business, wizard. We don't have time to waste, for a minute wasted as a galleon lost. Sirius nodded. All right then. Get me my lord ring and the heir ring for my godson here as I had instructed you in the letter yesterday. The goblin pushed a box towards Sirius. There you go. Sirius opened the box and took out the ring. With magic as witness, I, Sirius Orion Black, take the lordship of the House of Black as being the heir of the house and appoint Harry James Potter as my heir. So I say, so mote it be. With that he slipped the finger in his ring and gave an identical ring to Harry to wear. As they were done, Sirius was again talking to the goblin. Where is the ledger? The goblin produced a thick bound book to him which Sirius slipped into one of his pockets. Then he addressed the goblin again. Send the monthly statements to me regularly addressed to Remus Lupin. Steward to Lord Black. I will wait for your suggestions about some investments this evening. Don't be tardy. With that they left. They went to another office down the door fro. The office of the manager of House Black, and Sirius rapped on the door. This goblin was a young and he ushered them in and then had them seated. I received you letter yesterday, Lord Black. What would you have me do? Do the identification test and then provide heir ring and the Potter ledger to Harry Potter here, Sirius said briskly in no-nonsense voice. The goblin nodded. Right away, Lord Black. Anything else? No. Be quick about your work. A minute wasted as a galleon lost. About half an hour later, they were done with their business in the bank. As they were leaving, Sirius had withdrawn more money to spend on Harry. Harry learnt a lesson that day. It registered on him that Sirius was acting with the goblins as if they were beneath him, so they would remember that they were Ching a pure-blood lord and not just another wizard. Sometimes, being kind was not an option. What do you study? That evening, Harry received letters from his friends. Hermione's letter was as usual full of questions and a lot of details. Unsurprisingly, she had already started on her homework and was halfway through it. Harry, I hope you are fine and your relatives are not giving you hard time. I am enjoying holidays and have already started on my homework. Have you started working on your homework yet? Please tell me you are not keeping it off to the last moment like always. Have you heard from Ron? He told me that his father was trying to arrange tickets for the Quidditch World Cup final. Wouldn't that be exciting? I will be going back to the Dursleys with a week remaining in the vacations. I hope I will meet you there. Have you heard from Sirius? I remember he was not there on the platform waiting for you. Is he going to take you in? I remember he had taken your custody from the Dursleys. What I do not understand is why you would return to live with them. Later, Hermione. Ron's letter was always as short as it used to be. It came to him via the Weasley family owl, Errol. When the owl did arrive, it was tired and had to wait on Hedwig's perch to catch its breath relax before being able to make its journey back. Harry, mate, Dad's sure that he will get the tickets. We are going to watch the final of the Quidditch World Cup. I hope you will be able to join us. Are the Muggles treating you right? You just have to give a word and we will come to rescue you from them. Have you heard from Sirius? Is he going to take you in? Ron. Harry was reading the letters when Sirius came into the room. Letters from your friends, Harry. Yeah, asking me if I have started on homework or not. So have you? Sirius asked. No, Harry said sheepishly. Generally I am not allowed to keep my books in here. I see, said Sirius. What electives did you take? Divination and care of magical creatures, Harry answered. And why did you take these subjects? He asked. Actually I had no idea what subjects to take. Ron and decided to take these subjects so that we can have someone to help, and these are easy electives. Quote, that is disappointing, said Sirius. What do you mean? Harry asked. What do you know about your parents? Sirius asked. I mean about their years at Hogwarts. Not much really, he said. In fact all I have ever heard is that my father was good at transfiguration and my mother was great at charms. Harry, your parents were brilliant students. To say at James was good in transfiguration is understatement. He was an expert and he was equally great at runes and charms. He was a prodigious duelist and very competent wizard. Lily was the same. She as great at charms but equally good at runes. Runes? Harry asked. Yes. Runes may be a very difficult subject but it is very useful for a lot of things and it is helpful in a lot of careers options that are available to us after Newts. Lot of magic that we did used runes. It also increases your understanding of magic. If James and Lily were here, they would not have allowed you to take divination. Can I change it now? Harry asked. I mean, I want to leave divination but not care of magical creatures. Sirius thought over it for a few minutes before acquiesced. I will write a letter to Minnie, I mean Professor McGonagall, telling her that you are going to take runes and drop divination. I will also ask Moony to teach you enough so that you can take part in your fourth-year classes. Why? Oh, you will have to put in some extra work, but I am sure that you can compete. Harry nodded. When can I meet Professor Lupin? Sirius laughed. Call him Uncle Moony if you will, Harry. If everything had been fine, he would have been there for every weekly dinner at your parents' and taught you cool tricks. And we will see him soon. I have bought a house recently where we are going to after leaving this place. Sirius. Ron was telling me that his father was going to get us tickets for the Quidditch Cup final. I was hoping to go to the Weasleys for it. If you want to watch the World Cup, then we have the second semi-final next week, and Cornelius has already offered me passes for the semi-final and the final. You can call your friends to come along. For the final, Cornelius has promised me seats in his top-tier box. Harry grinned in delight. I can invite anyone I want. Anyone, said Sirius. Ask them to bring their families too, if they will. Now I am off, pup. I have to meet someone for some urgent business, said Sirius. I will return as soon as I can, and if Dursley tries to do anything, you are free to curse him. Harry nodded. Gladly. Godric's Hollow. Sirius had gone meet the headmaster in the village of Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow was said to be village where Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, lived. It was one of the earliest dwellings of the magic users in Britain, and there they had lived openly until the International Statute of Secrecy forced them to go into hiding. Still, half of the population in the village was half Muggle and half wizard, and they knew about magic. Another curious little fact was that this was the same village where the Potters had lived before they were forced to go into hiding during the war. Sirius, I express. You understand what your task is going to be? Asked Dumbledore. I don't understand it completely, Sirius admitted. You are talking about some weird magic that I have never heard about, and then you told me something that has set my mind spinning still. I understand, said Dumbledore, but we have to do things to save Harry Potter. You will have to do what I have asked of you. There is something else that I want you help with. What is it? Sirius asked him suspiciously. Do you remember Horace Slughorn? Dumbledore asked. The old potions master, Sirius asked, would be hard to forget, considering that he kept hounding Prongs and me to be a part of his slug club, and we kept refusing him. I felt like we were trophies that he wanted to collect. Dumbledore chuckled. You are not wrong. Horace has a proclivity of trying to get close to people who were influential or who had the talent to become great in the future. He taught and helped a lot of his students in positions of power. I want you to connect with him. Seeing how close you are being with the Minister of Magic, I'd say that he would not be able to refuse you. Is there a reason you want me to do it? Sirius asked. Yes, said Dumbledore. One of his favorite students about half a century ago was Tom Marvolo Riddle, who later became Lord Voldemort. Riddle may have found about that thing from books, but he also had discussed it with Horace at a point of time. Old Sluggy knew about it? Sirius asked incredulously. He never struck as the kind of bloke who would take active interest in dark arts. He never bled in practicing dark arts, but he had vast knowledge of it. Even I don't know as much as he does about them, and I think his conversation with Tom about the thing is very crucial to our plans. He gave me a copy of that memory, but it is altered by him. He is hiding something of which he is either scared or ashamed. I want you to convince him to share his memory of that conversation with us. Why do you think he will do that? Dumbledore smiled. If you asked him, then no. But if you were to invite him to give private lessons to Harry Potter in potions, for instance, then he won't be able to leave the idea of getting his hands on the boy who lived and make him a part of his collection. Also, he won't let go of the chance to get close to the man who was the minister's best friend at the moment. Dumbledore. Harry hates his fame, Sirius said matter-of-factly. Yet he used it to save a hippogriff from execution, said Albus. He would agree to anything if you give enough reason to do so. He is very honorable that way. I don't like it, Albus, but right now I don't think any other way out of it, Sirius said. All right, where can I find Horace Slughorn? He is living in his family home in Canterbury in retirement, said Dumbledore. Anything else? Sirius asked. Yes, I have made contact with the people that I was telling you about. You have to take Harry with you just after the Quidditch final. I have arranged a portkey to take you to the destination. And this can be our only hope to save Harry, otherwise we would have to resort to the way that I had mentioned earlier this year to you. Sirius nodded grimly. It won't come to that, headmaster. What do I tell Remus? You and Remus are two of the most remarkable men that I have met in my life. Keeping secrets from each other won't be helpful, I think. I believe that you should tell him everything. Let me leave then. I will have to figure out a way to tell this to him, said Sirius, standing up from his chair. Sirius, there's more, Dumbledore said. More? Sirius asked. Yes, said Dumbledore. You remember that James and Lily and Frank and Alice had to go into hiding towards the end of the war? Sirius nodded. Yes, I asked Prongs about it, but he told me that it was a secret worth more than his life. He was right, said Dumbledore. What I am about to tell is something that should not be told to anyone especially ally Harry until we are sure that he is his own person. Shortly before Harry was born, a prophecy was made. A prophecy which was about a boy who could vanquish Voldemort, and it gave some specific parameters which fit to only two set of parents. Both of them were in the order and were expecting at the same time. You mean the Potters and the Longbottoms? Yes, they were the set of parents that the prophecy alluded to. It was sheer misfortune that a servant of Voldemort was present at the time when the prophecy was made, and he heard some of it before he was caught eavesdropping. I could not get to him before he escaped with the information and told of it to Voldemort. I knew of the prophecy and decided that I needed to save them. I met with James and Frank and told them of the threat that they faced. I forced James to go into hiding, but it was not easy to cajole Frank into doing so. With Aurors dying each day, they were facing shortage in the workforce, and as such, it became essential for him to be seen in public. He tried to remain as much hidden as he could, and he almost had forced Alice to remain hidden throughout that time. Initially the prophecy could have meant either of boys, but Voldemort chose Harry as his equal by attacking him on that night. Lily stepped in front of the curse meant for Harry and gave an everlasting protection to him. Sirius nodded. As enlightening it is. What the reason for telling it to me is. Down in the bowels of the Ministry of Magic is an obscure department called the Department of Mysteries. The department, while within the Minis, is completely autonomous, and the employees who work there are called unspeakables. While the general public does not understand what they do there yet, I have known some of it. They deal with much of the complex subjects that we don't understand, like time, love, thoughts, prophecies, etc. In one of those divisions is the division which keeps the records of all the prophecies ever made. Of these prophecies, one belongs to Lord Voldemort and Harry James Potter, and it can be removed from its shelf only by either Voldemort or Harry or the unspeakable, who can undo the magic that guards the shelf. Whenever Voldemort returns, his first act shall be to get to the prophecy and learn its contents. Should he ever succeed in doing so, it will seal our doom. What you have to do is take Harry Potter down to the department sometime within the next week and remove the prophecy. I have talked to Algernon Croker, the head unspeakable, who would escort you both there. But remember that Harry, under no condition, should hear the prophecy until he is his own person. You can send the prophecy to one of your vaults for safekeeping so none can find it. Tion, I would urge you to go there under glamour. Or wearing one of those masks as the unspeakables wear. Anything else that needs my immediate attention? Sirius asked. Not now, but I should tell you that I have decided to invite Alistair Moody F. or the post of defense against the dark arts this year. Mad Eye? Sirius asked in astonishment. But why? I mean, there is no other guy who is as paranoid as him on the whole planet. The Triwizard Tournament is coming back to Hogwarts this year, and one of the participants is Durmstrang Academy. I don't know if you know it or not, but the headmaster of Durmstrang Academy is Igor Karkaroff, who was a Death Eater during the war. He only got out after he had betrayed fellow Death Eaters and told their names to the Ministry. Sirius gravely nodded. Something does not feel right, Dumbledore. I am feeling like there is something that is missing. I feel so too, my boy, said Dumbledore, that is why it is important that we take all precautions. 4. Privet Drive. Boy, bellowed Vernon Dursley, get down here. Harry came down and Vernon Dursley was foaming at the mouth. I have had enough of your antics, boy. Go and mow the lawn now and then do the dishes in the kitchen if you know what is good for you. Harry was scared of his uncle at times, but this time he was not going to be cowed by him. He said resolutely, no, I am not doing any chores. Get Dudley to do them or do it yourself. Vernon bellowed loudly, this is it. You won't be here anymore. Vernon ran towards him and suddenly there was a loud bang and Vernon Dursley was thrown back of the impact. Harry Potter stood there with his wand out and just having used a banishing charm at his uncle, who was on the floor groaning. Petunia screeched, what have you done? What, you are shrieking like a banshee, Petunia, growl. Sirius, who had just apparated in the house. This boy has hurt Vernon, said Petunia in outrage. Sirius turned to Harry. What happened, Harry? He wanted me to mow the lawn and do the dishes, Harry explained. When I refused, then he tried to hit me. Sirius, in display of strength, picked Vernon up by the collar of his shirt. What did I tell you, Dursley? You tried to hit my godson. I am not doing charity here. Vernon growled. The boy has to pay for his stay and the food that we feed him. Sirius pulled out an envelope from his pocket and threw it on the table. There you go. His envelope contains more money than you make in a month, Dursley. Take it and don't ever try to force him to do anything. Now leave me and my godson alone. Vernon took up the envelope and his eyes spread in wonder at the contents of the envelope. There were new bank notes in the envelope and more than he had ever made in a month at the drilling factory. Sirius was taking to Petunia. I'd have ought that you would have changed, but no. You will never change. You tried to side with your husband who was trying to abuse a minor. Really, Petunia? Before she could answer, Sirius took Harry by hand and they climbed up to his room on the first floor. When they were in the room, Sirius gave a book to Harry. This is the introductory book for runes. Use it and learn the first language. You don't have to do anything but just learn the alphabet, like what rune is used for what purpose. There are 7 languages that you will be taught in the course of 3 years till you're owls. I want you to study diligently and do the best that you can. I have also hired a tutor for you to teach you potions. But Sirius, I am not that bad in potions, Harry protested. Why do I need to take lessons for potions? Harry, this tutor used to teach at Hogwarts. He taught me, your parents and countless other students including Lord Voldemort. He knows something that we have to know so that we can defeat Voldemort. You will use these lessons to try and find what he knows about it. But I don't understand, said Harry. We need a memory from him, but you can't ask him directly. That is for later though. What is important is that tomorrow we are going to the ministry for some work, he said. What are we going to do at the ministry? He asked. There is something that we need to take from there. Okay, said Harry, and then his attention went to the owl that was sitting on the window sill. Oh, I am sorry, he said to the owl, taking the letter from it. It was the same letter with the red envelope and no name of the sender. Potter, I am glad that you took time to reply to my letter this time. I am enjoying my holidays and going to visit France for a week. Father just told me yesterday. We will come back in time for the final of the Quidditch World Cup and hopefully I will see you there. Keep working and maybe you can find who I am. Why do you hate Slytherin, by the way? Also please, tell me that you know you are the heir of House Potter. Later. Letter from your friend, Harry, Sirius asked. In a way it is from a friend, but I really don't know, he said. Meaning, I started receiving these letters from a girl who does not write her name in any of these letters. She wants to be my friend but really does not disclose anything about her except vague hints and calls me Heir Potter. And I don't understand all this heir business though. How do you know it is a girl? Sirius asked. It can be a boy who is pretending to be girl just to prank you. Who would do that? Harry asked. Sirius snorted. Well, in our 4th year, Remus started writing letters to the worm pretending to be a girl. It took 6 months for him to catch on the fact that it was Moony who was behind it. How do I tell if it is a girl or a boy? Harry asked, suddenly scared. He could think of at least 2 boys who could do this to him as a prank. The Weasley twins were known to be ruthless in Ire pranks, and while they had never pranked him yet he wouldn't put it past them to try. Show me the letters, if you have them. Harry showed the letters to him and Sirius read each twice before he turned to Harry. This is a girl who is writing this letter to you. I can tell because all of these parchments are scented. The handwriting them seems to be delicate and feminine, and she writes as a pureblood heiress would do. Being around pureblood ladies, I sort of have some idea about these things. So what is this heir business? I mean, I asked Neville about it but he wouldn't say, telling me that it would take a long time to explain. You had told me that you will explain it to me. It had just slipped my mind, Harry. To understand it, you will have to go back a few centuries when the Wizarding Society was formed. I am sure you would remember from Bin's teaching how the Wizarding Society of Great Britain was formed. Harry shook his head. I can't stay awake in his class. Sirius barked in laughter. Same here, Harry, but that is no reason for not taking up a book and reading about it. Bathilda Bagshot's A History of Magic is good for start. Read it later in detail. For now, I will tell you in detail. About millennia ago, a wizard named Merlin, Imerus better known as Merlin, was helping a royal-turned-commoner King Arthur claim his throne. He helped Arthur in establishing the Knights of Round Table, which consisted of lords of noble lineage who pledged themselves to King Arthur to work in the backdrop and to stop other wizards from harming King Arthur or his campaign. He got the help of 13 wizards who were from the prominent wizarding families. These 12 wizards with Merlin helped King Arthur claim his inheritance, and in gratitude, Arthur knighted all of them as lords of the magical world. These 13 went on to form what is today's wizarding world. Of these 13, one was Linfred of Stinchcombe, who was a potioneer and made earlier versions of the Skele-Gro, Pepper Up, etc. He was called Potterer fondly by the people, for his family business was of pottery. The potterer was reduced to potter with age. Linfred became the first potter. Another of these was Ignotus Peverell, Lord of House Peverell, which was perhaps one of the most powerful and influential of those times. Ignotus's grand-da went on to marry Hardwin Potter, the son of Linfred of Stinchcombe, and both the houses were merged together. Another of these lords was my ancestor, who started the ancient and most noble House of Black. Those 13 are considered the first houses and deemed elite in the upper echelons of our world. The first sons are generally expected to become the next lord and are designated the heir at their 11th birthday or when they are deemed ready for it. However, the lord also see and decide to make second-born or even third-born as the next lord. It is due to our services to the crown that we were ennobled, and we continue to exercise that privilege today, even though it means no thing more than words for most these days. You are the only Potter left, so it is no surprise that you are the heir Potter. If, however, James had got around to thinking about another son, that would have caused some problems, but I remember him telling me that one was enough because Lily had threatened him that she would never let him. Sirius, enough information, Harry wailed. I don't need to hear that about my parents. So are you going to answer the last letter? Sirius asked. I am already halfway through it, said Harry, showing him the letter he was writing, and when I am done, I need you to tell me more about this heir thing, because I can see this means big deal to everyone. The letter read, Dear, my godfather has arranged tickets for us to go to the Quidditch World Cup final and the semi-final next week. I have no vacations planned yet, but my godfather says that we are going somewhere over the summer after the World Cup. I don't hate Slytherins, but they hate me. I have never seen either one of them being friendly towards me yet, and I have no reason to believe that it will change. I don't care what house you are from till we are friends, and you don't want to harm me or my friends. Yes, I am heir Potter, and I am heir Black. Harry James Potter, heir Potter Black. Saying bye. The rest of their time at Privet Drive was fairly normal. Vernon Dursley still was furious, but the money that Sirius had contemptuously thrown at him seemed to control his tongue. Petunia seemed to be turning a new leaf for them when she would go out of her way to care for him, like washing his laundry, insist that he take second helpings at lunch table, and generally fussing over him. In those 2 weeks, Sirius was more often than absent, but Harry faced no problems at Privet Drive. The only remarkable thing that had happened was when Sirius hauled Dudley in the house one afternoon by his ear. That day, Harry was in generous mood, and to pass time, he was mowing down the front lawn of the Dursleys. Petunia had insisted that he did not do it, but Harry told her that he liked to do things when he was not forced into them. Besides, he was caught up in his homework and this time, he was sorry that he had done better with Sirius's help. Sirius was uncharacteristically hard when it came to his studies and pushed Harry to the extreme, giving him new books to study which went beyond the course material prescribed for them. The one good that it had done was to teach him more hexes and curses than he knew before, and many of the curses left him wondering about the creativity of their manufacturers. Petunia was sitting in the lawn and Harry was working at mowing it. Vernon was home that day, for it was his day off, and was indulging himself in watch television. There was a commotion down the road from Privet Drive, and curious Harry and Petunia careened forward to watch. There was Sirius dragging the elephantine Dudley by his ear. Dudley fought with him and even tried to kick Sirius B. The older wizard was too much for him. Vernon! Petunia roared from the lawn, come outside. Quick! Vernon Dursley came running and panting, and by then Sirius was nearing the house. Seeing him treat his son that way, Vernon bellowed, leave me, son, Black, or I will kill you. Sirius coldly looked at Vernon, who looked like he might burst an artery. Quiet! You will not speak to me this way. Inside now. Vernon opened his mouth to say something, and Petunia said quietly, he is right. The neighbors are watching. So they were led inside the house, and as soon as they were in, Vernon bellowed, now tell me what the meaning of this is. Quote, Sirius scoffed, shut your trap, Muggle. You don't know what your son is up to, and you have the audacity to roar at me. Petunia tried the passive approach, tell me what has happened. Sirius contemptuously looked at her, your son was harassing a boy half his size and age. Two of his lackey held the boy and he was hitting him. Is that what you teach to your son? My daughters won't do something like that. Stop lying, you freak. Sirius snorted, keep your mouth shut, Muggle, and ask your son. Vernon turned to his son, is he telling the truth? Dudley was in panic. He didn't tell his father, but Sirius had terrified him. As they were hitting the young child, a dog the size of a hound had attacked them and then changed into a man. That was enough to set his friends shivering and wetting their pants. Piers was actually crying and sobbing and asking for his forgiveness. When Sirius left them, he had cast something upon his friends and they had fallen unconscious. Tell them, boy, growled Sirius. He stuttered. Stop yammering and tell them the truth, Sirius barked. Father, we were smoking and this boy was bothering us. He tried to attack me and... Stop lying, said Sirius, I saw what you were doing. You were smoking with your friends and started bullying the boy who was just passing through. When he said something, you had your friends hold him and then beat him blue. Is that true? Petunia asked harshly. Dudley whimpered, why yes. Go to your room, Petunia barked, don't come out until you are called for. You are being grounded from this moment, and I will take away your television, your video games and the computer we got for you. You will get up in the morning and do all the chores that are to be done, including doing the dishes, washing the bathroom and doing the laundry until it is time to go back to school. We will also be taking back your pocket money for a month. No, then I will throw you out of the house, she said. Pet, Vernon tried to reason with her, you can't do. This is your fault, Vernon, she growled, you have spoiled him. You have made me feel inferior before them. Harry then understood why his aunt was upright all of a sudden. Her perfect boy had shown them down in front of the freaks. Come Harry, let's get you started on your charms homework, said Sirius, taking Harry away with him. When they were in Harry's room, he asked, you changed into your animagus form before Muggles. Does it not breach the international statute of secrecy? Sirius barked in laughter. I made all of them forget that I am an animagus. All they will remember is that I took them to task and then hauled Dudley away by his ear. Obliviate charms are handy things. They had also gone to He Ministry and picked up one of those glass orbs from the Department of Mysteries. The label on it said, Harry Potter and the Dark Lord, but Sirius won't let him hear it. He had said, Harry, prophecies are tricky things and they can often lead you astray in trying to understand their meaning. Even the seers who make these prophecies can't understand their clear meanings, for they are often double meaning or duplicitous. Besides, you are not ready to hear the prophecy now. Trust me, when it is time I will let you hear it. Harry really trusted the older man, so he had allowed him to keep the prophecy for the time being. On the last day at Privet Drive, Harry asked him, "Sirius, we are leaving today, right?" "Yes, kid, we are leaving today. Where are we going?" "To my new place." "And how are we going?" Harry asked him. "Well, I thought about Flow Network, but I haven't one installed there yet. I can apparate, but I prefer riding there." "You mean riding as in a hippogriff?" Sirius snorted. "Can you imagine us riding a hippogriff in a Muggle neighborhood?" "No, we are going a bike," Harry asked in wonder. "Yes, kid. When I left Hogwarts, I owned a motorcycle which I had enchanted with a lot of charms. That night, I gave it to Hagrid to bring you here quickly from Godric's Hollow. I had no idea what became of it after that night, but recently Hagrid told me that he kept at Hogwarts I was able to restore some of the functions to it. I have got it standing in the Dursleys' garage downstairs and ready to leave as soon as you are ready." Harry excitedly started to get ready. Soon, he was dressed in the finest Muggle clothing that he had and went to find Sirius downstairs. Sirius, to his dismay, was dressed in dragon hide boots, a jeans and a leather jacket. H's hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and there was a pair of sunglasses on the table near him. As he saw Harry, he got up. "I am bringing the motorcycle out. Don't bother with your luggage. I have sent it to my place already, and Hedwig will join us there." As Sirius walked out, Petunia stopped Harry. "Harry, take this." He saw she was extending him the envelope that Sirius had given to Vernon. "Why are you giving it to me? I don't need to be paid to take care of my sister's son. I am sorry that it took me so long to look beyond my grudges with my sister. We are really close when we were growing up, but she was the special sister. She got everything that I could not, and I took it out on you. I know she would have taken Dudley in if something happened to me. I know you don't want to return here at all, as our headmaster explained to me in a letter. I know you don't want to keep any contact with me, but maybe you can drop me a line or two from time to time and I would know you are safe. I don't mean that. You should write letters frequently, but sometimes would be nice. And I will try to answer them as much as I can. And you will always have a place here with me till I am alive. Harry, we are getting late." Sirius called from outside, and Harry started walking out. "I will remember to write letters, Aunt Petunia. I just wish you had shown some love to me while I was growing up. I turned up on your doorstep as an orphan with no one to call my own, and the least you could have done is to provide me a home where I was loved. I will try to remain in touch. And keep the money as a gift." Chapter 9. Horace Slughorn. Sirius and Harry did not go immediately to Sirius's new house, but to Canterbury. As they had left Privet Drive, Sirius had hit a button on his motorcycle which made them invisible, and then they had taken to the skies at once. As they flew, Harry remembered a little remembered dream from his childhood where he was flying on a flying motorcycle. He had once mentioned it to Vernon, and he had almost crashed the car they were driving in. Now that he knew the things that he did, he was sure that it was real, and about the night when Hagrid had brought him to his aunt's house in the dead of night. He wanted to ask Sirius where they were going, but they were going so fast that no communication was possible. Sirius had opened his mane of hair and they flew in the wind while the marauder whooped with joy. Seeing Sirius so carefree was a new experience to Harry. The marauder deserved all that happiness and more. After about 30 minutes, they started their descent. When they came into land, Harry found they were in front of a house which was secluded from others. The massive gates were made of oak wood and there was a symbol in the middle of the door. Harry turned to Sirius, who was parking the motorcycle. "Sirius, where are we?" "We are here to meet your potions professor, Harry. I think it is prudent that we pay respects to him by coming to his place before we start on your lessons," Sirius said. "If you can get something from someone by being gentle to them, then it is not a loss." Harry nodded. "We could have apparated inside his house directly, so why we didn't?" "That would be improper, Harry. You should not flow or apparate to someone's house uninvited. We must give him a chance to welcome us into his home if he wishes to." Harry nodded and Sirius rapped loudly on the door. It was opened a moment later by a house elf who squeaked, "Who is you sirs be wanting?" "Little elf, we have come here to see Potions Master Slughorn. Please inform him that Lord Sirius Oreo, N. Black and Harry Potter are desirous of an audience with him." The elf bowed and disappeared. A moment later, A bald man who was about a foot shorter than Sirius but twice in girth and with a well-announced belly came rushing to meet them. The man was dressed in a silk shirt, trousers and a smoking velvet jacket which has gold buttons. The man enthusiastically bellowed, "What an amazing day this is! Sirius Orion Black and Harry Potter at my door. Welcome lads, welcome to the humble abode of Horace Slughorn." "The pleasure is mine, Professor," said Sirius. "Allow me to introduce you to Harry James Potter, heir to the houses of Potter and Black." Harry curtly bowed his head in respect to the man. "Hello, sir." Slughorn stopped short for a moment and a shadow crossed his face before he turned to Harry. "Nice to meet you, young man." Slughorn then led them into the house, which was tastefully decorated. The walls sported tapestries and paintings and photos of people dressed in Hogwarts robes. He led them into a big room which had a center table and comfy-looking sofas were scattered around it. The shelves in the room were filled with rows and rows of potions and other ingredients. There were some bottles which were blood red, and Harry had a sneaking suspicion that the bottle contained blood indeed, though whether it was human blood or not, was another matter. In another corner stood a table on which were kept more photos. Photos of what must have been Hogwarts students, and they posed with him. As he had them sat, bottles of butterbeer appeared on table. "Considering we have a minor with us, we will have to make do with what we are given," said Slughorn, and then laughed a tremendous belly-jingling laugh. Sirius waited for the laugh to subside before he started speaking. "Professor, I am sure you got my message the other day." He nodded. "First call me Horace, and yes, I got your message. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be welcoming you here. Also, let me congratulate you on your successful exoneration. I can't believe that the ministry messed up things like that. Oh, it's not Cornelius's fault, you know. It was Bagnold's doing, and Cornelius had no idea that it had happened. In fact, we are very good friends now," Sirius said nonchalantly, just throwing the line out there. He waited to see if Slughorn will take the bait. Slughorn didn't disappoint him. "Oh, you are friends with Cornelius Fudge, now?" he asked. "Yes. Just the other day, he invited me to watch the Quidditch final in his personal box. I mean, I am having him over for dinner tonight." Harry was sure that Sirius was really laying it thick. Horace would smell a rat, but it appeared that Horace was as much a simpleton as he looked. "Guang Jones, the captain of Holyhead Harpies, wrote the other day to me that she will get me some prime tickets for the final," he said, "but I am sure that it will not be as good as the minister's personal box." Sirius said nothing to it. He knew where it was going, but he decided to wait before he eventually would do what Horace was asking of him. "I have heard a lot of things about you, Mr. Potter," said Slughorn. "I am told that you have a reputation akin to your father." "Who told you that?" Harry asked. "I am still in contact with some of my students," he said flatly. "Severus Snape, who was your potion master, was telling me just the other day that you have been abysmal in potions so far, which is strange. Your mother was an expert potioneer and your father was no slouch either. Sure, he was not as good as Lily was, but then she was the best of them all. Don't believe everything that Snape has been telling you, Professor," Sirius said with a little venom in his voice. "He does not like Harry because he is James and Lily's son." "I am sure that is exaggeration, my boy," said the pot-bellied Everest. "Were thick friends at Hogwarts." "You knew my mother?" Harry asked. "She was friends with Snape." "Yes, Mr. Potter. She was very talented witch and an expert at potions," Slughorn said. "In fact, I always believed that she could have been the greatest of them all. If you stand, you can see her photograph just on that table with me and a few of my students. And yes, she was friends with Severus before they came to Hogwarts. Why, I know for a fact that they grew up in the same neighborhood." Harry stored this to ponder for later and eagerly stood up and walked to the table. In the photograph, which was kept in the front, there was Lily Potter with Slughorn and many other people. They were all laughing and raising their glasses in toast to him. For a moment, Harry felt a longing in his heart. Sirius was talking to Slughorn. "It is true, Professor, that Harry has been struggling with potions, but I think that is mostly because Snape refuses to teach anything. He constantly mocks Harry, enrages him and belittles him. Owing to his inadequate education, I sought to ask this favor. I have no problem in giving weekly lessons to young Harry here." "Sirius, but lessons once a week won't do any good to him," said Slughorn. I was thinking more like twice a week, and I won't charge extra for the same. If you wish, I can teach him here, or I can come to your residence. I think it will be better if you visited us at Black Manor, Professor, said Sirius, and I have a potion lab installed in the place. I would really like if you would come over and teach Harry. Not to worry, my boy, said Slughorn jovially, I will be over you place 3 days from now at 12 in the noon. Thank you, Professor, said Sirius, I will send the flow address to you this evening. Black Manor. After an hour later, they were standing outside another house. Cross it. Calling it a house was a misnomer. What stood in front of him was a 4-story structure built of pinkish stones which gleamed in the sunlight. There in front of the manor was a foyer. The grounds around it were extensive, and he could see that trees lined the boundary of the property. The doors were made of metal, and the black crest and the motto, Togers Pure, was inscribed on it. When Sirius rapped on the gates, they opened and the duo walked inside. Between the gates and the manor, a lot of land was lying vacant. As they walked towards the house, Sirius talked with Harry. I wanted a place with extensive grounds so that you can practice flying if you are so inclined, and we can keep some animals like hippogriff, for instance. I am also saving space for making a garden about it. I wanted a place that could provide you protection from all and any threats. Since it is not possible to just buy a property and line it with centuries of wards, therefore I reluctantly decided to open it. It will also be useful in projecting the pureblood lord persona that I am trying to show. You can also practice casting magic here if you want. The ministry has this place registered as a magical dwelling, so they won't be able to find who has cast a spell. You will have to study a lot, but I don't want you to stop enjoying. Quote, as they had reached the house, Sirius called loudly, Moony. Where are you? Remus came out smiling. Harry, welcome to the Black Manor. How you have been, Professor Lupin. First, let me stop it right here. I am not your professor anymore, so call me Remus or Moony and I am good, Harry. I am sorry that I could not meet you before leaving Hogwarts, but sir, yous wanted me here as soon as I could manage. So what you have been up to in our absence, Moony? Asked Sirius. Nothing much. I hired services of one of the merchants in Nocturne Alley, which specie Alice's in magical cleaning, and had them clean the house at Grimmauld Place. They packed all the artifacts that were found at the house and could be of dark origins. I also found your elf. He is still alive? Sirius asked in surprise. No, he is dead. I found him, or rather his skeleton, curled up in one of the bedroom upstairs. I guess it was your brother's room because it had his name plate on it. And he clutched this in his hands at the time of his passing. Remus produced a heavy golden locket for Sirius to see, which was in the shape of an egg, and it had an elaborate S carved in it made of gems. It was a beautiful piece of jewelry. Sirius took the locket from him and inspected it closely before tossing it on a box which contained the junk that they had picked up from Grimmauld Place. I don't remember it belonging to our house, but maybe my dear mother had purchased it after I ran away from home. You ran away from home? Why, where did you go? Harry asked. My family was dark. Have been dark through ages, and everyone except me was sorted in Slytherin at Hogwarts. I defied my family and its views on blood purity. They wanted me to join Voldemort, and I had other ideas. When it became unbearable, I ran to your grandparents. They took me in and I remained with them until I graduated from Hogwarts. My brother Regulus became a Death Eater. My cousin Bellatrix was also a Death Eater and sat in Voldemort's inner circle. She with others was also responsible for torturing the Longbottoms to insanity. The Longbottoms? You mean Neville's parents? What happened to them? Remus nodded. Yes, Harry. Neville looks like his mother and his parents were Aurors. They were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, Rudolphus Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. I never know that, Harry said, thinking of his friend who was always forgetful and reserved. Did you never wonder why he lives with his grandmother? Sirius asked. I just thought that they were dead like my parents, he said. It would have been mercy if they were. I can't imagine how the poor boy feels whenever he visits them, Remus added. Okay, enough talking about grim things. Remus, get us something to eat, will you? As Remus stood, Sirius turned to him. Now, tell me about your time at Hogwarts. Like your friends, etc. You do have friends, right? Yes, I have friends. I introduced them to you in the hospital wing. You mean you have just 2 friends? Sirius asked him. Yes, is there a problem? No, there is no problem, Harry. But you should have more than a handful of friends. I mean, we 4 were pretty thick as thieves during school, but we had people we could call friends and rely on. There were the Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon, Marlene McKinnon, Edgar Bones in Hufflepuff, Sebastian Greengrass in Slytherin, who was a few years older than us, and many others. And we were on friendly terms with heirs of other houses. What I am trying to say here is that we always had way more people around us than just 4, even though we never let others in our secret. You mean I should ask people in other houses to be my friend? Harry asked. Yes. What is the harm in it? I will think about it, he said. No, you will not think, but you will act. You don't have to become friends with everyone, but try to make acquaintances with them. If they know you, then there is little chance that they will walk on you when you need them. And you need to make them realize that you have such backing behind you that it will not be possible to trifle with you. Okay, Sirius, I will try to befriend them when I return to the castle, he said. No, that won't do. You can start writing letters to them. Invite them after a week or so. Arrange all boys' party for them. Lighten up and enjoy things. Make contacts in the wizarding world. It looks like you want me to become a politician or something, Harry said. Harry, you will have to sit on the Wizengamot at some point of time, and it is nothing but politics there. However, sitting on the Wizengamot will not make you a politician. You can take any other job if you like, but that is what you will be doing for the rest of your life. It is never late to start acting. You know. Harry nodded. It is just all of a sudden that I find myself in the thick of things and I have no idea how to do these things. Sirius said somberly. I know, Harry. If I was no tool to have taught you these things. There are a few things that you will need to learn anyhow. What do I need to learn? Proper deportment for heir of ancient and most noble houses. These things take a lot of time, which unfortunately I don't have. Now, other than those 2, how many friends you really have? Let me see. Fred and George Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. All from Gryffindor? Sirius asked. Yes, he replied. From what I see, no one except Neville Longbottom is heir to an ancient and most noble house. You don't talk with students of other houses. Not to everyone. I mean, there is that git Draco Malfoy who prances around like a peacock and keeps throwing his weight around. He tries to ridicule me and tries to goad me into picking up a fight. Sirius smiled. Do you do pranks, Harry? No, I am generally so busy saving my life that I don't get time for pranks, the teen replied. Harry, I know you are special, but that is no reason that you can stop living, said Sirius. In fact, Prongs will be disappointed that his son is so different than him. Can you tell me about him? Harry said eagerly. Your father was the right Burke, Harry. We both were from rich pureblood families and we were arrogant. I am not saying that James was bad, but he was pampered by his parents for being the only child. It also didn't help that he was born so late that Lord Potter and Lady Potter absolutely adored him. When we arrived at Hogwarts, we thought that the world revolved around us and we pranked everyone we could. He was kind to his friends, brave and loyal, and he cared about people, but he had it in him for Snivellus. He often would prank him to the extent of bullying. Sirius said honestly. We are not proud of those acts that we did, but we were school children then and Snivellus gave as good as he got. He arrived at Hogwarts knowing more curses than many of 7th years, and all of his friends including him became Death Eaters. He was a Death Eater? Harry asked in shock. Yes, he was a Death Eater, said Sirius. I don't know what happened later, but he turned from their side to ours and became a spy for Dumbledore. That is what saved him from going to prison. Where did my father live? He lived in Potter Manor, said Sirius. It is this big house which had greenhouses, potion lab and paddocks for hippogriffs and the Quidditch pitch. Quidditch pitch? Harry asked eagerly. Yes, James got one made on the grounds of his manor, said Sirius. We used to invite our friends and would play Quidditch through the summer. And what happened to Potter Manor? James and Lily left it to go hide in a cottage in Godric's Hollow. The manor was put under a stasis charm and I suppose it is still there. You however can't open it until you turn 17. When you come of age, you will become the head of house and can take your position upon the Wizengamot. Now before you say anything, let us return to pranks. Harry, you don't always need to retaliate with violence or anger towards others. For people who are just nosy gits, you can prank them to hell. For people who don't respect your authority, you have to be arrogant to them. Being humble is a virtue, Harry, but you can't be humble at all times. Enough talking, said Remus, who had returned in the hall. It's time for dinner, and then you are going to bed straight, Harry. Harry nodded. Yes, Remus. And tomorrow, I will teach you pranks, said Sirius, grinning. Harry gave a small smile. After having partaken of excellent feast prepared by Dobby, the young man retired to bed while Sirius and Remus talked. So what are we going to do? You need to teach him runes, said Sirius. I convinced him to drop divination. Also Horace Slughorn will be coming twice a week to teach him potions. Other than that, he can study ahead for the next year. But in between these things, I need to teach him fun things. Also, and what does fun things mean? Said Remus, arching an eyebrow at him. You will see, Moony. Tomorrow we have to go to Wizengamot. About damn time that the Lord Black made himself known. Wizengamot. Close the doors, boomed the voice of Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore. The double doors closed with a mighty boom on the chamber. The chamber was a circular room where there were seats arranged in circular arrangement with one level lower than another. On the innermost line sat the Chief Warlock, the Minister of Magic and the head of DMLE. Behind them sat the Lords of the Wizengamot. Now the Wizengamot had 150 members, but of those, there were only 50 who held the distinction of being called Lords. The rest of the 100 had seats on the governing body because their families had held it in the past, but they were not Lords. And of the 50, only quite a handful of them had the distinction of being a noble house. These houses were called noble and most ancient houses, and each of them could trace their lineage to 1,000 years in the past. Of these were the houses of Black, Bones, Greengrass, Potter, Macmillan, Smith, etc. On the sides of the elite of the Wizengamot sat the others. Of those 100, many were appointees of the ministry, and many had been selected due to being awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. Are there any announcements to be made before we begin this session? Asked Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Yes, Chief Warlock, said Cornelius Fudge. Lord Sirius Black has ascended to his position as the Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black recently, and the same has been verified by the Goblins of Gringotts. Dumbledore turned to a sandy-haired man sitting on opposite end from him, as Mr. Dirk Cresswell here. Dirk Cresswell, the head of Goblin Liaison, stood up. Yes, Chief Warlock. Dirk was head of Department of Goblin Liaison, and as such, like other department heads, he could be present during the sessions of the Wizengamot. However, he could not become a member of the body unless nominated into the position by the ministry. Have you received the documents regards the ascension of Lord Black? Yes, Chief Warlock, said Dirk. I have verified those papers and they are in order. Lord Black's ascension is genuine. Thank you, Mr. Cresswell, said Dumbledore, then turned to the chamber. Scribe, please go and inform Lord Sirius Orion Black that he has to come and petition this body for taking his position among his peers. About a minute later, a side door of the Wizengamot opened and Sirius Black stepped in. He regally walked to the dais where he was meant to petition his request and acted impervious to everyone, but he watched everyone's reaction. To his enjoyment, he saw Malfoy fretting in his seat and he wanted to laugh with glee. The Black Alliance is created by the last Lord of House Black. Arcturus Orion Black had 30 votes among them, and since one of the conditions of Malfoy's marriage to Narcissa had been that House Malfoy will join the alliance as subordinate to House Black, it meant that Malfoy was going to be under his thumb whether he liked it or not. Chief Warlock, I am come to this body to claim what has been my forefathers, and now is mine. I am come to take the seat given to us when this body was formed in exchange of the rights that we had. I am come to take my place among these who are my brothers in magic. Sirius Orion Black, do you resolve to serve T.S. body and Wizarding Britain to the best of your abilities? I do, Chief Warlock. Welcome to the Wizengamot, Lord Black. Accept my congratulations upon your ascension as Lord of House Black. Take your seat among your peers, if you will. Quote, as Sirius walked towards where the seat for House of Black was, Dumbledore turned towards Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, the Wizengamot thanks you for acting as the regent for House of Black in absence of the Lord Black who could not tend to his duties due to his incarceration in Azkaban. Please vacate the seat for the rightful lord. After Sirius Orion Black was seated, Dumbledore turned to the chamber. Does anyone have any announcement to be made before this body? I do, Chief Warlock, said Sirius. Come to the dais, Lord Black, said Dumbed in what was going to transpire. I, Sirius Orion Black, Lord of House Black by my free will announce Harry James Potter, scion of House Potter as my heir-to-be. After I am gone from this mortal world, let it be known that Harry James Potter shall sit in the seat of House Black in my stead. So I say, so mote it be. Just like that, Sirius had given too much power to Harry. However, there was no way that anyone could object to it. Lucius Malfoy only gritted his teeth and said nothing. Very well, Lord Black, said Dumbledore, any other announcement that you would wish to make? Sirius produced a bundle of parchment and banished it to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, these papers are of investment of Harry James Potter as the heir of House Potter. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. Mr. Scribe, please go and fetch Mr. Potter from the antechamber. In the meanwhile, since I am the godfather of Harry James Potter, I am also the proxy of the Potter seat in the Wizengamot due to that position, Sirius announced. Dumbledore nodded. Very well, Lord Black. Would you like to take that seat right now? Sirius bowed. No, Chief Warlock. Since I can't sit in 2 seats at once, I would prefer if Elf IAS Doge will continue to hold that seat as a proxy for House Potter until Harry Potter comes of age. Harry entered the Wizengamot looking wide-eyed, and there was sort of apprehension in his gait as he walked towards Sirius. Harry James Potter, the Wizengamot welcomes you as heir of House Potter. Please take a seat among your peers. Sirius pointed Harry towards the section where heirs of the house sat. Harry walked over there and sat down beside Susan Bones. She grinned. Hi Harry. I hadn't expected to see you here for a few more years. Harry shyly smiled. Hi Susan. It all is still new to me. The session went for an hour, and when it was adjourned and the members were leaving, Sirius called out Lucius loudly, Malfoy. Malfoy turned and said to him silkily, Yes, Black. Manners, Malfoy, Sirius barked. I am your superior. Take that tone with me again and you will rue it all your life. What do you want, Lord Black? He said, putting emphasis on the last words. You have driv. End this alliance according to your whims a lot. I want you to be present in the Lone Centaur, in Horizont Alley, 3 days from now at 6. Don't be late. You should know that you ought to call meetings of alliances in your home. Lord Black, Lucius said tersely, or did Lord Arcturus Orion Black forgot to impart that important lesson to you? You don't invite those to your hearth that you don't trust, Malfoy. Grandfather taught me that until I trust someone blindly, I keep them at arm's length. And a Black you may be by marriage, yet I won't trust you with a galleon. Malfoy sneered but decided to leave. He would have to find a way to get out of this alliance and do that soon. He couldn't live under Sirius Black's thumb. As Sirius was willing to collect Harry and go home, the regent for House Longbottom, Augusta Longbottom, approached him. Lord Black. Sirius bowed to the old woman, pretended to kiss her knuckles. Madam Longbottom, it's an honor to meet you. Charming as ever, Lord Black, she said with a nod of her head. I have been meaning to write to you for some time. Will you be amenable to come to the seat of residence of House Longbottom tomorrow at 5 o'clock? Sirius knew Augusta Longbottom. The woman was fondly called War Axe when he was in Hogwarts, and Frank had inherited her fiery nature. She was a competent witch and could have given any Auror a run for his money. Of course, Madam Longbottom, he said, I had been meaning to write a letter to you on a subject of mutual interest to us. While Sirius was making rapport with Madam Longbottom, Harry was talking to the heirs who were at Hogwarts. Why, we have never seen you here before, asked Terry Boot. I had no idea that I have a place here, said Harry. I mean, I had no family to tell me these things. Will be coming here regularly? Asked a girl Harry was sure was in the year below him at Hogwarts. I don't know, Harry said. I mean, we can't attend the chamber when we are at school. Why don't you talk to us at Hogwarts? Asked another girl. I don't talk much, Harry said, and every year there is some new adventure awaiting me. Harry, come on. We are getting late, Sirius called Harry. Harry turned to others. As much as I would love to stay and talk to all of you, I need to go. Susan said, "Will it be all right if we write letters to you, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I will like that." The potions master. It was the day that Harry had to start potions with Horace Slughorn. The potions lab that Sirius had set up for him was not big or extravagant. It had the minimum infrastructure that was required for such a setup, with shelves lining up ingredients needed for brewing, pewter cauldrons in all sizes, protective gloves and ladles. From his interactions with Harry, Sirius understood that Snivellus had done a number on the boy. Then there was the fact that Harry at times looked uninterested in studying things like he and his friends had. Remus had talked to him and found that Harry was painfully uninformed on the basic area of magical theory, and school for him was more like a release from the Dursleys and not a place where he went to learn and hone his skills, at least not in the way that the Marauders had. The boy was nowhere near the level that he would have been if he was raised with Sirius. Harry's knowledge about things was not as great as they wanted it to be, and this bothered both of them. The boy was brilliant, no doubt, but he had a handful of spells in his spell repertoire. He also didn't want to work any harder and had taken the easy subjects of care of magical creatures and divination. The boy needed to be taught if he were to carry the legacy of Marauders. Horace Slughorn arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning to start his lessons with Harry. The Potion master first watched the potion laboratory and all the arrangements that Sirius had made and then turned to them. "This is perfect for my needs at the moment. I know how atrocious Severus is in his teaching methods and that he does not teach the basic things to the students. Since I don't know how far ahead Mr. Potter is in his studies at the moment, therefore, I am taking the liberty to teach him the basics before we would start to brew." He then pulled out an old book which he gave to Harry. "This is the beginner's book for potions which I am giving to you, Harry. Read this before the next class. For today, I will quiz you on chapter 1 to 5 of 1,000 medicinal herbs and fungi." "Yes, sir," said Harry apprehensively. Slughorn asked him questions from the chapters that were mandatory EAD for a first year, and while he couldn't answer all of them, but he did answer a lot of them. At the end, Slughorn was pleased. "Mr. Potter, it appears that you are a very brilliant student and why need the proper guidance and motivation which I believe I can provide to you. You are Lily's son and you sure have her talents." "Professor, he is also James's son," said Sirius, "and that bloke was always nervous before a cauldron." Slughorn laughed loudly, his belly jingling. "Very funny, my boy. James was not that bad." As Slughorn left, Harry turned on Sirius. "There is something you are not telling me. Isn't it? You are too clever for your own good, Harry," said Sirius. "Slughorn has something that we need from him and there is no way that we can force him to deliver it to us. It should be given freely. Right now you need to get in Slughorn's good graces so he won't be able to deny you. You need to use that Potter charm of yours that had birds lining up for James." "I don't want to hear that about my father, Sirius," Harry protested, and Sirius chuckled. "Sirius," said Remus, coming in the room, "Dumbledore is on the flow call for you." The Burrow. Ron Weasley was having boring holidays. Since the holidays started, he had written letters to his best friends, Harry and Hermione. Hermione had written lengthy letters to him as could be expected, told him in every letter to be one with his homework and not to procrastinate. To his dread, even Harry had told him to finish his homework already. He had written Harry to ask when he would be coming to the Burrow for the summer. And Harry had told him that this year it was not going to be possible. Sirius and Remus wanted him near them and they also took great care of him. The way that Sirius had set the Dursleys straight, it left no doubt in his mind that Sirius was looking after his interests. In his last letter Harry had told him that he was living in Black Manor with Sirius. Harry had invited all the Weasleys to come to the manor during the summer and they could play a few pick-up Quidditch games. The Weasleys had their orchard where they played Quidditch, but the Blacks had an entire pitch made. If it was up to Ron, he would have jumped in the flow at once, but that was not to be. Mrs. Weasley had strictly forbidden any of her children from going to Black Manor. Ron hoped that Harry would come soon, for only he could change Mrs. Weasley's opinion. She had been fretting that Harry wouldn't be getting enough to eat, he wouldn't be cared for, and that he was perhaps miserable with two men for company. He knew His mother liked to mother over his best friend, but this was extreme. Ron had met Sirius Black before the school was over and he looked like a decent bloke who cared for Harry. Hell, the man had Br. Okayan out of Azkaban to come to save Harry from Pettigrew. One thing which had chagrined him was that Harry was taking extra lessons over the summer. What was his sudden obsession with study? And to top that, Harry had taken runes as a subject and dropped divination, which was one of the easiest ones out there. He hoped that Harry wouldn't tell about these lessons to Hermione or she would hound him forever to tell her what he had learnt. "Ronald, there is a letter for you," hollered Mrs. Weasley, and Ron ran down towards the ground floor from his bedroom situated at the top of the house. A gray barn owl was waiting for him at the table. He took the letter from the owl and started to read it. "Dear Mr. Weasley, I think I share some of the blame for you losing your pet rat. If I hadn't escaped from Azkaban, you may have kept the rat for years. However, it is neither here nor there anymore. Please accept this owl, Lancer, as a gift from me in return of the pet that you have lost. Your furry, Nd. Harry also wishes for you to accept him. Sirius Orion Black, Lord of House Black." The other letter was from Harry, in which he had again requested Ron to visit him and told him that he was going bar my without any friends for fun and only studies. Apparently Sirius had contacted some old potions master to teach potions to Harry, and Harry was actually learning things from him. Sirius had also told him some techniques to use in potions which would help him. "Who is it from, Ronald?" asked Molly. Molly Weasley was a portly heavy-set woman who was the matriarch of House Weasley, and she was a homo. Why, woman who could be overbearing on her children if the need be. She loved all of her children, but she absolutely adored Harry and often hoped that Harry would become a part of her family. "Harry, he gifted me this owl for the pet that I lost," said Ron. "He should not have done that. Does he even have the gold for it?" she asked. Bill Weasley laughed. "Mom, he is Harry Potter. I am not allowed to tell you exactly what, but the Potters are rich. In fact, he is so rich that he has an account manager to look only after his account and do nothing else." Bill Weasley was the eldest child of Arthur and Molly Weasley and had graduated Hogwarts in 1988. Currently he worked at Gringotts as a curse breaker and had come home from the job to watch the Quidditch final, which was to be held later in the summer. "But still, Ron should not have taken it," she protested. "Molly, I don't think Harry was showing off or something by giving this gift. He is Ron's best friend and I know he had good intention." When he decided to gift this owl to Ron," said Arthur Weasley, the patriarch of the house. Arthur Weasley was a kind-faced man who worked in the Ministry of Magic and was the head of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. His job was to prevent misuse of Muggle objects by witches and wizards, but his fascination was such that he had a storage shed on his property where he stored Muggle ECTS and liked to tinker with them in his spare time. "All right, Molly, I am off to the ministry," said Arthur. "There is a report of vanishing door knobs in Elephant and Castle." "What else does he say in his letter?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "Harry tells me that he has taken the heirship of House Potter and Sirius Black has made him his heir. He also told me that he will be visiting us today." As Ron was speaking, the flow roared and Harry Potter stepped out. Only it was not the Harry Potter they were used to see. This bloke was healthy and he wore clothes that screamed rich from afar. The rings on his hand were goblin silver and he wore dragon hide boots. He wore clothes that actually fit him and looked expensive, the kind that could be found only in shops such as Twilfit and Tattings. "Harry," said Mrs. Weasley, running forward to embrace him. "How are you, dear?" "I am fine, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry, bracing himself for the Molly-esque hug. The thing is that nothing could ever ready him for the hug that knocked the wind out of his lungs as she hugged him tightly. "Oomph, my ribs, Mrs. Weasley," he wailed, and the twins laughed. She had let go of him and, catching him by his shoulders, was looking over at him. "You don't look peaky. You have been eating right this year. I guess Sirius Black has been taking care of you." "Yes, Mrs. Weasley. He is very good at taking care of me. And he always insists that I take triple helping of every meal that I take. He has also been teaching me about my family history and my duties, about when I will take my family seat. That is why I couldn't visit you earlier." "Little Harrikins, we are also present here," said one twin. "And little Jin is here too," said the other, and Harry looked at Ginny, who was blushing red like a tomato. She muttered, hi, and then she took towards her room on the second floor. It was not a hidden fact that Ginny Weasley had a Hogwarts castle-sized crush on Harry Potter, and it had only become worse when Harry Potter saved her from the Chamber of Secrets. What was worse was that Ginny could not even speak in his presence and often did things that would end up ridiculing her. She symbolized everything that Harry hated about his fame. "I know you both are here, my good men," said Harry to the twins, "as I understand I had invited all of you to Black Manor for a game of Quidditch. Why none of you responded or visited me?" "Harry, is it safe?" asked Molly Weasley. "I mean, it is Black Manor, Mrs. Weasley. It is the safest place that can be found except Hogwarts," Harry said. "There are centuries of wards around the manor and it would take days to bring them down. And I get terribly bored there by myself. You can stay here, if you like," she said. "You always have a place among us." "Thank you for your offer, Mrs. Weasley, but Sirius wants me home in the evening. It is just that I have just started to know about my parents and he often tells me something new about them. And I feel at home in Black Manor where I am not unwanted." She smiled. "I understand, dear, but my offer is always standing. Now, do you want something to eat?" "Yes, please, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "If there is one thing that Dobby can't do, it is that he can't cook as good as you." "I believe I have not introduced myself," said the one who Harry could only guess was Bill Weasley, the eldest child of the Weasley family. Bill was, there was no other word for it, he was cool. He was dressed smartly with blue shirt and black pant, adorned with a robe and boots of leather that suspiciously looked like dragon hide. His hair fell up to his shoulders and one of his ears was adorned with a fang, which Harry was reasonably certain belonged to a serpent. Harry and the other man to make a move. Bill extended his hand. "I am William Arthur Weasley. Please call me Bill." Harry shook the extended hand. "I am Harry James Potter, heir to the houses of Potter and Black." Bill looked towards Ron, amused. "I thought you said he was a novo in these matters." Harry answered before Ron could. "I was until this summer. My godfather Lord Sirius Black has seen to it that I am sufficiently informed in these matters so I don't make a fool of myself." Bill laughed heartily. "I have heard a lot about you from Ron. You don't need to show your pureblood etiquettes to me." Harry was liking this guy more and more. "What do you do, Bill?" "I work as a curse breaker at Gringotts. Expertise myself in going into old warded buildings like pyramids, castles, and breaking the wards to recover whatever treasure can be found there. I was in Egypt until now when Gringotts called me home and is offering me more to stay here. I miss the pyramids though." Black Manor. Harry returned to Black Manor from the Burrow at 6 in the evening, and that was only after Mr. Weasley had intervened. He had to tell Molly that Harry needed to get going because Lord Black was going to be worried if his heir did not come home. However, if Harry wanted to he could flow and tell Sirius about it. Harry had a lot to talk to his friend, but he could not do so at the Burrow. So, he had invited all the Weasley children to the Black Manor next day with their brooms. It was going to be nice to be able to play Quidditch without worrying that they would be seen. When Harry returned home, 3 letters were waiting for him. One was from his secret friend, another from Neville Longbottom, and the third from Susan Bones. He opened the one from secret friend first. "Heir Potter Black, firstly congratulations are in order to you for your successful ascendancy on as the heir of House of Potter and House of Black. I only got to know as I returned from Italy. I am so sorry that I could not see you take the mantle for myself. I have also heard that your odd father Lord Black is making another voting block in the Wizengamot. I mean, we already had light, dark and neutrals, and now we have this gray block. Have you been studying lately? I have done some HT reading over the summer, especially for runes and arithmancy, which I like. I do hope we will get some decent teacher for Dada this year. Professor Lupin was a great teacher and I am sad that he had to go. I know being a werewolf isn't something that he could control, but that was no reason for him to resign. I hope to see you at the Quidditch finals." Later, keeping that letter aside, Harry opened the one from Neville. "Harry, I hope you are having a good summer. I know I haven't ever written a letter to you over the last few years and I am sorry about it. Lord Black visited my manor a few days ago and he told me to at least write a letter to you. Again, I am sorry that it never occurred to me to do that in the first place. I also want to ask if you would like to visit Longbottom Manor sometime and we can catch up. Our flow address is Longbottom Manor. Regards, Neville Longbottom, heir apparent of House Longbottom. Finally he opened the last letter. Dear Harry, it was nice to meet you in the Wizengamot. I was not apprised of the knowledge that you are unaware of your position and of your station. If I knew it beforehand, I could have helped you to know your history. I am also happy with the fact that Lord Black is taking good care of you. Being with him has done a lot of good to you. You look happy, in the bloom of your health, and you are very cheerful when around others. I also want to apologize to you because I had doubted you during the entire Heir of Slytherin fiasco. I should have known that you of all people would not do anything like that. We also never got to find out what the monster was in the Chamber of Secrets. I am also inviting you to visit me sometime during the summer when you have time for it. My father told me that he wants to meet you and my younger brother is actually excited to meet a celebrity. I know you don't like people fawning all over you and I will tell him to behave. Our flow address is Bones Manor. Hoping to hear from you soon. Susan Bones, heiress apparent of House Bones. Chapter 10. The Weasleys came the very next day as they had promised. And they brought Bill with them. Harry was waiting in the entrance hall for the flow to light up when it did with a roar and Bill Weasley stepped out of the fireplace. Harry, how are you? Harry shook hands with him warmly. Welcome to Black Manor, Bill. Bill smiled. Thank you. I hope you don't mind me coming over because Mother's suspicions can sometimes get the better of her. Harry nodded. I know, but you have no reason to worry. And please stay with us. The next were the twins who stepped out one after other. George grinned. Harry, cool place you have got here. Right, my twin, said Fred who had arrived. I bet it would be real nice to own a Quidditch pitch. Harry, why? Ted for Ron to arrive, but instead of Ron, it was Ginny who stepped out and said shyly, Hi Harry. Ginny, welcome to Black Manor, said Harry gladly. I hoped you will come. Don't encourage her, Harrikins, said Fred, and Bill swatted him on the head. What did Mother tell you about not being an idiot? The other twin said, You heard us, elder brother. We think in stupid, we deal in stupid, in fact stupid is our middle name. Then I would be glad to know you too, said Sirius who had entered the entrance hall to greet the visitors. Harry, if everyone has arrived, please lead your friends to the sitting room. Where is Ron? Harry asked Bill, and at that moment, the floor roared for the last time and Ron stepped out. Sorry mate, got caught up in something. Ron, it is good to see you. Have you brought your broom? Harry asked. Mine is too old, said Ron. It is very slow and jerky. Harry noticed Ron's ear tips red and realized Ron was embarrassed about it. Before he could say anything, Sirius seized the moment. Don't worry, I recently had procured several new brooms and we will have smashing time. Padfoot, if the guests have arrived, will you take them to the city room or are you going to talk to them here itself? Said Remus who had come looking for his friend. Professor Lupin, said the twins, we never thought we would end up finding you here. Remus smiled. Well, Sirius here is one of my best friends from Hogwarts and he employed me as his steward recently. Why did you call him Padfoot? Asked George. Because it is my nickname, Sirius explained. Are you the Padfoot? Inquired Fred. Well, I don't know about any, the Padfoot, said Sirius, but yes, I was nicknamed Padfoot. Are you the Padfoot from Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs? They asked. Sirius frowned. How would you know about that? Remus explained. They found the map, Sirius. They have been using it and gave it recently to Harry to help him go to Hogsmeade. Sirius guffawed. The map is still around. I thought we had seen the last of it when Filch had it confiscated from us. Then he turned to the twins. Yes, I am the Padfoot, the prankster extraordinaire of the Marauders. The twins started bowing to both of them comically. We are you fans. You have helped us in more ways than you can think of. Bill laughed. Enough now you two. Harry, take your friends to the sitting room, Remus said. I will go and make sure that the pitch is ready for a game. As Remus went out to inquire about the pitch, the twins asked Sirius about his pranking days at Hogwarts, and some of the pranks that he told them he had done at Hogwarts had them laughing till tears flowed out of their eyes. Bill, who was also nearly overcome with laughter, said, I can't even imog. In how did the teachers manage you four, and how did the castle remain intact with all the pranks that you four were up to? Out of idle curiosity, I have seen the logs of detention during my time as H.E.A.D. boy, and I know late Lord Potter, and you hold the records, but I never dreamt of meeting you in person. Still be rotting in Azkaban if the rat was not caught. I don't think we would have met, Sirius said, if the war had not happened. Perhaps we could have outdone Zonkos. When it was time for game, Ginny had insisted that she was going to play. The boys tried to refuse her, but Sirius intervened and said she could play. Including Sirius, there were 8 players, and Remus decided to play the referee. There was no seeker for the game but 2 chasers, 1 beater and a keeper per team, and the me went on for 2 hours before they were tired and took their leave, promising to return soon. Very nice, Harry my boy, boomed Slughorn, who was convinced that Harry Potter was a prodigy in potions. Harry wasn't doing anything special in the subject, but he had himself seen that there was improvement in his performance. It was just the second lesson over the summer, and Slughorn had him finish all the first-year potions. And to his delight, Harry found that not having sniveling Severus Snape breathing over his shoulder did great for his mood. All the potions that he had brewed so far for Slughorn were given an E, and Slughorn was hopeful that Harry will get better in the little time that they had together. I think let's wind up for the day, Slughorn said. We have brewed 2 potions in a day, can you imagine? Professor, can you tell me about my mother? Harry asked him. I mean, no one has ever told me about her. Slughorn took a deep breath before he began speaking. Lily was a great witch, Harry, and before that she was a great person. She had the talent of seeing the best in those who couldn't see it in themselves. And she was talented. From her first potions lesson, she showed such a proclivity for the subject that I had rightly guessed that she was a prodigy. She was also very popular as a student, almost as much as your father, but she kept very odd friendships. Odd friendships? Harry asked. Remember, I had told you that Severus Snape was her childhood friend. I had asked Lily, and she told me that they lived in the same neighborhood, but her father as a rich muggle, and Severus's father was an alcoholic muggle who mistreated his family because his wife was a witch. He was not from a rich family, while Lily was certainly rich by muggle standards, he said, and I am loath to say that Severus's friends were some very unsavory characters. I regret now that they were in my house. You were a Slytherin? Harry asked in surprise. Sirius didn't tell you? He asked. I have taught everyone in the Black family, and all of them were in my house except him. I was the head of House of Slytherin. Professor, if you were the head of Slytherin, you would know Tom Riddle too. Harry asked. Why are you asking about him? Slughorn asked. And how do you even know that name? Harry suddenly remembered that Dumbledore had told him to not to ment on his encounters with Voldemort to Slughorn. Not yet. Oh, actually I saw him name on the Special Services to School Award trophy, and I got curious about him. I found that he had caught the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, said Slughorn, he did find out the monster in the supposed Chamber of Secrets. It was an acromantula. You need to ask any other questions, Harry. If not, then we can continue tomorrow. Harry realized that Slughorn had deftly evaded answering the question. What exactly Professor Slughorn knew about Voldemort that made him uncomfortable? Stop acting like a child, Sirius, chided Remus. This is unbecoming of you. It's Quidditch Mooney, Sirius bellowed at the top of his voice. You just can't stay serious. Where is your sense of adventure? Sit down or I will hex you, Harry said. And I know quite a few hexes now. All right, pup. No need to get testy on me, said Sirius. The semi-final that they had come to watch was being played between Ireland and Peru, and they were supporting Ireland against Peru. The Irish team had 7 great players on the team, and each of them had a firebolt. They were the obvious choice between the 2 teams, and every Wizard or Witch of Wizarding Britain was putting their money on Ireland. Harry had asked Sirius if he could get tickets for the Weasleys too, and Sirius had shook his head. The minister got free passes for the final only, and for other matches everyone had to buy their own ticket. The tickets were pricey, but the gold was no problem for him. The issue was that there were literally no tickets available even at double the price. Sirius had to contend himself with the 3 tickets that he could obtain. He however had already obtained tickets for the finals, and he had brought a ticket for the top box meant to go to Slughorn. "Gentlewizards and Gentlewitches, welcome to the semi-finals between Ireland and Peru," announced a stocky man who was shorter than Sirius and had a round baby face. "This promises to be an excellent evening." "That is Ludovic Bagman," Sirius whispered to Harry. "He used to be the chaser of Wimborne Wasps, and he also played for England at a time. Right now, he is working as the head of the Department of Sports and Games. The teams are equally matched, equally talented, but Ireland has a distinct advantage up its sleeve. Each of its players have a firebolt, and that will make considerable difference to the match. Now, let's start." The match ended with Ireland flattening Peru by a huge margin. When the match ended, the final score was 420-100, and Bagman was grumbling. "Sirius, have you got the butterbeers?" Remus asked. "I thought you were doing that," Sirius said. "I had told you that I am only going to meet Rosemerta." "But I thought you were going to order the butterbeer," said Remus. "I was going to get the stuff for the party. And there is no butterbeer," Sirius wailed. "Oh, the younglings will have to drink fire whiskey like a man." Remus growled. "As if I would let you give fire whiskey to them. I have already sent Dobby to fetch butterbeer for the party." Sirius grinned. "Mooney, you are a lifesaver." "Sirius," said Harry, who had just come in, "I am still telling you that there is no use in holding a party like this. I mean, what are we even supposed to do?" Sirius grinned. "Well, there is a pool in the backside for those who care to swim. Hen, there is the Quidditch pitch begging for a proper match to be played. And then there is the snack table laden with a lot of food, and the ice coolers which are stocked with a lot of butterbeer. It is going to be fantastic." "Are you going to be with us?" Harry asked. "We are your chaperones," said Sirius. "Mooney will look after those who go to the pool, and I will referee if a match is going to be played. Then there will be standing invitations to people to come back any day." "How many of them are coming, Harry?" Remus asked. "The Weasleys, Neville Longbottom, Ernie Macmillan, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet," he said. "I didn't know any other that would come." "That is quite a number of people, Harry," Sirius said. "It will be fun." "Have you asked them to bring their brooms and a swimsuit?" "Yes, I did," Harry said. They heard the flow roar, and Remus said to him, "I think they are starting to arrive." When Harry reached the entrance chamber, the Weasleys with Lee Jordan had already arrived, and Neville Longbottom was stepping out of the fireplace. "Hi Harry," Neville said. "Thank you for inviting me. I don't get so many invites." "Welcome Neville," said Harry. "You lot go on in. I am waiting for a few more people to arrive. I will join you soon." As Harry waited for his guests, others moved to the sitting room where Sirius was waiting for them. Neville walked up to him, bowed from his waist. "Lord Black, it is an honor to meet you. I am Neville Longbottom, heir apparent to House Longbottom." Sirius clasped his shoulder firmly. "You are welcome, Neville of Longbottom. I had the fortune to know your parents personally, and I admired them for their valor and courage. I am sorry for what happened to them, and that, too, at the hands of a former member of my house." Sirius greeted a few more arrived at Black Manor, and then they were led to the Quidditch pitch. "I know many of you only like to remain on the ground and cheer from afar, but others like to get in the air and rough it. So if you are willing to play, pick a broom, and if you are just going to watch, then grab a chair and a butterbeer," Sirius said. "Air is plenty of it, and we can have smashing time of it. If anyone fancies, there is a swimming pool on the other side." There were 8 people who wanted to play Quidditch, and as such, there were 2 teams of 4 players each. There was no seeker, so the match had to go on for an hour, and the team scoring most goals will win. Ernie, Harry, Ron, and Katie Bell were in one team, while the twins, Angelina and Alicia Spinnet, were in another. Ernie and Katie were the chasers, Harry was the beater, and the Ron was the keeper. On the other team, he twins became chaser, Angelina became beater, and Alicia became the keeper. The match was played with all viciousness that could be imagined. There were a lot of underhanded techniques, and the referee, one Sirius Black, pretended to not to care about it. When the match ended, Remus had to see to the bruises of the players. As they went towards the pool, Harry said to Sirius in an undertone, "Sirius, I can't swim." Sirius nodded. "Well, I will ask Remus to teach you." "Why you can't teach me?" Harry asked. "Harry, I have to leave tomorrow, Sirius explained. I am going for some urgent business, but I promise that I will return in a week. That evening, he called Harry into the Lord's study. Harry, I am going on some very important business. You are to keep up with your studies, enjoy with your friends and take your lessons with Slughorn. I need you to get close to Slughorn. Ask him about your parents, his teaching days at Hogwarts, and gift him with things that Remus will give you. Try to get cozy to him, warm up to him as if he is your favorite person. Then start telling him about your adventures at Hogwarts. Eventually get him to talk about Voldemort and tell him how you have faced him twice already. Sirius, why do we need to do this? Harry asked. What is it that Slughorn has that he can give us? Sirius smirked. He has knowledge, kid. The most potent weapon, and that is what we are after. Slughorn may look like a jovial, affable, pot-bellied wizard, but he is very knowledgeable on dark arts too. Are we going to learn dark magic? Harry asked him. Not yet, but eventually. And Dumbledore has arranged for someone to come visit you and teach you a few things about dueling. And there is something that Dumbledore wants to teach you when the school starts. So I will advise you to start meditation. It will calm your mind, Sirius said. It may sound too much to you, Harry, but we have to do this. This may save your life someday. Sirius, I trust you, Harry said. I will do anything that you ask of me. Pup, don't be too quick to trust anyone, Sirius said gravely. James too was trusting, and the rat betrayed him. Sirius, despite what happened, my father was right to trust his best friends. It is on the rat that betrayed him. Don't ever say that again. Harry, my boy, said Dumbledore, who was visiting the Black Manor, I am going to introduce you to a friend of mine. A man entered the room and Harry shuddered. The man looked like a nightmare. He had one leg to start with. In place of his other leg was a wooden leg which stumped every time he walked. His face was a patchwork of scars crisscrossing his face. He had a brown mane of hair which was unevenly cut, and he had half of his nose missing. Also, he had only one eye. In place of the other one was an artificial electric blue eye which revolved all around and gave him a sense of vertigo. Harry was a bit scared of the man's appearance, but Remus was talking to him as if he were an old friend. The man's artificial eye was roving around the room as checking in all the directions while his natural eye was trained on Harry. Harry, Dumbledore said, allow me to introduce you to Alastor Moody, former Auror and a very good friend. Hello, sir, Harry said courteously. The man sneered, scared of my appearance, are ye, lad? Remus chuckled. Don't scare him, Alastor. He is just a kid. Albus spoke before Alastor could. Harry, Alastor Moody is one of the most famous Auror of all time. Professor, what is an Auror? Harry asked. Auror are equivalent of soldiers and dark wizard catchers. They were the reason in the last war that we didn't suffer as much as losses as we could have. Dumbledore explained. Alastor here was one of the most famous Aurors, and half of the cells in Azkaban are filled due to him. He was responsible for bringing in most of them. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir, Harry said to the Auror. I knew you parents, growled the Auror. Your father was a tough nut to crack and a fierce fighter. Escaped you know who 3 times. Him and you, mother. I tried to convince him to join Aurors, but he was not a fan of following rules. He and that Sirius Black could have been an asset to the Auror forces. Thank you for telling me, sir, Harry said. I know almost nothing about them. Harry, Alastor has agreed to teach you a few things about dueling, but he will do it on the condition that you will not tell about these lessons to anyone, Albus said. What will you teach me, sir? Harry asked the Auror. I will teach you to stay alive, growled the Auror. From what Albus told me, you are bad at keeping yourself out of trouble, so you should know how to defend yourself. Harry, Alastor will teach you twice a week, and I advise you to take these lessons seriously and learn everything that he teaches you. I know Sirius has also decided to teach you some, so it will be to your benefit. Yes, Professor. Now Remus and Alastor, if you will, then I would like some time alone with Harry, Albus said. As they left, he turned to the teen. Harry, how are your lessons with Slughorn going? He is very knowledgeable potions master, Professor. He has taught me so many little things that have helped with my brewing. Snape does not take time to teach these things, or we could do better in these classes. Harry, I know Sirius has told you to get close to Slughorn, and I will ask you the same, Albus said. It is important that you do this because it will help us a great deal. Professor, what is he hiding that we have to know? Harry asked. He has a memory that we need, Albus explained, at some point in the distant past. Slughorn had a conversation with Voldemort about a magic as which very dark and forgotten. It is that memory that I want. Slughorn has tempered with that memory, but I believe it is still there. Professor, can you temper with your memories? Harry asked disbelievingly. Yes, Harry, he said, it is actually very easy for a person to temper with others' memories if they know enough of mind magic. Mind magic. It is a very delicate branch of magic and forbidden from public knowledge, Dumbledore explained. That is why there are very few practitioners of mind magic out there. They can read you surface thoughts as easily as reading a book, can look into all your memories. Do you know any practitioner of mind magic, Professor? I, myself am an expert in mind magic, he said, bowing his head. Other than me, Voldemort and Severus Snape are two others who are master in it. Snape can read minds? Harry asked in shock. Professor Snape, Harry, he corrected, and yes, he can read minds but not without performing a spell. Without performing a spell, he can only see your surface thoughts. How do I protect my mind? Harry asked. That is what I will be teaching you, Harry, he said. In the meantime, don't look into his eyes when you are answering a question. Sir, can you tell me something about my mother? Harry asked Slughorn at the end of the next class. Your mother was a great witch, Harry, Slughorn said. She was very gifted at potions and often rivaled for the top place with Severus in her classes. She could have gone on to do mastery in the subject if she wanted. She was also hated. Bullies. She was very proud when you were born, and it was the last time that I saw her. Sir, did she ever talk about her home life? He asked. Yes, she did. Her parents were rich muggles and she lacked for nothing. She also had a sister who was non-magical, and during her first year, she was often sad because her sister was not talking to her. She later told me that her sister was jealous of her gift. Her parents died shortly after she graduated, but I don't recall how they had died. I know you miss her, but believe me when I say that she is watching over you at all times. Sir, did Voldemort study at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Don't speak his name, Slughorn said harshly, and why do you ask about him? I knew nothing about magical world till I was 11 years old. Hagrid told me that my parents were murdered by Voldemort, but he knew nothing about him. I have asked a few people, but no one seems to know anything about him. I was curious to know if he had studied at Hogwarts, and if he did, then in what house. I will tell this to you, but promise me to never ask it again, he said. Voldemort was a student at Hogwarts and he was brilliant in his time, going so far as to become the head boy in his day. His name was Tom Riddle, isn't it? He asked. Slughorn looked at him in shock. How do you know that? Professor, will you promise me not to tell anyone what I am going to tell you? Harry asked him. What is it? Slughorn asked. It is a secret that I haven't even told Professor Dumbledore, he said. Do you promise to tell to no one? Yes, I promise, my boy, he said, a bit greedily. Professor, what do you know of the Chamber of Secrets? Chamber of Secrets, Slughorn said astonishingly. That is just a myth, my boy. No one has ever been able to find it so far. Professor, the chamber exists. I found it in my second year, said Harry, and there was a monster in there. How did you find the chamber? That is a tale for other time, Professor, but 2 years ago I came face to face with Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets. He was using some weird magic. No one can return from the dead, Harry, said Slughorn. That is necromancy. Professor, Tom Riddle had dragged a girl in the chamber and was using her life force to gain a body, Harry explained. In the chamber he told me that he had gone more than anyone on the path of immortality. Slughorn's face was clouded and fear evident in his voice. Harry, I believe you are telling the truth, but I know of no such way that one can return from the dead. Voldemort had died on that night in Godric's Hollow. That is where you are wrong, Professor, Harry said. Sirius made some inquiries into the matter and no body was ever found. Who is to say if he really died? And he really wanted to kill me even that night in the chamber. I asked Sirius if we can defeat him for once and all, but he said he don't know how Tom Riddle could be alive. I have heard you are very knowledgeable person, sir. Don't you know some way that can help me? I am afraid I can't help you, Harry, said Slughorn, and don't repeat anything to anyone else that you have just told me. When Slughorn left, Harry was left to wonder exactly what Slughorn was afraid of. Potter, I hope you are enjoying the vacations. I have recently heard from a friend that you have been having a gathering of friends at your residence and inviting friends from all the houses except Slytherin. Are you done with the assignment that Professor McGonagall had given to us? The ESSAY on Animagus transformation sounds very difficult, but I am finally finished with it. I am currently working with the nasty essay that Snape set for us. I just hope to get over it. Potions has ever been my favorite subject, and I can hardly wait for my owls so that I can ditch this subject. How things have been going with you? Father has confirmed for us that we are going to the Quidditch final, and he got a seat for us in one of the top boxes, and I am hoping that I can meet you there. I have heard that you spend a part of your holidays at the Weasleys. Is it true? I am sure now that I don't want to reveal my identity to you presently. Let it remain a suspense for now. Later. Constant vigilance, shouted the Mad Eye Moody, always remain alert about your surroundings. If you are not vigilant in a hostile environment, anyone can take you down and you will be at the mercy of your enemy. Harry nodded and kept listening. And remember that in a duel, your life is more important than your enemies. You don't have to kill anyone if you don't wish to, but disable them so that they can't stand again. You stun a wizard and he can be enervated by another. But you hit them with a reductor and they won't bother you again. Do you know about dodging? Harry shook his head. No, sir. Moody whipped out his wand. You are about to learn the hard way. For the next 10 minutes Moody kept shooting stingers at Harry, who tried to dodge the hexes that the Auror was peppering him with, but he was not having any success so far. He was hit with at least 7 out of every 10 hexes, and that was one too many. After 10 minutes, Alistair stopped peppering him. Remember to keep moving, lad. Don't hesitate. Try to see where your opponent is going to cast and try to read them. What can't connect with you can't hurt you. Now we are going to do this again. And I know it was short, but a long chapter is coming next, so I wanted to get it out of the way. Leave me reviews, please. Chapter 11. Professor, said Harry to Slughorn. Lord Black has got the tickets to the finals and there is an extra ticket for the top box in the stadium. Sirius sends it to you with his compliments. Slughorn took the ticket gleefully. Of course, my boy, I will be delighted to join you. Where is Lord Black? Sirius is out of the country looking for some business prospects. He is trying to introduce some FF to the markets here that we don't have, and he believes that it will be a gold mine, Harry told him. Sirius had got the tickets from the minister himself, who wanted to be seen rubbing shoulders with the latest lord in the Wizengamot and his new friend. Sirius recently had made a generous donation to a charity run by the minister's wife, and he was ecstatic. His decision to support Sirius Black was proving more useful every day. Sirius had also invited the Weasleys and Hermione, for he had enough tickets to the show. He had even gone so far as to book a large parcel of land on the site for raising their tent for the day. The Weasleys had arrived a day before they were scheduled to leave for the match, and half of the Black Manor was occupied. Everyone was given their own room in the manor. But the twins insisted that they couldn't sleep alone. The trio had chatted about their summers so far and everything that they had been up to before deciding that it had been a nice quiet holiday. For them, and for once even Harry was not troubled by Voldemort. Molly Weasley had woken everyone in the morning. Come down, you lot. If you are not on time, then you will be late for the match. As people scrambled to the breakfast after being ready, Harry spotted Remus and Sirius in t-shirts and jeans topped off by boots which suspiciously looked like dragon hide boots. Mr. Weasley had tried his best to look like a muggle, and even Mrs. Weasley had done her best to look the part. Where are Bill, Charlie and Percy? Asked Fred. They are sleeping in. They will apparate there at noon, Mrs. Weasley said. Since you all cannot apparate, therefore you have to take a portkey. As they finished their breakfast, Mr. Weasley, Sirius, Remus, the twins, Ron, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny walked out the wards of the manor to take their portkey. It was a portkey which had been provided for them by the minister himself and had been made only for their group. Mrs. Weasley was going to arrive with Charlie, Percy, and Bill at noon, when they would apparate in. When they out of the wards, Sirius turned to them. If you all have never taken a portkey, then remember that it will make you feel slightly nauseous. Woo, start walking to lose the momentum and you will not fall on your backside. They all gathered around a piece of a wooden stave which they all touched, and soon they were whisked away by the portkey. As Sirius had told them, Harry and Hermione began walking to lose the momentum which had carried them, and they came to a stop without falling over. The twins, however, were not so lucky and fallen in a heap over one another. "Party of 9 from Black Manor," said a wizard who was holding a clipboard in hand. "You lot should clear away right now because we have a big party coming in from Black Forest." "Morning, Andrew," greeted Mr. Weasley to the wizard who was holding the clipboard. "Would you know where our campsite is?" "Supposed to be about a mile from here," grunted the wizard. "Go straight and turn right when you come to the gate. The site manager is a muggle named Robert." "Thank you," said Arthur, and they started walking towards the site which they had selected for themselves. To get to the campsite, witches and wizards had to cross a deserted moor. It was difficult to see through the mist present on the moor. After 20 minutes, a small stone cottage next to a gate could be seen. Beyond it, Harry was able to make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents. The tents were located along the gentle slope of a large field towards a dark wood on the horizon. Harry was looking over the vast fields where tents were strewn about. It looked like a mini country had come here to live, and there were people that were clearly from other countries as he could see. Some couldn't even speak English from what he heard. He also saw a group of African wizards huddled together and smoking pipes while stroking a fire windlessly. There was a tent which was about 3 stories high, and there were peacocks outside it. There were many which clearly looked magical. Many were openly using magic, and it was so different from the other world where the witches and wizard gathered from the entire world. But they were all forbidden from using magic. There were similar tents around the site, and all were decked out in their entire splendor. He could feel the magic in the surroundings and felt some sort of elation. It was nice feeling. Sirius approached the muggle. "We have booked a site for camping here." Mr. Robert was looking at his list. "Name Black," said Sirius. "Go down and turn to the right when you have crossed 5 plots, said he. "That will be 100 pounds. Sirius counted the money and gave it to him. "Are you all here for a rally for something, Mr. Robert asked. "There have been people from all over the place, and many tried to pay me in solid gold coins." "Why would they do that?" Sirius asked in astonishment. "We will take your leave for now, Mr. Robert." When they arrived at the site, there was an empty plot of land, and in the middle of which was written, "Black." Sirius got the bulky tent out of his pack, and before anyone could tell him otherwise, he shot a spell at it, Erectus. The tent opened and erected itself within minutes. "All right, you lot. Now get in." Harry was suspicious if they will all fit inside but peek in, and he knew that it was magical. The tent had 8 rooms in total and a kitchen. "Dobby," Sirius called, and the elf appeared. "Mr. Black calls for Dobby. Dobby, prepare some breakfast for all of us," Sirius said to the elf, who went to his work with gusto. He then turned to the children. "Now I want you lot to go out and enjoy yourselves. Go sightseeing and mingle with the folks out there. It is not every day that you get to meet wizards from other countries. Just don't go to the Bulgarians." "Why not?" Harry asked curiously. "Because we are supporting Ireland and they won't take kindly to it." As they were leaving, Sirius handed a money bag to Harry. "Go nuts, Harry. Buy whatever catches your fancy. If there is any gold left when you return, I will be cross with you." Harry grinned. Of course. So, they started walking about the campsite. There were people there from all over the world, and he saw children who were his own age, but he was sure they didn't go to Hogwarts. It was at this moment that it occurred to him that there may be more schools like Hogwarts out there which gave magical education to children. He asked the group which accompanied him, "Any of you know about any other schools of magic outside Britain?" "There are many, Harry. But I know only about 2 of them, and they are Durmstrang and Beauxbatons," said Hermione. "I tried to find the difference between the schools, but all of them are very secretive. I reckon Bill once had a pen pal from Brazil who wanted Bill to visit, but Mum and Dad could not afford it, and he sent Bill a cursed hat in anger." As they talked, they kept walking around generally, and Harry met many of his classmates from Hogwarts. There were Dean and Seamus with Seamus's mother, and when she asked, they told her that they were obviously supporting Ireland. As if they could say anything else. They also ran into Oliver Wood, who had just started as the reserve keeper for Puddlemere United. Oliver dragged him to meet his parents. Finally, they stopped at a vendor, who was selling binoculars but called them omnioculars. Of course, they had to be magical. "What are these for?" Harry asked him. "These are omnioculars, lad," he said. "You can use them to watch the match from afar, can rewind a particular shot that you want to see again, record a match and even slow down things. Of course, it doesn't slow things real, but it slows them so you can analyze it." "Ron, do you want one?" Harry asked his friend as he had already purchased 2 for himself and Hermione. "No, I don't have the gold," said Ron, his ears turning red. "I spent my gold on candies." Harry thrust the omnioculars in his hand. "Take it. No Christmas gift for you though." Ron happily nodded. Before they left, Harry bought a hat with the Irish shamrock to wear in the evening. He did the same for Hermione, though Ron refused to get one. He was always sensitive where gold was concerned. After that, they decided to visit the section where the Bulgarian supporters were. And the entire section was a mass of scarlet. There were Bulgarian flags atop every tent in that part, and a flag which consisted of a face of a wizard who could not have been much older than them. "Who do you reckon he is?" Harry asked his friends. "He is Victor Crumb," answered Ron, "the youngest seeker in the international scenario, and he has the stats to prove that he is the best seeker in the world." Victor Crumb seemed like a burly guy with a hooked nose, mean-looking eyes and a formidable opponent. "Let's get back now," said Harry to them. "I am sure others would have arrived by now and Mrs. Weasley would be worrying about us." When they returned to the tent, they found Arthur talking with a wizard who had pointed mustache. His hair was combed back, dressed in suit, and his shoes, which looked ordinary leather, sparkled as if recently they had been thoroughly cleaned. Harry for a moment thought that the man was a bank manager. "Cousin Barty," said Sirius, who had come out. "What a surprise to see you here. You have a lot of gall to go out in public, especially after you sent me to Azkaban for doing nothing." The man grimaced. "It was a mistake, Black. And if you were in my place, you'd have done the same, considering the reputation of the House of Black." Sirius evilly smirked. "So, because your son was a Death Eater, does it mean that I can call you that?" Barty whipped out his wand. But he was slower than Sirius, whose wand was already pointed at him. "Keep that wand where it belongs, or I will give you a genuine reason for sending me to Azkaban." Barty sheathed his wand in anger and disapparated. "Who the hell was that?" Harry asked. "He is Barty Crouch. Mr. Crouch is head of the Department of Foreign Relations, and I work for him in his office. He is a brilliant and powerful wizard. Lord Black should not have provoked him." Sirius barked in laughter. "Did he ever tell you that he sent me to prison without a trial? Did son was a Death Eater, and he was responsible for the attack on the Longbottoms?" Percy had no answer to that, so he kept quiet. However, Sirius was not done. "Don't idolize someone to the extent of worshipping them, Percy. Learn to question them." It was an hour to sunset when the bells started tolling in the distance. Harry jumped up with his wand in hand and then realized that it was not an alarm, but it was telling people to start lining up for going into the stadium. From every direction as far as he could see, there were countless wizards who had lined up and were walking towards the Quidditch stadium. By the time they were near the stadium, the sun had set, and dusk had come. The lights had been turned on, and the floating lanterns, the fairies, the fireworks all made it very mesmerizing experience for him. Thousands of people walking together without any disturbance was surreal experience. When they reached the stadium, Sirius handed their tickets to the wizard on the gate, and he returned them after punching them. "Keep climbing until you reach the top. The minister's own private box on the top tier." When they reached the top, he saw a house elf sitting in the box alone and covering her eyes. She was short for an elf. A pencil nose, blue tennis ball-sized eyes, and she wore a pillowcase. As they took their seats in the box, Harry talked to the elf. "Hello, who are you?" "I is Winky, sir," said the diminutive elf. "I is keeping a seat for Master Barty. I is afraid of heights." "If she is afraid of heights, then what she is doing here?" Harry asked Sirius, who shrugged. "For some folks, house elves mean nothing. I guess Crouch has her to keep a seat for him." "Did you had to sell your house for tickets, Weasel?" drawled Draco Malfoy, who had entered the box with his parents in tow. Before Ron could answer, Sirius spoke. Unlike your father, he didn't have to kiss the hem of robes of another. Sirius, said Mrs. Malfoy, you look to be in the peak of your health. Allow me to use this moment to invite you for lunch to Malfoy Manor next week. Sirius growled, I'd die before I'd set foot in that accursed place, and don't bother trying to warm up to me. I am currently in the process of expelling you from the family. She looked shocked. You can't do it to me. That is the prerogative of Lord Black. Sirius showed her the ring on his finger which contained the Black family inkle on it. Well, I guess you have been out of touch. But my son is the heir of the House of Black, she said frantically. You can't kick us out. Sirius smirked. Grandfather never changed his will. And I was the Lord Black after him, even if I was in Azkaban at that time. As soon as I took my oath, I nominated Harry here as my heir. If you want to stay in the House of Black, you and your spawn will be respectful to my guests. Or you'll face my wrath. Narcissa or Lucius may have said something, but at that moment, the minister arrived with the Bulgarian minister in tow. Cornelius was talking to him in gestures, and the Bulgarian minister seemed not to understand a word. Fudge introduced them to him, and when he came to Harry, Fudge simply pointed to the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, and the Bulgarian minister said, Harry Potter. Fudge smiled. I knew you would recognize him. Before the match started, each team brought forth their mascots. The Irish had brow leprechauns and the Bulgarians brought Velas. The Velas temporarily robbed everyone of their senses. And it was hilarious. The match was won by Ireland, who defeated Bulgaria by 10 points. One funny moment had come when Cornelius Fudge had realized that the Bulgarian minister knew English and had been leading him by the nose, pretending that he did not know a word of English. It was a few hours later, and they all were in bed, that they heard a commotion. Sirius was already up and growling, Everybody get up now. Get your wands. As everyone scrambled for their wands, Sirius had ducked out of the tent to see what the commotion was about, and what he saw brought his blood to boil. In other life, he would have charged out there without a worry as to his safety, but Azkaban had changed that. He ducked back into the tent and said hastily, There are Death Eaters out there, or what remains of them. They are levitating the Muggle site owner around them, spreading fires and casting curses at random. Molly, I want you and twins to take the young ones into the trees and hide there until one of us comes to get you. Arthur, you and the boys are coming with me and Remus to rescue those Muggles. Harry knew better than to argue with Sirius at that point. They joined the throng of witches and wizards running out and about. One look in the direction of the commotion and they could see wizards in silver masks and hood over their heads, torching stuff and levitating the Muggles. Harry wasted no time in joining others to get away. In the way, they met with the last person they would have wanted to see. Running, Potter, scared of big bad wizards, drawled Draco Malfoy, who was resting against a tree trunk. Got your father running among them hiding behind a mask, Malfoy? Harry asked, his wand jumping in his hand as he summoned it from its holster. Aren't you brave, Potter? Why don't you go and find out for yourself? Let's leave Harry, said Hermione, he is not worth arguing over. Oh Granger, they would love to find you and show your bloomers to the world. They have it in them for mudbloods like you. Before Ron could lunge for him, Harry caught him. No. We have to get to safety. As they were leaving, Harry shot a hex at Malfoy. The effect was immediate, and Malfoy, who had opened his mouth to say something, brayed like an ass. Draco Malfoy, the ass, Harry snickered. Bear it next time you try to insult any of us. By that time, others had disappeared, and the trio was left on their own. They stumbled through and were heading in the general direction of the woods when there was a shout. And a spell was shot in the air. There was a sign floating in the sky, a snake coming out of an emerald skull. As soon as the sign appeared, the rioters had disappeared. Harry and the others were still stunned about what had happened when hair on the back of his head rose and Harry yelled, "Duck!" The trio hit the ground and stunning hexes passed over them in general direction of where the curse had been shot from. They came face to face with 4 men dressed in crimson robes with the insignia of the Ministry of Magic on the right breast pocket of their robes. Leading TM was Barty Crouch, and there was Amos Diggory with him. Who cast the dark mark? Crouch asked harshly. What dark mark? Harry asked. That mark, said Crouch, pointing to symbol which was still in the sky. That is you know whose mark. Which of you three cast it? Have you lost your marbles finally? Crouch, growled Sirius. That is Harry Potter, if you are not blind, and he was the one to vanquish Voldemort. A name which still makes you wet your pants. Black, he growled, stay out of it. It has got to be one of them. There is no one else here. Barty, said Arthur, who had just arrived. The redhead is my son and the third one is their friend, Hermione Granger, who is a Muggle born. Surely you don't believe that 3 fourth-year students would know how to cast the dark mark. No one even knows the incantation. We saw someone over there casting a curse which sounded like Mors Mordra, and that weird mark came up in the sky, Harry said. Amos said excitedly, maybe our stunners got them. Crouch began to say something, but Amos was already off towards the trees, and after a few minutes he returned carrying a little creature in his arms. Oh ho, I found this elf there, so I guess our spells did find someone. Crouch's face was contorted in anger. Winky. Amos asked, you know this elf? Of course, I do. It is my elf, Winky. I also found her with a wand, he said, and showed a wand to Crouch. That is my daughter's wand, Arthur said. Where did you find it? Your daughter's wand? Crouch turned on him. Yes, it is her. I have no idea where your elf got it. Amos was already reviving the elf. Renervate. As the elf came round, Crouch began to speak, but he interrupted. Barty, this is an investigation of the Department of Care and Regulation of Magical Creatures. Stay out of it for now. Needless to say, you are also a suspect for now along with those three. Crouch growled. So you are saying that Harry Potter or I cast the dark mark? Think carefully about it again, Amos. You have come close to accuse 2 persons of casting the dark mark who are the last persons that you'd expect to side with them. I am not accusing anyone, Barty, he said. Then he turned to the elf. Elf. I am Amos Diggory, the head of the Department of Care and Regulation of Magical Creatures. Where did you get this wand? Winky's be stealin' it, sir, the elf squeaked. Did you cast the dark mark? He asked sternly. The elf hiccuped. No sir. Winky is not doing that. Then she looked at Barty Crouch and wailed, Master, I failed you. Be quiet, elf. Amos growled. UW. Air found with a wand on the site from where the dark mark was cast. It was definitely a male who cast the curse, said Harry. We heard the voice, and it was definitely not female. Amos sent a Fae W of the Auror to look in the bushes, but there was nothing else, and they also decided that she couldn't use a wand, so there was no way she had cast the dark mark. Arthur was talking to Amos. Amos, NCE, it is proved that this wand is my daughter's, and she was not the one to cast the dark mark, so can I have it back? Amos checked the wand for the last spell cast using a spell called Priori Incant. Atem, and deleted it before returning it to Arthur. Amos, as a favor let me deal with the indiscretion of my elf, said Crouch, and Amos disappeared. Crouch turned to his elf. Winky, your insubordination means punishment. It will mean clothes. The elf began sobbing hysterically. No master. No clothes. Hermione, who was watching everything intently, said harshly, why are you punishing her? She did not cast the dark mark. Crouch turned his glare on her. Stay out of it, girl. She defied a direct order by leaving the tent. But she was afraid. Hermione started to say but was interrupted. Stay quiet, girl. This does not concern you at all, so keep out of it. Hermione tried to say something more, but Sirius stopped her by pressing her hand. Just then, a big black wizard dressed in crimson robes approached them. Barty. Madam Bones has been looking for you. She is in the command tent. As Crouch and others with him disappeared, the Auror turned to Sirius. Good job unmasking Malfoy, Sirius. Amelia plans to get a warrant for his arrest the first thing in morning. Sirius grinned. At least something good has come out of this sordid episode. They returned to their tent for what was left of the night. Harry thought he was too wired to be able to sleep, but he went to sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. They took an early portkey out of there the next morning and returned to Black Manor. The Weasleys took Hermione with them to the burrow while Sirius kept Harry back. After a filling breakfast, Sirius said, ask your questions. What was that mark? It was a symbol of terror and dread during the war. It is the symbol of Voldemort that his followers cast at every site of ambush. If the mark was hovering at a place or a dwelling, it always meant death and strife. Seeing the mark in the sky was always a dreading feeling, and no one knew who the next target would be. There was a time that witches and wizards would have fainted at the sight of that mark, and to hint that it has been seen after more than 14 years is not a good sign. What happened yesterday? The rioters were what is left of the Death Eaters, i.e., Voldemort's followers. They were his henchmen, and who used to do his bidding and escaped prosecution when he was vanquished by claiming that they were under his imperious curse. Why would they be so foolish to parade around in full regalia at such a sight? Because they are idiots. They perhaps thought that they could terrorize people once again, and their masks were enough to fill people with the sense of dread. I guess they had fire whiskey one too many, and those remaining got together and decided to do some show-off. Who was that man and what he said about Malfoy? Sirius grinned. Well, I haven't told you the best part. When we went to catch them, I sent Arthur and Bill from one side while Percy and Charlie approached from another. I joined in with the man whose name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, and he is an Auror. I shot a curse at one of those which obscured his vision and caused severe itching on his face. In his haste to get some relief, the Death Eater removed his mask, and presto, it was Lucius Malfoy. What? Harry asked in wonder. Yes, Sirius said, grinning. Last I heard, Amelia had her Aurors out and about searching for him. She has already issued warrant of arrest for Lucius Malfoy. Harry started to grin. So, it means I can have a peaceful year at Hogwarts without Draco Malfoy strutting around. That father will hear about it. Sure, pup, said Sirius, and if he is still being an ass, curse him something creative. So, what is next, Sirius? Harry asked. 2 days from now, we are leaving for a vacation. We will be gone for a week, and we will return with 2 weeks remaining in your holidays, he said. You will be able to host your friends for one summer party before returning to the castle. Why it is secret about wherever we are going? Harry asked. It will be made clear to you with time, Sirius said. Just give it a few more days. You'll know why we have kept it all a secret from you. Frank Bryce was an old man who lived in the village of Little Hangleton. He was Army veteran, and he had worked as the gardener for the Riddle family since he had retired from the Army. The Riddle family were landlords in the Little Hangleton area and owned all the land in it. They had been very pros and would have continued so if the Riddle heir, one Tom Riddle, hadn't run away with a tramp. The tramp in question was a near squib witch, who was a daughter of the House of Gaunt. The Gaunts had lost their fortune, and their lands were purchased by the Riddles. One fine night as the Riddles went to sleep, they never woke up the next day. Suspicions fell on Frank, and he was interrogated at length by the police. The police were baffled by the crime because there was no outward damage to the bodies of the Riddles, but they were dead. They had horror etched on their faces in their last moments, but other than that, there was nothing else to show that something had happened. The wizards, however, knew that the Riddles were killed by an unforgivable curse, and they found the perpetrator who boasted of the killing, checked his wand, and then sent him to Azkaban for life. It had fallen on Frank to take care of the estate, and he lived in a cottage at a distance from the Riddle house, which was locked and boarded up. As he woke up late at night, he went to fill his jug with hot water when he saw lights flickering the Riddle house and cursed. Numerous local boys recently had taken up to tear the place and play with the lights as they wished. He took his walking stick and the keys of the house and slipped out. He opened the back gate, which was in the back garden, and it opened with a creak. He pushed it open and stepped in. Cautiously he walked up to the house and found that there were lights in what was once the sitting room. As he walked in that direction, a huge snake passed by him. He could barely hear whispers. There was a meme leaning over to a chair and was saying, "My master, are you sure this is wise?" A high shrill emanated from the one on the chair. "Yes, this is the only way. And we already know what is going to happen there. I need Harry Potter and no one else will do. His blood is what will revive me." "Yes, master, I will bring him to you if that is what you want," said the one who was kneeling. "Now you take care, my master. Your servant will do what is needed of him." Frank, though, the people in the room were criminal, and if there was ever time to go to the police, it was now. These people were talking about sacrificing and murder and about someone named Harry Potter. "Where is Nagini?" said the voice. "You need to milk her of her venom. It is what keeps me at my strength at this moment." Quote, As the snake slithered in the room, the high-pitched voice could be heard saying, "Come in, I know you are at the door listening to us." The man came in and the being who was in the chair said, "Turn me around. Let me look at our guest." The other man in the room turned the chair around and Frank stifled a scream. The demon baby thing in the chair could not be alive at any cost, yet it was alive. And it spoke in the same high-pitched voice, "So you were snooping on us, Muggle?" "What do you mean?" Frank asked. "Muggles are those who can't do magic," said the demon baby thing. Frank scoffed. "As if you were a real wizard or something." The demon baby laughed a cruel laugh. "Well, let me show you then." Avada Kedavra. Many miles away, Harry Potter woke up abruptly, his mind in shock and the dream fresh on his mind. His scar was also hurting like hell, and he wanted to know what it meant. He knew he should send a letter to Dumbledore, but he had no idea where Dumbledore lived for the summer. He decided to tell Sirius as soon as it was morning. It was at breakfast that Harry found Sirius, who was coming to the breakfast table. "Good morning, pup." "Sirius, I have got to tell you something," he said. "What happened, Harry?" Sirius asked. "Sirius, my scar prickled last night," he said, "and it has only happened whenever I am Voldemort." Sirius nodded grimly. "I can assure you, Harry, that Voldemort is nowhere near this place." "Tell me about this dream now." Harry described the dream to him as much as he could remember. Sirius was thinking about it very thoughtfully, but eventually decided to do nothing now. He knew exactly what it was, but he could do nothing about it without sending Harry into full-blown panic mode. "Harry, what you saw was just a dream. Don't worry about it. If something were to happen, I am sure Dumbledore will be able to warn us in advance," Sirius said soothingly. Later that afternoon, Harry was sent to visit his furry NDS at the Burrow while Sirius went to meet with Dumbledore. 2 days later found Harry and Sirius in a resort situated inside a deep dense jungle on the continent of Africa. Harry had no idea how the why got there, but what he knew was that they had gone to the Ministry of Magic where Sirius had brought a portkey. The reason that they had to take the portkey was that they were to do international travel, which was only possible either by an international flow connection or an international portkey. Since international flow connection was expensive and pretty useless if you didn't plan on using it regularly, therefore their only choice was an international portkey. Sirius could have apparated all the way there by making short distance jumps from London to there, but apparating frequently took a lot out of Wizard, and doing it with someone tagging along was doubly hard. He had, however, taken the precaution that once they had arrived at the destination of their portkey, he had apparated from there. When they apparated, they arrived in the middle of nowhere in a dense forest. What Harry knew was that this place was still untouched from outside interference. A man approached to Sirius, who folded his hands and said, "I greet you, great shaman." The tribal nodded, "Welcome." He then looked at Harry and his eyes wandered to Harry's scar. As the shaman concentrated his gaze at it for a second, Harry clutched it hard to contain the sudden flare of pain which emanated from his scar. "Ah." Sirius turned to him looking concerned. "Harry, what happened?" "I felt a stab of pain in my scar," said Harry. Sirius looked towards the shaman, who was nodding. "I can sense the foreign piece in that scar. It connects them together and keeps him alive. None can live while the other survives. You can take it out of him, right? Without harming him?" Sirius asked worriedly. The shaman said gravely, "I don't know, wizard. We have never faced any situation such as this. It could be fatal to him. We will do what we can, but the rest is up to magic." "Sirius, what they are talking about?" Harry asked him. Sirius decided to trust him. "Harry, there is something about which you don't know. When Voldemort came to kill you that night, his spell could not kill you, but it rebounded upon him, destroying his body, and a piece of his soul detached itself and latched onto you, giving you that scar. Until that piece which is in you is alive, he will not die." As he has expected, Harry clammed up. "What? You are surely joking. How it can be possible?" Sirius shook his head in pity. "No, Harry, this is the truth. Dumbledore also confirmed this to me. It is your scar which helps keep Voldemort alive." Harry went berserk. "Then how do we get it out? I don't want to keep him inside me. Can we remove it?" Sirius tackled the boy in a hug. "Harry, that is why we have come here. This gentleman here is Shaman Amari Abayoye, who specializes in more obscure branches of magic like necromancy and particularly African rituals such as voodoo, exorcism, etc. Albus wanted to bring you here this year by himself to see if it was possible to get rid of this piece of soul, but he had some other obligations which kept him in Britain. When I had left Britain before the Quidditch World Cup final, I had come here to meet him and to plead with him to exorcise it out of you. Is he going to take it out? Harry asked. Harry, he says that he has never seen any case like this before. He says that he will try, but the process can go wrong, and it may end up killing you too. Sirius said, concern in his voice. I am not willing to risk it. Harry turned to the shaman. If it goes wrong and kills me, will it also kill the soul piece? The shaman nodded. It will. Harry had made the decision in a moment. Then I am ready for it. Harry, are you insane? Sirius shouted. I won't let you take this chance. Sirius, please. I know it can fail, but it is our only chance. Did Dumbledore mention if there was any other way to get it out? If this is the only way, and even if it is full of dangers, then we should take it. I can't tell you how much I have been tormented by this stupid scar, and now I understand why. I am ready to take this risk, Harry said passionately. Harry, no. Sirius, please don't argue, Harry said. Either you come with us, or I will go alone with him. But Harry, we are not discussing it anymore. Sirius, Harry said sternly. We are going to do it. Chapter 12. Child, before we do this you have to understand one thing, the shaman was saying. What we are going to do will be extremely painful in ways that you cannot imagine. This process will bring up your worst memories, your greatest fears. The foreign piece residing in your scar will try to take over your body. It will try to fight you. Maybe you will be consumed by insatiable hunger, greed of power, or it would try to seduce you to succumb to it. It is a test which will decide your fate and that of the world. If the wretched being took control over you, you will remain only a figment of what you used to be, and there will be no one who will be able to stop him. You are a child of prophecy, and your future hangs in clouds which can't be perceived by me. It is the desire of the powers that be that I perform this procedure on you, though uncertain I am unaware of the consequence. You will need to be ready to do this for this to take effect. If you are going to back down during the procedure, then it is better if we don't do it at all. Mind that you can still live with this thing living in you, and it won't hurt you. The only damage that it can cause is to cause you pain, like the Cruciatus curse whenever he is near you or is touching that scar. It is his pathway to remain alive. That soul piece is leeching off your magic and will continue to do so till it resides in your body. You can thank ol' me in the morning. Before the shaman could go away, Harry spoke. My mind is made up, revered shaman. I am going to get rid of this soul piece which is latched to my scar. It is otherwise causing no harm to anyone, but I can't let it remain. My parents gave their lives to protect me and the world, and I won't let their sacrifice go in vain. If I have to overthink about it, then I will certainly have second thoughts, and maybe I will back off. My mind is made up, and I want to go through it before my resolve breaks. The shaman spoke gently. It is not very often that I see such determination, such resoluteness in one so young as you. Child, you, maybe, but you possess the courage and determination that many adult wizards don't. You do justice to the rumors that are spread in the world about you, while I don't believe all of them. What I know is that you will be as renowned as the fiend who did this to you, and you will do deeds that ordinary wizards would call legends. I know you have not rest easy since you have found about this contamination, and you want to be rid of it at the earliest opportunity. As the dawn breaks tomorrow, we will start to extract this soul piece out of your scar. What will you do to the soul piece that you take out? Harry asked him. There are ways that one can torture the soul, Mr. Potter. Since it is an unstable piece of his scar, our priority is to trap it before it finds another host or tries to return to its original host. Having been its host for 13 years, it will most likely try to inhabit your body again, so we will make your body unfit for it. Then we will capture it in some contraption where he will remain until we see fit to destroy the essence of that soul piece which we have so captured. Now go to sleep, Harry Potter. Fox, will you take this letter from me to Moody? Dumbledore asked of his trusted companion, and I expect an answer from the return mail. Fox. The phoenix trilled loudly, soared into the air and vanished. Having sent the phoenix on its way, Dumbledore turned to the problem at hand. His contacts who had been keeping an eye on Voldemort were troubled. Since Tom had lost his body, they knew that he had been hiding in Albania, but lately, he had become restless and that part of the forest had also started seeing a lot of activity. Worst of all, there had been no reported movements of Tom at all. It was like as if he had already perished or he had moved away. Dumbledore knew that Tom could not be killed at all, so the only logical conclusion was that the dismembered Dark Lord was on the first move on the chessboard has been made. It was now his turn. His suspicions and anguish were also increased by the fact that Bertha Jerkins, an employee of the Ministry of Magic, had been missing for quite some time now and no one had found her. Ludo Bagman, the head of her department, was dismissive of the entire situation and speculated that she had probably forgot her way and ended up in Australia instead of Albania, but Dumbledore knew it better. He had already started to try and find out where the Horcruxes could be hidden. There were not a lot of places that they could be. He also had a lot of memories from over the years which were about Tom. Each memory was important to him in some way, and this year he intended to sit with Harry Potter and show him these memories one by one. Once they had figured them out, he will send people to find them out there. He knew he was taking a huge risk if he was willing to trust anyone with this secret. But he also knew that time to keep secrets was not yet. The war wasn't yet started, and if their efforts bore fruit, then it will never be started. No war could mean a lot of lives were spared. It will require him to make some friends, trust people he never trusted in the past. It will make him play the game of manipulation, something that he did when the occasion called for it. He could not afford to keep all his secrets in one basket. Everyone will have a role to play. At that moment, Fawkes flashed in and dropped a scroll in his lap. Dumbledore opened eye and read it, and a satisfied smile played upon his lips. Things were progressing nicely. "Susan, what do you know about Harry Potter?" asked her father. "Dad, why the sudden question about Harry Potter?" she asked. "Because he is the heir of not one but two houses. The Potters traditionally have lived in the shadows, but the Blacks were most vocal of the bunch. Now Sirius Black is sitting on that seat, and if there ever was a rebel, it is him." "Rebel?" she asked, her forehead scrunching in thought. The House of Black's traditional stance was always to support the dark. That family has sat in the dark faction for ages. Sirius was named the heir to the house by his grandfather since he was little. But Sirius Black despised those ideals which his family embraced. He had different views of blood purity than his family, and it led to him being estranged from his family. He was tortured by his hag of a mother to support the dark, but he never gave in. His family were traditionally Slytherins, but he became a Gryffindor against their wishes. He denounced you-know-who while his entire family supported him. He was a rebel against them, and now he heads that house. It is also worth mentioning that House of Black currently leads the Alliance of the Dark and is one of the biggest voting blocs. When Sirius took it from Malfoy, he seriously hurt his ambitions. It has also been heard that Sirius is very friendly with the Minister, and everyone knows that Sirius Black dotes on his godson, Harry Potter. "So you want to know if Harry Potter will support the Light faction?" she asked. "Yes, that is what I want to know. If Sirius were to side with the dark, Harry would too, and that would hurt our chances. Harry Potter is an enigma. No one knows him well except Weasley and Granger, who are his best friends. From what I have seen, he idolizes Dumbledore, and if I were to hazard a guess, he will not go against him." "Dumbledore is another problem," her father said. "He leads the Light Modernists but stalls progress at every step. He does not want to work closely with the Light Traditionalists but want to dominate them." "I thought House of Bones stood with him in the Order of the Phoenix in the war," Susan said. "We did, but that was only whilst the war lasted. We had a common foe in you-know-who, but when he fell, he wanted to assert his authority upon us. We could not have that." "What do you wish me to do?" "Father, I want you to befriend Harry Potter," he said, "find out where his inclinations lie and if he can be brought to our side." "That is a mighty task indeed," she said. "But somehow I will make it happen." The building was a house built on the lines of Gregorian architecture from years ago. One of the Black ancestors coveted the house for its location and its beauty and persuaded the Muggle owner to sell the house to it has passed into the House of Black. The house was put under every known charm and ward to make it invisible to muggles and made the townhouse of House of Black. When Sirius Orion Black's father Orion came into his own, he had put more spells into it, essentially making the house unplottable. After the First War, only Walburga Black remained, and she lived in the house until she died. Since then the house was gathering dust and not being tended to. There was a horrible portrait of Walburga Black in the hall which would scream OBSC. Entities at anyone who dared to enter the house and did not fit House Black's definition of wizards. After Sirius Black has been pardoned, he had sent Remus Lupin to take care of the house. Remus cleaned the house, found the horrible portrait and stunned its occupant. The entire time that Remus was there, he kept a dark heavy curtain over the portrait and things were blissfully silent around the place. After Sirius had visited the place once, they decided to get rid of the portrait on the wall. They took down the wall and expanded the hallway. Before Sirius left for Africa with Harry Potter, He had Dumbledore cast a Fidelius charm upon the house with Debt Keeper. Dumbledore had asked to the house for the purpose of the disbanded Order of the Phoenix. Since Sirius knew why the order was needed, even when there was apparently no threat, he had acquiesced. Dumbledore had sent messages to a few of his trusted friends who were members of the Order in the past, and he had decided to bring in some new blood to the task. Especially the Weasleys and an Auror named Nymphadora Tonks. Nymphadora was the daughter of Andromeda Tonks née Black. Andromeda Tonks was another black sheep of the Black family. Sorted in Slytherin at Hogwarts. She fell in love with a Muggleborn and went against her family to marry him. Consequently, she had been banished from the family, but Sirius Black kept in touch with her. She was also on good terms with the Potters, where Sirius eventually went after running away from his joke, however, was on the House of Black because Nymphadora was a metamorphagus, which was a gift of the House of Black and had almost vanished until it manifested in Nymphadora after more than 3 centuries. Seated around him at the table were Remus Lupin, Sturgis Podmore, Arthur Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nymphadora Tonks, Hestia Jones and Emmeline Vance and Rubeus Hagrid. Welcome to the first meeting of the reconvened Order of the Phoenix. I know most of you are wondering why I have called you here, said Dumbledore. There is apparently no reason for us to gather here at this moment because there is no threat, but what I am going to confide in you is extremely secret. What is it, Albus? Asked Kingsley Shacklebolt, a big black Auror with a ring in one of his ears and having a deep baritone voice. Firstly, you almost swear oaths of secrecy, said Dumbledore gravely. His is about the safety of Wizarding Britain. Will this oath impede with our authority to work for the Ministry? Tonks asked. No, it will not. I am asking you to take this oath because the truth is so terrible that it can cause mass panic if it were to come out, and the Ministry is in bad shape to deal with any issue at the moment. I trust you, Albus, said Remus Lupin. I will take this oath. Since Moody was willing to do it, others readily agreed. You all know how Voldemort had vanished on that fateful night in 1981. The Ministry found no trace of him except for his robes. I told Wizarding World that Voldemort was vanquished at the hands of Harry Potter, and that was it. What nobody bothered to pay attention to is that I did not say that Voldemort was dead. Remus Lupin asked him apprehensively. Do you mean that Voldemort is not dead? Dumbledore nodded. No, he is alive. He is currently living as a wraith without a body, but there is no doubt, he is very much alive. He has tried in the past to get a body, but his efforts have been thwarted by little Harry so far. I am sure that Auror Office remembers the report about Quirrell's disappearance. Kingsley nodded. I saw the report before it was sealed as top secret by Rufus Scrimbor. It mentioned something about a wraith trying to take possession of a dangerous artifact. That dangerous artifact was the Sorcerer's Stone, and Voldemort was trying to find it. Dumbledore said he intended to gain a body with it, but he was thwarted by Harry Potter. The next year, one of his old school books were found by a student, and with it he opened the Chamber of Secrets and used the basilisk to spread terror in the school. Again, it was Harry Potter who killed the beast and saved the school and thwarted another attempt by Voldemort to gain a body. If what you are saying is true, then we need to act immediately, said Kingsley. What do you suggest we do? Kingsley and Sturgis, you both will spy on Lucius Malfoy and keep an eye on him. If Voldemort ever returns, he will be first one to go back, and with him standing behind Fudge, we can't let him out of our sight. He then turned to Nymphadora. You will start an investigation into House of Malfoy and other Death Eaters' dealings. Their loyalties, the social circle they walk in and if they are acting jittery. Why are you suddenly worried, Albus? Remus asked. I mean you have known it since that night, then why the sudden interest? I always knew where Voldemort was hiding all these years, but recently he has been on the move, Dumbledore said, despite my best efforts. I have not been able to find his whereabouts. What will have you me do? Remus asked him. There are things that we need to find out if we are to defeat Voldemort finally. Your duty is to help Sirius find these things. When Sirius returns, we will make a list and find where they can be hidden. Also remember that whenever Harry Potter is in Hogsmeade, one of you should be around him in case anyone tries to harm him. Igor Karkaroff is coming to Hogwarts with the Durmstrang contingent, and I will confess that I don't trust him at all. He sold his brothers in arms for free. Edom and he would run back to Voldemort if he were to arise from the dead. What are we supposed to do, Albus? Asked Emmeline, pointing to Hestia and herself. You and Hestia will be gathering information on the werewolves. I have recently heard that Fenrir Greyback has been seen in England again after all these years. I want you to keep a very close eye on him at all costs. Track his movements and report them to me. If the need arises, we will have to neutralize him. What about the giants? Rubeus Hagrid asked. You will be leaving as an envoy to them when the new year starts and take them gifts from me. I will also try to get the ICW to change its stance on them. We need them on our side if possible or neutral. Headmaster, are you not being paranoid? Asked Arthur Weasley. I may be a little paranoid, Arthur, but it is necessary. Can I ask you to send William Weasley to me? There is something that needs to be done in Gringotts. He can't get into any vault if that is what you imply, Arthur said. No, I am not asking him to enter in any vault, but I want him to keep an eye on finances of the Death Eaters. Whenever there is something afoot, money is often involved. But if you refuse, I will not take an offense to it. Madam Bones, said her secretary, entering her office, Chief Warlock Dumbledore is here and wants to meet you. She frowned. It was very unusual for Dumbledore to personally come in her office. She could count on one hand the number of times that Dumbledore had visited her office in the past. There was something fishy going on and she was going to find out. Send him in, Sally, she said. A few seconds later, Albus Dumbledore entered her office. Good afternoon, Amelia. Come to the point, Headmaster, she said. I know you are not here to exchange pleasantries. Honestly refreshing, Amelia, he said, chuckling. I am here to discuss something urgently. She raised her hand, stopping him while she cast some charms around her office. Now tell me, what you want to talk about. I believe you have read reports of the last 3 years at Hogwarts, he said, waiting for her answer. Indeed, I have, she said, and I have noticed that things are suspicious and very scant on details. For example, you told in that report that the monster of the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, but you did not tell who opened the chamber or who killed the basilisk. It was kept a secret knowingly, he said. The basilisk was slain by Harry Potter in the Chamber of Secrets, and the chamber was opened by a student who was being possessed by Tom Riddle. Who was Tom Riddle? She asked. This is another secret, and it is time that you know about it. However, keep it in mind that knowing this can put you in mortal peril. Tom Marvolo Riddle was born of the union of Merope Gaunt and Tom Riddle Sr., a muggle from Little Hangleton. Tom attended Hogwarts, was sorted in Slytherin House. In his 5th year, he opened the Chamber of Secrets for the first time, which resulted in death of a muggle-born student named Myrtle Warren, and Hagrid was blamed. Later, Tom Riddle got rid of his identity and became Lord Voldemort. She shuddered in fright. That is his real name. And he is a Hull since that Halloween night. He has tried to return to a body twice. In first year, he possessed Quirinus Quirrell and tried to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. He was thwarted by Harry Potter that time also. There is no report about Voldemort behind that event, she said. It was necessary to prevent it from leaking. You can't justify it, Dumbledore, she said angrily. I am not trying to justify it, he said, but can you imagine the panic it would have caused if I had let it become known that he was alive? What do you think Fudge would have done? Why tell it to me now? She asked him. Because there are things that you need to know. Voldemort is on the move again and it is feared that he would be able to get into a body now. If that happens, it will mean another war. What will you have me do? She asked. First you need to recruit more Aurors. Convince the ministry that you need them and relax the requirements a little. The Auror department is severely understaffed from the last war, and if a war happens again we will be hard-pressed to defend ourselves. And how do you think I can do it? She asked him. Dumbledore smiled. The same way that you got rid of Madame Umbridge. I can assure you that Sirius Black will willingly side with you. Does it mean that we will have to side with you in the Wizengamot? No, I am planning to give the leadership of my faction to your brother, Lord Bones. I have grown old and it is time that I stand back and watch things from afar. This year there will be a lot of things to occupy my time otherwise. What more do you want me to do? If Voldemort comes back, he will definitely try to storm Azkaban and rescue his faithful followers. Need I remind you that at least 10 of his most dreaded followers are currently serving their life sentences in Azkaban? What do you want me to do? I will leave it to your discretion, Amelia. You were an Auror, and you know these things better. Further, I want you to form a team of your trusted Aurors who would do as I say. A time may come soon when we will need them. I will do everything that you said, but I am not joining you, she said, making her thoughts clear. I am not asking you to join me, he said, I merely require your assistance at times. That is all. How did Tom Riddle open the chamber the second time? She asked. I mean, how could he do that if he is a wraith, as you say? Tom Riddle used a very obscure dark magic to tear his soul and hide those pieces into different things. One of those things was his diary, which he had given to Lucius Malfoy. And it was smuggled into an unsuspecting child's school supplies. When I found about the diary, the soul piece was already gone and there was no way to prove it was what I said it was. His is also the reason that Lucius Malfoy escaped any punishment. Do you know where these things are? She asked. I don't know at the moment, but I am trying to find out. I will let you know as we find these things and destroy them. He said. I don't need to impose on you how important it is for us to keep it quiet. Harry Potter was clothed only in his undergarments and seated in a runic circle. There were shamans sitting around him and watching him intently while waiting for their chief. After he woke up, he had been asked to take a bath in a nearby river, and from there he had to come here to this circle. The shaman had drawn his blood and mixed it with some potions and drew runes on his body and especially around his scar. Since they had drawn the runes, his scar had started itching. It was not painful but very persistent, and there was dull throbbing in his temple as if someone were stomping around in his head. He felt morose and scared. Scared of whom? He didn't know, but there was something that felt not right in his bones. It was like someone had tied up in a straitjacket, making even breathing a Herculean task for him. Are you ready to do this, Harry Potter? Asked the shaman. Yes, Harry said. Harry, please reconsider, said Sirius. I know what he had said yesterday. I don't want to lose you. We will run away from England. We will stay hidden. There is no need for you to go through this. Harry ruefully smiled. If I were to run away with you, I will be giving a lease of life to Voldemort. Till I am alive, he will remain alive and he will remain a threat to everyone. I can't have this sword hanging on me all my life. If you can't bear witness to this exorcism, I ask you to please leave. You will weaken my resolve. No, I will stay, said Sirius determinedly. The shaman turned to him. Remember, wizard, you cannot in any stop or interfere in our ritual. This is not for the faint-hearted to witness. This runic circle will not allow anyone to come in. And any attempts to tamper with it may prove fatal. You have been warned. He then turned to his brethren and started speaking in a different language. My brethren, today we are going to attempt a task which may prove beyond our capabilities. We are encountering something of which we have only heard stories. A fiend has broken his soul into pieces to achieve immortality, and one of them resides in the scar of this boy. This boy is a prophecy child who must be saved at all costs, no matter what. This may as well be the test of your abilities, for we have never exerted ourselves so far. The is nothing in the world which can be sufficient reward for this feat, but we do it as part of our service to the world. We must banish this soul piece from this boy and then trap it. Once we do this soul piece will be for us to torture. The fiend who made this deserves to burn in the pits of hell, and that is future which awaits him." With that, they started waving their hands in air. At 5:00 nothing seemed to be happening, but then Sirius noticed eldritch of energy on their fingertips. As the waving got faster, their fingers started glowing, and soon the little clearing was lit with multitude of lights. The weather had turned, and it turned stormy as opposed to clear skies that were there before the waving began. The trees were waving in the wind, the shaman were zoned out, their eyes upturned in their heads. It looked very eerie to Sirius. He cast a look at Harry and shuddered. Harry was waving on his own, his eyes closed, and it looked like he was ready to tip over. Sirius's first instinct was to rush over to him, but then he remembered the warning of the shaman. It took all of his will to remain seated. It was then the chanting started. First it was low like humming of bees and pleasant to hear. He could not understand the words, but he could feel the effect that they were having. The ground under him was rumbling and a distant hum could be heard. He could feel as if one was chastising him for every wrong that he had done, every bad decision that he had made flew before his eyes. Harry looked like he was having an attack and was violently shaking. His hand had automatically flown to his forehead where the scar was, clutching it. Sirius was sure that if it were not the chant, he could have heard Harry shout in pain. He wanted to reach out to his godson, to help him somehow when he saw Harry gritting his teeth and releasing the scar. At that moment, Sirius really realized how powerful his godson was. He must have been going through immense pain but was tolerating it. Then the chanting got a bit louder and the ground started to vibrate more loudly. His teeth started to chatter and he had to cast a spell to immobilize his jaw so he would not bite his own tongue. The shaman were sweat-drenched, their faces were contorted in concentration, and with each chant it seemed to him like they were putting more and more of their strength in it. As they chanted, it felt like someone was hitting him with curses as punishment. He could remember when his hag of a mother had used dark curses on him to torture was like being subjected to those curses at the hands of his mother again. He wanted to cry out in pain, but the spell that he had performed to immobilize his jaw stopped any sound from escaping his mouth. Harry was worse. The runes which had been drawn on to shine, and Sirius was worried. Were they supposed to shine? Harry's whole body was shuddering and he felt like tearing his hair out. He should not have agreed to this insane plan. To his amazement, however, Harry was still clutching his teeth and did not make a sound. His scar looked angry red and as if it were about to burst open. Finally, the chant got louder and two of the shaman fell down, breathing heavily. To his amazement, two others came forward to take their place instantly. The other shaman had turned pale as if someone was taking away every drop of blood from their bodies. Their faces looked haggard, and Sirius was sure that many of them will fall down before it was over. He spared a glance towards Harry and his heart was ready to jump in his mouth. Harry was curled upon the ground, tears streaking his face. His scar was burst open and dark red blood flowed out of his scar. Sirius braced himself and tried not to jump up and whisk Harry away. As the chanting progressed, Harry cried the louder. Finally, Harry let out an inhumane howl and a dark mass was expelled out of his scar, which again tried to enter Harry, but before it could, it was stretched in other direction. Sirius followed that dark mass as it flowed towards an earthen pot which the chief shaman was holding. As the black mass was driven into the pot, he closed the lid and then sealed it with some spells. As the chanting ended, Sirius ran towards Harry, who was still curled up in fetal position and crying. Before Sirius could touch him, the shaman said, "Do not touch him yet. He will need to be bathed and cleansed of the impurities before you can touch him." "But will he be all right?" Sirius asked. The shaman smiled. "The boy has the soul of a warrior. He has lived through this process, and he will be fine after we have bathed him. We will like to keep him under observation for 2 days before you can take him away." Chapter 13. After he was exorcised, Harry Potter was carried to the river Aga, in where he was thoroughly bathed by the shamans chanting some spells before they clothed him in new robes, and Sirius was allowed to approach him. "Pup, are you all right?" Sirius asked him, hugging Harry fiercely. For the most part, Sirius was glad that it was over and Harry was safe. If something had happened to him, he wouldn't have been able to show his face to the world. And he definitely wouldn't have been able to face James and Lily when he eventually met them in the afterlife. I am fine, Sirius, Harry said. It was very intense. I saw my parents as they were killed. I saw many men dying. There were so many things that I witnessed there that I can't even recall. So horrible things that I am still shocked. I am glad it is over, and you are free of him, Sirius said. Do you need anything? Yes, I am hungry, Harry pouted. All right, pup, said Sirius, picking him up. Let's take you back. With that, they returned to where they had been staying. As soon as Harry was comfortable, the shaman entered the hut and asked Sirius to wait outside, saying he had few questions to ask of the lad. How are you feeling, child? Asked the shaman. I can't describe it, Harry said. It is like I am missing a part of me or something. Like I had a connection to someone which has been severed suddenly. Makes me look over the shoulder to see if there is something that I have lost. My head feels a lot empty to me right now, as if the extra thoughts are being driven away. I had a lot of anger pent up inside me which seems to have drained. I feel a peace which I had never felt before. And I want to smile. To be happy. The shaman smiled. This is all good, Harry Potter. You are free of him now. You have a full life ahead of you to live and to rejoice. Do you feel more powerful? I don't know, but I feel like there is a surge in me, like power is trying to come out of me, he said. Is that something to be worried about? The shaman smiled. No. You have nothing to worry about. The soul piece was hampering your magical growth and now it's free, that's all. You continue to see improvement in your casting as the time passes. Spells which were hard to come to you before will become easy after this. You will find that you can master complicated spells quickly than your peers. But be warned, Harry Potter, that power tends to turn people's minds. I will not forget, revered shaman, he said humbly. Now I am sure that you are hungry after all the exorcism, he said and waved his hand. A platter full of all his favorite foods appeared before him and he dug in with gusto. After he was done eating, he remembered something. How did you use magic without using any words or a wand? Wands are merely a medium to channel our magic, lad. Wands don't produce magic. Like if you build a dam over a stream and build gates into it, the water can flow through the gates only, but the dam is not producing water. It comes from the stream. Same way, wands regulate the flow of magic which is already present in us. Have you never thought how you could do accidental magic without a wand? It is because magic does not require a wand to cast. It is used to regulate it. Our country uses it to keep track of magic users. Keep track of magic users. Yes, every wand which is owned by any wizard has a distinct signature which can tell the name of the owner of the wand. Have you never wondered how Ollivander could tell the name of every person who ever brought a wand from his store? Now that Harry thought about it, he realized that it was true. Ollivander could tell who had brought what wand with what composition, and he surely would be able to tell who owned a particular wand. You mean to say I can cast any spell without using a wand? Harry asked him in surprise. Yes, but there are a few spells and curses that you can't perform without saying the words aloud. I must caution you though that using magic without a wand can be tiring to you at times. How? Your magical core has certain limits that you can only cast a limited number of spells without working yourself to exhaustion. If you keep using magic continuously, your core will get bigger with time and your stamina will increase. I'd suggest you use magic for everything that you do. And how did you do this without saying any words? This is a secret which not many know about. You don't require incantations at all. Our young children can often cast spells without even speaking them. In every spell, intent is required than words. If your intention is clear, then you can cast a spell without using a wand. Teaching to cast, saying the incantation helps you form intention about the spell that you are trying to cast. It is useful to teach new students in a relatively safer environment. It prevents them from making mistakes because the words are forming the intention. But as you grow older and your command on magic grows, you can do it without saying words. How long can it take for us to cast without using any words? Quote, it depends on how soon you can control your other senses, the shaman said. As you can calm your mind, it will be easy for you to cast without using any words. Can you teach me? I am not a teacher, Harry Potter, the shaman said, but I believe there are people who can teach this to you. Your guardian himself is a very accomplished wizard who would be happy to help you with it. Revered shaman, When can I take Harry home? Sirius asked, as he entered in after having waited for an hour. I can see no other reasons to keep him here, wizard, the shaman said. You can take him with you as the sun rises tomorrow. Albus, what do you want from me? Growled Alistair Moody. Alistair, I know you have taught spell casting to Harry Potter, but so want you to teach him some offensive spells. Some of the special spells that only Aurors know. It will do him a world of good to know these things. I have a feeling that he will need them soon, Dumbledore said. Can I ask why are you paying too much attention to the boy? Alistair asked. Harry Potter will be crucial for our world, Albus said, and he is the Eat Voldemort whenever he decides to make a comeback. I don't know how much time do we have on our hands, but we must use all the time that we can get to help train him. And you want me to teach him lethal spells? Alistair asked. Yes, he said, he must know spells that can maim and injure if not outright kill. I know he will not cast a curse readily which can kill anyone, so you'll have to force him to do it. You want me to teach him to kill? He asked, as if confirming. No, not to kill, but to ensure that any enemy that he has shot isn't able to rise again, Albus said. All right, I will do it, he muttered. Anything else? Yes, there is. I don't want anyone to know that you are teaching Harry Potter, so you have to take an oath that you will never tell anyone about this fact that I am asking you to teach him spells which are banned otherwise, and if the ministry found him using them, there are many who can cause problems over it. And I don't have to impress upon you that many people don't trust you as much as they should. You don't need to rub it in, Albus. All right, I, Alistair Moody, do hereby swear on my magic that I will never tell anyone that I am training Harry Potter. So I say, so mote it be. When Harry Potter returned to the Black Manor, they were welcomed by Remus Lupin. Harry, how are you? Harry smiled. I am fine, Moony. How you have been in my absence. Missing both of you, Remus said. This manor is too big for me. So I stayed at the townhouse. Moony, did Dumbledore come to the townhouse? Sirius asked him. Yes, he has recalled the order and has told us that Voldemort is still alive. He assigned us duties to do, and mine and yours is to find some things which helped Voldemort remain alive. Sirius nodded grimly. I know. It was important for me to keep quiet, therefore I said nothing at that time. Did he tell you what these things are? No, but he told me that he would show us what these things look like when he comes here this evening, Remus said. He was also worried about if his gamble would work. Sirius nodded. The gamble worked all right. Can you tell me what this gamble is? Remus asked. Of course I will tell you, he said, if I can't share anything with you then I won't be able to trust anyone in the world. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes was a living one that he didn't create. It was created on the night that Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow. You mean, Harry is. Remus was too horrified to even finish the sentence. Sirius shook his head. Mercifully no. Harry was a Horcrux, but the soul piece which was in him has been taken away. It was our secret mission in Africa. Remus exhaled with relief. Thank Merlin. So, what do we do next? We still have little Harry to go to Hogwarts and finish his studies, Sirius said, and we will be there when he needs us. Anything else that you want to tell? Andromeda Tonks sent an owl asking for an audience with you. She wants to meet you at your convenience. Send her a letter to visit tomorrow evening. He then turned to Harry. Now pup, why don't you go and rest in your room? I'll be sure to give you a call when Dumbledore comes. I am sure he will want to meet you. In Harry's room, there was a bunch of letters waiting for him. 2 of them were from his secret friend, 2 from Susan Bones and 1 from Neville Longbottom, and 1 each from Ron and Hermione. It looked like people had been worried for him in his absence. The first letter read, Dear Heir Potter, I have been worried about your whereabouts. I know you had written in your last letter that you will be taking a holiday abroad, but you didn't tell me where. I have been reading ahead for our next year and I am excited. How is living with Lord Black treating you? My father told me that the school year will be exciting, but he refused to tell me why. Which is your favorite subject? When we meet, you'll have to tell about the World Cup. I have heard that you were in the thick of things there. Do you know who will be our new defense teacher? I hope they bring someone good because it is the Owls next year. I really liked Professor Lupin, but it's a pity he had to go. Later. The second letter was more or less the same. but it merely said that they will meet at Hogwarts when they return to school. Ron's letter was scant on details but merely asked about his well-being and told him to visit the burrow whenever he returned from his trip. Hermione's letter was a lengthier one, but as he expected, it was full of usual things asking about his well-being, his studies, and if something exciting had happened lately. Harry had a lot to tell them, but he was not sure if it could be said in a letter. This was a sensitive matter which should not be discussed in open, especially until Dumbledore told him that it was fine to do so. Then he got to Neville's letter. It was the second time that Neville had written a letter to him, and it was new feeling for him. Neville was a good friend, but he was not as close as Ron and Hermione were. "Harry, I know we have not talked much before, but I think it is time that we do. You know our families were close in the past, but you have other friends who have stood with you through thick and thin, and you wouldn't have counted me as one among them. I formally welcome you to Wizengamot, and my gran bids me to invite you to the Longbottom Manor with Lord Black. She says there is an important meeting that we are going to have about Wizengamot, and being an ally, you need to be present here. Before the meeting though, I want you to visit me as a friend. We haven't talked much in the 3 years at Hogwarts, and I want to talk to you. Give me a flow call when you receive my letter. Hoping to see you soon. Neville Frank Longbottom, heir of House Longbottom." Wondering what this was about, he put Neville's letter aside and turned to the last 2 letters. One of them was dated the day when he had left England. By the time the letter had arrived, he was already in Africa. He opened that one first. "Dear Harry, I am inviting you to join the circle of heirs that we have at Hogwarts. This is a group of students who are heirs to different houses. I know, it may sound like upper-class snobbery to you, but the truth is that you are one of the elites of our world. I know very little about your family, but what I do know is that your family has always been a pillar of our world, and your forefathers were well respected. I invite you to visit me at Bones' home, and our flow address is Badger's house." Later, Susan Amelia Bones, heiress apparent of House Bones. Harry well read how the school had ostracized him during the fiasco of Heir of Slytherin, but he couldn't remember anything bad that Susan had done to him. Yes, he had seen her listening to Ernie when he said that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, but even then she had not said a word to him. Then his thoughts turned to the second letter. "Dear Harry, I realize that I have not known you as much as I should. We are in the same year and have hardly exchanged 10 sentences between us. I know you don't know it, but House Bones was a close supporter of House Potter back before the war, and I'd like to rekindle the relations that our houses had with each other. In fact, some of my Bones ancestors were married in the Potter family, so we are related in a way. I would like for you to contact me when you get this letter and visit me. My father says that he will be delighted to host you under our roof, and he insists that you bring Lord Black with you. Please flow me when you receive this message and we can set a date for the meeting." Later, Susan Amelia Bones, heiress of House Bones. When Harry came down carrying Neville and Susan's letter, he found Albus Dumbledore sitting in the parlor with Sirius Black. As he saw him, he said excitedly, "Young Harry, how are you feeling?" "I am fine, Professor. Can you tell me everything now?" "Indeed, I will," said Dumbledore. "The time for carrying secrets is past. Now that you are your own man, I will tell you everything about him and why he did not die. I have brought with me a device wive in which you can see memories." "How can we see your memories?" Harry asked him. Dumbledore set a stone basin on the table and put his wand to his temple. He pulled a silvery thread from his temple and dipped it into the stone basin and twirled his wand, causing the contents of the basin to swirl. After the silvery thread had disappeared in it, he said to Sirius, "After you, Sirius." Sirius dipped his head in the basin and he was gone. Harry turned in shock to Dumbledore, who was smiling. "Now it's your turn, Harry. Where did he go?" "He is gone in the memory, Harry. Now if you will follow," Dumbledore said as he dipped his head in the basin. As Dumbledore disappeared, Harry followed suit. When they returned about half an hour later, Sirius was the one to break the silence. "It is hard to believe that kleptomaniac kid became Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. But there was something in him that ticked me off in the first meeting, and Tom perhaps realized that he had told me lot more than he should have because he stayed awry of me during the years that he attended Hogwarts. I remember the shade of Tom Riddle telling me that you were the only one who never believed his story," Harry recalled. Yes, but I had no way to prove that, Dumbledore said. With the chamber closed and no one knowing where the beast could be, there was nothing that I could do except try to prevent them from taking away Hagrid to Azkaban. What was the meaning to show us this memory, Headmaster? Sirius asked. I showed this memory to you so that you'd know that Tom liked to collect trophies. A kind of memoir to him for his acts of cruelty. It remained the same when he became Lord Voldemort. I have an idea about the list of possible Horcruxes and how he acquired them. Would you both care to take a look at another memory? This memory was slightly longer, and it showed Tom as a young man who was visiting a witch named Hepzibah Smith. To their surprise, he was working at Borgin and Burke's after being the head boy and one of the brightest students. Most interesting thing about that memory was that she seemed to own two artifacts which had belonged to the founders. One was a necklace which was said to belong to Slytherin and the Oath. Was a cup which belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, and that the Smiths themselves were related to the Helga Hufflepuff herself. After they had watched the memory, Dumbledore said, a few days after this meeting took place, Hepzibah was killed by her own house elf who gave her poison mistaking it for coffee beans. House elves don't do that, Sirius said, they can't get confused. Someone must have confounded the poor creature. Dumbledore nodded. I thought the same, and therefore I inquired into the matter, and I realized that the elf's memory had been altered. Since she had confessed to the crime, no investigation was made into the matter, but it was found that Tom had killed Hepzibah, stole the two artifacts and modified the elf's memories to make it look like she had killed her mistress. I'm sure that he turned those two artifacts into his Horcruxes. Professor, how many Horcruxes are out there? Harry asked him. I don't have a certain answer to this question, and that is the reason that I am asking you to impress Slughorn and get that memory from answer to our questions lies in that memory. Can I just ask him to give it to me? If it was as simple as that, I could have done it. As I already told you, he gave me a memory, but that was altered, Dumbledore explained, and it was a poor job, so I think the real memory is still there. Please try to get him to give us that memory. It is very important. Yes, Professor, said Harry. What do you think I can give him? Maybe if you were to offer him something very rare and valuable, Dumbledore said, like basilisk's venom. For instance, then he would trade that memory with you in a trice. Harry's face split in a wide grin. I see what you are getting at, Professor, but how do I get the venom? I'll take you in the chamber and we can draw a vial or two of it. Dumbledore explained. Even a vial of basilisk venom will make him incredibly happy. Yes, Professor, said Harry. Dumbledore then turned to Sirius, who was oddly silent. Sirius, my boy. Is there something on your mind? I don't know why, but I think I have seen that locket before, Sirius said. I think it was found in the Black Townhouse and the elf creature had it in his hand when he died. Dumbledore said excitedly, there is no time like present to see if it is truly a Horcrux. Can you bring it to me? Sirius raised his voice. Dobby. Dobby appeared a second later. What can Dobby be doing for Lord Black? Dobby, there is a box in the cellar where the junk from the townhouse is stored. Can you bring it to me? Dobby went away and returned a minute later with a trunk which he deposited on the table and dissipated. As soon as Sirius opened the trunk, Harry felt a feeling of oppression and said in disgust, I can feel him in there. As Sirius lifted the locket, Dumbledore took it from him, examining it, and said gravely, as I said, it is a Horcrux. And I need no other test than Harry's reaction to it, because he is intimately familiar of him after having been connected to him for years. Dumbledore tucked the locket into an inner pocket of his robe and turned to Harry. Harry, it is time that I take a hand in your education. There are things that I can teach you and I want you to learn them. What do you say? I will like that, Professor, he said. What you will be teaching me? This and that, he said evasively, but whatever I teach you will be helpful to you in the long run. Harry nodded and then turned to Sirius. Sirius, Neville and Susan wrote me letters inviting me to their manors for some meeting. And they told me to bring you along. Sirius looked at Dumbledore, who looked smug. As I had predicted, they can't wait to get you in their faction. I'd suggest that you go to these meetings and see what they are offering you. Sirius turned to Harry. Tell Heir Longbottom and tell him that we can visit to Longbottom Hall tomorrow. And tell Heiress Bones that we will visit her the day after tomorrow. We will get to see what they are offering and make our own choices. As Harry was on his way to the flow room, Dumbledore said, "It is important that you endear yourself to them as soon as you can manage. Having Th.M. on your side will make things easy for us, and our hunt for Voldemort will be easier." "You don't need to tell me, Dumbledore," he said, "I am not a black for nothing." "We are going to duel Potter," said Moody. "And I don't want you to use any non-lethal spell. I believe I have taught you the piercing spell, haven't I?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, "but why do you want me to use lethal spells only?" "Because I want to see if you have it in you use those spells, or I have been teaching you for naught," Mad Eye said, sneering at him. Before Harry could think, Mad Eye sent a gray-colored curse and Ari jumped out of the way to avoid being hit. Moody did not relent but sent every curse that was in his arsenal, forcing the teen to retreat or to save himself any way that he could. He was so true of his aim that none of the curses would have hit Harry unless he wanted. After having kept casting at the teen for 15 minutes, he waited for the teen to start casting. Harry started sending all the non-lethal curses at him, which he knew, and Moody did not even dodge any, but he just kept swatting them aside. It went for a few minutes before Moody swatted a curse and sent a very high-powered stinger Harry, making him yelp in pain, and growled, "Are you coward, Potter? Do you lack the guts to do what it takes to bring down your adversary? Cast some of the lethal curses, Potter." Harry was not baited by him, and this irked Moody more. "Potter, are you daft? Are you hard of hearing? You are shaming your father by your cowardice. Your lack of guts is astounding. If Voldemort returns from the dead, he will have a great time to kill everyone you love, and what you will do. Let me tell you, you will cause you did not have the guts to fire the spell which can bring him down. You will be sulking in a corner, tarnishing the name of your parents, who would be ashamed to have given birth to a coward like you. If James were alive today, I'd told him that he failed as father. You are a failure to your parents, Potter. And you will be responsible for every death which will take place if you know who returns." "Don't insult me," Harry roared. "I can use those curses, but I don't want to. Don't give me that dragon dung, Potter. You either have the guts or you are a coward. There is no fine line between them. Show me what you have got if you are really the son of James and Lily Potter, or go and live as a muggle. You are a coward, Potter. You are a disgrace to your parents." It was finally enough for Harry, who roared and started sending every spell that Moody had taught him. To his credit, Moody was not deterred, but he was laughing. "Finally we are making some progress. Keep it up, Potter." They jeweled that way for 15 minutes before Moody called a halt to their practice. "You don't have a lot of time left before you have to go back to school, Potter. Until then you will spend an hour a day casting these spells on the training dummy, and you will keep at it until you are sure that you can cast these spells and curses in your sleep. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied. "Also remember, son, that I am doing it as a personal favor to Dumbledore, that I have come out of retirement to teach you. Today is our last lesson together. When I leave today, we won't meet each other here again. And you must not tell any of your friends that you have been learning dueling from me. Albus wants it to be kept a secret. Is that understood?" Harry nodded. "Yes, sir." "Welcome, Harry," said Neville as Harry stepped out of the flow. "I have been awaiting your arrival from days." "Neville, you have a very nice place," Harry said, looking around Longbottom Manor. "I mean, Black Manor is beautiful, but your feels more homely." "Yes," said Neville. "Black Manor was left vacant for years, so the difference should be obvious." "How the holidays have been so far?" "Holidays were good," Harry said. "There has been a lot of things that I learnt from Remus and Sirius in these holidays. Let me introduce you to my gran," said Neville. Led him to a parlor where sat Augusta Longbottom. She was an old woman about Professor McGonagall's age, and she looked stern. She was dressed in a purple cloak, and a hat sat on the table before her, which was topped by a stuffed vulture. "Gran, allow me to introduce you to my friend, heir of Potter and Black, Harry James Potter. Harry, this is my gran and Lady Regent of House Longbottom. My gran, Augusta Longbottom." Harry took her left hand in his right and pretended to kiss her knuckles. "Lady Longbottom, I have heard a lot of things about you, and all in positive vein. Neville here regards you highly." She nodded. "Well met, Heir Potter. Please take a seat." As Harry sat, she began to speak. "Heir Potter, can I call you Harry?" When he nodded, she continued, "Harry, you wouldn't know this. But our families were connected in the past. The House of Potter always sat on the Wizengamot through a proxy because they never liked to meddle in politics, ho. Weaver, our interests have always been aligned. You family was not one to lead from the front, but they loved to stay in the background and let others do whatever they wanted. Most of your family were merchants, inventors and potioneers. That is how they made their fortune, but a few of them were even warriors. Your ancestor Ralston Potter sat on the Wizengamot, and he was instrumental in the adoption and execution of the International Statute of Secrecy. There is an offshoot of the family which lives in USA, and one Abraham Potter was one of the first 16 Ors of Makusa. One of your ancestors was even the Minister of Magic. I was very good friends with your grandparents Fleemont and Euphemia Potter. Fleemont was a genius inventor, and he invented the Sleekeasy, the most selling cosmetic podio in the world, and it quadrupled the family fortune in a very short time. They had James when they were old, and by the time you came along, they were aged and infirm. The dragon pox epidemic of the 80s claimed their lives shortly before you were born. As Lord James Potter went into hiding for some obscure reasons, we lost any contact with them, and your family seat fell vacant. It was filled in by Elphias Doge, who was a very good friend of Albus Dumbledore, and I have a fond wish that you will sit in that seat in your own time. I haven't called you here to discuss politics though. My Neville is a good boy. But I know how hard it is for him in the school where he literally has no friends. I'd like it if you were to consider him as one of your friends. Madam Longbottom, Neville is one of my friends, and I have always seen him that way. I know there are many, especially among Slytherin, who make fun of him, but then they are always trying to make fun of everyone. I assure you that I will never let him feel like he is alone at school. Thank you, Harry, she said. I have heard that you are living with Lord Black now. How is living with him like? I have heard stories about him and your father from Frank and Alice. Who? Frank and Alice, she said. Neville's parents. Surely, he has mentioned them to you. Hasn't he told you that they were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix No Name, Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, and Barty Crouch Jr.? They were Aurors who fought in the war and escaped you know who 3 times. Harry hesitated, telling her the truth. No, I mean I never asked. She turned to Neville. Why, you haven't told him about your parents, Neville? You should be proud of your parents and not ashamed. I am not ashamed, Neville said. You sure have a way of showing that you are proud of them by not telling your friends about them, she said, and that is after the fact that I gave you Frank's old wand to use. You gave him your son's wand? Yes. Why, Madam Longbottom, the wand chooses the wizard. Harry told her. If Neville's wand has not chosen him, it will not work for him properly. That is what Ollivander told me when I went there to get my wand. Sue, Denly comprehension dawned in Neville's mind. That is why I have been having trouble with my spells. Augusta looked horrified. I am so sorry, Neville. I will take you to Ollivander's tomorrow to get you a new wand. I will correct my mistake. You don't need to be sorry, Gran. You were doing what you thought was right, Neville said. It'd be good to have my own wand though. Now you go and see the manor and then the grounds. I'd like it if you can stay for the day, Harry, she said. Neville hardly gets any visitors. I will stay, he said, already starting to walk outside with Neville. Harry, my boy, boomed Horace Slughorn, how was your trip? Today, Remus had him comb his hair in such a way that the bangs which usually covered his scar were combed neatly to the side. His hair, which had started to lengthen and coming to his shoulders, were also neatly combed, and his nest of hair was tamed with the use of copious amount of Sleekeasy. As a result, his forehead was clearly visible, and anyone could see the faded line where the lightning bolt-shaped scar used to be. It was fine, Professor, Harry said. I learned a lot in this trip. I had gone to Africa to meet a shaman who wanted to see me. By this time Slughorn noticed the scar on his head. What happened to your scar? I mean, it looks like it has faded by now, but the last time I saw it, it looked angry red. Did you get any treatment for this? No, Professor, he said. The scar contained something that did not allow it to heal. What? Slughorn asked in fascination, for he had an avid interest in magical research. And he knew a fair bit of dark arts himself. When he had first seen the scar, he instantly knew what it was. It was a curse wound and would never have healed. If something had healed this Then Slughorn needed to know what it was. Professor Lord Blah mentioning this to anyone, Harry told him conspiratorially, but since I trust you, I am telling you this. That night when Voldemort came for me, he shot the killing curse at me, but some arcane protection rebounded his curse on him and his body disintegrated. The shaman told me that a piece of his soul detached itself and latched it onto me. You are jesting with me, right? He asked. No, Professor, Harry said, I am telling you the truth. The scar contained a piece of his soul and it has been since removed. He divided his soul into pieces so he would not die. No, you are lying, Slughorn said. He looked afraid as if his worst dream was coming true. No, Professor, I am not lying, Harry said defiantly, and the shaman also told me that may be more out there, so Lord Black is trying to find some person who can tell him how many times a person can break his soul. He is offering a unique reward for this information. What reward? Slughorn asked, a little too quickly. Harry produced a big vial full of an amber-colored liquid. Professor, this is a full vial of basilisk venom and Lord Black is offering it as a reward. I have been told that the price of one vial as big as this one is around 1,000 galleons a pint. Slughorn was doing the calculations in his mind. A pint goes for 1,000 galleons normal. Why, and there would be deductions of 100 galleons before the money is paid, but if it were to be sold in black market, it will go for as much as 1,100 galleons. A vial such as this would contain at least 20 pints, so that little vial would be worth 22,000 galleons. He turned to Harry. If I were to tell you the answer to your question, do I get 2 vials of the basilisk venom? But Professor, how can you know the answer to this question? Harry asked. I mean, you are a potioneer. I just do, Slughorn said. I will give you a memory to prove the fact. If you give us the memory now, Professor, said Sirius, who had been waiting for the right moment, I will readily supply you with 3 vials full of basilisk venom, and I'll even throw in a fang or 2. It was easy for Slughorn to make such a deal. He could take the money and disappear and nobody would ever find him. If Tom ever came back, he would have his hands full of people who knew this secret, and he won't have time to worry about Slughorn. He put his wand to his temple and pulled out a silvery thread of a memory which he put into a tiny vial which he conjured and gave it to Sirius. Give it to Dumbledore and he will understand what is to be done. However, there can be things in the memory which you may not like, and I am too ashamed to admit that I may have told him about the process of tearing his soul into pieces. You need not be ashamed, Professor, said Sirius. Even the best of us make mistakes at times. Harry, welcome to Bones Manor, said Susan Bones, welcoming him to her ancestral home. Thank you, Susan, he said. I hope I am not intruding. No, you are not, she said. Now come with me. I will introduce you to my family. In a parlor sat the Bones family. She introduced him to people as they sat. Harry, meet my father, Lord Edward Bones. My mother, Lady Saren Bones née Llewellyn. My brother Edgar Bones and my Aunt Amelia Bones. Everyone, allow me to present you Harry James Potter, heir to House of Potter and Black. Harry shook hands with Edward Bones. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Bones. My godfather spoke highly of you. He presented his courtesies to Saren. Lady Bones, I can see where Susan gets her beauty from. He then shook hands with Edgar. Pleased to meet you, Edgar. Are you going to Hogwarts? As the little boy nodded, unable to speak as if he was awestruck, Susan had to poke him in the shoulder. It is bad manners to not to reply to people, Edgar. Finally Edgar seemed to get his bearings. I will be in first year at Hogwarts this year. Susan has told me a lot about you. Will you teach me Quidditch? Harry looked amused. I am not sure if I can teach anyone to play Quidditch, but I will surely try. If you have got a broom, we will see if I can teach you a thing or two. He then finally turned to Amelia. Madam Bones, I am very thankful to you for the role you played in exoneration of my godfather. He is all praises about you and your sense of fairness and justice. Think nothing of it, Mr. Potter, she said. Lord Black was good friends with my brother Edgar, who was killed in the war at the hands of Death Eaters. Mr. Potter, Edward was saying, I am sure. You have been told that your family was among one of the 13 who founded the Society of Wizarding Britain. My ancestor was one of the knights of that round table which assisted Merlin and Arthur Pendragon in his war. I have been told, said Harry, And I also know that House of Bones has been a friend of House of Potter despite the Potters being used to a life of seclusion while the House of Bones has always been engaged in the turmoil of the wizarding world. My godfather has also told me to convey his thanks for bringing Dolores Umbridge to justice. Susan, why don't you show Mr. Potter around? Said Edward. Take him to a walk around the grounds and maybe he can give some tips to Edgar about Quidditch. Chapter 14. Susan and Harry had decided to visit Hogsmeade from Bones Manor. He had spent some time with Edgar Bones on the grounds where he had taught the younger boy the nuances of being a Quidditch player. As the boy saw him fly, he became a more ardent fan of Harry Potter. Harry had a feeling that he had earned a fan who liked him for one of his qualities and not because he was the boy who lived. Shortly thereafter Susan had decided to visit Hogsmeade with Harry because young Edgar was intent upon hogging all the time with Harry and it gave her practically no time to spend with Harry as her father had desired. He wanted to assess the boy to find out whether Sirius Black would join the light faction or remain in the dark faction. After they had brought a butterbeer each from the 3 broomsticks and chocolate from Honeydukes, they took to stroll around the village. So, Harry, Susan was saying, I can't tell you how delighted I am that you chose to accept my invite to come to the village. Are you done with your shopping? No, Harry said, I haven't. Why? Ed shopped for the return of school but Remus has told me to not to worry and that he will get me everything that I need. You mean Professor Lupin? She asked. You are in contact with him? Yes, Harry said. He is like the cool uncle that everyone wishes that they have. He is working as steward for Sirius these days. You call Lord Black by his name? She asked, cocking her head to the side. Yes, he said. Is there anything wrong with that? No, but generally you don't call your guardian by name in public, especially in front of strangers, she said. It is even more necessary for the heir. Harry grinned. Between you and me, Sirius told me that he doesn't care much about these formalities. He insists that I know them, but he doesn't want me to be a ponce like Malfoy. She snorted. Malfoy is an idiot. And right now I think he is worried more about his father who has been on the run lately. On the run? Yes, she said, grinning. Thanks to Lord Black, he was unmasked on the night of the World Cup. Auntie got a warrant for his arrest the next morning and she went and found her most capable Auror from retirement to capture and bring him in. It was too late, however, because Malfoy had decided to run away. Currently his whereabouts are unknown. It means that we can expect Malfoy to not be a pain in the behind this time, Harry said, grinning. Indeed, she said. Auntie. He told me that Fudge is feeling very threatened because his biggest supporter on the Wizengamot is absconding and he has started to become really friendly with Lord Black. Is it due to this reason had everyone suddenly wants to be Lord Black's best friend? Harry asked her. I mean, I received a letter from Neville the other day asking to bring Lord Black to a meeting to the Longbottom Manor, Hen another letter from Ernie A visit his manor with Sirius, and then just this morning Sirius received another letter from Lord Folly who wanted us to have dinner with him this evening. Susan heard everything with rapt attention and absorbed every word that was said. It was true that everyone was suddenly clamoring to be Sirius's ally because of his closeness with the minister. Malfoy on the rue. N had left a void in the Wizengamot and Sirius could easily fill the void for he controlled many votes in the dark faction. Susan. What does Malfoy's being on the run means on the Wizengamot? Harry asked. If he is not on the body, then there will be a proxy in case his house is not subordinate to any other. However, if House Malfoy was a vassal to any other house, then that house can appoint a pro-XY to House Malfoy and use its vote to their own whims. The grin which broke on Harry's face was brightening. Well, in that case Malfoy will be annoyed to find that the vote of House Malfoy will be said for ideals which they were always opposed to. Meaning? She asked. House of Malfoy swore allegiance to the House of Black when Lucius Malfoy was married to Narcissa Malfoy née Black, and as such, it is a vassal of ancient and most noble House of Black. I guess Sirius will take over that seat until Draco Malfoy can take his position. Susan's eyes were spread in wonder and her mind was working overtime. If what Harry Potter was telling was the truth, then it meant that House of Black had even more power at its disposal, which made him more desirable ally. If her father failed to get him aboard, they'd fall behind in the Wizengamot. Harry, do you know if Lord Black will join Light faction on the Wizengamot? She asked. Why the sudden interest? Harry asked her, grinning as if he ha. Dee caught her with her hand in the cookie jar. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that everyone has been speculating if Lord Black can be persuaded to join the light traditionalists or if he will follow the path trodden by his forefathers and remain in the dark faction. Sirius does as Sirius wants, Harry said, giving her a half smile. I don't claim to know his mind and I don't go asking his plans. He knows what is best for me and him. Lord Black, welcome to Bones Manor, said Edward Bones, welcoming Sirius Black in his manor. Thank you, Lord Bones, Sirius said, please call me Sirius. I prefer to keep the formalities for the Wizengamot. He nodded. Please call me Edward, then. I apologize for the slant that I committed towards you in the Wizengamot that day when we shut you up while you were trying to defend Umbridge. Sirius laughed heartily. I know it was a ruse. I had guessed that much. If you people weren't successful in getting her sacked, I'd have taken care of it my own way. That may be, but we know how close you are to the minister these days, and she was a pet of the minister. I don't think Fudge would have taken it kindly to you trying to out his closest aide. That may be, Sirius said, but I am a Black and a Black does what he wants. However, we are digressing. I assume this meeting is being done for some motive. Sirius, I need to know which block you will belong to. I don't prefer to be branded as a light, dark or neutral. I want to maintain cordial relations with everyone. However, I know that the light faction needs to be united behind one leader and I am not that leader. I control 2 seats but I am a newbie in these matters. My grandfather taught me these things but that was a long time ago and I am not as shrewd as he was. I am open to suggestions. I have been controlling the light traditionalists since long, but the light is mostly dominated by Albus Dumbledore, who keeps tight reins on those who have aligned with him. I am wishing to see if you'd like to join us. If the House of Black joins our block, it will give a boost to us. Edward, I am not interested in being tied down right now, Sirius said, and I told as much to Dumbledore. He wanted me to join his block, but I strictly told him that I am my own person and that he should rather stay the headmaster and the chief warlock than try to be a politician. My house was once a power on the Wizengamot and a force to reckon with, but now I am the last lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black. After me it will all belong to Harry. My priority is Harry's welfare, and if his welfare lies in tying myself with dark faction, I'll do that in a second, but if aligning with you is beneficial to me, then I'd happily come with you. I am personally in favor of the light faction. But the problem is that the light faction is divided into 2 groups, and as a result the neutrals and the dark faction have been having their way in the Wizengamot. If you need me in your block, you'd need to break that status quo. Interesting. How do you suggest I do that? Unite both factions, he said simply. Dumbledore is an inconvenience because he is also the chief warlock and his ways are too rigid for others to follow. However, he has a very loyal voting block and this block goes with whoever he likes. I am eyeing that block. And you have a plan about how to do it? He asked. House E of Black still controls 6 votes on the body, Sirius said, grinning. I already control Rosier, Lestrange, Yaxley, Avery and Selwyn vote due to the fact that their lords did featly to the then Lord Black. And through these houses I also control a lot of other votes. Wherever I decide to go, I will be the game changer. So, you want to be the leader of the United Light faction? Edward asked him. Merlin, no, Sirius said. I am not going to move to the light, but I will support everything that light does, provided that you can unite them under your leadership and that you are not trying to use it for your own personal gains. This way, I will be able to control the dark faction and sway many more votes from them. Edward grinned. And how can I unite the light faction? Dumbledore affirmed to me to give up the control of his voting block, and I persuaded him to hand over the control to someone else because I don't prefer being seen as a leader and get Fudge on my bad side for NCE Dumbledore will become the undisputed leader of the light faction and I will support them from the dark faction, though subtly. In return of this favor, I will need some guarantee from that person that they won't renege on their promise. Quote, what guarantee? He asked in apprehension. Oh, that'd be beneficial to them too, Sirius said. The plan that they formed was a sinister, evil plan which would unfold as days passed and they tossed the Wizengamot around like a rag doll. Now, do that summoning spell again, Remus said to Harry. Accio Remus's chocolate, Harry cried, and the chocolate bar in Remus's hand flew to Harry's outstretched hand. That is not fair, Remus whined. That was my last chocolate bar. Harry grinned. A defense professor once told me that chocolate is good after a tiring spell practice session. Remus smiled fondly. So what do you want to learn next? Moony, can you teach me wandless magic? Harry asked. Wandless magic? Remus asked in surprise. Yes, Harry said. I saw the shaman doing wandless magic in Africa, and they told me that wands don't create magic but only regulate its flow through our body. He, however, told me that he couldn't teach me how to do it. Wandless magic is a matter of practice and nothing more. Ever since we start using our wands, we attune our body to use magic through a wand, and our magical core behaves accordingly. The first step in wandless magic is trying to convince your mind that it can do magic without a wand. Believing is half the battle won. Once you start to believe that you can do it, it will come easy to you. Next is to train your magical core to cast magic without using a wand. That is hard, for casting using a wand becomes a muscle memory, and our mind can only relate with a spell by the way we use our wands in casting that spell. For example, if you are to cast a spell which has a half counterclockwise motion, your mind will try to work around how can you do it if you don't have a wand, and at times yo wandless magic until you can retrain your mind. That sounds hard, Harry said. What about silent casting? Silent casting is more difficult because it needs you to cast without using any words at all. Again, it is about training your mind to do it. If your mind can do it, then you will have no problem doing it, and for silent casting as well as wandless casting, you'll need to clear your mind of all thoughts. You must learn to focus on a single thing initially, so you'll start on this path. As time passes, you'll learn more. Do you have any idea if I can do it? Harry asked him. You can do it, Remus said. James learned silent casting by his 4th year because he had to if he wanted to complete his animagus transfiguration. He had to keep a mandrake leaf in his mouth for a month. How do you think it was possible if he couldn't do it silently? So, you can teach me? Harry asked hopefully. No, Remus said, you'll have to ask Sirius. He told me that he is also planning something for you. What is he planning? Harry asked excitedly. I am not going to spoil the surprise, Harry, Remus said, winking at him. However, I must say that you'll enjoy it immensely. Something that will be fun for you. Prongslet, said Sirius as he entered the room, just like those prank spells that I taught you. Sirius had also been teaching a lot of things to Harry lately. He had told him a lot of things about his father, his mother and grandparents. Lord and Lady Potter had practically been parents to Sirius during those years that he lived with them. Harry had been shocked and he learnt that his father had been an arrogant jerk in his school days, but he had grown out of it at a later stage of time. Sirius and Harry were bonding over some stories from Sirius's school years recently. Since Sirius was in a mood for a story, Harry asked him, Sirius, Dumbledore once told me that my father saved Snape's life. Snape said that my dad was saving his own skin. Do you know about it? Sirius had a ghost of smile on his face. I remember it too well. Flashback. It had happened that Severus was too interested in Remus Lupin and his perceived illness. He had a hunch that Remus was a werewolf. But he couldn't prove his suspicions. He had been studying the patterns of his illness and the times when he'd fall ill, and it coincided with full moon. At one such full moon, Severus was going to the dungeons when Sirius appeared out of nowhere before him. Hi Snivellus. Severus's wand was out in a second. What do you want, Black? Sirius shrugged him off. Don't try to point that wand at me, Snivellus. I am here to help you. Help me? Snape asked suspiciously. What help are you going to do? I know you have been poking your abnormally large nose into business that is not yours. I know you are trying to find about Remus's illness. If you want to find it, go to the Whomping Willow, touch the knot in its root that is painted green, and it will freeze. Go in the tunnel that is beneath the willow and you will see. Are you trying to get me into trouble, Black? Suit yourself, Snivellus, Sirius said. I don't care either way. Sirius had left but didn't go too far. He turned round a corner and hid under a disillusionment charm and waited for Snape to pass by. Snape was too curious for his own good. He suspected that Remus was a werewolf and today was a full moon, and yet he wouldn't let go of the temptation to see for himself if it was true. A minute later, Severus passed by him, walking quickly towards the double doors. Sirius watched him with anticipation when he felt a hand of his shoulder. He jumped in fright and turned to see his best mate, James. "You scared me, mate. I saw you and Snivelus on the map together, so I thought I'd come inquire. What were you doing with him?" "Oh, he wanted to know the truth about Remus's illness. I told him how to get past the Whomping Willow and he has gone in that direction," Sirius said with glee. James was horrified. "What have you done? Idiot. You have put his life in danger and Remus's. If he sees Remus in his werewolf form, Moony will kill him." "What were you thinking? He is too curious for his own good," Sirius said haughtily. "He has brought it on himself." "Shut up, moron," snapped James and started running towards the double door. "Pray that Snape hasn't reached him yet and I can get there in time or there will be hell to pay." Sirius tried to stop his best friend, but James was already gone. Snape had almost reached the shrieking shack when he could hear loud growls from the OT. Her side of the door which led into the shack. As he had thought, Remus Lupin was a werewolf and no one had known it. Was Dumbledore insane that he was harboring a dangerous beast in the castle? Snap. He mentally made a note to call the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures as soon as he returned. Any sensible man would have returned to the castle at that point of time, but Severus was not a sensible person. He had read about werewolves and was confident that he could subdue it. Slowly he ambled towards the door which was closed and opened it soundlessly as not to frighten or alert the werewolf on the other side. As the door opened, he froze in tracks in fear. He had discounted the excellent sense of smell of werewolves and their keen hearing. The werewolf was just on the other side of the door, baring its fangs at him, growling throatily and eyeing Snape murderously. In that moment of terror, Snape even forgot that he had a wand on himself. Moony charged towards Snape and in a minute, Snape was going to end up dead or worse, a werewolf. Suddenly something went past him running. He had trouble believing that a fully grown stag had run past him and charged the werewolf. The werewolf tried to fight the stag but it was stronger than the werewolf. They both fought viciously for a minute until the stag had gored the werewolf and made it take flight. The stag then turned to Snape, lowered his head, and charged him. Snape only remembered being hit with a stunner from behind and falling unconscious. When he came to hours later, he was in the hospital wing and Dumbledore sat on his side, looking very disappointed. "Severus, it has come to my attention that you acted very foolishly," Dumbledore was saying. "You went into a place knowing there is mortal danger and that you could have died. It is thanks to James here that you are sitting here unscathed. You should be thankful to him for saving your life." Snape looked contemptuously at James. "I am not going to say thank you to Potter of all people. And have you told the Ministry that you are harboring a werewolf in the castle? That you let a dark creature study with others, putting them in danger?" "Shut your trap, Snape," growled James Potter. "If you hadn't went into idiotically trying to play the hero, no one would have been in a danger you." Dumbledore interrupted him before he could throw a long-winded, colorful expletive at Snape. "Everyone who is magical deserves to be educated at Hogwarts. And Mr. Lupin is not dangerous till he is confined to the shack on a full moon night. What happened today was your own negligence and foolhardiness. Now you must promise me to never disclose this secret to anyone." "I won't," Snape said defiantly. "I am not asking," Dumbledore said with a bit of steel in his voice. "I am telling you that you'll have to promise this to me. If you don't do that, I will have no option than to obliviate you. Choice is yours." "Fine," he barked. "I promise, but what about Black? Shouldn't he be punished?" "Mr. Black has already been punished for his act," said Dumbledore, "and remember that if you tell this secret to anyone, things will end up badly for you." The was something in Dumbledore's voice that told Snape that he was not joking. Flashback ends "That was the only time that I had seen Prongs mad at me," Sirius told Harry. "It was 2 full weeks before he even spoke to me. I served detention with McGonagall for 2 weeks and I can't explain how painful and agonizing those 2 weeks were for me. And Moony here was repulsed by me. I realis. The folly of my actions when my best friend stopped talking to me. Why does Snape hate me so much? Harry asked him. I mean, I didn't even knew him before I came to Hogwarts. Sirius grinned. That may be because James married your mother. Your mother was Snape's best friend when they came to Hogwarts and remained that way until our owl's year. On the day of last exam, we got into a fight and Lily tried to save was so humiliated by our actions that he lashed out on her and called her the M word. She broke up her friendship with him that very day, and when she started dating James, he turned bitter. And he still carries that grudge, said Remus. During the last full moon that I spent at Hogwarts, he had messed with the potion, and I could feel the wolf getting out of control. If you hadn't come to support me that day, I don't know what would have happened. Sirius turned to him, looking angry. And you are mentioning it to me now. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Because we can't carry that grudge now, Sirius. Remus said firmly. We have lot to do than waste our time getting revenge on him. However, Harry can do what he wishes. So we now know that Tom created at least 6 Horcruxes, and we already know about 3 of them, i.e. the diary, the locket, and Harry Potter. We also know that he had Hufflepuff's cup, which he could have used to turn into a Horcrux. Then there is the Ravenclaw diadem, which has been missing for centuries. I have no idea what the last one could be, however I am trying to find it, Dumbledore told Remus and Sirius. He had told about the Horcrux XES to only Sirius and Remus because it was upon them to try and find. Have to go and find them after he pointed out a location to them. So do you have any idea about where to look for them? Sirius asked him. Indeed I have, said Dumbledore. And I have a memory from one Morfin Gaunt, who was the son of Marvolo Gaunt and carried off to Azkaban for having murdered the Riddle family, who were low-caste landlords in the village of Little Hangleton. The Gaunts were an impressive family once, owning tracts of land in and around Hangleton. However, they fell in squalor with time, and inbreeding almost extinguished magic from their bloodline. As you both would remember, Morfin Gaunt was once taken to Azkaban because he had attacked few muggles. When he returned to his house, it was empty. His father was dead. His sister had taken off with the priceless family heirloom, i.e., the locket of Slytherin. We have also seen how cruel he was as a child. He took some children in a seaside cave and made them insane. I have been trying to pinpoint the location of the cave and the Gaunt house as 2 possible places for hiding Horcruxes, but have not yet found. Harry returns to Hogwarts. It will be upon you both to find those places and get those Horcruxes. I'd advise you to do this together because our foe is crafty and can resort to many unnatural and cruel ways. In the meantime, I'd implore you to dive into some of the books on dark magic in the Black Library to find if you can learn something about the possible protections that he can put on those items. And what about Harry? He will be at the castle with his friends, enjoying the coming year and having a lot of fun. Dumbledore said simply. This year is going to be a fantastic year at Hogwarts, and it would be remembered for decades to come. Is there any information about Voldemort's whereabouts? No, Dumbledore said. Since he has been on the move, very little is known of him. What I have been able to find out is that he is coming back here. This may be the year that he will finally try to get his body, so we don't have much time on our hands if we want to avoid another war. Ill-prepared as we are, a war would be disastrous to us right now. It means we have to find the Horcruxes all the more sooner, said Sirius. By the way, I wanted to know how Harry will figure in this. Harry is the linchpin to the entire scheme, Dumbledore said. The prophecy made him the nemesis of Voldemort. As per the prophecy, only one of them can remain alive. What do you mean? Remus asked. When we have finished all the Horcruxes, we'll have to manage a final confrontation between Harry and him. That will be the end of this war. The 2 months of summer holidays were going agonizingly slow for her. She had no idea when she started to fall for Potter, but she did. It was perhaps the year when the Chamber of Secrets was opened. She fell for him when she heard the rumors that Potter had killed the monster of Slytherin. The Hogwarts grapevine was infamous for such rumors, and it was often hard to separate facts from fiction, but this time, she had an inkling that the rumors were true. It was attested by the fact that Dumbledore had given 200 points apiece to Potter and Weasley, an award for special services to school that year. It had forced her to evaluate her opinion about him. She tried to get closer to him this year, but the escape of Sirius Black had put a big target on his back. She chose to stay away from him this year because her instinct of self-preservation was quite strong. Then she had seen the boy struggle through the year battling Dementors, winning the Quidditch Cup, getting hopelessly good at defense. At the end, it had come as a shock that Black was not a mass murderer but had been framed. She had also watched many girls eyeing him curiously, and she knew if she didn't move right now then she may as well forget him. The problem was that he was always well protected by Weasley and Granger. Then there were the twins who could have wrecked her life if they thought she was getting too cozy with him. He also had a disdain towards anyone who was from any of the pureblood families. She had taken a risk by sending an owl to him, but it had paid off. At least he was showing interest and could help him grow in so many ways. Yes, he had taken his seat and was learning of his study on under Sirius Black, but she had serious doubts if Sirius Black could teach him everything that was there to teach. She had heard how Black had turned his back on the pureblood traditions and escaped. From his was a miracle that the family magic still chose him. She had stopped writing letters lately to him because there was nothing more that she could tell him in those letters. It was time that they meet. If he chose to not to continue meeting her, then it was totally his wish, but she was very interested to know the boy who was an enigma to everyone. Her father had also talked about how Sirius Black could tilt things in the Wizengamot and that it was essential that Black did not go to dark faction but chooses to go neutral at best or join the light at worst. She had toyed with the idea of getting to Black through Harry Potter and entice them to join the neutrals, but his father had vetoed the entire idea, saying he was not going to resort to that. The neutrals would keep tilting the bala NCE wherever they could, even if Black went to light, and there was no real need to do something that he may come to regret later. His last letter had told her that he was learning a lot in these holidays. He had already dropped divination and was going to take up runes, which he was being taught by Remus Lupin. She had no idea how he knew Remus Lupin, but if he was as good as he was in defense, then Harry Potter would learn a great deal in runes before the year started. As it was, there were only a couple of days left before they would eventually return to the castle. She had also heard about a party that he was throwing to his friends a days before they were due to return to Hogwarts. The list of invitees included the Weasleys, Longbottom, Macmillan, Bones, Abbott, and a couple others who were their batchmates had not got such invite, but she resolved that this was the last time that this happened. She would be there at the next party, hanging on his arm. Harry, how was the visit with the Bones family? Sirius asked. I told them everything that they wanted to hear, Harry said, grinning. Did they suspect anything? No, the everything to Susan Bones that you wanted me to. I also told her that you control the Malfoy proxy, Harry said, grinning. Surely she must have suspected, Sirius asked. No, she suspected nothing, Harry said. In fact, she listened to everything, and I bet every galleon that she will be telling her father that you are also considering offers of friendship from House of Longbottom, Macmillan and Folly. Well done, Harry, Sirius said. I have laid the bait for her father too. Let's see if he will take it. Now, are you ready for tomorrow? Tomorrow. What about Lord Folly today? Lord Folly is an old friend, Harry said. He is not much older than me and was a year ahead at Hogwarts. He helped us in a few pranks, and we did likewise, for does not tie himself with any block but does what he sees fit. He isn't going to tie himself down now, but it is safe to say that we have some mutual interests. The meeting tomorrow is more important for me. Then we have the part to consider. I still don't understand why you had to throw this party, Harry asked. Harry, you are the newest sensation in the Wizengamot. Everyone is talking about you, and to keep it that way, we need to keep doing things that others will notice. This party is mean only for those who are heirs or heiress of their houses. This will cement your position as one of the leading figures in the school. We need everyone with us and no one against us. Chapter 15. Lord Black, welcome to Longbottom Manor, said Neville to Sirius, who was stepping out of the flow. Thank you for your cordial welcome, Heir Longbottom, Sirius said to the boy. Will you please take me to Dowager Longbottom? I believe I have an invitation. Sirius was led to Dowager Longbottom, who was waiting for him at her table. She rose when he entered, and he did his courtesy with her before she asked him to take a seat. Lord Black, she began saying, I am not one to talk on pretexts or talk in riddles. I have invited you here because I believe that we can be mutually beneficial to each other in the Wizengamot. House Black may not have been seen on the body for years now, but the influence that you still hold is substantial. I want that influence in my faction. And what is your faction, my lady? Sirius asked her. I am in the Light Modernists, she said. I used to be in the Traditionalists, but things that Dumbledore did after the war ended have me disenchanted. He could have us. Ed his influence to put the Dark faction in its place after they were thoroughly routed, but he allowed the status quo to remain. We had taken an immense beating in the war, and we needed that sort of leverage that he could have got with his position, but he did not raise a finger. Then there is the issue of the Order of the Phoenix. I admire him for what he did in the war, but he was too passive. ND couldn't persuade the Ministry to take an aggressive instance against you-know-who during the war. Until it was too late. If Harry Potter hadn't vanquished him by some luck, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing things. He had the best wizards in his order, but he never allowed them to take the fight to the Death Eaters. Madam Longbottom, I am not in Dumbledore's camp either, Sirius said. But if you know the history of House of Black, you'd know that we have never towed the line, as they say. House of Black has been a force, and I intend to continue the tradition. My forefathers were all Slytherins, and my last lord, Arcturus Orion Black, despicable man that he was, taught me a few things. The first thing that he taught me was that a black bows to no one. One of the reasons that we held up for so long in Dark faction was that we didn't want to do anyone else's bidding by being a part of the light or neutral factions. I don't want to go light or neutral all of a sudden. Do you mean that you'll go dark? She asked. One of the aspects of my family magic is that we are quite crafty and play the game of illusions well. If we went to any other faction, the Dark faction would try to load us off the wagon, and I'd lose whatever advantage I hold there. Sirius said, I intend to make waves, Madam Longbottom, and that can't be done if I am trying to swim opposite to the current. You know that with Malfoy on the run, the Dark faction is without a leader. I intend to fill that spot and take whatever advantage it'll offer to me. How does that benefit us? She asked. I am hone, streetly, not thinking ahead about the Wizengamot or what anyone will gain. My priority is my heir, Harry James Potter, and I'll do anything for his benefit, Sirius honestly told her. What do you intend to do? I will not join any faction, but will remain sitting in Dark faction. I control a lot of seats directly or indirectly, as you may know. I intend to use that to my advantage. I'll sit in Dark faction. But I'll not throw my lot behind them, he said. I am open to offers from others and will choose the offer which will be most beneficial to me and my heir. Any chance that I can make you think otherwise? She asked speculatively. Sirius grinned. Now that you talk about it, there is indeed something. So, Harry, what new show are you planning for us this year? Lee Jordan asked him. They were sitting beside the pool in the party which had been arranged by Sirius with butterbeers in hand. Everyone who had been invited had turned up to the party, and it was a very nice gathering. All the Weasley children had come to the party with Hermione Granger, except Bill and Percy, of course. Bill had refused to chaperone his younger brothers and sister to the party and told Molly that they were quite safe in Black Manor. Percy had refused to come because he was busy at the office with Bartemius Crouch Sr. Neville Longbottom had also come at Harry's invitation, and so did Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Benedict Foley, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Lee Jordan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Terry Boot, and few others who were heirs of members of the Wizengamot. What do you mean, Lee? Well, ever since you arrived at Hogwarts, interesting things have happened around you. Life with you has never been boring at Hogwarts, Lee explained, so I wanted to get a head start this year on your adventures. Well, there is a lot to be done, Harry said mysteriously. It's all in the future at the moment though. Come on, Harry, said Gred, or was it Forge? Don't leave us in suspense. That would be telling, Harry said. Who do you guys reckon is going to be Quidditch team captain this year? Blimey, said the twins, we had forgotten that Wood passed out last year. Well, I don't think McGonagall will make either of us the captain. Why? Harry asked. You blokes are the oldest on the team. We come as a package deal, Harry, they said, and there can be only one captain. You guys are gonna stay here all day, said Sirius, coming to them with a butterbeer in his hand. We are going to the Quidditch pitch in a minute, said Harry. How about lunch? Lunch is ready, said Sirius. Get them to the big dining hall. Lunch is ready, guys, said Harry, and they all rushed to the tables which were laden with food. As lunch was underway, Harry was joined by Susan, Neville, Hermione, and Ron. Harry, this is great party, said Hermione. I never knew that the wizarding world is so closely connected. Hermione, we are a minority in comparison to the Muggles, said Neville, so we must stay together. The wizarding world isn't very large, and since most of the wizarding families marry amongst each other, we all are related. There was a marriage between House Longbottom and House Potter few generations ago. So I and Harry are distantly related. Charles Potter had married Doria Black, so the Blacks and Potters are also related. The Blacks are related to almost all the families, in fact. How so? It was Ron who answered. Cladora Black married into the Longbottom family, Lucretia Pruitt married in the Black family, Cedrella Black married Septimus Weasley, Arcturus Orion Black married Melania Macmillan. Narcissa Black married Lucius Malfoy. And so on. In fact, there are a very Blacks are not related to. It is mind-boggling, said Hermione. I mean the mere th. Out of the complex family trees gives me headache. Harry snorted. You can't imagine how I felt when I was made to learn the Potter and Black family tree. The sheer amount of people on those. Then, I also had to study the Peverell family tree. What is the Peverell family? Hermione asked. It was Susan who answered. The Peverell family is older than any. They were old when most of the houses weren't even born. The last scion of House of Peverell was Iolanthe Peverell, who married Hardwin Potter, and the lines merged into one. How do you know about it? Harry asked. Because the House of Bones and House of Potter used to be in close ties with each other a few generations ago. When Lord Charles died, the alliance practically ended because Lord James hadn't renewed the alliance before he went into hiding and was killed. The House of Longbottom was also a part of that alliance, Neville said. My gran told me that Father and Lord Potter had decided to renew the commitments before everything happened. What is this alliance? Hermione asked. It was Ron who answered. The old houses who sit on the Wizengamot are divided into factions. They vote on issues according to their preferences, generally on the basis of faction. However, even in factions, there are divisions. Some members prefer to join to form an alliance which would always stand together. The House of Potter, Bone, S. and Macmillan were part of one such alliance before the war. How do you know about it? Hermione wheeled on him. It was obvious that she was stunned by Ron's knowledge because he was usually back and never tried to learn anything with heart. His happy-go-lucky attitude grated on her, so it was obvious that she was surprised. Hermione, I may not show it, but I am a pureblood. The Weasley family is one of the oldest families in Wizarding Britain, going back several hundred years. This is part of our traditional knowledge and family history. All the pureblood children are taught these things since they are little. Okay guys, enough talk, said Harry. Now who is up for a game of Quidditch? There was loud jubilation at this proclamation. Teams were formed on the spot and the game began. The party went on till late in evening, and after it was done, it was one of the best days that Harry had had so far this summer. Harry woke up around 8 in the morning when Dobby came to wake him up. Master be waking up. Harry sat up and realized that today they were going back to Hogwarts. The last 2 months had been intense for him, and he was now looking forward to some fun. Remus and Sirius had taught him a few tricks which he was going to use this year. And then he had learnt from Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody himself. Moody was a great Auror and a hard taskmaster, but Harry had liked him because the old Auror taught him a lot. Today was also the day that he'd start making inroads with the Hogwarts students. Sirius had told him how important it was for him to maintain friendly ties with others and to possibly gain allies. They had done a lot in this direction, and he was willing to do more. However, right now his concern was to reach the station in time. Remus had already packed his trunk and put out the clothes that he was going to wear to the station. Once on the train, he planned to change into his school robes. When Harry came down, he found Remus and Sirius sitting at the table. Good morning, Harry, nice day. Quote, yes, it feels good to go back, Harry said, but this time, I feel like I am not very excited to go to Hogwarts. I mean, I have found a family and I love you guys. It will be sad living alone at the castle again. We are just a mere call away, Harry, said Sirius. If you need us, just call me or Moony and within the hour, we'll be with you. Now have you packed your trunk? Remus answered. Stop fretting like a mother, Sirius. I told you already that I have packed his trunk. Harry, remember our lessons and your tasks in the school, Sirius said. Why? Oh, you were the heir of Black and you should look the part. If someone gives you a hard time, show them what a Black can do. And please do a lot of pranks. Harry grinned. I am looking forward to it. I wish Malfoy would come to my compartment aboard the train. Sirius laughed. I am unleashing a monster in Hogwarts. What are you guys planning to do once I return to Hogwarts? Harry asked them. We have something to do for Dumbledore. We are going to find those Horcruxes and do it quickly. Also, there are businesses to manage and money to be earned. What sort of precedent I'd set if I increase the wealth that I have inherited. As they were talking, an owl entered the room and sat on Harry's shoulder. Harry recognized the owl and the letter. It was that scented parchment which he had been waiting for. Eagerly he tore open the envelope, as Sirius sing-song in the background. Pup got a love letter. Heir Potter, it's been a few days since I wrote to you. I can't wait to meet you finally. I will wait for you at the top of Astronomy Tower tonight. Later. So, what is in the letter? Sirius asked. She wants me to meet her on the Astronomy Tower, Harry said. Well, LD stop you, but considering my own adventures, I feel I have no right to do that, Sirius said. I'd only say that be careful. They arrived at the train station well ahead of time. Remus stored his trunk in the last compartment and then joined them on the platform. It feels good to stand here and watch the hustle-bustle of the station, said Sirius. Yes, it feels like yesterday that we were at this platform waiting to ride the train for first time to Hogwarts, said Remus. I missed it like you, so I rode the train to Hogwarts when I started teaching there. Sirius laughed. I'd have done the same. I remember how I met James on the train, and we instantly clicked. I mean, I knew him from before, but my hag of a mother didn't want me to visit the Potters when I was a child. She thought that they were blood traitors. Remus was talking to Harry. Be a good boy this year. Don't go breaking any school rules and have a lot of fun. Sirius winked at him. What Moony wants to say is that be. Reek the school rules but just don't get caught. It'd be a shame if you were caught in mischief making despite having the map and the cloak. Harry grinned. I won't get caught. Now where are your friends? Sirius asked him. There is Neville, Harry said, pointing. I saw Susan get into the train near the front. The Weasleys won't arrive until it is 10 minutes left for the train to depart. Neville reached them by that point and bowed to Sirius. Lord Black. Nonsense, Neville, Sirius said. I have told you to not to bow to me if we are not in Wizengamot. Harry was greeting Augusta, Lady Longbottom. Harry James Potter Black at your service. Heir Potter Black, it's an honor to meet you again, she said. Good luck for the term ahead. By that time, the Weasleys with Hermione had arrived. After putting their trunks on the train, they joined the adults. Remember you lot, Molly Weasley was saying, don't go looking for trouble. We'd have called you home for Christmas, but I have a feeling that you'd like to stay the castle this year. Yes, I wish I was going to Hogwarts with you lot this year, said Bill. This year is going to be amazing. Mom, what is happening at Hogwarts this year? Ron asked. Mrs. Weasley smiled. I am not going to tell you. It's a surprise. At that moment, the train blasted its whistle and they all started boarding the train. As they came into their compartment, Ron said, I wish she'd tell us what this is about. All the summer they have been dropping hints that this year is going to be different. We will know once we reach Hogwarts, Harry said. I've a feeling that this year is going to be great. I know you have been busy this summer, Hermione said. I wish you'd tell us about it. At the start of summer, I returned to Privet Drive with Sirius. The 2 weeks that I stayed there were fun. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon was terrified of Sirius. He made them work and do chores. He treated them as if they were beneath him. When the 2 weeks were over, I went to Black Manor where I am living right now. Sirius also engaged an old Professor Horace Slughorn to teach me potions. But why do you need extra lessons in potion brewing? Hermione asked. Unable to stop herself, Because Snape has failed to teach me anything, Harry said. As a matter of fact, he hates me. Slughorn used to teach at Hogwarts before Snape. He taught my parents and even Tom Riddle. I learned loads from him. Is that what you did entire summer? Hermione asked. Potion lessons. Sirius also taught me a few spells, Harry said, and I also took lessons in wizarding customs which I should have taken since I was a child. Didn't you visit somewhere? Ron asked. Yes, Sirius and I went to Africa on a jungle safari, Harry lied. He wanted me to see the wildlife and it was a thrilling experience. So, what else you learned? She asked him. I am going to drop divination, he announced, and I am going to take up ancient runes. But Harry, you can't change subjects. Hermione exclaimed. I can, Harry said. Sirius had asked McGonagall and she told me that I can drop divination and take runes. But you haven't studied runes. How will you compete in class? She asked in exasperation. Hermione, Remus has been teaching me all the summer and I am confident that I can take the class, Harry said before turning to Ron. What happened to you? Mate, why would you leave an easy owl? Ron asked. Because I want to learn runes, Harry said simply. Runes are fantastic things and are used in a lot of applications. Sirius showed me some tricks that one can do with runes. Will you teach us? Hermione asked. Hermione, I know very little in runes, Harry said. It is you who can teach me more about it. Before Hermione could say anything, the door opened and in stepped Susan Bones with Ernie Macmillan in tow. Can we join you guys? Sure, Susan, Harry said, offering her to sit beside him. You are looking flustered, Harry asked Susan. Malfoy is causing trouble with his lackeys out there, she said. Harry pulled out his wand, cast a locking charm at the door and grinned at her. Now Malfoy can't get in. Hermione looked skeptical. Anyone can cast Alohomora, Harry. Harry grinned. Why don't you show us then? Hermione pulled out her wand and casually cast the spell at the doors. There was distinct sound and the door unlocked. Smirking, Hermione tried to pull the door open, but to her consternation, it had locked itself again. Frowning, she cast the spell again. Again, there was a distinct unlocking sound, but when she tried to pull it open, it remained in its place. This happened for a few times and others in the compartment were trying to hide their smiles. When it was apparent that Hermione was frustrated, Harry said to her, Hermione, this is a special spell. It will let Alohomora do its work and then promptly override it, locking the door again. Susan said excitedly, You'll have to show me that spell. Sorry, Susan. Trade secrets, Harry said. The Marauders told me not to teach it to anyone who hasn't taken the Marauder Oath. What is Marauder? She asked. Harry grinned. Well, that is a long story, so dig in. The story session went on for an hour before there was a loud bang on the door. Harry looked up to see Malfoy on the door, trying to pull it open. Ron, who was beside Harry, said, Let him try to open the door. The git will go away when he realizes that he can't open it. Harry shook his head. Oh no, not happening. He needs a lesson. He flicked his wand and the door opened. Draco walked in, strutting like a peacock. Well, Street Scarhead and his gang of. Before he could say anything, there was slight movement of Harry's wand and Draco started clawing at his throat. It looked like his tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. Harry shoved his wand under Malfoy's chin. Listen here and listen well, Malfoy. This is the only time that I am going to warn you. You have been a pest to me all these years and I kept tolerating you because I knew no better. But it ends now. I am the heir of Potter and Black and I hold your future in my hands. Your fath is on the run and your house is under the protection of House of Step Out of Line and Lord Black will not hesitate to withdraw that protection. When you are talking to anyone, be respectful. Don't insult them, and if I find you are committing any mischief, Lord Black will be having words with your mother. He then turned to Malfoy's lackeys. You two, stay away from him and mend your ways if you know what is better for you. Lord Black controls your lifelines in his hand. Your fathers will be disappointed if they have to lose their family fortune because their sons were being idiots. Now get out. The three turned around and walked out as if they were under some enchantment. He then realized that his friends had gone silent. He turned to them. What happened to you all? Bloody hell, mate, Ron exclaimed. that was scary. When did you change so much? Harry turned to look at Hermione and saw an emotion in her eyes which he had never seen before. She was scared. Hermione, what happened to you? What you did to them was scary, she confessed. What you have been learning this summer. I may not be Malfoy, Hermione, but I am a member of the elite society. I come from the ancient A.N.D. most noble houses of Potter and Black. I can't just let him walk all over me, Harry said. I have let that happen in the past but no more. Susan, from his other side, agreed. You did the right thing, Harry. Malfoy is a pest, and he deserves to know that he can't boss everyone around. I myself would have put him in his place long ago, but my father forbade it. Who is hungry? Harry asked, standing. I am going to look for the trolley lady. Get me some of those cauldron cakes, Ron said, offering him a handful of coins. Similarly, others made demands of him and gave him money. As walking forward in search of the trolley lady, he collided with a girl who was coming out of a compartment. I am sorry, he said automatically, before he realized it was Daphne Greengrass. She nodded curtly, Herr Potter. Automatically Harry nodded in return, Heiress Greengrass. I didn't see you at the Wizengamot. My father doesn't let me go there unless there is something interesting happening. When you were invested, I was on vacation so I could not be there. Right, he said. I'll see you later, Heiress Greengrass. She nodded. Of course, just call me Daphne. Harry, he said his shoulder as he walked in the search of the trolley lady. It was raining when they reached Hogsmeade. They all scrambled together to get a carriage and found one empty. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Ernie, and Susan took the carriage which was waiting in line for them. As they traveled towards the castle, Harry's thoughts turned to Sirius and Remus. He was already missing them, for they had become indispensable part of his life since this summer. At this time, they would be sitting for dinner in the manor. Maybe, they were doing whatever they were supposed to be doing for Dumbledore. Harry, what do you reckon your chances are for Quidditch Cup this year? Asked Ernie. I mean, Oliver Wood graduated last year. I almost forgot that Wood is gone, said Harry. I dunno who is going to be the captain. But we will need a keeper as good as him. Won't hurt to have new blood, said Ron, would it? I mean, we can't make assumptions before we try someone for the position. As they talked, the carriage passed the gates of Hogwarts, flanked on both sides by two statues of winged boars. The students had congregated at the double doors, and it became apparent when they reached there. Peeves was throwing water balloons at every student who was coming in, drenching them. Before anyone could think of something, Harry shot a spell at the poltergeist. He started clutching his throat as if something had lodged in his throat, and he fleeched the Gryffindor table. They looked up on the teacher's table where Dumbledore stood in his usual throne-like chair. McGonagall sat on one side while Severus Snape sat on other. Phileas Flitwick was talking with Pomona Sprout, and others teachers were sitting in their seats. Only 2 chairs were vacant, and he knew one of them was Hagrid, who was leading the first years to the castle on the lake. He wondered how he was faring in this weather. With Remus gone at the end of last year, the chair for defense against the dark arts professor was also vacant. Who do you reckon is going to be the Dada teacher? Ron asked. Maybe they could not find anyone to fill, Harry mused. I mean, with the record of teachers never lasting more than 1 term, it will be hard to find anyone. As they mused, Colin Creevey joined them and excitedly said to him, Harry, my brother Dennis is also coming to Hogwarts this year. I hope he'll be in Gryffindor. Keep your fingers crossed, Hermione asked. It is not necessary that siblings go to the same house, isn't it? I mean, the Potter twins are in different houses. The Greengrass sisters are also in different houses, aren't they? I don't know, Harry said. Reckon we will see how the sorting goes. As they were talking, the double doors opened with a bang and McGonagall entered, leading the first years in a line behind her. One of them was a very young child who was wrapped in what appeared to be Hagrid's moleskin coat, and he was drenched in water from head to toe. The Sorting Hat burst into a song which Harry tuned out. However, he realized that this song was different from the one that it sang in their sorting. It is not the same song, Harry said. Of course not, Hermione said. It sings a new song every year. I will be calling your names and you will come up here, Professor McGonagall was saying. I will put this hat on your heads, and it will decide where you will go. They watched the sorting as each student came and went. The mousy-haired boy came up when Creevy, Dennis was called. The hat had barely touched his head when it bellowed, Gryffindor. They clapped enthusiastically as Dennis joined his brother. Colin, I fell into the lake, and something pushed me back in the boat. It was the giant squid, said Colin, it is very friendly. Dennis grinned, cool. Colin was pointing Harry out to him. You know who he is. He is Harry Potter. Harry tuned them out as he heard. MacDonald, Natalie, was sorted in Gryffindor. Dumbledore stood up when the last student had been sorted in Ravenclaw. As the students were getting comfortable in their seats, the double doors were thrown open with a thunderous roar and a figure stood there. He was leaning heavily on a staff. A traveling cloak wrapped around him. As he walked, they could see that the newcomer's face was a crisscross of lines, a chunk of his nose was missing and one of his eyes was replaced with an electric blue one. Mad-Eye Moody had come at Hogwarts. Blimey, that is Mad-Eye Moody, said one of the twins. Harry recognized Mad-Eye all right and was surprised to see him. He had no idea that the old A.R. was going to join Hogwarts as a Dada professor this time. It had never come up in their discussions during the summer. He however chose not to say anything because he had promised everyone that He will not tell that he was being taught by Alistair Moody. Who is he? Asked Hermione. He is an Auror, one of the best that the Ministry has ever seen, said Ron, in awe. What is an Auror? Asked Dean Thomas. They are dark wizard catchers, explained Gred, or was it Forge? He was one of the best. They say that half the cells in Azkaban are filled by the prisoners that he had caught. They also say that he is very paranoid. What is he doing here? Seamus asked. I guess he is the new Dada professor, said Hermione. We will know soon, won't we? Dad had gone in the morning to help I am with something involving Muggle police, Ron said. I heard Amos Diggory talking about it to Dad this morning. The newcomer was talking to Albus Dumbledore, who welcomed him with a beaming smile as they talked in whispers. Harry noticed that McGonagall was pleased with the newcomer, but Snape looked like he had tasted a lemon. In fact, if Harry were to guess, he looked terrified. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Dumbledore. And welcome back to our returning students for another year of enlightened learning. Now before we begin the feast, there are a few start of the term notices that I must give. First, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. All the new students and some of our old students would do well to remember it. The list of forbidden items in school is now at 900 items, which can be seen outside Mr. Filch's office. And for the 1000th time, M. Filch has today reminded me that no magic is allowed in corridors between the classes. Now an important announcement, There will be no Quidditch Cup this year at Hogwarts. This declaration met with outrage, with people standing in their places and waving their arms furiously. Dumbledore's amplified voice reverberated in the Great Hall. Silence. This year Hogwarts is going to host an event which will ensure participation from 2 premier magical schools in the world, which will take the better part of a year. Year Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Cup. There was murmuring in the Great Hall at this declaration, and one of the twins bellowed, "You are joking." "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," said Dumbledore. "However, now that we are talking about it, I heard a great joke this summer about a hag, a leprechaun and..." McGonagall cleared her throat and Dumbledore changed tracks. "We are digressing. The Department of International Magical County Operation Hogwarts and others have decided to revive the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament to bolster friendship between the 3 schools. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Academy will be sending their contingents to Hogwarts at the end of October to participate in 3 tasks which will take place through the year. 3 champions, 1 from each school, will be selected to represent their school by a magical goblet of fire. The tasks will thoroughly test their aptitude, their skill, and their courage. At the end, the winner will be given 1,000 galleons prize. Now the rules. It has been decided that only those of age will be allowed to participate in the tournament. At this there was outrage from the students, but Dumbledore was unmoved. It has been decided by the Ministry of Magic and it will not change. I will be drawing an age line around the goblet, and it will not allow any underage student to put their name inside. Now let me introduce our newest addition to the faculty. Please welcome Professor Alistair Moody, who is a retired Auror and has consented to teach defense against the dark arts this year. Good luck, Professor. ILD applause greeted this statement as Moody stood and promptly sat down. Harry noticed that he kept drinking from his ship flask. Harry knew it was his habit and he never touched any food prepared by OT. Hers unless he saw it being prepared in front of him. As the applause died, Dumbledore said, "Let the feast begin now." As he clapped his hands, the tables were filled with mountains of food. Ronald grinned. "About time. I am so hungry I could eat a hippogriff." As they ate, Sir Nick floated down to the table. "It is miracle that there is a feast at all." "What do you mean?" "The ghosts were SSING about banishing Peeves from amongst us. He is not even a ghost, and he gives us a bad name. He went into the kitchen, appended the utensils, scared the elves." Hermione's spoon clattered on her plate. "House elves in Hogwarts." "Yes, Hogwarts has the largest number of house elves in all of Britain," he said. "I believe there are about 100 of them here. But we never see them. It is the sign of a good elf that it can't be seen while it works," Nick said. "Who do you think cooks the food, cleans the commons rooms, dormitories, does your laundry?" "They get paid for this, right?" she asked. House Elvex said. Hermione pushed her plate away. "This is slave labor." Harry asked. "What are you on about, Hermione?" "House elves are enslaved by generations into serving wizard kind. They have been exploited and mind-washed. It is only despicable persons who would slave another." Harry coldly asked her. "Hermione, I have a house elf. So does Neville, Susan, and many other pureblood families. Do you think we all are despicable? It is wrong to enslave them." "What has got you riled up, anyhow?" Harry asked her. "You saw how Mr. Crouch was treating Winky. How can you stand that? They should be able to live free lives." She retorted. "What do you know bonding between a house elf and a wizard?" Harry asked her. "I really mean what have read in any of the books. What do you know about house elf lives?" She had visibly no answer, but she was not one to back down. "I will find out and come back to you." "You do that," Harry said, "and if you can't find anything then come see me. I will tell you about them. Until then please keep quiet." Before Hermione could retort, Dumbledore stood. "It is time for you all to retire to your beds to be fresh for your lessons tomorrow." As THE students were returning to their houses, Ron said, "It is going to be interesting this year." "What do you mean?" "I have heard that this tournament has not been held in over 200 years, Ron said, "because it was considered too dangerous." Quote, "Any idea what the tasks will be?" Harry asked. "I have read in Hogwarts A History that the 3 tasks are really dangerous for the contestants, maybe even life-threatening. That last time it was held, it resulted in death of the 3 contestants and many students were injured. It was the reason that it was discontinued," Hermione said. "I don't know what they were thinking reinstating the tournament. I am glad that no underage student is going to be a participant," said Harry. As everyone went to sleep, Harry Potter was walking towards the astronomy tower hidden under his cloak. The corridors were deserted because everyone was in their dorms. It was the first day back after all. He had consulted the Marauders map before he left the Gryffindor Tower. But the astronomy tower was deserted at that time. He hoped that his mysterious friend would be there or it was all for naught. He reached the tower without any interference from anyone and hid in a corner under the cloak and waited. After about 10 minutes, 3 girls reached the tower. He identified 2 of them as Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis from Slytherin and another was a younger girl who looked like Greengrass, and Harry had a fair idea that she was Greengrass's sister. Not even in his dreams, he had expected the mystery girl to be a Slytherin, not especially those 3. At once he thought about going back to the tower, but then he changed his mind. Sirius had asked him to make more friends and there was no time better than the present. "He is not here yet," one of them was saying. "Wonder if he will come." Quote, Harry took off the cloak and put it under his robes before he walked towards the girls. "Ladies, Harry James Potter Black at your service." The girls jumped in surprise. "Where did you come from?" "I was here," he said, hiding in a corner. "Now who among you ladies has been writing me letters?" The younger Greengrass stepped forward grinning. "It was me." Well, this is it. I sure put the bee in the bonnet. I guess none of you thought that it was going to be Astoria Greengrass, of all people. Chapter 16. The revelation that it was Astoria Greengrass had left Harry open-mouthed. He thought of so many things to speak but words failed him. He just couldn't imagine Astoria as the girl. It made him recall everything that was in the letters. The one W. Ho wrote the letters was too sophisticated and versed in pureblood customs. And she had told him that she was in his year. Unless she lied, and he suspected it was not the case, Astoria Greengrass could be lying. Also, the looks that she was giving him and the smile which tugged at the corner of her lips bespoke reminded him of Sirius whenever he was up to some mischief. Undoubtedly, she was jesting with him. Is that the truth? Harry asked. Of course, it is the truth, Astoria said. And you tell the truth when you say that whatever you had written in those letters was nothing but the truth. Yes, it is as I say it is, she said. If you say so, he said. So do you agree to be my friend, Potter? She asked. No, Harry said vehemently. Astoria raised an eyebrow as if to question, what do you mean by no? You haven't been writing letters to me, Harry said. There are a lot of reasons for saying that. First of all, you told me that you are in my year. Second, you told me that you have black curly hairs. But you are straight-haired blonde. Then there is the fact that all those letters addressed me as Air Potter, and you just called me Potter like anyone else would. So, by deduction it is not you. Now who is it among you two girls? Tracy turned to Daphne, and I thought he was not smart. She turned to Harry. Potter, it is Daphne who has been writing those letters. In her own words, those letters were the bright moments of a dismal summer for her. You can't imagine how much she has been constantly talking about you all summer. She would constantly tell me that you were not going to be her friend and that you were never going to reply to her letter. And then when she heard about the World Cup, she was frightened. Merlin, you are like Hermione Davis, Harry exclaimed. You don't stop once you start talking. She laughed nervously. I have this bad habit that I talk when I get nervous, which is not most of the time but sometimes. It is just that I read all the letters that she sent to you. And I thought that you would sniff a rat in there somewhere and I tried to tell her. I have also been reading your replies and I was surprised to find that you have spent such an eventful summer. I ever heard that you were in the middle of things at the World Cup final and Tracy, Daphne said loudly, shut up. You were starting to rant, and you'd scare him away like this. But he is a bloody Gryffindor, isn't he? Tracy asked her friend. They don't become scared. What part of being a Gryffindor means that I can't be scared away? Harry asked her. Potter, don't you think you should not waste your time in talking to us but talk to Daphne? I mean, she spent the entire train ride only talking about you. Never she said a word which was not about you. Merlin, I wanted to hex her so. Daphne glared at Astoria, who took the cue and dragged Tracy by her arm. Come on Tracy, we'd better get going and leave them alone. They need some time alone. As Astoria dragged Tracy away, Harry turned to Daphne. Eris Greengrass, an honor to make your acquaintance. I'd have never guessed it was you who was writing those letters. I am still waiting to hear the answer, Air Potter. Will you be my friend? She asked. I will be, he said. Just call me Harry as I told you on the train today. Harry it is, she said. Then I will be your friend, he said, and she smiled in reply. Harry was sitting at the breakfast table with his friends the next morning when it was time for owl post. As habit, he looked up towards the hundreds of owls sweeping towards the students and hoped there was a letter for him. He knew Cyrus and Remus wouldn't be sending any letters to him because they could talk to him any time they wanted, so sending a letter was useless. However, a tiny part of him had hoped that they would send one anyway just to give him the satisfaction of receiving a letter. He was so lost in musings that he didn't see Hedwig sitting in front of him until she hooted loudly. Harry looked at her and found there was a letter in her talons for him. Surprisingly, this letter was not written on a parchment but a paper. He kept staring at it for a moment before he realized that in the place of sender's name, it was scrawled. Petunia Dursley, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, London, England. Wondering what she wanted, letter from Hedwig offering her a piece of his bacon. The letter was short and written in Petunia's handwriting. Dear Harry, I had been meaning to write you since you left but I had no idea how to send the letter. And I know you and your kind use owls to send letters, but a muggle, I think that's what the giant-like man called us, just can't get one. Yesterday, your owl suddenly appeared in the bedroom where you stayed last summer and which I have kept for you. Vernon wanted me to allow Marge to use that room when she visited during the summer, but I told her that it was not a guest room. I know I can't make amends for all the things that were done to you under my roof, but you are the last person left on my father's side of the family and you are my sister's son. We drifted apart because she became a witch when I couldn't. And she was always the pretty one. She was also the special one, and I became jealous when she got the letter for your school. I tried to ask your headmaster to invite me too, but he told me it couldn't be done. I was disappointed at the time. Since then, Lily got all the special things while I was being sidelined. Jealousy got the better of me and I tried to outdo her any way I could. I got my chance when I met Vernon. When I met Vernon, he was already working at Grunnings and making good money. When we decided to get married, I thought that for once I had got the better Al in my life, but then Lily came home with James Potter, and he was more smart and handsome than Vernon and filthy rich to boot. I mean, Lily told me that he owned several houses and earned a lot of money from investments which were made generations ago, and they could live their entire life on that income alone. You can't imagine what I felt when I knew that she outdid me. I felt like fates were laughing at me. It was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Never once in my life anything went my way, so I took the anger out on you. I couldn't see what I was doing to you was wrong and encouraged Vernon to do the same. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me someday. I have also told Dudley that if he breaks any rules at the school, he is going to be grounded during the holidays. We pampered him and he has become spoilt. After you left, he had been causing ruckus the entire summer and I realized that we were spoiling him. Vernon tried to argue about it with me, but he is as much to blame as me. I know you won't like to have to do anything with me, but somewhere in my heart I hope I will receive a reply from you. You are always welcome to stay under my roof if you wish to. Love, Aunt Petunia. It was a nice letter for a change. Harry could count on one finger the number of times that any of the Dursleys had written him a letter, and it was exactly 3 times. And none of the letters had been this long. It was surreal reading the letter and knowing how Petunia felt in comparison to her sister and why she was mean to Harry during all the time that he lived with her. His mind was also wandering to the last night's meeting with Daphne Greengrass. She was a nice girl as opposed to the aloof persona that she showed to everyone. They had talked quite late in the night, and it was only when Sir Nick came to tell them off that they had returned to their dormitories. She had also asked him if he would share a seat with her in class and he had readily agreed. Harry, Hermione was asking. Who wrote that letter to you? What? Oh, this one. Aunt Petunia wrote a letter to me, he said. Figures, Hermione said. She is a muggle and won't know where to get a parchment or quill. The muggles wrote to you. Ron asked, what does she want? Nothing, Harry said. It is a personal letter, guys. I can't talk about it. It's all right, Harry, Hermione said, glaring at Ron, who was going to say something. Here are your schedules, Ms. Granger and Mr. Weasley, said Professor McGonagall as she came up to and tapped blank pieces of parchment which filled up with their schedules. She then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I received a letter from Lord Black who told me that you want to start runes in place of divination. I must confess that it is quite late for someone to change their electives in the term. Professor Babbling has agreed to assess you this evening at 7 in her office before she'd allow you in her classes. Here is your schedule. She tapped a blank piece of parchment and handed it to him. It contained his entire schedule for the 4th year and did the same for Ron, Hermione, and Neville. After she left, Harry groaned looking at the timetable. Look at this, he said. History of Magic with Ravenclaw followed by Potions with Slytherins and then double Herbology with Hufflepuff. I don't think you have anything to worry about potions, she said. Hermione, Snape hates me. Harry said, he hates me because I am James Potter's son. No matter how hard I try, I am not going to get a good grade in his class. Harry, he is a teacher, she said. He is not supposed to take favorites and maybe he won't come after you if you are brewing a potion correctly. Ron snorted, not going to happen. Snape lives to hate Harry and Neville. Neville protested. Don't include me in this. History of magic was as dreadful as ever. Professor Binns glided into the room when it was time for the class and started droning in his monotonous voice. His year Harry was determined to try and do better in his class. He concentrated in the class for about 15 minutes, but soon he started to feel drowsy. He however listened to whatever he was teaching at day and knew everything about it was contained in the A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. He then stretched on the bench and went to sleep. They reached in time for potions class and stood outside waiting for the dungeon bat. The doors to the potions dungeons were never left open but opened when the teacher would arrive for the same. The reason for the same was that the potions dungeons contained a lot of potions and materials which were harmful and could be used only under supervision. If left alone with teenagers, it was sure that there would be nothing left. Harry stood watching the Slytherins who stood on the other side and noticed that of all the snakes, only Malfoy and his cronies ever gave any real grief to him. Snape opened the doors to the dungeon a minute later. As they all came in and settled at their workstations, Snape was addressing the class. Welcome to the 4th year of potion brewing under my tutelage, and I hope you have managed to stuff something under your thick skulls during the last 4 years. This year we have students visiting from 2 premier schools of magic. This tournament is about the students, and I won't have any of you embarrassing Hogwarts with your inefficient brewing. I don't want to show the other schools what a bunch of dunderheads you are when they come to Hogwarts. He sneered at the class in general, giving a glance at each other as his eyes stopped on Harry. For a second Harry thought to look into his eyes and answer the unanswered challenge, but then he remembered Dumbledore's words that Snape was a master of mind arts and hastily averted his gaze. He had realized that looking into Snape's eyes defiantly all those times during the past 3 years had been a folly. He was not going to do that again until he had learned better. Smirking, Snape turned to the class. This year is an important one because the next year is going to be the Owl's year, and what you will manage to learn this year will be extremely helpful next year. This year I will teaching you wit sharpening potion, calming draught, shrinking solution, aging solution, and antidotes, among others. You'll need to watch for antidotes because I'll be assessing it on one of you before the Christmas holidays to assess if it has been brewed perfectly. A shudder ran through the class at the thought that the dungeon bat would try a poison on any of them. Harry, however, was confident about antidotes, at least because Slughorn had taught him a lot about antidotes. Slughorn was a better teacher of patience in dealing with him, which Harry thought as a must-have quality in a teacher and something that Snape severely lacked. Today, we will be brewing the potent poison, Weedosaurus. Take great care to keep this concoction away from your hands and mouth. If you do swallow some of this poison, immediately proceed to the hospital wing. The rest of us shouldn't have to be bothered with your convulsing, he said nastily, but before that, I need make some changes to the seating arrangements. He then turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. It is time to break up the golden trio, I fear. Ms. Granger, go and sit with Mr. Thomas. Mr. Weasley, go and sit with Ms. Runcorn, and Potter, you will sit with Ms. Greengrass and try to learn something from her. Ms. Greengrass is an expert potioneer. Harry said nothing in protest but sat beside Daphne. Who gave him a small smile which was not seen by anyone. As Harry was arranging his workstation, Snape announced, the instructions are on the board, and you have an hour to brew the perfect potion. Anyone failing to do so at the end of the class will have to do it again till they get it perfect. There was scraping of benches as everyone rushed forward to get to brewing. Harry remembered the lesson that Slughorn had imparted to him and set his cauldron on low fire as he started chopping the ingredients in fine proportions as were required. There were a few minor variations in the instructions and what he had been taught by Slughorn, but he knew better than to point it out. However, it had got him thinking if Snape hadn't made some alterations of his own. Also, Snape had never asked them to brew a potion by the instructions from the book. Daphne was in her own world as she brewed the potion. It seemed as if everything had disappeared for her, but the cauldron and she paid no mind to what others were doing around her. He also glanced a look around as he worked on his potion and found that Ron was having trouble as always. Hermione's bushy hair had entangled more than usual. Draco Malfoy was usually a better student at potions, but this time it looked like as his heart was not in it and he was doing his work mechanically. Have you found a way for a potion to brew by itself, Potter? Snape sneered. It would appear so because you are spending your time looking around the class. Harry hastily returned to pounding the scarab beetle which he was to add to the already bubbling potion midway. As the lesson ended, Snape hovered over Neville's potion. Tisk, tisk, Longbottom. Would you remain as hopeless as you always were? Do my instructions mean nothing to you? Neville did not reply, and Snape vanished his entire potion before moving on to Crabbe and Goyle. He looked at the cauldron and decided to move to the next. He hardly looked at Hermione's potion because it was perfy. Corton gave a slight look to Malfoy's before arriving at Harry's cauldron. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheating, he said. You were an attention-seeking brat and now you have started cheating too, Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor. Daphne came to Harry's defense. With due respect, Professor, Potter did not cheat. I was watching him the entire time and he has done all the work by himself and didn't even ask for help from anyone. I didn't remember asking for your opinion, Ms. Greengrass. Snape sneered at her before walking towards other cauldrons. Harry was internally seething and was planning to see Dumbledore as soon as the class ended. When the class did end, Harry rushed to his dormitories to deposit his bag when the mirror buzzed which Sirius had given to him. Harry Potter, he mirror said in Sirius's muffled voice. Harry pulled out the mirror and made the connection. Sirius, what a surprise. How is it going? Sirius asked. Everything all right there? Harry frowned. No, I was going to Dumbledore to complain about Snape. Sirius frowned. What has Snivellus done this time? He docked points off me because I brewed a perfect potion, and he claims that I have cheated. Sirius bristled. I will see to it. It is my duty as a guardian to raise your grievance to the headmaster. Now did you find anything about your mystery friend? Yes, Harry said. She is Daphne Greengrass, the heiress apparent of House of Greengrass. What is she like? She has the brains and the beauty, Harry said, and she is certainly knowledgeable. Sirius sniggered. Are you whipped? No, Harry said vehemently. It is not like that. We are just friends. Sirius grinned. Sure, just wait. So, what are the classes like? Remus asked, who was beside Sirius at Black Manor. Most of the teachers have been teaching me since first year. Remus, he said, do you know Dumbledore has called Alistair Moody to teach as the defense professor this year? Yes, Sirius said. Igor Karka. Rolf is coming to Hogwarts this year and he is the headmaster of Durmstrang. He was a Death Eater who sold many of them to save his own skin. Dumbledore must be expecting some foul play, thus he has engaged one of the most fearsome Aurors to teach at Hogwarts. What do you want me to do? You enjoy life as it comes, Sirius said. You have nothing to worry about till I am alive. Sure, Sirius ate Harry as he decided to not to go to Dumbledore but proceeded to the Great Hall for lunch. Headmaster, Sirius's voice called from the fireplace. Sirius, what is the matter? Have you found one of those things? Dumbledore asked him. He had told the Marauder duo to find the Horcruxes and gave their location to them. However, he had not expected them to report so soon. As the guardian of one of the students, I want to formally lodge a complaint against a teacher, he said. Go ahead. This morning Harry had a potions lesson with Severus Snape and brewed the perfect potion. Snape accused him of cheating and took points off him. I demand that you act against him promptly or I will be forced to call a meeting of the Board of Governors to discuss his future association with Hogwarts. I don't need to remind you that the board has nominated me as one of the governors after Malfoy went on the run. There is no need to resort to such drastic measures, Sirius, Dumbledore calmly said. I will reprimand Severus and I return the points taken by him. I will ensure that he doesn't go overboard in his teaching. You'd better take action against him, Headmaster, before I am forced to interfere. Or you'll have to find a new potions teacher between the year. In herbology, Professor Sprout was ready with another lecture. Next year you are going to have your owls and what we learn this year will be helpful for them. I don't need to remind you that Durmstrang and Beauxbaton are coming to Hogwarts this year and I don't want any of you to embarrass the school by your acts or your knowledge. Now I am going to divide you in pairs, and you will work accordingly. Dean Thomas with Sally Ann Perks, Elia Runcorn with Zacharias Smith, Faye Dunbar with Ernie Macmillan, Hermione Granger with Justin Finch Fletchley. Harry Potter with Susan Bones, Lavender Brown with Edward Wayne, Neville Longbottom with Hannah Abbott, Parvati Patil with Oliver Rivers, Seamus Finnegan with Sally Smith, and Ronald Weasley with Megan Jones. Now take your seats and remember that this will be the seating arrangement till the end of year and no changes will be allowed. As they all scrambled to sit with their assigned partners, Harry sat with Susan at the start of the line. "Hi Harry," Susan chimed in, "how was potions?" "Nasty as always," he said. "Honestly, I didn't expect anything better of him. He has always hated me for even existing. And he loathes Neville more than me. I know he is hard on both of you for no reason. I mean he doesn't like any student who is not Slytherin, but he absolute. Ely hates you both for some inane reason. Today I am going to teach you all about the Herbivicus charm." The Herbivicus charm, also known as the Herbivicus spell or gardening charm, is a charm used to rapidly increase the growth rate of plants and cause flowers to bloom. There is a stronger version to this charm KN. Today we are going to use the charm on roses to see how it works. It is mainly Ed to accelerate the growth of plants which are used in potion making, Professor Sprout was saying. Now I want you all to read the book and practice the incantation of the spell and the wand movement. To practice it before you try it and murder rose bushes I grow so fondly. "Let's get moving Harry," Susan said. "If we don't pay attention, she will put us in detention." Susan was becoming a good friend to him since the summer. From that day in the Wizengamot chamber, she had been constantly writing to him and he had visited her at Bones Manor a couple of times. However, mostly he preferred to meet her in Hogsmeade because her younger brother was smitten with his celebrity status and tried to take all the time. He had come to know her very closely and was also on good footing with her fam. Eily and particularly her father Edmund Bones, who indulged him as one would a child. "Do you know there are secret ways out of the castle?" she asked him. "Dad was telling me the other day that your Arthur and Lord Black knew of them and used to visit the village all the time. Are you fishing for information?" Harry asked. "If you want to know something then ask." She sheepishly grinned. "Actually yes. I am trying to find if the rumors are true." "That is a long story and preferably not fit for greenhouses," Harry said. "How about I take you to Hogsmeade this evening and we can talk about it?" "Ooh, all like that," she said shyly. "Am I supposed to bring anyone with me?" "You want someone to the third wheel, Ms. Bones?" Harry asked, making her blush. No, I will come alone." "Where we are to meet?" "Meet me by the one-eyed humped crone on the 5th floor." Tracy Davis entered into the 5th-year Slytherin dorm and cast a casual glance around. She only found Daphne in the dorm. WHO was working on today's potion assignment. Locking the door behind her, she approached her friend. "So Daph, how is Potter?" Daphne looked at her friend imperiously. "Why does it matter to you, Davis?" Tracy had heard her surname so many times from Daphne's mouth that she knew the other girl was not in a mood to talk. "Well, you can do whatever you want Daph, but I am not just going away," she said. "After having listened to you whine about the green-eyed boy wonder, I need the details." "Nothing happened," Daphne said with a sigh. "He is as dumb as they come. I don't think he even knows what subtlety is." "What do you mean?" "Well, we talked about a lot of things, but he never asked a single damn thing about me," she said. "I mean you are talking to a beautiful girl, and you don't ask a single thing about her." "Well, you can refine that gem then, Daph," Tracy said. "Imagine having him on your fingertips." Daphne smirked at the thought. "I guess that makes sense. Having him as an ally would be useful in the Wizengamot. The power of House of Black and Potter in the neutral faction would do wonders for us." "And is that the only reason that you want him for?" "No," Daphne said. "I want him because he is a powerful wizard, and he will be the moving force in our world. I don't want to be a trophy wife to anyone, and being with him is the best deal that I can get. That is a high jump from being friends to marriage." "Daph," Tracy teased her. "Shut up Trace," Daphne said. "I can see some competition out there, however. It is not only me who has noticed him getting fancier every year. I would make my move sooner to avoid anyone else getting to him." She shook her head. "I don't think you have much competition out there. Out of all the girls in our year, I see competition from only a handful of girls. First and most obvious one is Granger because they are together all times of the day, but she is falling for Weasley. Second is the Padma Patil, but she doesn't talk to him, so you have no competition from her. The only real threat that I see is Susan Bones, because I have heard that the two were regularly seen in Hogsmeade this summer." "Who told you?" Daphne asked sharply, "and why are you telling me now?" "You do know, Daph, that I have friends in all the places. I received a letter from a friend in the village today who told me this. They were sighted at least thrice in the village, taking a walk. And talking. Damn," she cursed. "When did she become interested in him? She has never seen him that way. Actually, she has fancied him for some time now," Tracy said. "You know I keep my ear to the ground and hear things that go around. Bones had a thing for him, but she abides by her father's wishes. Edmund Bones has always been a political man who seeks the best out of his family. I have heard that Edmund Bones is going to try and get Sirius Black in his camp, who is now commanding the Dark Alliance, which was being taken care of by Lucius Malfoy till now." "So, you are saying it is political for her?" "No," Tracy said, "it is not. She was interested in him and now has been given the go-ahead. That complicates things." The statue of the one-eyed, humpback crone was situated on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. It was among one of the many statues that existed in the castle since time unknown, and no one really knew why they were there or what was the purpose of placing it there. There was a general defense scheme of the castle where the current headmaster could animate and order all the statutes and armors to move to the defense of the saws. But this statute did not serve even that purpose. It was firmly rooted in the floor, and it was doubtable if it could move even if animated. The statue had intrigued a group of students who were very gifted in their own might at their time at Hogwarts. The four were overly accomplished and everyone respected the fact that they were geniuses. The quartet of Potter, Black, Lupin and Pettigrew was a tightly knitted group of friends, and the camaraderie between would put others to jealousy. The quartet was a brotherhood in all but name, and they swore by their friendship. They called themselves Marauders, and they had so many adventures through their 7 years at the castle that would fill books, and yet they won't end. They were known as biggest pranksters to come to Hogwarts in ages, and the teachers shuddered when they remembered what the quartet would get up to. During the school, they learned so much that was surprising for children their age, and their accomplishments were testament to their abilities. The incident where they had caused the poltergeist Peeves to hang himself upside down, the incident where they had locked down the access to the dungeons, when they had changed the appearance of the whole school, when they had animated all the statues of the school. Their list was so long, and it was only those incidents that came to light. There were a few accomplishments that no one else knew about. For example, 3 of them became animagus, and no one knew until Sirius Black confessed the same in the Wizengamot under Veritaserum. Their another accomplishment was making of the Marauders map. It was a map of Hogwarts, and it was special in the sense that it showed everyone's position in the school at all times and shortcuts and secret passageways in and out of the castle. As they mapped the entire castle, they discovered passages out of the castle which could take one outside the wards without others knowing. One of the passages went from this statue of the humpbacked one-eyed crone. To access this, one had to tap the hump with their wand and say, "Descendium." The passage which would open would take them to Hogsmeade in the basement of Honeydukes. Of all the passages, this one was most popular due to its location. And it was at this location that Harry has asked Susan to meet him. "So, Susan, any ideas what we are going to do in Hogsmeade?" Harry asked. "Actually, I was thinking that we could go to the Three Broomsticks," she said, "and I have to go to Zonko's." Chapter 17. The Three Broomsticks was a pub where the students used to go during Hogsmeade weekends for butterbeer and snacks. During their outings from the castle, and popular with couples. During their time at Hogwarts, the Marauders used to go to the Three Broomsticks often. Madame Rosmerta had very fond memories of them. Officially, Harry hadn't been to the inn during the school year before because he never had permission to visit Hogsmeade in his 3rd year, and with a mass murderer on the loose, it was a good excuse to try to keep him confined in the castle. Unofficially, however, with the help of the map, he had been to the village many times during that year. When they entered the inn, Harry asked for a private booth. Rosmerta recognized them from their visits over the summer and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you both supposed to be at Hogwarts right now?" Harry cheekily said, "Is it good business to chase paying customers out of your shop?" She huffed, "You are your father's son. Always a cheeky brat. What can I get you to?" A butterbeer each and some of delicious lunch that you are serving would be good, he said. As she left them alone, Harry turned to Susan. I heard that your father has taken the reins of the Light faction. She nodded. Yes, he told me. Actually, he had a long talk with Dumbledore and he made the headmaster realize that he was not doing any good with all the power at its disposal. The headmaster held the progressives in his grasp but never made any significant progress. Even when he was in a position to dictate his will, he chose to be moderate, kind and compassionate to others. It is his personal flaw that he only sees the good in everyone. What does he intend to do next? I don't know, Harry, she said. Father discusses things a lot with me but he doesn't tell me everything. You know I don't understand the workings of the Wizengamot yet, Harry said. I mean why all the factions in the first place and then factions within factions. I mean there are no friends or enemies in politics but only opportunities. The Wizengamot was established long ago according to the dictates of the houses which formed this country. I mean there are ministry-nominated seats but the seats held by the most ancient and noble houses hold sway. Some of them have been around so long that others just follow them. This in turn gives them more power and they form their voting blocks. Now blocks are formed more on the basis of the ideology or the direction in which they want to take the country, but there was a time each catered to their own interests. Which is the biggest block at the moment? When he was alive, Lord Arcturus Orion Black formed a big coalition of houses which sit in the Dark faction. House Black has always been influential and had many allies prior to that. Arcturus Orion Black sought to consolidate those houses into a single entity and brought them together under the Dark Alliance. When he disappeared from public view, the command was taken over by Lucius Malfoy because it was assumed that Draco Malfoy would become the heir of House Black in the absence of one. And now that Sirius is Lord Black, this has changed things. Father told me that Sirius Black being in charge of the Dark Alia NCE is giving some of the others cold feet. Considering that he was once very popular and has friends in all the factions, he would be a driving force. Also, for now, Fudge is being his best mate so everyone is looking at that. Add to it that Lucius Malfoy is on the run, he gets even more power. It is also assumed that he is going to sit in the Dark faction and take the Potter seat with him. I don't rightly know about all that, Harry confessed. What I do know is that he will do what he believes is best for me. What do you want to do once you graduate from Hogwarts? I have thought about it at length. Since I won't be the Lady Bones, I can be anything I want without that pressure bearing down on me. You may not know that the House of Bones has been in law enforcement for generations. My Uncle Edgar was an Auror and so was Aunt Amelia. I would be following in their footsteps. What do you plan to do? You may not believe it but I haven't really thought about it yet. My family has often been in the background, existing there comfortably and building their wealth. I think I would get into business if I find it to my liking. Sirius tells me that if I don't double my family's fortune, it would be a crime. Is he really that intense? No, he is very considerate. He loves me like a son but yes, he has very high expectations of me. Harry, tomorrow the Circle of Heirs will be meeting. Are you planning to attend? Circle of Heirs, what is that? He asked. It is actually a long-standing tradition. All the students who are the heirs of their houses become a member when they come to Hogwarts. We thought that you would take your place among us when you came to Hogwarts but you never did. Some of us would like to know why. Harry snorted. An invitation would have helped. I mean, it's not like it was ever posted on the bulletin board in the Gryffindor common room. Is Malfoy a part of this circle? Harry asked. I mean he is the heir of his house. She snorted. Not anymore. None of us actually like him. When he tried to lord it over all of us, we unanimously decided to kick him out. When does this circle meet and where? I will tell you the time and place. Ed. Auteur's note. They never told him about it and she's still keeping it a secret. Susan is the queen of all trolls. I am telling you Daff that you need to watch out for Bones, said Tracy, Haven. She had much time with him and she has been seen with him and people are beginning to talk. I have even heard that Sirius Black was seen hobnobbing with Edward Bones recently. What would he want with Sirius Black? Sirius Black is a most sought-after person right now, Tracy said. The minister is his friend and people are lining up to be his friend. He has been meeting many lords from different factions. If he decides to move to the light, he will take quite a few of them and the neutrals with him. You know, Trace, that father does not want me to worry about politics, Daphne said irritably. Besides, father has a strong hold on the neutrals. Tracy shook her head. You are so out of touch. The neutrals stay with Uncle Nicholas because they had no other option, but I have heard that Dumbledore has given his support to Edward Bones and now he is the biggest block over there. The neutrals may not like Dumbledore or Bones, but they could only benefit from hobnobbing with Black. Okay, I get it that you are a politics expert. So now give me some of that wisdom about what I should do. Claim your territory, Tracy said, smirking. Show others that you only have the rights to Potter and no one else. Moony, did you have any success in finding any of those locations? Sirius asked Remus. Remus had gone on to scout for potential hiding places of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Based on the memory that Slughorn had given them, they determined that Riddle made at least 6 Horcruxes. They were also certain that they knew about the identities of the objects that were made into Horcruxes: Tom Riddle's diary, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, a stone bearing the Peverell coat of arms, Salazar Slytherin's necklace, and Harry Potter. Out of those, they had already destroyed the diary, exorcised the soul piece from Harry's scar, and destroyed the Horcrux in Salazar's locket with the sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore was also conducting his research to find out where the other objects were or what they could be. By deduction, he had decided that Tom had at least found the diadem of Ravenclaw, but for the life of him he could not find how Voldemort had found it when it had been missing for centuries, or where it was now. Dumbledore sent me to find the place of Voldemort's grandfather. The memory that he showed to us was so old that it was very hard to find the place. All that I had to go on was the name of Little Hangleton. The name is a misnomer. The village has grown and looks like a small town. I had to double back twice before I found the remains of a path narrow and overgrown, a goat trail for all I know. As I followed it, I felt a sense o' bones. There, I found the old gaunt shack in such an advanced state of decay that it was difficult to pick it out from the surrounding growth. The whole area is infested with snakes. Quote, yes, and as Dumbledore suspected, it was magical. There are several wards which cover that house like a dome. I could have neutralized 1 or 2 of them at most, but not all. I will need your help to penetrate those wards. We will go see it tomorrow then, Sirius said. There are still places left for us to find, Remus said. You know, there is the cup, which we know definitely exists. I have been thinking about that, Moony, said Sirius. There is something that I have noted. A pattern, if you will. What is it? Dumbledore agreed with me on this. Voldemort was an orphan and never had anything of his own like the purebloods, right? He was fascinated by the wizarding world and wanted to have everything that we do. House of Gaunt had lost their wealth, their reputation and everything, so he could get nothing by claiming that name. Still, he had followers who had everything. He gave the diary to Lucius Malfoy, who kept it in his manor, which is one of the things that only the richest wizards own. He stole Founder's relics too. There is something else that he would have coveted but never got it. Sirius left the sentence unfinished to see if Moony would take the bait. What is it, Sirius? The oldest of the families have vaults in the deepest parts of the bank, he said, and those vaults are special in the sense that they don't need a key to operate but work on touch. But he couldn't get any old vault or ask any of his followers to give that to him, could he? No, but it is possible he gave a Horcrux to one of his followers. For safekeeping, without telling them what it was, Sirius said, and with the way the war was going and the Aurors knocking people's doors, they may have sent it for safekeeping to Gringotts. I think you may be onto something here, Remus said. Who do you think he would have chosen? If you think about it, he closely trusted only those who came from ancient and most noble houses like Regulus, Lucius, Barty Crouch Jr. Even if he had other followers who were scary in their own right, Bellatrix surpassed them. I think we should make a list of all of them and find out who can have the last one. Harry was returning to Gryffindor Tower when the resident ghost of Gryffindor met him midway. Harry, the headmaster wants to see you in his office. The password is, Toffee Eclairs. When he arrived in Dumbledore's office, the old headmaster was reading an old tome. Young Harry, take a seat. Did anything happen, Professor? No, nothing like that, Dumbledore said. You may remember that. I said during the summer that I will take an active hand in your Education. What will you be teaching me, sir? Harry asked excitedly. Initially I wanted to teach you about Voldemort's history, but now that Sirius and Remus are helping with that problem, I have decided to teach you in other magics. Today we will start training in occlumency. I believe Sirius has given you some instructions in this discipline. Yes, Professor, Harry said respectfully. I am halfway to being able to clear my mind. That is admirable, Harry, Dumbledore said, smiling, but another important thing to know in occlumency is to detect an intrusion in your mind. If you can detect an intrusion in your mind, that is half the battle won. What do we do when we detect an intrusion? Detecting an intrusion is the first step, an important one at that. Dumbledore said somberly. Once you do that, you can act to stop any attack, but that is a considerable skill and only comes after hard practice. If you fail to stop an intrusion, then comes resistance. The first thing that you can do to resist is to misdirect the intruder. If that fails, it will always boil down to raw strength. You would have a very hard time beating someone with raw strength in mind magics if you are a new practitioner and your opponent is a devoted practitioner. I know for a fact that Lord Voldemort is an expert in these arts, second only to me. Where does occlumency come in? Does it help prevent the intrusion? No, my boy, it does not prevent the intrusion, but using occlumency you would always know if someone is trying to intrude in your mind. When you reach the level in occlumency where you can keep your shields raised all the time, you will not have to worry about someone intruding in your mind. How do we start? We can start by understanding the mind. The mind isn't a place as you would envision, nor is it like an empty space that you can fill with thoughts and memories. Reading minds doesn't mean that you can read it like reading a book. Thoughts aren't just etched on the insides of the mind that you can peruse to your leisure. The mind is a many-layered conscious thing, containing the conscious, the cognitive thoughts, whether rational or irrational. Making a mindscape means making a construct of magic that leads others astray. The mindscape, which is a construct of magic, can be a multi-layered thing. It may appear as whatever you wish it to be to your intruder. Sounds tough, Professor, Harry said. The headmaster chuckled. It is, but as I understand you have learnt the basics from Sirius. He made me learn how to clear my mind. Before you make your mindscape, you have to learn to keep your mind clear at all times. Being in control of all of your senses is essential for this discipline and for becoming an animagus. Professor, why didn't you become an animagus? Dumbledore chuckled good-naturedly. I did take the potion, but my animagus form was so useless that I knew it was an exercise in futility to complete the process. Quote, what was it? Harry asked curiously. A goat, Dumbledore said. You can imagine how useless that would be. Now on to today's lesson, young Harry. The best way to clear your mind is meditation. It isn't easy to keep your mind clear of all thoughts because the subconscious part of our mind never sleeps, so some thought is always going through it. What you can do is to train your mind not to think about what is going on in your subconscious mind. But first we start small. The book contains the basics of meditation which you need to know. Before our next meeting, I want you to learn these steps. Is that clear? Harry nodded. Yes, Headmaster. I will know if you are not practicing, Harry, he said, and then produced another book. This book was old, very thin, and it appeared as if it would fall apart under the gentlest touch. This is a book on magical theory which is not available anywhere else. This is the only copy which was ever published, and I don't give it to you lightly. Take this book and study it. It will answer many of your questions that cannot be answered elsewhere. Also, a word of caution: don't tell anybody about this book, Beck. Oz, it was banned by the Ministry of Magic when it was published. Harry nodded gratefully. Yes, Professor. Will you teach me to duel further? I believe Alistair taught you a lot during the summer, Albus said. I will be building on that and teach you to duel using the simplest of things, but that will not be possible until you learn that book. Professor, why are you preparing me like you expect me to fight? There is something that I have never told you, Dumbledore said cryptically, but the time is nearing when your questions will be answered. Until then, I ask you to be patient and learn what I have to teach you. Does this fighting mean I will have to kill someone? I know Alistair talked to you about it and you don't agree with him, Dumbledore said. Killing someone is a grue's own business and leaves a blemish on one's soul. I have always tried to avoid killing if I could, but it is not always possible. And the time may come when you will have to kill. You just can't avoid it, because thousands of lives may depend on it. But Professor, I have heard that you defeated Grindelwald without killing him and the war ended shortly thereafter. If you didn't kill him, then why did the war end? The war won't end in a day, Harry. The war he waged went on for years before it was ended. In the final years of his campaign, his reign of terror stretched from Europe to the USA. Wizards were dying left and right by the thousands. The ICW forces were failing to stop him. Due to some reasons, I could not move against him earlier. By that time, a team of wizards from England were also fighting him. Your grandfather's cousin Charles Potter with Arcturus Black were among those who were fighting his forces and kept them busy and away from Grindelwald. When I cornered him, the war was practically won, but not without bloodshed. It is said that Charles Potter had killed 5 of his top lieutenants. I may not have had my hands bloodied, but others did, or we wouldn't have won that victory. I knew Charles to be a recluse and Arcturus Black to be the patriarch of a blood supremacist family like the Blacks, but they led the war. They understood the need to shed blood, which I didn't. So a time may come, Harry, when putting down someone may save hundreds, thousands, or even millions of lives. I will train you in such a way that you would be adept in avoiding that outcome as much as you can. Thank you for telling me, Professor. I don't know much about my family. I know my boy, and very little knowledge about your family is available to the public. In fact, no one ever knew how many people were in your family at any given time, leave alone someone having seen your family tree. What about my grandfather? Your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, was a potioneer and perhaps the brightest of his age. Your family has always been traders, businessmen, etc., and each generation increased the wealth that your ancestors had accumulated. Fleemont took all the liquid holdings of your family and invested them into a potion that he had invented. The potion, named Sleekeasy, is the largest selling cosmetic potion in the world and quadrupled your family fortune, and even now brings in galleons by the bucketful. There is very little that is known about Euphemia, who was your grandmother. From what I remember of her, she was a daughter of the Montrose family, which went extinct with her. Currently there are only 2 viable heirs alive of the Montrose family, you and Neville Longbottom. We are related. Dumbledore chuckled. All pureblood families are related to each other. Your grandmother, Euphemia, was the cousin of Augusta, who was a daughter of a cadet line of the family. Did you guys have Moody's class? Asked Fred of Harry as they were sitting at breakfast. No, we have him today. Why? He is an exciting teacher. Really knows what he is doing, George gushed. What is he like? Asked Hermione. The way he teaches shows that he has done the things that he is said to have done. He knows so many curses and hexes that it boggles my mind, but he can also use the simplest of things to win a duel. This made the students excited for the class. Harry, however, remained neutral, for he knew Alistair Moody and how he liked to teach. Moody could teach a lot, but it would be toned down from the summer when he taught Harry how to survive. During their first lesson, Moody told him that he was not teaching Harry to duel but to fight. That every time Harry had to engage in combat, his sole aim should be to survive at the end of the fight. There was no shame in running from a losing battle. When they reached the defense classroom, there were faux glasses and sneakoscopes on the table. The entire room hummed with a faint vibration of magic, which was one of the first things that Moody had taught him. As the students hustled among themselves to get the best seats, Harry sat on the second bench directly within the sight of Daphne Greengrass, who also sat on the second bench on the other side of the classroom. They sat and waited for the professor to arrive. The door to the professor's office was closed, so they assumed he was in there. Seeing that the teacher wasn't around, Malfoy was bad-mouthing everyone. Since nobody cared what the Ponce said anymore, knowing him for the fangless serpent that he was as his father was on the run, he decided to turn his ire on Harry. Quote, "You think you are so high and mighty now that your godfather is out of prison, Potter," he sneered. "One day, you will find that he is not there, and you will rue the day when he mocked me for my father being on the run." Harry was about to whip his wand out and shut his mouth when he fancied that he saw slight movement in the darkest part of the classroom out of the corner of his eye. As he looked more closely, he realized it was someone standing there under a disillusionment charm. In the next instant, he turned his wand in that direction and shouted, "Stupefy." His spell went to waste as Mo. Audie waved his wand and the spell was deflected. Moody stepped out of the shadows, limping on his leg and grunted, "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. This will be a practical class. You won't be needing your books. Now let's have the roll call so I can connect names with faces." As he took the roll call, he looked upon each face, though he gave a fleeting look to Harry and seemed transfixed on Neville's when his name came up. After the roll call was done, he started speaking. "I have seen the course set by your previous teachers and the scores sent to me by Professor Lupin from when he taught you all last year. He may have covered creatures, but you are behind in curses and hexes. It is my job to bring you up to speed." Hermione raised her hand. "What will you be teaching us, Professor?" "Miss Granger, is it? Top of your year, but not in this subject. There are a lot of things that I will be teaching you," he said, "from jinxes that can save your lives to curses that can kill you before you can blink. Today I will be teaching you the 3 unforgivable curses." "But Professor, those curses are banned," Ronald said. "They are allowed to be taught in a controlled environment like this. They may object to it being taught while you are so young, but Dumbledore thinks otherwise. He thinks that you should at least know what you are up against, or how are you going to defend yourself?" The entire class was stunned into silence. This was their first interaction with someone who knew what it was like to go against the real threat in the outside world. They were eager to learn whatever he had to teach them. Harry raised his hand. "What are you going to teach us by showing us the 3 unforgivable curses, sir?" "I want to make you all ready to fight what is out there waiting for you," he said cryptically. "The world outside these walls is a dangerous place, and it is my duty to make you ready for whatever may be waiting for you out there. Now who can tell me the name of one of the unforgivable curses?" Along with many students, to Harry's astonishment, Ron also raised his hand. Moody turned to him. "You, Weasley, tell me." "The Imperious Curse, sir." Moody grinned. "Of course you'll know about it. Your father works at the Ministry, doesn't he? This curse once caused lots of problems for the Ministry. Now who can tell me what the curse does?" "It can put someone under a spell where they will be forced to do the caster's bidding," Hermione said. 5 points to Gryffindor. Moody grunted. "Now watch me." He opened the lid of a jar kept on his desk and pulled out a tarantula. He then cast an engorgement charm on it, and it swelled to the size of a dinner plate. Ron, who was sitting on the first desk with Hermione, leaned back. Moody pointed his wand at the spider and intoned, "Imperio." The effect was not immediately visible until the spider was suspended on a pitcher and started doing cartwheels. The class laughed except Harry, who was frowning in concentration. "You all think it is funny." Moody growled before waving his wand once more, and the spider was hovering over Malfoy's head, who went cross-eyed trying to keep an eye on it. The spider started crawling on his face, and people laughed again until it landed on Crabbe's head. Then it passed over the heads of the Gryffindors and landed on Moody's desk. "This curse is not a funny one, and is only cannot be defended against. The one who casts the curse has total control over the one on whom it is cast and can force them to do anything that the caster wants. In the war, you know who and his followers used it on many unsuspecting victims to do their bidding. They used it on children to kill their parents." A grim mood settled upon the class as they considered the ramifications of the curse and the damage that it could really cause. Sure, it looked like harmless fun to be able to control someone, but the consequences were certainly not pretty. "Who can tell me the second curse?" To Harry's amazement, it was Neville this time who raised his wand, and Moody turned to him. "Yes, you." "Longbottom, right, tell me the second curse." Neville himself looked as if he were wondering how and when did he volunteer, but stood up and said, "The Cruciatus Curse." As Neville sat down, Moody turned his wand to the spider again and intoned, "Crucio." The spider went upside down instantly and its legs curled up. Everyone watched the spider writhe in pain, fascinated. Harry, however, watched the professor, whose face was twisted in a hideous, contorted expression. He was appalled and repulsed by it. He then looked to Neville to find out that he was gripping the edge of the table so hard that his knuckles had turned white. Moody ended the torture after a while and said, "You won't need any other curses or methods to torture someone if you can cast the Cruciatus Curse. It is more painful than any pain that you may have experienced in your life." "What is the third curse?" Hermione said timidly. "The Killing Curse." 5 points to Gryffindor. Moody said, "The Killing Curse is the last of the 3 and frowned upon everywhere. This curse has almost never failed to kill, leaving behind no mark on the body of its victim. The only exception who has lived through the killing curse is sitting right before us." Harry felt a chill rise in his bones as he heard Moody say this. This was the curse that had made him an orphan. This curse was the reason that he had to grow up without his parents. There was also something that was nagging in the back of his mind, but he could not put his finger on it. The thing about casting an unforgivable successfully is that you have to mean it. Even if you all were to pull out your wands and cast the killing curse at me, I don't think I would get more than a nosebleed from any of you. These curses are unforgivable because to cast them you have to have the intention to really cause harm to the one on whom it is cast, Moody was saying. Now who can tell me the incantation? No one raised their hand in answer. He looked around and said, no one. When no one volunteered, he turned his wand on the spider and incanted, Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light left High's wand and hit the spider, which turned upside down and looked as if it were merely asleep. There was no mark whatsoever to show where the curse had hit him. Now for homework, you all need to write an 8-inch essay on the 3 unforgivable curses, to be submitted in a week, he said. Class dismissed. As they left, Moody turned to Neville. Longbottom, stay back.